The moment Joe opened his eyes, he realized he was on a raft with 6 beautiful women. There was nothing on the raft, so everyone could only be completely honest with each other. All humans between the ages of 18 and 50 across the world had been transported into a raft survival world. In this world, the only way to get supplies was by fishing with a rod. Relying on his SSS-grade fishing rods, absurdly high drop rate, Joe stockpiled goods like crazy. And fishing also gradually made his body stronger. While everyone else was still fighting tooth and nail over fresh water and food, Joe was already in his own fortress at sea, eating hot pot and drinking a little liquor with the girls, living a shamelessly indulgent life. The story begins here. Joe woke up because he pinched himself awake. More accurately, he was jolted awake by the soft, warm sensation in his hand. He instinctively squeezed once. A girl let out a soft moan. Still groggy, he opened his eyes and saw a girl's face right in front of him. Her eyelashes were so long you could balance matchsticks on them. Her nose was high and delicate, and her lips were slightly parted. Warm breath brushing against his chin. They were less than 8 inches apart. Joe, gaze instinctively drifted a little lower. White, lower, still. His left hand was resting squarely on one of her peaks. After his brain crashed for 2 seconds, Joe jerked his hand back like he had been burned and threw himself backward. His back hit another soft, warm body. Who's crushing me? Another female voice came from behind him. Hoarse with sleep, Joe froze, still lying on his side. He slowly swept his gaze around. A raft. A ridiculously small raft, maybe around 50 to 60 square feet. Made of a dozen or so logs tied together with hemp rope. Through the gaps, he could see the seawater below. There was nothing on the raft. No sailcloth, no crates, no tools. Only 7 people. 6 girls plus himself. Every last one of them was completely naked, so pale it was almost blinding. Long legs, slim waists, rising and falling curves with nowhere to hide under the sunlight. Joe felt like his heart was about to leap out of his throat, his blood rushing uncontrollably toward a certain place. No, wait a second. I was just sleeping in my dorm. Where the hell did I get sent? Is this heaven or what? The girl he had touched fluttered her lashes and slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Her eyes moved downward and saw her bare body. Then back up to Joe. Then to the spot his hand had been on moments ago, where a faint red mark was still visible. Her fair face turned bright red in an instant. The scream pierced his eardrums. The girl sprang up, clutching her chest as she scrambled backward, then bumped into another girl at the edge of the raft. What is it? The second girl opened her eyes too. She saw Joe, then looked down at herself. The second scream was an octave higher. What's going on? Where are my clothes? Teresa, man. Where? Oh, what the hell, pervert. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Pervert. Don't look. Turn around. Joe quickly turned around, but on the other side was another girl. One girl was crouched halfway down, arms wrapped around her chest, glaring at him like she wanted to devour him alive. She had a slender figure and sharply defined collarbones, and the side curve her arms couldn't hide was being pressed slightly out of shape. The two of them were face-to-face, less than 3 feet apart. He had seen everything. Close your eyes, the girl shouted, her voice sharp and fierce. Joe closed his eyes. Squat down. He squatted. Turn around. Which way am I supposed to turn? There are people on every side. The girl looked around in furious frustration, wanting to find something to throw at him, but there was nothing on the raft. She instinctively reached for something, her hand waving uselessly through the air twice, and in the end could only hug herself tighter. A bare, empty raft of 50 square feet, and 7 completely naked people. The raft was rocking so much that Joe reflexively opened his eyes again, and his gaze inevitably swept across every body in front of him. Some had long legs. Some had slim waists. Some had full curves. Some were slender and youthful. 6 people. 6 different sets of lines, all curled up now with arms over their chests and knees drawn together, like a flock of startled white doves. Stop crowding. Joe hurriedly shut his eyes again and shouted, if you keep this up, The raft's going to flip and, well, all end up feeding the fish. No one listened to him. The raft rocked violently under the girls, shoving, and waves slapped up against it, sending spray flying. Someone stepped on someone else's foot. Someone got shoved to the edge and almost fell off. And screams, arguments, and crying all mixed together. Stop pushing me. I'm going to fall. Whose elbow is that? It's jabbing me. Woo-woo. I want to go home. Quiet. A cool female voice suddenly rang out. It belonged to a tall girl with her long hair loose. She was half crouching, her back straight as a rod. Her hands were wrapped around her chest, just like everyone else's. But when she did it, there was an air of composure to her. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, covering part of her collarbones. Her jawline was sharp and clean, and in her beautiful peach blossom eyes was a calmness completely untouched by panic. All the girls fell silent at once. If you keep crowding like this, the raft will flip, and, well, all die together, the voice said calmly. Her speech was unhurried, but every word carried unquestionable weight. Calm down first. Cover your chest and crouch. After a rustle of movement, the noise behind him gradually died down. You, the cool female voice said. What's your name? Joe-yi blanked for a moment before realizing she was talking to him. Joe-yi. Joe-yi, stay crouched where you are and don't move. You can open your eyes, but don't look around. Joe-yi opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. In front of him was the endless sea. The sunlight was blinding, and the ocean was calm to an almost unnatural degree. Every now and then, a cloud drifted overhead, its shadow skimming across the water like some kind of silent signal. Behind him came the girls' hushed conversation. What do we do now? We don't even have a scrap of cloth. Let's confirm the situation first. Everyone say your name. What do you remember? Imchin Xiaoyu. I only remember sleeping in the dorm, and when I woke up, I was here. And her voice suddenly rose. Whose hand was on me just now? Was it you? The last few words were obviously aimed at Joe-yi. I just woke up too. It wasn't on purpose. Joe-yi was annoyed too. Could that really be blamed on him? As if I believe that. Chin Xiaoyu. Su-ye's voice cut off her questioning. Talk about the important stuff first. Chin Xiaoyu let out a huff and didn't press any further, but Joe-yi could still feel her gaze stabbing into the back of his head. Lin Wanner. I only remember showering in the dorm. Her voice was gentle, the last note lifting slightly, like a feather brushing past the rim of the ear. Zhao Linger. I was sleeping. So how did I end up here? Her voice was soft and sticky with tears. Tang Guoguo. I only remember sleeping. It was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, timid and faint. Ye Wang Xing. I had just finished running and went back to the dorm to shower. Her voice leaned cold, crisp and clean. Suya. Same as you. My last memory is sleeping in the dorm. Joe-yi silently sketched their images in his mind. Suya, the clear-headed one, tall, long-haired, and seemed like the hard-to-approach type. Chin Xiaoyu, pretty bad temper, currently had the highest hatred value. Her features were delicate, like a figurine's, and her figure really was beyond criticism. Lin Wanner, gentle, full in all the right ways, without being too much, with a shockingly slim waist, and a soft, beautiful voice that could practically get your ears pregnant. Zhao Linger, soft and sweet-voiced, but not in an intentionally affected way. Tang Guoguo, a crybaby, slender and green, and her speaking voice was even quieter than a mosquito. Yi Wangxing, also rather aloof by personality. Her figure was slim, but her lines were sharp and well-shaped. She was probably the kind of girl who worked out often. 6 girls. 6 completely different kinds of beauty. Plus, him one guy. Good grief. Had they matched him into a campus belle dorm? A cold mechanical voice rang out in all 7 people's minds at the same time. Ding. 7 individuals detected awake. System activated. Welcome to Endless Sea. Raft Survival. All humans worldwide between the ages of 18 and 50 have now been transported, and their bodies have been restored to normal condition. Current zone. Huaxia Zone 9,637. Survivors 99,998 out of 100,000. Current raft number 9,000. 527. Area 5 square meters. Survivors 7 people. Rules of the endless sea. Fishing is the only way to obtain supplies in the early stage. Each person comes with a system backpack. It can only store non-living things. Items can be stored and retrieved by thought, and identical items can be stacked without limit. Do not enter the water lightly. The underwater environment is extremely dangerous. The first day is newbie protection period and is relatively safe. Develop as quickly as possible. After today, you will face all kinds of challenges, and every 7 days there will be one large-scale disaster. Recite game panel in your mind to unlock your personal exclusive panel. Initial fishing rods will now be distributed to each survivor. Fishing rod quality is random and divided into 5 grades: S, A, B, C, and D. The higher the grade, the higher the probability of catching high-quality supplies. Once bound, fishing rods cannot be replaced, traded, or destroyed. The first 5 fishing attempts each day are special fishing attempts, and supplies are guaranteed. The grade and type are random. After 5 attempts, probability will depend on the grade of the fishing rod. A pale blue, translucent light screen appeared in front of everyone. At the center of the light screen floated the phantom of a fishing rod, slowly becoming solid. Under the phantom was a line of text that kept pulsing. Evaluating quality. Inside the light screen, in front of Joey, the phantom of that fishing rod had been different from everyone else's from the very beginning. Everyone else's phantom was gray-white, with a faint mist around it. Around his phantom was wrapped a thick layer of golden light, like molten gold had been poured into the outline of the rod, dazzling enough that it was almost impossible to look at directly. Quality evaluation complete. A burst of shocked cries exploded behind him. I got brank. Not bad, I guess. Crank. Am I screwed? A rank. I got a rank. Delight and wailing mixed together, but all of it still fell within the normal range. A rank was top tier, brank was acceptable, and crank was barely workable. Then it was Joe, yes, turn. The system's voice changed. It was no longer a cold, mechanical voice, but something deeper and more ancient, like seawater slowly flowing through a trench 10,000 meters below the surface. Abnormal fluctuation detected. Recalibrating. Calibration complete. The light screen in front of Joey suddenly exploded. The entire screen was swallowed by golden light, and the phantom of the fishing rod became completely solid. The rod itself was pitch black from end to end. Its material looked neither like wood nor metal. Dark, golden patterns flowed across it, like ocean waves, or like some kind of ancient rune. Congratulations, Survivor Joe Yi. Obtained SSS rank. Favor of the Sea God. Unique item. Only one in the entire server. Bound. Cannot be dropped, traded, or destroyed. Trait 1. No bait required. Can fish directly. Trait 2. After the first 5 fishing attempts each day, gain 5 extra special fishing attempts, and high-grade supply chests are guaranteed. Trait 3. The fishing rod can grow and level up through number of fishing attempts. Leveling up can increase the number of special fishing attempts. Hidden trait. Using the fishing rod will gradually strengthen the holder's physical qualities. Strength, agility, endurance. Defense. Every time you cast the rod, you are making yourself stronger. Current attributes. Joey, age 22, male. Strength, 5, average 6. Agility, 6, average 5. Endurance, 4, average 5. Defense, 3, average 4. The group behind him completely erupted. SSS, a unique item. System, did you bug out or what? Why does he get a gold pull? System, operating normally. Hidden prize pool probability is 0.0001%. Trigger condition is random. Congratulations to Raft number 9527. The system's tone was still icy, but the words congratulations sounded especially mocking right now. 0.0001%. Shin Xiaoya's voice was shaking. With luck like that, why didn't you go buy lottery tickets? What are you doing here? I'd like to know 2. Zhou Yi shrugged. Captain identity, being determined, based on fishing rod quality and overall attributes. Captain of Raft, number 9527. Zhou Yi. The captain has authority over resource distribution, expulsion, permissions, and raft naming rights. If the captain dies, the raft sinks and all members are eliminated. Everything behind him went quiet for a moment. Qin Xiaoya's voice rang out, carrying the collapse of someone who had accepted her fate. Hez, the one with SS rank, and Hez the captain too. They might as well rename this raft Zhou Yi and his 6 accessories. Yay! Wang Xing was silent for 2 seconds. Reasonable. Zhao Linger couldn't hold it in and let out a puff of laughter, then quickly covered her mouth. The corner of Zhou mouth twitched. At the same time, the World Channel had also completely blown up. World Channel, standing on a rooftop, pretending to jump, waiting for a crowd before peeing downward. What rank are your fishing rods? I got crank. Am I done for? Heaven rewards. Diligence. Brank. Passing through. Good enough to use, I guess. My brothers would go through life and death for me, and I'd go through life and death as a brother for them. A rank. I pulled in a rank. The chosen son of fate. Gonna be happy, Superman. Careful, the one upstairs. It's only a rank. Not even top tier. No need to get that happy over it. Found out my girlfriend is gay and went crazy playing his joystick. Drank after 5 tries. I fished 10 more times and got 9 strands of kelp. I think I'm a little dead already. I'm seriously considering jumping into the sea. You jump, I jump, don't jump. One person already jumped off our raft. There are only 5 people left now. Where are all these thunder IDs coming from? Holy shit. Did you guys see the system announcement? SS rank, the only one on the entire server. Raft 9527. I really can't come up with names. Damn, that's insane. How is this even still playable? I'm gonna attack anyone I see later. Let me pour a cup of hot water to fill my stomach. By the way, are none of you short on clothes? There are 6 people on our raft, and we're all naked. We've been fishing forever, and all we got was wood. I choose Lu Xiaobu. Of course, we are. 3 planks for 1 set of clothes. Anyone trading? I'm really not gay, help. There are 4 grown men on this boat with their asses hanging out. I joked that I was gay, and they believed me. Now, my butt feels chilly. Is Chuya there? Manhwa. Why is my captain a woman? I just made a suggestion, and she told me to shut up. She said if I kept talking, she'd throw me overboard to feed the fish. Is that reasonable? AAA Lumber Wholesale Boss Lin. Very reasonable. My captain is a woman too, and the other 2 guys here have already been scolded into acting like grandsons. There was every kind of message in the World Channel. His personal info page had also filled up with countless friend requests and all kinds of private messages. Zhou Yi glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. He directly turned off the friend request function and cleared all the useless private messages in one go. Things had only just started. If this broken system hadn't made the announcement without even asking him, he absolutely would not have wanted to be this high profile. Not to mention this heaven-defying fishing rod. Even the girls on his boat were already trouble enough. A common man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring makes him guilty. He was just afraid someone would come looking for him. Keeping a low profile was never wrong. He looked at the fishing rod in his hand. The golden patterns on the rod body were still glowing faintly. Silence. 6 pairs of eyes beside him were staring at Zhou Yi, squatting where he was. Zhou Yi could feel the gazes on his back like 6 knives. Zhou Yi gave an awkward smile. Don't worry. I won't throw you guys overboard. If I throw them overboard, what am I supposed to look at? He only said that in his heart, that's enough. Suye cut him off, since the system already judged it. To raise no point arguing. Zhou Yi lowered his head and looked at the fishing rod in his hand. A line of tiny characters was carved into the handle. It was a language he had never seen before, but he could somehow understand. Blessing of the sea god. The fishing line was silver, as thin as a strand of hair, and at the end hung an equally black little hook. There was no float, no sinker, just one line and one hook. It looked like an utterly ordinary fishing rod. Would you like to name your raft? Joey thought for a moment. Other than him, the captain, being male. Everyone else on the boat was a girl. That made him think of a certain domestic three-word game. Then the raft's name will be Hyperion. Name successful Hyperion. Try your fishing rod. Suyue said, right now. Joey still wasn't ready. Right now. Let us see what effect this golden legend actually has. Qin Xiaoyu sounded sour. Joey stood up, then realized he was standing, and quickly squatted back down. You can fish while squatting too. Yay, Wang Xing said. Fine. Joey squatted by the edge of the raft, gripped the fishing rod, and gave it a light flick. The silver fishing line drew an arc and fell into the sea without making even a single splash. The hook sank into the seawater, and the silver line was almost transparent under the sunlight. Everyone held their breath. About 10 seconds passed. The fishing line suddenly went taut. Joey instinctively lifted the rod. A burst of purple light exploded from the sea surface. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained. 1 purple high-grade supply. Chest. Contains 7 sets of basic clothing. 15 self-heating rice meals. 3 liters of fresh water. 20 meters of rope. 10 wooden planks. At the same time, Joey felt a warm current flow from his palm through his entire body. That should be the fishing rod's physique enhancement effect. Joey pulled the chest onto the raft and opened it. 7 white short-sleeved shirts were neatly folded on top. They weren't good clothes, just the simplest white cotton tops. But there were no pants. But, at this moment, these clothes were more precious than any famous brand. The raft went quiet for 2 seconds. Then, Zhao Linger burst into tears. We have clothes now. Tang Guoguo cried too, but the corners of her mouth were lifted. We finally don't have to stay naked anymore. Qin Xiaoyu grabbed a shirt and pulled it on in one motion, moving so fast it was like someone was fighting her for it. Lin Wanner softly said, "Thank you." Captain, her voice was gentle like the sea breeze. The others also reached out, one after another. After taking his own clothes, Joey very consciously turned around to face the sea and stayed that way until the rustling behind him stopped. All right, Su Yue's voice came. Joey turned back around. The 6 girls had all put on the same white short shirts. Their hair was still a little messy, but at least they were no longer completely naked. But it wasn't much better. They only had shirts and no pants. The tops were covered, but the bottoms weren't. The shorter girls could barely wear them like sleep shirts that covered a little past the tops of their thighs, so they could hide a bit more. The taller girls, though, he had basically seen everything anyway. The girls awkwardly tugged at their shirts, but it was useless. There was only that much fabric. The harder they pulled, the more obvious the shape of their upper bodies became. After trying several times, they all gave up. At least it was much better than being completely naked just now. As the only man there, Joey had it much easier. He took his shirt and wrapped it tightly around his waist, using it directly as shorts. Qin Xiaoyu looked at the shirt wrapped tightly around Joe. Yes, waist. Instinctively glanced at the solid muscle lines of his upper body, then lowered her eyes to look at her own faintly visible lower half. In a sour tone, she said, "Being a guy really is nice. You don't have to worry about exposure." Joey didn't respond. His brain was busy dealing with an even thornier problem. After the 6 girls put on clothes, the psychological impact was actually stronger than before, when they had nothing on at all. Looking too long had strangely made him a little numb to it. Now, their upper bodies were covered, but their lower bodies were still only half hidden and half revealed, which made them even more tempting. 3 words even popped uncontrollably into his head. Palace Million. No, if he kept looking, he was afraid he'd pitch another tent. So he quickly turned around and chose to keep looking at the sea instead. World Channel. Big head. Not afraid of rain. Big shot from the Hyperion. Are you missing people? I can cook and warm the bed. Ultimate hunter. The guy up there, you're a man. You were just saying you had your bare ass hanging out. I'm smart, just not, obviously. By the way, what kind of crew setup does the Hyperion have? May is my wife. Wait, the Hyperion. Holy crap, Captain. Don't tell me the only guy on that ship is the captain, and everyone else is female. QQ Mimi tastes so good. It goes Mipu tea. I've got 4 men and 1 woman on my side. The girl has already shut herself off. But hey, I'm a proper gentleman. AAA kelp wholesale market. At least the guy above still has a woman. There are 7 grown men on our raft. And now the topic in chat has already turned into comparing whose kelp is longer. Title Trickster. 7 guys. I'm dying. You might as well rename that raft the Shaolin Temple branch. Poor auntie, a cup of cappuccino. Big shot on the Hyperion. Do you need a decorative hanger over there? I can hang under the bottom of the raft. Guaranteed not to take up space. Joe, yes, mouth twitched, and he closed the channel. Behind him were 6 stunning girls, and 6 pairs of long, pale legs swayed before his eyes. Some were slender and straight, some were shapely and long, and some were petite and fair. The hems of their clothes circled their waists like a gray dividing line. Below that line was nothing but smooth skin, fully exposed at a glance. Zhou Yi subconsciously swallowed. I wonder if I can hold out. Right on the very first cast, Zhou Yi pulled up something good, and on a whim, he kept fishing. Out of the 5 initial special fishing chances, only the first one had landed something valuable. The rest were just basic supplies and food, nothing like a higher quality chest. Zhou Yi wasn't discouraged. He still had the 5 chances from his own fishing rod. Those guaranteed high-grade supply boxes. After the girls behind him put their clothes on, they also sat down to the side and started fishing. Everyone's first 5 casts of the day were guaranteed to bring something up. And right now, all they wanted was to hurry and fish up some more fabric. Walking around with their lower bodies bare was seriously too embarrassing. If it were all girls, that would be one thing. But there just had to be a strange man on the raft too. Even if he was pretty handsome, and his build was pretty good. Oh no, that wasn't the point. Still, the girls' fishing results weren't great either. Aside from the clothes and Zhou Yi's catch, everyone else only got basic food, building materials, and components. After taking stock, they counted the total gains from the 6 girls' 5 special fishing attempts each, making 30 catches altogether. Food: 15 instant noodle cups with braised beef flavor, 12 500ml bottles of Nong Fu spring mineral water, 20 self-heating rice meals, 6 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bags of bread, 1 bottle of happy soda. Materials and items: 20 metal parts, 53 units of wood, 25 hemp ropes, 21 electronic components, 17 springs, 6 pieces of rubber, 8 pieces of glass, 2 packs of toilet paper. The food wasn't too much, but it was enough for 2 meals without any problem. Besides, Zhou Yi still had the high-grade supplies on his side, and those weren't included here. Once they had enough wood and hemp rope, everyone immediately decided that the first thing to do was expand the raft. Wood minus 50, hemp rope minus 20. Current remaining wood, 3. Remaining hemp rope, 5. Raft upgrade successful. Current raft, 44. The raft under their feet started shaking. From the gaps between the logs that had originally been bound together, a huge amount of new raw wood surged out of nowhere. The hemp rope seemed to come alive, weaving through everything on its own and constantly extending outward along the edges. The logs locked tightly together, and the gaps between them were cut by more than half. All 4 sides of the raft pushed outward at the same time, from 5 square meters to 16 square meters. It had grown by more than 3 full times. The shaking lasted about 10 seconds before finally stopping. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to react. She dropped backward directly, lying flat on the wooden planks in a spread eagle position, stretching out both her arms and legs as much as she could. Phew, I can finally straighten my legs. She let out a long breath, eyes closed, the corners of her mouth carrying the satisfaction of someone who had just survived a disaster. But the next second, her eyelids twitched. Something felt wrong with her lower body. The clothes only covered her upper half. After lying flat, the piece of cloth had slid upward a bit, exposing even more. A sea breeze blew past, and the chilly sensation spread from her calves all the way up to the roots of her thighs. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes flew open. She grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands and yanked it downward, then quickly rolled over onto her stomach and pressed her legs tightly together. Her face buried in her arms, the tips of her ears turned bright red. That brat really got a free show. She muttered it in a muffled voice. It wasn't too loud, but after the raft expansion, everything was quiet, and everyone heard it. Zhou Yi, who was sitting at the edge of the raft and had already fished up a high-grade supply box, paused for a moment and slightly turned his head. But didn't say anything. He just silently stuffed the coat, shirt, and shorts from the high-grade supply box into his system backpack. This damn girl is actually blaming me? If she could stay like that a little longer, Zhou Yi grumbled inwardly. Come on, if Zhou Yi and T fished up those clothes, we'd still be naked right now. Be satisfied. Lin Wanner spoke softly, then glanced at Zhou Yi's back as he quietly kept fishing. Besides, he has done anything out of line. He has been very restrained the whole time. Exactly. As captain, he could decide whether we stay or go. And he still hasn't used that as leverage to make us do anything excessive. That is already pretty good. Tang Guo responded while tidying up the things on the raft. Zhao Ling also nodded repeatedly at the side, her twin ponytails bouncing. Did any of you see what was said in the public channel just now? Yi Wanqing's voice suddenly rang out. She sat cross-legged in the rear right corner of the raft, her system panel open, pale blue light reflecting on her face. The public channel? What happened? Shaoling a scruté over. Yi Wanqing glanced in Zhou Yi's direction and lowered her voice. Someone already used Captain Authority to do something bad just now. The people on that raft refused, and in the end they all died together. What bad thing? Qin Xiaoyu sprang up from her prone position and leaned right next to Yi Wanqing, her eyes sparkling with pure gossip energy. Yi Wanqing's face reddened slightly. Her lips moved, but she held it in for a long time before speaking. What else could it be? That kind of thing? Qin Xiaoyu froze for a second, then understood. Huh. On the very first day, someone already. Shoo. Yi Wanqing shot her a glare. Several of them opened the world channel at the same time. Zhou Yi opened it too. The chat log in the world channel was scrolling insanely fast. He scrolled up for a while and found the part Qin Xiaoyu and the others have been talking about. World channel. Survivors, 99,928,100,000. What is going on? A bunch of people in this region suddenly died. I just saw it. It was close to our raft. Looked like a male captain and female crew members. That captain tried to use supplies and authority to force those girls into obeying him, but the girls refused, and a fight broke out. The whole raft sank. What an idiot. At a time like this, instead of hurrying to gather supplies, he is thinking about that crap. Great. Now he lost his life too. The guy above me, this is exactly when things are the most chaotic. Everyone just started. If the person who got Captain Authority is reasonable, then the whole crew can take off together. But if he has trash, then this is what happens. Wait, does that mean rafts can run into each other too? Yeah, they can. We just ran into another raft a little while ago. The guy wanted to come aboard, but I drove him off with a knife. Guy above, the people you're talking about, Woon T, happen to be 3 burly men with full beards, right? Yeah. How do you know? Holy crap, they're next to our raft right now. And they're saying they want to trade supplies. Help. Survivors, 99,924,100,000. After closing the world channel, Zhou Yi took a deep breath and turned to glance at the girls behind him. What do we do? Zhao Ling's voice trembled a little. If we run into people like that too. She didn't finish the sentence. Tang Guo finished it for her. Will we get robbed? Or will we? Her voice got quieter and quieter, and the last 2 words were almost impossible to hear. Silence. The waves slapped against the raft over and over. 16 square meters was a lot roomier than 4 square meters, but at this moment, it suddenly didn't feel big enough at all. Well, that's a relief. Tang Guo suddenly patted her chest, like she was soothing herself, and let out a long breath. At least Zhou Yi probably isn't that kind of person. When she said that, her tone carried the thankful relief of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. Then she added, right? That right was directed at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi turned around and found all 6 girls looking at him. Qin Xiaoyu's gaze carried scrutiny. But it wasn't the same fierce. If you dare touch me, I look into the sea kind of hostility from this morning. It was more like, I know you probably aren't that kind of person, but if you dare be that kind of person, you're dead. Lin Wanner's eyes were gentle but serious, as if she were waiting for his answer. Sao Ling blinks, her eyelashes trembling lightly. Tang Guo shrank beside Zhao Ling, showing only half her face. There was trust in her eyes, but also a little fear that still hadn't fully faded from what they had just seen in the world channel. Yi Wanqing still had one hand resting on a small knife, but she had no intention of drawing it. Su Yu looked at him, her expression calm. Zhou Yi looked at the girls in front of him. In their eyes were fear, panic, and also a trace of inexplicable trust toward him, this strange man. He let out a sigh. Honestly, as a straight man, Zhou Yi really had entertained some crooked thoughts just now, with captain privileges like this. Who would want to come up first and enjoy themselves for a bit? But the girls in front of him were obviously not that casual. And with the lesson from the world channel right there, he didn't want to blow everything up with them over something like this right at the start. Anyway, there would be plenty of time later. Raising them step by step was way more interesting than forcing it. What am I even thinking? He turned back around to face the sea, his voice steady. Get to work. If we don't hurry and gather more supplies to expand the raft, what are we supposed to use when the big disaster hits? As for the other survivors, Zhou Yi lowered his head to look at his palm, feeling the boost to his body from the fishing rod, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. With me here, no one will be able to touch you. It went quiet behind him for 2 seconds. Then Qin Xiaoyu's soft voice rang out. TCH, acting cool for what? But the corners of her lips were turned up when she said it. Night fell, and the sea without sunlight was absolute darkness. Luckily, their raft was now a full 16 square meters, so they no longer had to live like they had at the start, where raising or lowering your head meant seeing each other, and taking 2 steps meant stepping on someone's feet. Seeing the sky darken. A trace of worry rose in Zhou Yi's heart. If they caught a chill and got sick because they weren't wearing clothes, that would be troublesome. After a brief thought, forget it, I won't tease them anymore. After all, over the course of the day, everything that could be seen and couldn't be seen had basically already been seen. If this kept going, it would be rude. So he pretended he had only just fished up the clothes and handed out the coat and pants he had gotten that afternoon. The girls were so happy after receiving the clothes that they hurried to put them on and didn't think much else of it. And because of this, the last bit of wariness they had toward Zhou Yi completely vanished as well. After all, he could have easily pretended he hadn't fished up any clothes and kept feasting his eyes. It wouldn't have cost him anything. But Zhou Yi clearly still knew to prioritize the bigger picture and hadn't done that for his own selfish desires. That made them think a little more highly of this handsome boy they had only known for a short time. After putting on shorts and draping the coat over herself, Qin Xiaoyu still didn't forget to mutter proudly, "For the sake of the clothes, I'll forgive you for taking advantage of me during the day." Zhou Yi frowned when he heard that. "Then how about you don't forgive me after all? Give me the clothes back." As he spoke, he made a move as if to reach out. "Hey, no way." Qin Xiaoyu quickly dodged and slipped behind Su Yu in a flash. "How can you take back something you've already given away?" Zhou Yi raised a brow and shrugged, looking like, "See? It's not me being unreasonable." That made the other girls laugh so hard their shoulders trembled. Joking was joking, messing around was messing around, but they still had to make sure to stay warm at night. Fortunately, lighting a fire on the raft didn't consume the raft's durability. Zhou Yi used a bit of wood and stone from the system backpack and directly crafted a campfire. All 7 of them sat around the campfire to keep warm. Because the ocean had a high specific heat capacity, the difference between day and night temperatures wouldn't be too extreme. With the campfire warming them, it was fairly comfortable. Dinner was self-heating rice, simple and filling. Zhao Linger had dug it out from the pile of supplies that afternoon. System-made braised beef-flavored self-heating rice. Tear open the heating pack at the bottom of the package, pour in a little seawater, and it would heat automatically. 7 boxes of rice were lined up beside the campfire. After the heating packs touched water, they gave off sizzling sounds, and white steam slowly curled out from the small holes in the middle of the lunchboxes. It was like secretly cooking hot pot in a college dorm. Zhao Linger squatted beside the lunchboxes, reaching out every so often to touch the bottom and check the temperature, muttering, "Almost done, almost done. You guys could even cook hot pot?" In our dorm, even a hairdryer could trip the breaker. Qin Xiaoyu sat with her knees drawn up, her chin resting on them as she stared blankly at the campfire. Ours tripped too, so every time we cooked hot pot, we had to send someone to guard the breaker. The moment the dorm Annie came, she'd pull it. Dan Google Muta. While chatting idly, the rice finished heating. They tore open the heated sauce packets and poured them over the rice. When the plastic spoon dug in, the sauce had already completely seeped through, every grain coated in a glossy brown sheen. Tang Guagua scooped up a small spoonful and put it in her mouth, her eyes immediately narrowing into crescents. "This tastes 100 times better than the school cafeteria." At our school, the braised beef noodles only had 2 slices of beef total, and they were so thin you could see through them. Qin Xiaoyu spoke vaguely through her food. "Every time, I had to stare deeply at the cafeteria lady at the window for ages just to get her to scoop me 2 extra slices of meat. Our cafeteria had a dish called Kung Pao chicken, but there wasn't any chicken in it at all. It was all peanuts and diced cucumber. The venena site. We protested for half a semester, and guess what happened? They just changed the name to Kung Pao peanuts." But Tang Guo laughed until she curled into herself. Even Yi Wanqing and Su Yu, who were usually unsmiling, had faint curves at the corners of their mouths. "What about you?" Lin Wanner turned to look at Zhou Yi. "Does your school have any dark cuisine?" Zhou Yi lifted his head and thought for a moment. Mooncakes stir-fried with chili peppers. Oranges stewed with pork ribs. Green hot peppers stir-fried with red chili peppers. Qin Xiaoyu fell silent for a few seconds. What exactly was the goal of the chefs at your school coming to Earth? Ha ha, ha ha. Compared to Zhou Ye's side, where beautiful girls kept him company and there was food and drink, everyone else's situation was much more miserable. World Channel. Pretending to jump off a rooftop, then peeing downward once there are enough people watching. I'm the only one on this boat. It's so dark. I'm kind of scared. G Duo Bu Yashin. Same here. Right now it feels like this channel saved my life. At least I still have you guys to chat with. Turkey-flavored rice crust. Anyone trading fresh water? I've got the blueprint for a fresh water purifier here. I'm Han XN. Wild as hell. The guy above. If you've already got the blueprint, why are you trading for water? Just make it yourself. Turkey-flavored rice crust. You think I don't want to? What's the use of just having the blueprint? The finished thing needs a ton of materials. My fishing rod level sucks. And before I can even make stuff like electronic components, wood, metal parts, glass, and activated carbon, I'll die of thirst first. This blueprint is the most valuable thing I own. Pure-hearted mother cockroach. TSK, that does make sense. So brother, how much water are you planning to trade for? Turkey-flavored rice crust. At the very least, 15 liters of fresh water. More is fine, but not less. Tianba Donba Tua. 15 liters of fresh water? It's only the first day. Who has that much water? Even one 500 milliliter bottle is hard to come by. Yabi Jiang. Exactly, man. With terms like that, Nobody can afford it. Zhou Yi read every single message in the world channel without missing one. Fresh water? He lowered his head and pondered. He checked the inventory in his system backpack. He still had 26 liters of fresh water, and that was only what he himself had. The other girls probably had quite a bit too, but Zhou Yi wasn't in a hurry to trade with that person. These 26 liters of fresh water were only this much because his fishing rod level was high enough and his drop rate was that good. Fresh water was still far too precious in the early stage. Other people probably didn't have that much to trade with him. There were 7 people on his raft who needed water. Every sip had to be carefully calculated. Better to wait a little longer and let that guy lower the price some more. Sure enough, after realizing no one cared about his asking price, that person had already started loosening up on the world channel. Turkey-flavored rice crust. If 15 liters is too much, then 13 is fine. If that really won't work, then 11. Who stole my blue? Not to be rude, brother, but if you brought out that fresh water purifier a few days later, maybe it'd be different. Right now, everyone's water is precious. Nobody can afford to trade with you. I really didn't steal your blue. And doesn't your purifier need a workbench before it can be made? Same logic as the rainwater collector blueprint in my hand. Workbench? Zhou Yi frowned it. He had almost forgotten about that. Some slightly more advanced blueprints really did need a workbench before they could be crafted. That was probably also why the guy hadn't been able to trade it away. What kind of person would have enough materials right at the start to build a workbench and then make a purifier too? But what a coincidence. I'm exactly that kind of person. A faint smile curled at Zhou Yi's lips. When the other person finally took the initiative to drop the price to 8 liters of fresh water, he opened a chat window. Fengyan Huoji Waiguoba, I have fresh water. Private trade. When a marketplace interface popped up, Zhou Yi noticed a gray tag hanging in front of his ID. Captain of the Hyperion Raft. Normally, he couldn't see this thing himself. It only showed up at the top of the chat box when he was in a private conversation with someone else. Like an identity badge the system had automatically slapped on. The other side had obviously seen it too. Huoji Waiguoba's reply speed was more than twice as fast as before, with several messages popping up in a row. Huoji Waiguoba, big shot. Are you the one who got the SSS rank fishing rod today? Huoji Waiguoba. I saw people talking about it in world chat. They said the captain of raft number 9527 fished up an SSS rank fishing rod. Zhou Yi raised a brow. Word sure traveled fast. He didn't type a single extra character, only sent back one word. Fengyan, Huoji Waiguoba, big shot. Do you have a lot of fresh water and food? Fengyan, I'm here to trade for the blueprint. Ask less about everything else. Huoji Waiguoba, got it. So how many liters of fresh water is the big shot offering? Zhou Yi leaned against the base of the mast. Fengyan, weren't you shouting 8 liters in world chat just now? Then I'll offer 8 liters. The other side hesitated. The other party is typing at the top of the chat box flashed on and off and on, over and over for about 20 seconds. Zhou Yi didn't even need to think with his brain to know what the guy was mulling over. You have an SSS rank fishing rod, so you must have more supplies than you can ever use. And you're still haggling with me over this little bit? But right now, it was a seller's market. Without fresh water, the other side wouldn't last much longer. Zhou Yi wasn't in a hurry. He picked up the wooden strip Suya just carved for him and spun in his hand while waiting for a reply. By the time the strip had turned 2.5 times, the message came back. Huoji Waiguoba, fine, big shot, 8 liters it is. If I don't get water soon, I feel like I won't even make it through tonight. Zhou Yi's lips twitched, and he asked one more question. Fengyan, there's no one else on your boat? They don't have water? Huoji Waiguoba, no one else, just me. When the system did the initial matching, it gave me a single-person raft for square meters, without even anyone to talk to. He paused, then added another message. Huoji Waiguoba, otherwise I wouldn't be this desperate for water. On a one-man raft, even if I die of thirst, no one would know. Zhou Yi looked at the message and tapped his fingers twice on his knee. Finjun, Fine, if you fish up any more high-level blueprints in the future, you can come trade with me. Huoji Waiguoba, okay. Thank you, big shot. I'll put the blueprint up right now. The trade was complete. The fresh water reserve in his system backpack dropped by 8 liters, and a yellow sheet of parchment was added. Zhou Yi took out the blueprint and unfolded it in the firelight. Basic freshwater purifier, solar-powered, can purify 50 liters of seawater into directly drinkable fresh water every day. Crafting materials, 30 wood, 9 metal parts, 13 electronic components, 10 glass, 10 activated carbon, 1 solar power panel. Note, must be crafted at a basic workbench. Zhou Yi's gaze swept across the material list once, then stopped on the last item. 1 solar power panel. The other materials were manageable enough. But a solar power panel wasn't a basic material. He had been fishing all day and hadn't even seen a trace of one. What are you doing? Yi Wanqing's voice came from beside him. Zhou Yi looked up and found that at some point she had walked over and was now standing at the edge of the raft, looking down at him from above. The campfire light shone from the side, cutting sharp contrasts of light and shadow across her face. Oh, nothing. Zhou Yi put away the blueprint. I just traded for a purifier blueprint in world chat. I'm still missing one material. Missing one? Lin Wanner spoke up from the other side, her voice gentle and touched with curiosity. What's missing? She was kneeling on the wooden planks, the firelight reflecting on her face, her eyes bright. Once we have the freshwater purifier, we won't have to worry about fresh water anymore, right? A solar power panel. Zoe opposes it. And the basic workbench needs quite a lot of materials too. We'll have to save up some more. A solar power panel? Qin Xiaoyu stuck her head out from across the campfire, her chin resting on her knees. Once that purifier is made, we'll have 50 liters of fresh water every day. Zhao Linger had somehow also moved over. She propped herself up on both hands against the planks, her two calves kicking back and forth behind her. Is 50 liters enough to drink? Enough. Su Yu's voice came from the other side of the fire, calm and flat, without lifting her head. For 7 people. 1 day's drinking plus basic washing, 20 liters is enough. With 50 liters, there'll still be some left over. We can store it or trade it for other things. That's great. Zhao Linger's eyes curved into crescents. Today, to save water, when I made instant noodles, I only dared pour in less than half a bottle. The noodles didn't even soften. I thought you did that on purpose, so they'd stay crunchy, Qin Xiaoyu said. As she spoke, she reached out and ruffled Zhao Linger's head, messing up her twin tails into a complete disaster. Zhao Linger laughed as she dodged and shrank behind Tang Guogua. Right, that workbench. Yuan Qing suddenly spoke up. She hadn't joined in the laughter. She sat cross-legged next to Zhou Yi, her back perfectly straight. Is it that blueprint from the purple treasure chest? Zoe nodded. Can it make weapons? It can. Bows and arrows, spears, simple armor. If we have enough materials, all of them can be made. Yuan Qing fell silent for a second, then nodded once, as if something hanging in her heart had finally settled. Then let's save up materials. Easy for you to say, Qin Xiaoyu muttered. A solar power panel. I've been fishing all day and never saw one. What about you guys? Everyone shook their heads. It might not be something from the basic material pool. So you put down the wooden strip in her hand and lifted her head. Maybe it needs specific conditions to obtain, like a blueprint. Everyone looked at Zhou Yi. An SSS rank fishing rod. A purple treasure chest on the very first cast today. Then I'll give it a try. Zhou Yi let out a sigh. The night grew deeper. More than half the wood in the campfire had burned away, and the flames had sunk lower than before, the orange-red glow shrinking into a small little cluster. The sea breeze was much cooler now than at dusk, carrying a damp, salty scent as it swept across the raft, blowing the campfire smoke crooked and twisted. The girls gradually got sleepy. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to go down, curled into a ball with her head pillowed on her own arm. She was still mumbling things like fishing up the solar power panel tomorrow, but before she finished, her voice was gone. Zhao Linger leaned against her nearby. Her twin tails spread out across the planks, her breathing even. Tang Guogua was tucked between Zhao Linger and Yuan Qing, wrapping herself into a tiny little rice dumpling, with only the tip of her nose exposed. Lin Wanner lay on her side with one hand under her cheek, her long hair spread across the wooden planks, the firelight dancing in broken little flecks over it. Yuan Qing lay down leaning to one side, and before long, she was asleep too. Suyi lay down on her side, not far from Zhou Yi, facing his direction. The firelight flickered across her face a few times, then her eyelashes stopped trembling. It grew quiet. Only the sound of waves slapping against the raft remained, along with the occasional soft crackle from the campfire. Zhou Yi didn't sleep. He took the fishing rod out of his system backpack and held it in his hand for a while. The SSS rank rod was a little heavier than an ordinary fishing rod, and the grip carried a faint warmth, as if the rod itself were giving off body heat. He cast the line out. Under the moonlight, the silver-white fishing line traced a long, thin arc before dropping into the dark seawater. The splash was dyed orange-red by the campfire, then quickly sank back into silence. First cast, a low-grade food crate. Second cast, a mid-grade supply crate. Neither had any sign of a solar power panel. Zhou Yi cast the third line, then leaned back against the mast and waited quietly. Who knew how much time passed? The fishing line suddenly sank hard. Zhou Yi flicked his wrist and lifted the rod. The fishing rod bent. It bent harder than at any point today, the rod curving into an exaggerated arc, the handle suddenly heating up and sending warmth through his palm. As Zhou Yi reeled in, he could feel the weight of the thing. It did not struggle, but it was strangely heavy, like dragging up a rock from the bottom of the sea. The fishing line broke the surface. Under the moonlight, an egg hung from the hook. It was a little bigger than a fist, milky white all over, with an extremely faint cyan sheen on the surface, smooth like glazed porcelain. It was even still a little warm. Obtained. Unknown egg 1. Quality? Description. An egg emitting a faint glow. There is a weak fluctuation of life on the surface of the shell. An egg? Zhou? He looked at the slippery, warm egg in his hand and fell into thought. No, how the hell did this thing get hooked? Several cyan patterns spread across the shell, flickering faintly in the darkness. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. So Zhou Yi simply put the egg into the system backpack and decided to study it when he had time. He turned around and added a few more pieces of wood to the campfire. Sleepiness quickly washed over him, so he found a more spacious spot and lay down to sleep. The next day, the sun had only just risen above the horizon. A shrill system alert tore through the morning sky. A massive pale blue screen suddenly spread across the heavens, and a cold mechanical voice rang out over the entire sea. Attention, all survivors. The novice protection period has officially ended. From here on, you will face true survival challenges. Hunger, dangerous creatures of unknown waters, and threats from other players. Good luck to you all. So annoying. What is all the yelling for this early in the morning? Qin Xiaoyu muttered without even opening her eyes. Zhou Yi opened his eyes. Then he immediately realized something was wrong. There was someone in his arms. Then Vanya. Her back was pressed tightly against his chest, her whole body curled into a tiny ball, fitting perfectly into his embrace. At some point, his arm had ended up around her waist. Her long hair was spread over his arm, with a few strands brushing against his chin. Zhou Yi's brain froze for 2 seconds. He had clearly slept by himself last night. No one had been beside him. She probably slept restlessly and rolled over on her own. He tried to pull his hand back. His movements were extremely light, inching away millimeter by millimeter. So warm. Lin Warner mumbled vaguely, then shrank back again and pressed even tighter against him. Unconsciously, she grabbed his arm and pulled it toward herself, hugging his hand to her chest like it was a blanket. The soft sensation in his palm instantly made Zhou Yi lose his composure. This early in the morning, wasn't he this basically tempting a man in a crime? At the very least, not in front of so many people, right? He still wanted some dignity. Her eyelashes trembled. Then her eyes flew open. No, something's wrong. She lowered her head and looked at the hand on her chest. The fingers were long and distinct. One look, and it was obvious it was a man's hand. And right now, she was the one gripping it, pressing it firmly against her chest. There also seemed to be something behind her, but poking against her. Her face instantly turned completely red, and her body stiffened as well. She did not move at all. Her fingers were still clasped around his hand, and she forgot to let go. Morning. Zhou Yi's voice came from behind her. Morning. Lin Warner's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She let go and rolled half a turn to the left. Zhou Yi shifted half a meter to the right. A very obvious gap opened up between them. I don't know how I rolled over there. Sorry. I sleep really badly. She lowered her head and straightened her clothes, her fingers trembling slightly, her cheeks so red they looked like they were about to burn. It's fine. I really didn't know. Don't overthink it. I'm not overthinking it. Lin Warner finally raised her head to look at him, but immediately lowered it again, pressing her lips together tightly, her face red all the way to her ears. Zhou Yi did not say anything else and turned to look at the sea. Qin Xiaoyu had been woken up by the system alert and originally wanted to curse a couple more times. She rolled over, about to go back to sleep, when a corner of her eye suddenly caught something. Where's Guogua? Everyone looked at where Tang Guogua had slept last night. Empty. Only a crumpled piece of cloth was left on the wooden raft. Zhou Yi shot to his feet. On the sea, 7 or 8 meters away from the raft, a small figure was flailing in the water. Tang Guogua's wet hair clung to her face. Both hands were slapping the surface in panic, and her mouth was open, but no sound came out. She was choking on water. Guogua. Zhao Linger's voice immediately went sharp. Yi Wanqing was the first to rush to the edge of the raft, about to jump down. Zhou Yi reacted fast and grabbed her back in one pull. Yi Wanqing stomped it. Zhou Yi kicked off the wooden planks with both feet and shot out. The force was so great that even the raft shook. The moment he entered the water, he could clearly feel something inside his body tighten. It was the effect of the fishing rod enhancing his physical ability. Right now, his limbs were filled with strength. After only a few strokes, he reached Tang Guogua. She had swallowed a lot of water, her consciousness already blurry, and her body was sinking. Zhou Yi had no time to think. He wrapped an arm around her waist and lifted her out of the water. Cough. Dan Gugu Gauget Violenti. Right then, a scream came from the raft. Get back here. There is something in the water. Zhou Yi lowered his head. Beneath his feet, a huge black shadow was slowly rising. Its outline was flat, more than a full size larger than a ray. Along its edges glowed a row of ghostly blue light spots, like more than a dozen lamps being switched on at once in the deep sea. Goosebumps instantly crawled all over his body. What the hell is that? Damn it. There was no time to think. Zhou Yi held Tang Guogua around the waist with one hand to keep her face above the surface, while the other hand paddled desperately. His heart pounded like a drum. The heat flowing through his limbs was being squeezed to its limit, and every stroke threw up great splashes of water. The moment his hand touched the edge of the raft, several hands reached out at once and dragged the two of them up in a flurry. Zhou Yi dropped to his knees on the wooden planks, gasping for breath. Tang Guogua lay on the raft, her face deathly pale, completely unconscious. The shadow under the water slowly sank back down after they got onto the raft. The glowing spots winked out one by one, as if nothing had ever happened. What do we do? What do we do? Zhao Linger's voice had changed from panic. Who knows CPR? The girls all looked at each other. Zhou Yi wiped the water from his face and knelt beside Tang Guoguo. He took a deep breath and started chest compressions. He did not dare use too much force. If he was careless, it would be easy to break a rib. Tang Guoguo's body rose and fell slightly with the compressions. Her soaked clothes clung to her, outlining her slender figure. Zhou Yi kept his eyes straight ahead. His arms were steady and strong, every press precise and in place. After pressing more than a dozen times, he stopped, pinched Tang Guoguo's nose, lowered his head, covered her lips with his, and breathed a mouthful of air into her lungs. Her chest rose once, then more compressions, then more breaths. On the second breath, Tang Guoguo suddenly coughed, and a large mouthful of seawater spilled from the corner of her lips. She turned her head and coughed violently, her chest heaving hard, her eyelashes trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. In her blurred vision was Zhou Yi's drenched face. Water was still dripping from his hair, falling on her cheek. She is awake. She is awake. Zhao Linger's voice carried a sob. Dan Gugu will blinket. And her awareness slowly returned. Don't move. Seeing that she was fine, Zhou Yi finally let out a deep breath of relief. Lie there and rest for a bit. Tang Guoguo did not move. She looked at him, water droplets hanging from her lashes. Impossible to tell whether they were seawater or something else. Her pale lips moved. Thank you. Her voice was so hoarse, it was almost inaudible. It's fine. Rest well. Zhou Yi waved a hand, then walked off by himself as if nothing had happened and began today as fishing. The others looked at his back, their expressions becoming a little more complicated. At last, a trace of color returned to Tang Guoguo's face. Very faint, but it was definitely red. She turned her face away and closed her eyes, her chest still rising and falling rapidly. Zhao Linger rushed over and hugged her, while Qin Xiaoyu crouched beside her and squeezed her hand. Suyu brought over some hot water, gently helped her sit up, and fed it to her one sip at a time. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Tang Guoguo recovered a little, her voice soft as she said, When I got up this morning, I just wanted to wash my face. But then a wave came over and It's okay, it's okay. Qin Xiaoyu gently patted her back. You scared me to death just now. Good thing you were both okay. Tang Guo nodded, then turned to look at Zhou Yi, who was opening a supply chest by the edge of the raft. A faint smile appearing on her lips. Good thing he was here. Just now, I really thought I was dead for sure. I can't swim. The moment I choked on water, I panicked. I couldn't even cry out. The others followed her gaze. Zhou Yi had his back to them. Crouching by the edge of the raft with his head lowered as he sorted through the supplies he had just fished up, his silhouette stretched long by the morning light. Out on this vast sea, having a man like this to rely on, someone responsible and capable, made it hard not to feel something in your heart. Ding. Fishing successful. Obtained. Purple high-grade supply chest. Contains 8 liters of fresh water, 2 1-gene packs of fresh fruit, 1 epic solar power panel blueprint. Zhou Yi raised a brow. A power panel blueprint? No wonder he had never been able to fish up a finished one. So this thing had to be made from a blueprint. He unfolded the blueprint. Epic power panel blueprint. Required materials: 30 electronic components, 25 metal parts, 10 high-grade wood, 30 glass, 16 springs, 15 stone. Function description: absorbs sunlight and converts it into electrical energy. Output power 100 kilowatts. Equipped with a 100 kilowatt-hour storage battery. Can supply power to 20 small devices at the same time. Conversion efficiency drops to 30% on cloudy days. Automatically enters sleep mode at night. Note: must be crafted at a workbench. Looking at the power panel on the blueprint, which was only about the size of a computer monitor, Zhou Yi sucked in a breath. This tiny thing could generate that much electricity? Using it just to make a basic freshwater purifier would be a waste. This thing should be used as shared equipment. Hanging it on just one device would be too wasteful. There should be lower-grade power panels too. He should keep fishing in sea, and since it needed a workbench, he had to make that first. Just as he was about to get started, a delighted voice interrupted his thoughts. I traded for it. Lin Wanner waved a parchment blueprint at him, excitement written all over her face. I got a basic power panel blueprint. I haggled forever. 5 boxes of self-heating rice and 2 bottles of mineral water, and it was mine. Nicely done, Vanya. Zhou Yi gave her a thumbs up. You didn't let them know too much, right? Lin Wanner froze for a second, then quickly understood and patted her chest. Relax. I'm not some busty airhead. Other than the trade itself, I didn't say one extra word. Zhou Yi's eyes instinctively drifted to the motion of her patting her chest. Whether she was an airhead or not aside, big really was big. The clothes over her chest had practically turned 3-dimensional. Don't make such big movements, come on. Didn't she know she was freakishly gifted? Noticing his gaze, Lin Wanner lowered her head and glanced at her own feet. Couldn't see them. Her mind flashed, and she understood instantly. Then she remembered what had happened when she had just woken up that morning, and her cheeks turned bright red at once. She turned around and muttered in a low voice, "Pervert." But there wasn't the slightest bit of disgust in her tone. Instead, there was the tiniest trace of pride. Zhou Yi hurriedly coughed twice and turned his head away. Ahem. Anyway, now that we have the blueprint, we can start on the purifier. Leave the purifier to me. You all keep reinforcing and widening the raft today. Don't worry about materials. If you're missing anything, tell me. Today, no matter what, we're building a small wooden hut and a few beds. Okay, no problem. Easy, piece of cake. Come on, let's go fish for stuff. This was the first time Zhou Yi had seriously started giving orders and assigning everyone to work together. The result was unexpectedly good. The 6 girls immediately scattered, each grabbing a fishing rod and starting to fish for supplies. No matter how good the drop rate was, they would use up the daily guaranteed catches first. As for everything else, with Zhou Yi covering for them, they weren't worried. Just after the work had been assigned, Suyu suddenly put down her fishing rod and stood up, squinting into the distance. Someone's coming. Everyone looked up at the same time. At the far end of the sea, a black that was drifting toward them. It wasn't moving fast, but its direction was very clear. It was coming straight for them. As it got closer and closer, its outline gradually became clear. It was smaller than their raft, around 10 square meters, and there were 3 people standing on it. 3 men. 1 bald man, 1 fat man, and 1 tall skinny man. All of them were shirtless, their skin tanned dark by the sun, with torn cloth or palm leaves wrapped around their waists, fish spears, and wooden clubs in hand. Yo! The bald man's gaze swept over the 6 girls, and his eyes lit up at once. He whistled. Boys, looks like we're pretty lucky today. 1 guy and 6 girls. The fat man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kid, isn't it a bit of a waste for you to hog all 6 by yourself? The tall skinny man said nothing. His eyes swept back and forth over the girls several times before finally landing on Lin Wanner. He licked his lips. Top quality. Soft and tender as hell. Lin Wanner took half a step back and instinctively tugged up the clothes over her chest. The bald man's gaze was even more brazen as it roamed over those pairs of long, pale legs, like he wanted to pounce on them immediately. There were no laws here anyway, and the other side only had 1 man. To them, this was practically pie falling from the sky. Zhou Yi stood up and walked to the edge of the raft, shielding the girls behind him. Need something? His voice was calm. Nothing big. The bald man shook the fish spear in his hand. Just saw you've got plenty of supplies over here, and plenty of people too. We've got 3 grown men crammed onto 1 little raft over there. It's pretty boring. How about you share a few with us? When he said share a few, he jerked his chin in the girls' direction. The girls' expressions changed instantly, and as if by agreement, they all moved behind Zhou Yi. Tang Guogwa was so scared, she was practically pressed against his back. All of the girls looked like they were letting him take the lead, their expressions pitiful and delicate. That little movement fell right into the eyes of the 3 men opposite them, and the heat in their gazes became even harder to suppress. Zhou Yi stepped forward and completely blocked them from view. We could talk about trading supplies. People are off the table. After saying that, he tilted his head slightly and looked at the girls behind him, showing them a reassuring smile. I said it before. As long as I'm here, no one can lay a finger on you. The bald man's smile was still on his face, but his eyes had already turned cold. Brother, do you think I'm discussing this with you? He stepped forward, his raft bumping against Zhou Yi's, and raised his fish spear at him. The 3 men jumped straight onto Zhou Yi's raft. Zhou Yi didn't move. Last warning. His voice was still calm. Supplies can be discussed. I'm in a pretty decent mood today, and I don't want to use force. With that little body of yours? Kid, did you not figure out? Before the fat man could finish, his fish spear had already thrust out, heading straight for Zhou Yi's chest. Zhou Yi turned sideways and let the tips slide past, then grabbed the shaft with both hands and pulled along with the momentum. The fat man was yanked forward by his own strength, stumbling, and Zhou Yi drove a kick into his stomach, sending his whole body flying off the raft. The fat man screamed as he fell into the sea, splashing up a huge spray of water. The bald man's face changed, and he swung his club down. Zhou Yi raised the fish spear to block it, and the impact against the shaft numbed the web of his hand. He didn't try to overpower him. Borrowing the force of the block, he dropped low and swept out, the shaft smashing across the bald man's shin. The bald man grunted, losing his balance, and then Zhou Yi's whip kick slammed into his chest, sending him flipping backward into the sea. The tall, skinny man stood there frozen with the fish spear in his hands, looking at his 2 companions floundering in the water. Then at Zhou Yi, the fish spear in his hands shook nonstop. Zhou Yi planted the fish spear on the raft. Jump in yourself. Or do you want me to help you? The skinny tall guy swallowed hard, threw the fish spear aside, and jumped down himself. The 3 of them flailed in the water and swam awkwardly toward their own raft. The fat guy was the first to reach the raft and hang onto the edge, then turned back to pull the bald guy up. As the bald guy climbed, he looked back and cursed, "You little bastard, just you wait. This isn't over." The girls all let out a breath of relief. Qin Xiaoyu patted her chest. That scared me to death. Good thing you. Her words cut off halfway. Zhou Yi didn't return to the middle of the raft. Instead, he stood where he was, eyes fixed on the 3 people hanging onto the raft. To be exact, he was staring at the seawater beneath them. Zouye? Lin Wanner called tentatively. Zhou Yi didn't turn around. He only raised one finger, signaling for them to stay quiet. He was waiting. From the very beginning, he had never planned to let them leave alive. Keeping those three around would only mean trouble sooner or later. He wasn't stupid enough to let the tiger return to the mountain. Besides, the system had warned before not to enter the water lightly. The danger below was extreme. He had also seen that enormous black shadow himself. And now, right in front of him, he had 3 ready-made test subjects. Perfect timing to see what exactly was down there. The 3 people in the water still hadn't realized what was about to happen. The bald guy had already climbed onto the raft and was reaching down to pull up the skinny tall guy. The fat guy had his upper body draped over the edge, coughing up seawater while cursing nonstop. Damn it, once I get up there, I'm going to kill that brat. Before he could finish speaking, the raft suddenly jolted. It wasn't a wave. It came from below the water. Like some huge thing had slammed into the underside of the raft. He lowered his head and looked at the seawater by his feet. The color drained from his face in an instant. As something's under there. The bald guy also glanced down. His expression froze on the spot. An irregular black shadow, about 7 or 8 meters across, was rising up from the bottom of the sea. Quick, pull me up. Hurry. The fat guy was sweating bullets. But he was simply too heavy, and his own arms couldn't put out enough force. The bald guy and the skinny tall guy reached for his arms and tried to haul him up. Right then, a gigantic dark red tentacle shot out from under the water and instantly wrapped around both of the fat guy's legs, which were still submerged. Before the 2 people on the raft could even react, a terrifying force yanked the fat guy downward. They didn't even have time to let go, lost their footing, and were dragged down with him. Roar! A bellow came from the depths of the sea. Then 2 more enormous tentacles reached out and bound the bald guy and the skinny tall guy, who were desperately struggling and trying to swim back to the raft. Save me, glub glub. Along with their final screams and cries for help, the 3 of them vanished beneath the surface. The sea quickly returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Buzz! A humming sound rang out, and 3 wooden chests appeared on the surface all at once. The 6 girls stared blankly at the sea, their faces deathly pale. They died? Lin Wanner's voice was shaking. They're dead. Zhou Yi didn't even turn his head. This is why the system said not to go into the water lightly. Did you kick them down on purpose, just now? Su Yu looked at his back and asked. Zhou Yi tilted his head slightly and glanced at her. The moment Su Yu met his eyes, her heart tightened and she instinctively stepped back half a pace. More or less. Zoya chucked it softly. I'm not some butcher who kills without blinking. If you ask me to start off by killing people myself, that's still a little hard. Letting that sea monster do the work for me is pretty nice. His tone was so relaxed it sounded like he had just finished catching a fish. But behind him, Tang Guogua, who was standing closest, saw it clearly. Zhouya's hand was shaking. His back was drawn tight, and the outline of his shoulder blades showed clearly through the thin fabric. Killing someone like this, even indirectly, wasn't a hurdle just anyone could cross easily. At that moment, Zhou Yi looked more like he was being held up by adrenaline, his brain not yet having had time to process everything that had just happened. Tang Guogua opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she only quietly stepped half a pace forward and stood a little closer to him. Lin Wanner also stepped forward like someone who had just survived a disaster, wrapped her arms tightly around him, and buried her face in his chest. That scared me to death. I really thought you were going to die just now. It's fine. Aren't I still alive and well? Zhou Yi reached out and rubbed her hair like he was soothing a little animal, but the corners of his mouth kept rising uncontrollably. This fishing rod ability. So damn good. Zhou Yi gently helped Lin Wanner steady herself, stepped forward, and hauled in the loot chests. Almost at the same moment, the system's world announcement rang out. The Hyperion Raft has defeated the Doing Good Deeds Raft. The corner of Zhou Ye's mouth twitched, his face full of black lines. This damn system really did blab about everything. Besides, wasn't that sea monster the one that killed them? What did it have to do with him? At most, he should only count as an assist, right? He couldn't be bothered with it, so he crouched down and started checking this round's gains. Food. Fresh water, 23 liters. Rice 1 kilogram times 5, bread 14, 8 treasure porridge 10, happy fatty soda 7, self-heating rice 30, packaged steak 5. Materials, wood 80, stone 35, springs 30, metal parts 32, electronic components 25, rubber 29. Items, tissues 10 rolls, first aid kits 2, simple clothes 6, women's stockings damaged 1, beginner propeller blueprint 1, 18 meter spec Simmons mattress blueprint 2, air conditioner blueprint 1, assorted vegetable seeds. Fisk, TSK. Zhou Yi shook his head repeatedly. If my fishing rod level weren't high enough, I'd seriously start wondering how many people these 3 animals killed from yesterday until now to save up this much stuff. Spawn points are random. Su Yu frowned as she looked at the mountain of supplies piled on the raft. Maybe those 3 just happened to spawn somewhere with a lot of people, and by coincidence, all the survivors they ran into were relatively weak. So they all got killed. Yi Wanqing picked up where she left off, and all the supplies ended up in their hands. Zhou Yi stood up and sighed. Can't be helped. This isn't civilized society. The weak are prey to the strong. Everyone relies on their own ability and on their own conscience too. But then he changed the subject. Still, it worked out pretty well for us. But what about this world announcement? Tang Wu pointed at the light screen in front of her, looking worried. Now everyone in this region thinks we killed people. World channel. A little enema on the head can't block my wisdom. Am I seeing this right? That Hyperion Raft the system just announced. Isn't it the big shot who got the SSS rank fishing rod yesterday? Sis-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother-in-law. Starting murder and looting this fast? Kinda interesting. Turkey-flavored crispy rice. Don't jump to conclusions so fast upstairs. What if the other side provoked the big shot first? Flip bucket garden party time. If you test, then test Zhuang's mom first. The system already said this morning to watch out for other survivors. If your skills aren't as good and you get killed, that's just how it is. There are no laws here. Got scammed out of $690,000 in online dating, retired. Living on instant turkey noodles ever since. You're all still chatting? Hurry up and develop. I don't want to be next. Passed by a factory. Bent down to tie my shoe. Got chained up like a dog by the guard for 2 days, brothers. Selling child-kicking the bucket hats. Message me if you want one. Highest offer takes it. Suggest adding foot washing to medical insurance. No way, bro. You can fish up something like that too? Tang Wu looked at those thunderous IDs and couldn't hold back a laugh. But also proved one thing. This system really didn't treat players like outsiders. Other than not revealing the supplies and headcount on your own raft, it basically announced everything you did. In just that short while, the system popped up several more messages. Congratulations to the not laughing means your gay raft for killing a large devil ray and obtaining a purple quality supply chest. Congratulations to the fruity assault raft for killing a low-rank two-headed shark and obtaining a blue quality supply chest. Congratulations. It was exactly like an online game. Which player killed a boss? What equipment dropped? The whole server got notified. In a game, that kind of announcement was whatever. Players could even use it to show off a little. But here, people were playing with their actual lives, and the meaning was completely different. Zhou Yi watched the announcements keep scrolling by, and his eyelids twitched nonstop. Looks like there really are always stronger people out there. Someone already has the strength to kill wild monsters this fast. The only question is how big a price they had to pay, and whether the reward was enough to make it worth it. Zhou Yi wasn't that envious of the rewards you got from killing monsters. If he could fish things up safely with a fishing rod, why would he risk his life and waste effort fighting? Even if he still hadn't gotten any chest above purple quality, the upside was that it was safe. He closed the world channel, turned to the girls, and let out a deep breath. We'll stick to the plan. But first, we need to get a power system for the raft done. Even a sail would be fine for now. At least we can't just stay in one place like earlier and wait for people to come find us. Zhou Yi. Yuan Qin called out to him. We also need to make some ranged weapons. Look at those 3 from earlier. They were already using harpoons. If it weren't for your enhanced physique. She didn't finish, but everyone understood what she meant. I know. Zhou Yi nodded. We'll make the workbench first. Then craft weapons. He looked down at the raft beneath his feet. The raft itself also needs reinforcement and upgrades. Everyone keep at it. After saying that, he took the basic solar panel blueprint Lin Wanner handed him and walked to the side to start studying it. Basic solar panel blueprint. Require materials. Electronic components 10. Metal parts 9. Wood 20. Glass 6. Springs 7. Stone 6. Function description. Absorbs sunlight and converts it into electrical energy. Output power 100 watts. Equipped with a 100 watt-hour storage battery. Compared to the Epic Grade 1, the basic version was far behind in both efficiency and storage. But the good thing was that it didn't require a workbench. Materials consumed. Electronic components 10, metal parts 9, wood 20, glass 6, springs 7, stone 6. Obtain, basic solar panel 1. A solar panel about the size of flat board dropped into Zhou Yi's hands. He stared at the little thing in his hand for 2 seconds. Why the hell am I even thinking about this? This world couldn't be judged by common sense in the first place. If the system said it could provide that much energy, then it definitely could. Now, he had the power panel. Next was the workbench. Basic workbench blueprint. Required materials. Wood 20, iron nails 10, stone 10, springs 7, rubber 3. Function description. Can craft basic weapons, tools, furniture, clothing, equipment, and more. Current level, basic. Next level, intermediate. Zhou Yi glanced at the materials required for the next level, and his eyes stopped on the last 2 items. Iron ingot. It was probably obtained by smelting iron or something in a furnace. But what the hell was this Heart of the Ocean? Heart of the Ocean has a small chance of appearing in golden supply chests and is one of the required materials for upgrading a small number of facilities. Seeing that description, Zhou Yi immediately knew this thing wouldn't be easy to get. He had opened chests for so long and still hadn't seen a single gold one. Then again, facilities that needed this kind of material were probably all good stuff. He didn't need an intermediate workbench yet, so he'd make the basic one first. Consumed, basic workbench blueprint 1. Materials consumed, wood 20, iron nails 10, stone 10, springs 7, rubber 3. Obtained, basic workbench 1. Item is relatively large. It has been stored in the system backpack and can be taken out and placed by thought. Look at that. You finally did something decent. Zhou clapped his hands and stood up. Otherwise, if this big thing just dropped out here, I really wouldn't know where to put it. While he had been studying the blueprint, the girls had already used up their 5 special fishing attempts for the day, and were now chattering away while discussing how to plan the raft. I think we should widen it first, then build a 2-story house. Tang Guogua gestured with both hands. Zhao Lingyan nodded. But how much should we widen it? And if we make it 2 stories, should we add windows to make it easier to observe enemies? Suyu was squatting alone at the side, drawing a rough sketch on the ground with paper and pen, apparently designing something. Yi Wanqing walked to the edge of the raft, lowered her head to look at the sea below, and frowned slightly. How about we add a ring of railings and anti-collision measures around the raft first? The things in the sea have been waiting for us to go down this whole time. Right, railings. Look at the railings up first. Qin Xiaoyu held paper in her left hand, a pen clenched in her mouth, looking like some master strategist who couldn't quite figure things out. Lin Wanner secretly glanced at Zhou Yi not far away, then turned her head away with a blush. Her voice was soft. How about we hear what the captain thinks? You can discuss it among yourselves. Zhou Yi's voice drifted over lazily. I trust girls' taste. It shouldn't be much worse than mine. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then added, or if any of you have played similar survival building games before, you can try using that as a reference. The building logic in this world is pretty close to that kind of game. Survival building games? Zhao Lingyan murmured softly. Does Ark Survival Evolve count? Zhou Yi froze for a moment, his face full of delight. Count. It absolutely counts. Never thought I'd run into a girl who plays that game. I have. Suyu raised her hand. I played Life After for a while. Does MC count? Tang Guogua raised her hand weakly. I played creative mode. MC doesn't count. Yi Wanqing shook her head. That game's building logic goes against Newton's laws. It won't work here. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction and looked at Qin Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner, who hadn't spoken. Qin Xiaoyu curled her lips. I play Valorant. Lin Wanner awkwardly pinched the hem of her clothes. I only know how to play Honor of Kings. Zhou Yi looked at the two of them and smiled. It's fine. That's nothing. I haven't played that much either. Just know a little bit about everything. Then he looked at Zhao Linger. The building logic in this world is similar to Ark in one way. The raft under your feet has no load limit. No matter how much you build on it, it all counts as the raft's own weight, so it won't become overloaded. You could try using Ark's approach to design a house that's easy to defend and hard to attack, while also letting us farm and raise things. This might take a long time, but that's fine. Take it slow. Zhao Linger listened very seriously, and only after he finished did she suddenly understand. So what you mean is, this world might also have animals that can be tamed and raised? And then probably. Zhou Yi wasn't fully sure either, but the egg he had fished up last night gave him that suspicion. By the way, when you played Ark, what did you usually like to tame? Dodos, moe's chops, diplocaulus. Things like that. Zhou Yi. What is it? Zhao Linger tilted her head and blinked at him with her big eyes. Nothing. That's pretty good. Zhou Yi simidet. You and Suyu can handle the house design. Just let me take a look once you're done. Okay. Zhao Linger happily took out paper and pen, then walked off to the side to start drawing. Zhou Yi then looked at Suyu. There's another point about the building logic in this world. Facility and building upgrades are done directly on top of the original base. In other words, once you build the wooden house, you won't need to tear it down. You can upgrade it straight from the original foundation into stone, and later even into iron or refined iron. That's the same as the game you played, Life After. Got it. Suyu was quick thinking and immediately understood what he meant. Yi Wanqing had been quietly watching him the whole time, as if waiting for her task. Zhou Yi glanced at the edge of the raft and frowned slightly. Wanqing is right. The raft right now is too crude. It's not safe. Widen it first, then enclose the surroundings. Don't let your body stay in contact with seawater for too long. He took out some materials from the system backpack. I've got some stuff here. We can make something like iron spikes and fix them around the edge of the raft. It counts as a bit of defense at least. It's only the second day. How do you already know all these rules? Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously. Guessing. Zhou Yi didn't even turn his head. Guessing? That's way too careless, isn't it? Qin Xiaoyu muttered. Zhou Yi smiled and didn't respond. He really was guessing. From a moment he saw that the workbench's upgrade method wasn't to remake it with a new blueprint, but to upgrade it directly on the existing base using materials. He had come up with that idea. Anyway, they had enough basic materials right now, so he wasn't worried about the girls wasting anything while building the house. And the things in the sea had never attacked the raft, which was obviously related to the world's rules too. The raft wouldn't be actively attacked by wild monsters. Otherwise, that sea monster just now wouldn't have waited until someone fell into the water before making its move. So as long as they stayed on it, then aside from other survivors, they were theoretically safe. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner didn't know what to do and were still standing there, Zhou Yi waved at them. Come help me. Let's make the sail and mast first. Right then, a private message popped up. Turkey-flavored rice crust. Boss. Has a small island appeared near you? A small island? Zhou Yi frowned and looked around. The sea was calm. Sunlight spread across his field of vision, and there was nothing but water everywhere. There wasn't even a trace of any island. Fengyun, no, it's all sea around me. The other side fell silent for a few seconds. Turkey-flavored rice crust. Boss, did you still not make a propulsion device? Like a sail or oars? The corner of Zhou Ye's mouth twitched. He'd said several times since yesterday that he was going to make one, but every single time something else interrupted him. Even now, there wasn't even a shadow of a sail. Fengyun, there are a lot of people on the raft, a lot of things to deal with. Didn't get around to it. Turkey-flavored rice crust. It's fine. There's more than one small island. Looks like they can spawn in a lot of different areas. There are quite a few resources on the islands that you can't fish up with a rod, so it's basically another way to get supplies. Fengyun, how do you know that? Turkey-flavored rice crust. Boss, did you forget? I'm the only one on my boat. Since yesterday, I've been hanging out in world chat the whole time, chatting to kill boredom. I heard it all from other people. Zhou Yi subconsciously turned his head and looked at the few girls on the other end of the raft, huddled together, studying blueprints. That was true. If anyone had scenery like this on their boat, who'd still have the mood to chat nonsense with random people in world chat. Talking face-to-face was way better than typing. Wasn't it? He pulled his gaze back and kept typing. Fengyun, what is there on the island that can't be fished up with a rod? Turkey-flavored rice crust. A lot. For example, or you have to go on the island to mine it. You can't fish that up from the sea. Bring the ore back and use a smelter to turn it into iron ingots, and then there'll be a lot more things you can make. It's a very important resource. Zhou Yi propped his chin with his right hand and stared at the message in thought. Iron ingots. Upgrading the workbench to intermediate level required iron ingots. If ore really could only be gathered on islands, then going to these islands wasn't a question of whether they could. It was a must. The other side quickly sent another message. Turkey-flavored rice crust. But from what I've heard, islands aren't absolutely safe either. Monsters spawn there too, and other people can land on them as well. The most important thing is that exploration time is limited. Each person can only stay on an island for 8 hours, and they have to return to the raft within the time limit, otherwise. Fengyun, otherwise what? Turkey-flavored rice crust. If you're not back on a raft when time's up, it's counted as elimination. Elimination means death. Zhou Yi was silent for a few seconds, then closed the chat window. He turned his head and found that Qin Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner had somehow already sat down on either side of him. What he said sounds real, Lin Wanner muttered softly. From yesterday until now, we haven't even seen a single piece of iron ore. So this island means both risk and opportunity? Qin Xiaoyu nodded, then looked at Zhou Yi. What about it? If we really run into one, are we going or not? We're going. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate at all. We have to. If we don't go, other people will. Iron ore definitely has major uses later. We can't afford not to have it. For example, this beginner propeller blueprint in my hand. Anything involving iron parts needs iron ingots. After hearing that, Qin Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner both lowered their heads and said nothing. Zhou Yi looked at the two of them and smiled. Scared? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. Qin Xiaoyu curled her lips. Who knows what we'll run into on the island? And we don't even have any weapons right now. It's fine. When the time comes, we'll leave as soon as we're done mining. As long as we don't waste time. Zhou Yi subconsciously reached out as if to pat Qin Xiaoyu on the head, but stopped halfway, then lightly patted her shoulder instead and smiled. Besides, I'm here. You've already seen my current strength. Taking on a few grown adults is no problem at all. Qin Xiaoyu noticed that subtle change in his movement. A strange flicker passed through her eyes, but she didn't show it. She only rolled her eyes at him. Look how capable you think you are. All right, enough chatting. Let's hurry and make the sail first. Zhou Yi smiled and started getting to work. Tang Guohua, who was helping draw blueprints with her head lowered, casually glanced at the distant sea. Is that land? At some point, a black that had appeared on the far horizon. But one thing was certain. It definitely wasn't another survivor's raft, because that black dot was just too big. Hearing her voice, the others also walked to the edge of the raft. Since they didn't have a telescope, all of them had their hands over their brows and narrowed their eyes to look. Is that a small island? Zhao Linga asked. I think so, but why does it look like it's getting bigger and bigger? So you it, confused. Yi Wanqing looked around too, her brows tightly knitted. But we still haven't installed the sail yet. We've been staying in the same spot. Something's wrong. Zhou Yi's expression grew serious. That thing doesn't look like an island. Not an island? Dan Google for the... Then what is it? Don't tell me it's a turtle. The moment she said that, Zhou Yi suddenly turned around. He immediately deducted the materials for the sail and oars and took out the finished products. Come help. That really is a damn turtle. A giant turtle. It's coming right at us. Row. Hurry. The girls froze for a moment, and their faces changed drastically. In just a few breaths, the black dot had grown even bigger. Its outline was already visible. It really was a turtle as large as a small island. The head sticking out of the water was as big as a house, and it was swimming straight toward them. Almost at the same time, the girls all turned around and grabbed the oars on the raft. How can there be such a huge turtle? Qin Xiaoyu stomped her feet anxiously, but still didn't forget to run to the edge and row with all her strength. What do we do? What do we do? At this rate, we're going to die here. Zhou Yi rowed while frantically brainstorming. A raft of 16 square meters wasn't exactly big, but it wasn't exactly small either. On top of that, none of them had any experience rowing. Now that they were panicking, their strokes were even more out of rhythm. The raft started spinning in place without moving forward even half a step. I don't want to die. Zhao Linger's eyes had turned red with panic, almost crying, as she watched the island-like giant getting closer and closer with no way to stop it. As the enormous body drew nearer, the previously calm sea was stirred into waves several meters high. On the vast sea, the raft was as tiny and helpless as a leaf, drifting with the swell. A huge wave crashed over. Suyu's foot slipped, and her whole body was swept over the edge of the raft. Zhou Yi threw away the oar, grabbed her wrist with lightning speed, and yanked her back in his arms, retreating several steps before steadying himself in the center of the raft. Suyu was soaked through, her chest rising and falling violently, both hands clutching tightly at his clothes. Zhou Yi let go of her waist and turned to shout at the others. Stop rowing. Get back here. All of you come to me. The girls staggered back with the oars in their hands and crowded together behind him. The giant turtle loomed in front of them like a high-rise building, making it hard to breathe. Wave after wave slammed over them, and the raft was rocked violently. Zhou Yi barely managed to stand by bracing himself with an oar, shielding them in front. His eyes were locked on that massive silhouette, drawing closer and closer, but inside, he was panicking just as hard. Where the hell did such a huge turtle come from? The giant turtle stopped when it was still several dozen meters in front of the raft and no longer swam forward. Its shell was slick, and aside from its normal patterns, there was nothing else on it. Its huge head was raised high, seawater pouring down from above like a waterfall. Its enormous eyeballs moved as it swept its gaze across everyone on the raft. After looking around once, its eyes finally settled on Zhou Yi's face. The instant their eyes met, Zhou Yi felt his heart tighten under its stare, and he subconsciously took half a step back. Just as he was still thinking about how to get out of this, the egg in the system backpack suddenly gave off a faint flash. Zhou Yi noticed the abnormality in his backpack and looked up at the silent giant beast in front of him. A ridiculous thought popped into his head. That little thing, barely bigger than a goose egg, couldn't possibly have been laid by this massive monster in front of him, right? Was that even reasonable? With that size, even if it gave birth to a whale, it would probably still seem too small. Could it be that he had fished away its precious egg, and it had tracked him down by scent? Before he could decide whether to take the egg out, the giant turtle gave him a deep look, and its enormous body slowly began to sink. Under everyone's stunned gaze, that island-like shell sank into the sea and disappeared, leaving behind only a few circles of ripples spreading outward. The girls who had just survived the disaster had their legs go weak and all dropped to their knees, gasping for breath. What the hell was that? Qin Xiaoyu wiped the seawater off her face. That giant turtle came all the way out here just to look at us once, then leave? And didn't it seem like it stared at someone for a while, just now? Yuan Qing had also noticed something was off. Who? Tang Guo finally recovered enough to complain. Don't tell me it came to greet an old friend? Me. Zhou Yi stood where he was without turning around, still staring at the patch of sea where the giant turtle had vanished. Maybe I took something from it. What did you take from it? Qin Xiaoyu stood up and walked over to him, looking suspicious. You've been on the raft the whole time since yesterday. What could you possibly have taken from it? Zhou Yi didn't answer. He silently took out the egg glowing with a faint cyan aura from his backpack. The girls who had been slumped on the ground immediately crowded around. An ostrich egg? No way. Ostrich eggs are way bigger than this. And this egg glows. So is malfeast. When you say you took something from it, don't tell me you're saying this egg was laid by that turtle. I don't know. Zhou Yi wasn't sure either. But this is the only thing on me with an unknown origin. It can't possibly be interested in the self-heating rice and 8 treasure porridge in my bag, right? Lin Wanner couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Are we still keeping this egg? Je van ming sondit vordiet. Zhou Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment, still unable to decide. I think we should keep it. Suyu stared at the egg in his hand as she spoke. At least it didn't hurt us this time. Who knows what'll happen if we throw the egg away? If this thing isn't in our hands anymore and it comes back to make trouble, we won't even have a chance to run. That makes sense. Zhou Yi nodded, checked the surface of the eggshell to make sure it wasn't damaged. Then put it back into the system backpack. Once the house is built, we'll see if we can hatch it. Speaking of the house, Zhao Linger pulled out the blueprint she had just drawn from her backpack and waved it. The sketch is done. We can start now. Fine. Move. Zhou Yi didn't dare waste any more time and immediately started installing the sail. After what had just happened, everyone's efficiency was obviously much higher. The raft leveled up twice in a row, expanding from 16 square meters to a full 6 meters by 6 meters, a total of 36 square meters. A 1-meter-high wooden railing surrounded the entire raft. The joints of the railing were wrapped with hemp rope, and sharpened iron spikes were embedded at intervals, their tips pointing outward. The wooden house took up 2/3 of the raft's area and had 2 floors. The roof was layered with overlapping palm leaf panels, sloping down from the ridge to both sides. It guided rainwater away on rainy days and provided shade on sunny ones. When a sea wind blew hard, the palm leaves rustled, as if they were breathing for the raft. The first floor was one open room. To the left of the entrance, against the wall, stood a long wooden table. Its legs had been reinforced with iron nails, and on top sat the cooking station and several wooden boxes for sorting supplies. A passageway was left on the right side, and at the end was a small window. Its shutter was suspended with hemp rope, and once propped up, it gave a view of the sea. Several rows of shelves had been nailed onto the wooden wall, scattered with jars of sea salt, barrels of coffee beans, and a few rolls of spare hemp rope. Against the wall was a narrow staircase with wooden steps and a handrail made from polished curved wood. The second floor was divided into 2 rooms. The larger room was farther inside. Palm leaf mats were spread across the floor, 6 of them laid side by side, each with a small wooden box beside it serving as a bedside cabinet. Tangwugwa moved her own box to the spot by the window, saying she wanted the sea to be the first thing she saw when she woke up in the morning. The smaller room was on the other side of the stairwell corner, separated by a wooden partition wall and hung with a coarse cloth curtain. Inside was a single sleeping mat and 1 wooden box. Once the curtain was drawn, it became an independent space. Small but enough. Lin Warner had even thoughtfully placed a small basin by the window. The bottom was lined with fleece taken apart from old clothes, and resting quietly on top of it was that egg. It could get sunlight there during the day. Under the sun, the cyan glow on the eggshell would fade, and only by leaning in close could one see the extremely faint patterns on it, like it was breathing. By the time the girls finished building the wooden house, the sun had already sunk to the edge of the horizon. Zhou Yi had barely helped with construction all day. He had left the entire job to the 6 girls while he kept his head down and focused on fishing, strengthening his physique along the way. The improvement from a single cast wasn't worth mentioning, but after fishing nonstop for several hours, the accumulated effect was completely different. Now, he felt like he could punch a person to death with 1 blow. He pulled up his status panel and took a look. Current attributes: Zhou Yi, age 22 male, strength 10, average 6, agility 9, average 5, endurance 9, average 5, defense 7, average 4. All of his attributes were close to twice that of an ordinary person. Zhou Yi himself was a little surprised by this level of growth in just a few hours. If he kept fishing at this pace, he might actually become a super scion one day. He was holding the fishing rod and grinning like an idiot when Qin Xiaoyu suddenly cried out behind him. An island. This time it's really an island. Qin Xiaoyu's shout dragged everyone's eyes toward the horizon. The setting sun had not fully sunk yet, and its orange-red afterglow spread across the sea. Right at the boundary between light and water, the outline of a small island lay quietly there, like the first oasis seen by a traveler in the desert. It really is an island. Should we head over? We've been drifting on the sea for a whole day and night. My legs are already soft. Land feels way more solid. The girls crowded by the railing, talking all at once, unable to hide the excitement in their voices. Zhou Yi didn't answer right away. He turned and went up to the second floor alone, leaned half his body out of the small window, and raised the monocular telescope he had just traded for from the marketplace today. The scale marks on the lens twitched slightly. The island was about 4 kilometers away in a straight line. The light was already dim, and through the scope the island looked like one dark mass. He could only vaguely make out coconut trees and low shrubs along the shore. Farther in were stretches of tree canopy, and beyond that, in the deeper parts, he couldn't see anything at all. He didn't continue observing the details on the island. Instead, the telescope slowly shifted, sweeping across the sea around the island. One circle, then another. No rafts, no sals, no campfire light. Only then did Zhou Yi let out a breath of relief. At this stage, other humans were more dangerous than monsters. He put away the telescope and was just about to go downstairs when a strange voice drifted up from beside the raft. Beautiful ladies, are you heading to that island too? When the voice drifted over, Qin Xiaoyu was leaning on the railing watching the sunset. She turned her head and saw that. At some point, a small wooden raft had approached. On it was a young man, a black hooded trench coat, a long blade strapped to his back, sequins embedded in the scabbard, glittering under the sunset. He sat on the edge of the raft, his left knee bent with his foot on the raft, his right leg hanging down with the tip of his foot touching the seawater. The sea breeze flipped back his hood, revealing a face working hard to maintain the lines of its side profile. The waters around here aren't peaceful at night. He spoke in a low voice, like he still had a mouthful of smoke he hadn't swallowed. If you beautiful ladies want to go ashore, then we're heading the same way. I've got your backs. You'll be safe. The raft fell silent for a moment. Qin Xiaoyu and Lin Warner exchanged an extremely brief glance, so brief that an outsider would never have caught it. But the air between the 6 girls seemed to be lightly tapped by something. Really? Qin Xiaoyu tilted her head, just the right amount of hesitation in her tone. But there are kind of a lot of us. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? No trouble. The man waved his hand, the motion slow, like someone had hit a slow motion button on him. This life of mine was picked up off the ground to begin with. If I can help one person, I help one person. He bit down very lightly on the words picked up off the ground. After saying them, he fell silent, leaving the girls time to ask questions. But no one asked. He waited a moment, then casually lifted his right hand and brushed aside the bangs the sea breeze had blown out of place, very naturally showing the scar on the back of his hand. Yesterday, 3 rafts. 7 people wanted to steal my supplies. I took all 7 of them down by myself. Wow. Big bro, you're amazing. Her tone was sincere to the extreme. So sincere that if you didn't look at the slightly tightened corners of her mouth, you might have actually believed it. The wound on the back of your hand. Lin Wanner suddenly spoke, her gaze landing on his hand, her voice soft as the evening breeze. Does it hurt? The man lowered his head and glanced at the back of his hand, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Just a little. I'm used to it. A wound like this is nothing. You girls drifting around on the sea like this, it's too dangerous. His gaze moved away from Lin Wanner and swept across all of them. Running into me means you're lucky. Then are you lucky? Zhao Linger poked her whole face out from behind Su Yu's shoulder, her eyes sparkling bright. The man froze for a second. What? You ran into us. Zhao Linger tilted her head, her voice so soft it practically dripped water. Do you think you're lucky? The man blanked and even started stammering. Pretty lucky. Zhao Linger smiled, then hid the lower half of her face behind Su Yu's shoulder again, only showing a pair of crescent-shaped eyes. Then will you protect us? Her voice floated out from behind Su Yu's shoulder, soft and light. Of course. The man stood up. The hem of his trench coat was lifted by the sea breeze, fully revealing the long blade on his back. The sequins flashed a few times with all their might. Just follow me. You girls get first pick of the island's resources. I'll cover the rear. You don't want anything? Qin Xiaoyu asked. I don't want anything. Then, what if there's only one kind of resource on the island? The man froze. Qin Xiaoyu tilted her head and looked at him, her gaze slowly sliding down from his face to his shoulder, then to the long blade on his back. She paused there for a moment, then drew her eyes back. That trench coat on you is pretty nice looking, she said. The man instinctively straightened his back. It's just that the collar doesn't seem to fit very well. Qin Xiaoyu looked away. The man raised a hand and touched his collar. Zhao Linger stuck her head out from behind Su Yu's shoulder again and beckoned at him. Come a little closer. The man stepped forward once, and the raft swayed. A little closer. He stepped forward again, standing right at the very edge of his own raft. Zhao Linger walked all the way out from behind Su Yu, took 2 steps forward, and crouched by the railing. Only about 1 meter separated the two of them. She tilted her head and looked at him. The sunset dyed half her face a warm orange, as if a layer of gold dust had been scattered over her eyelashes. You said just now that you fought 7 people by yourself? Her voice was very light, like she was saying it for his ears alone. Right? But I got a little hurt too. It's nothing. His voice dropped another half tone. Zhao Linger blinked and didn't reply. Qin Xiaoyu mouthed 2 words to Tang Guogua. Tang Guogua covered her mouth, and her shoulders shook violently for a moment. All right, I still don't know the names of you beautiful ladies. The man adjusted his clothes and said solemnly, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yang Hao. Our names? Tang Guogua dragged out the words. Guess. Yang Hao Froza. How am I supposed to guess that? The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Right then, the wooden cabin door opened, and Zhou Yi stood in the doorway holding a telescope. His eyes calmly swept over Yang Hao once. Then he pulled his gaze back and looked at the girls. His tone gentle. Come eat dinner. No rush to land on the island today. It'll be safer to go up after daybreak tomorrow. Coming, Captain. Let's go. Food time. Hee. What's good for dinner tonight? The moment the girls saw Zhou Yi come over, they immediately lost interest in continuing to tease Yang Hao and turned to walk toward Zhou Yi. Yang Hao's gaze locked on his Zhou Yi's face, his eyes full of disbelief. He's the captain? A male captain, with 6 beautiful female crew members? Zhou Yi stood at the cabin door, turning sideways to let them go in one by one. As Lin Wanner passed by, Zhou Yi asked softly, who was that guy? Lin Wanner didn't even glance at Yang Hao. Her tone was so flat, it was like she was a completely different person from just now. Don't know him. Just passing by. Zhou Yi nodded, his gaze landing on Lin Wanner with a half smile. But from what I saw just now, you seem pretty concerned about him. Lin Wanner had been lowering her head to untie the short piece of hemp rope around her wrist. Her fingers suddenly stopped. She hadn't expected that even that tiny little thought of hers, that bit of playful teasing, had been seen through by Zhou Yi. Her mouth opened, but for a moment she didn't know how to explain it. Her earlobes visibly turned red. No, I was just... The words got stuck halfway and wouldn't come out. A slight curve lifted at the corners of Zhou Yi's mouth. All right, I was just messing with you. His hand rested lightly on her shoulder for less than 1 second before letting go, and his tone returned to normal. Hurry in and eat. We spent all day working on this cabin. Eat and get some rest early. As he spoke, he gently tugged her wrist. The skin his fingertips touched was slender and warm. He let go after only an instant, guiding her a little farther inside the door. Then he turned and stepped back out, casually closing the door behind him. You all eat first. Don't wait for me. I've got something to take care of. Before Lin Wanner could respond, his back was already heading toward the edge of the raft. Lin Wanner stood at the doorway, staring blankly in that direction. A trace of warmth still lingered where he had pulled her wrist. It wasn't hot, but just wouldn't fade. The rhythm of her heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. Or maybe that was only her own illusion. Her mind was empty, yet also felt stuffed full of things she couldn't sort out. With how the few of us were acting just now, do you think he got jealous? At some point, Qin Xiaoyu had leaned over behind her and suddenly dropped that line. While putting food into a bowl, Su Yu replied without even lifting her head. What? Did you fall for him too? What are you saying? Qin Xiaoyu curled her lip, her chin tilting up slightly. I still haven't settled the score over that stinky hooligan taking advantage of me. Then she paused and looked at Su Yu suspiciously. And why did you say to? Su Yu's hand paused for a moment. She lowered her head and kept filling the bowl as if she hadn't heard anything. But Xiaoyu, didn't you say you wouldn't hold it against him for the sake of the clothes? Zhao Linger poked her head over from the side, her tone innocent as she landed another hit. Qin Xiaoyu choked. Her lips opened and closed. And in the end, she only shot Zhao Linger a fierce glare, then turned her head and glanced outside the door. I'm done talking to you guys. I'll just eat, all right? She sat back down in her seat in a huff, picked up her bowl, and lowered her face very far down. The tips of her ears showed through her hair, dyed with a faint layer of red. Outside the door, at the edge of the raft, Yang Hao looked at Zhou Yi as he walked up in front of him. You're the captain? He still didn't want to believe it. If the man in front of him was the captain, then from the time those girls woke up until now, didn't that mean they had been with him the whole time? Zhou Yi nodded, his tone flat. Yeah, I'm the captain of this raft, and they're all my crew members. Got a problem with that? Yes. Of course there's a problem. Yang Hao's voice rose by half a notch. Then he forced it back down, gritting his teeth. I've been alone from yesterday till now, and you've been with 6 girls this pretty, and they definitely got by you. Got by me how? Zhou Ye's eyes turned cold as he stared straight at him. You think I'm the kind of man who thinks with his lower half? Using the captain's authority to do that kind of thing? Forced back by that look, Yang Hao took half a step backward. His lips moved, but he didn't dare answer. Zhou Yi turned his head and glanced at the wooden cabin. Warm yellow light leaked out through the cracks in the window. Faintly, the girls' laughter drifted through the wooden boards. Muffled and warm, he withdrew his gaze, but the chill in his eyes didn't fade. Instead, something even heavier settled there. Now you know everything. His voice was very soft, as if he were talking about something completely unimportant. Do you think I can let you leave here alive? Yang Hao's eyes sharpened, and he took another half step back. His instincts told him that the man in front of him, about the same age as himself, was very dangerous. Before he could even reach for the sail rope, Zhou Yi had already leaped onto his raft in one huge bound. The force of it made the entire raft rock violently, and Yang Hao was thrown off balance and landed on his but on the raft. Zhou Yi pulled out a long blade from his system backpack and walked toward Yang Hao, step by step, unhurried and steady. Don't blame me for being ruthless. His voice drifted lazily, like it was floating in from very far away. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too much. If word gets out, and people find out I have 6 women this beautiful besides a fishing rod, I'll probably become the public enemy of this whole area. Fish. Fishing rod? Yang Hao's pupils suddenly shrunk. Zhou Yi paused for a moment, then looked calm again. Whatever. Since I let it slip, I let it slip. Consider it letting you die knowing the truth. He stopped wasting words, raised the blade high, and brought it down in a single slash. Yang Hao shut his eyes and shouted with all the strength he had. Boss Feng Yun, it's me Guoba. The blade stopped. It was only a few centimeters from his neck. Zhou Yi looked down at him, the blade completely still. Who did you say you are? Yang Hao opened one eye, first glancing at the blade that was almost pressed against his throat, then swallowing hard. I'm the one who traded you the purifier blueprint for fresh water. The turkey-flavored guava, who told you this morning that the island would refresh. It's you? Zhou Yi pulled the blade back and let it hang at his side. What are you doing here? He had a pretty good impression of the person with the screen name, turkey-flavored guava. Pretty honest, and always willing to share any information with him. He just couldn't connect that person with the Jiahao in front of him, acting deep in front of the girls. Seeing the killing intent in Zhou Ye's eyes clearly fade, Yang Hao let out a long breath, climbed up from the floor, and patted the wood chips off his butt. I came over because I saw that island, and I just happened to drift near your place, boss. I didn't know it was you either. I just saw those girls and thought I'd show off a little or something. Zhou Yi waved a hand. I know you didn't mean any harm. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just been showing off over there. He paused, put the blade back into his system backpack, and added also, stop calling me boss. It feels weird. My name's Zhou Yi. We're about the same age. Just call me by my name. We're all from the 21st century. Drop the empty formalities. Yang Hao scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Well, isn't staying alive the most important thing after coming here? Pride and all that, who cares? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hao suddenly looked at Zhou Ye's feet. His expression changed, and he reached out to grab Zhou Ye's arm, yanking him away from the edge of the raft. Zhou Ye stumbled a step into the middle of the raft and turned back. In the spot where he had just been standing, two tentacles as thick as human arms were draped over the edge of the raft, swaying back and forth. A second later, and they probably would have wrapped around his calves. I was thinking about showing off in front of girls just now, sure, but the waters around the island really aren't peaceful at night. Yang Hao looked at the tentacles with a slight frown. These monsters are always waiting for us to go into the water. Normally, they shouldn't attack people on rafts. Weird. Zhou Ye watched the tentacles slowly pull back beneath the surface and secretly let out a breath of relief. Thanks. In this pitch-black night, it's way too easy to get ambushed. Grr. Yang had just opened his mouth when a horribly mistimed sound rolled out of his stomach. Both of them looked down at his belly at the same time. The air went silent for a second. Yang Hao scratched the back of his head and gave a dry laugh. Well, my fishing rod is only deer ink. Most of the special fishing from yesterday and today gave me materials. The little food I did get was all stolen in the middle of last night. If I hadn't run fast enough, I probably would have lost my life too. Zhou Ye looked at him and sighed. Low fishing rod rank, bad luck, no teammates. A lone wolf, and he even got robbed. One unlucky kid. Forget it. That blueprint and the island information helped me a lot. And I should thank you for what just happened too. Zhou Ye turned around and tilted his head toward his own raft. Come on, Jigo where? Get something to eat first. You haven't eaten these past 2 days. If this keeps up, the monsters won't even need to come. You'll starve to death first. Zhou Ye glanced back at him. I don't like owing favors. I'll treat you to a full meal, and while we're at it, you can tell me about the island. That's important. But let me make one thing clear first. If you dare try anything crooked. No. It's nothing like owing me a favor. Even if I hadn't helped just now, Big Bro could have handled it himself. Yang Hao waved both hands again and again, so hard that the raft started shaking. If Big Brother Zhou thinks highly of me, that's my honor. Enough. Zhou Ye raised a hand and cut him off. Drop the flattery. I'm not talking to you because your mouth is sweet. Yang Hao gave an awkward laugh. More than 10 minutes later, inside the wooden house, Yang Hao sat at one corner of a long table, and 3 containers in front of him were already empty. 2 self-heating rice meals, 1 cup of instant noodles, and several pieces of bread had all disappeared into him. He would fold each piece in half and finish it in 3 bites. He ate with complete focus the whole time, never once looking up. The sound of his spoon hitting the bowl was as rapid as a woodpecker pecking at a tree trunk. Only after tipping back the last mouthful of soup did he rub his stomach with lingering satisfaction and let out a low, full belch. When he looked up, he found all 6 girls staring at him in perfect unison. Their gazes came from every direction. Qin Xiaoyu was propping up her chin with one hand. Zhao Linger had her head tilted. Tang Guoguo was holding a cup she had forgotten to drink from, and Suyu was leaning against the wall expressionlessly, though her eyes hadn't moved away either. Only Lin Wanner had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, while Yi Wanqing had her arms crossed, looking like she was evaluating something. Yang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed. Silently, he set down the bowl and wiped his mouth. Thanks. This is the first full meal I've had since yesterday. Huh. Tang Guoguo tilted her head, her tone utterly innocent. Didn't Big Brother say earlier that he took down 6 people by himself? If you licked that many bags, you should have had no worries about food or drinks, right? What's 6? Qin Xiaoyu coldly stabbed in from the side. He clearly said 7, okay? The corner of Yang Hao's mouth twitched, and his whole face turned visibly red at a speed the naked eye could follow. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. His fingers kept rubbing together under the table, his eyes darting all over the place before finally landing on the stack of empty bowls in front of him. Absolutely refusing to look up, Lin Wanner couldn't stand it anymore and reached out to pat Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Guo once on each shoulder. All right, stop teasing him already. This guy is so fun. Zhao Linger finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed so hard her shoulders shook, and there wasn't a trace left of that shy little act from earlier by the railing, hiding behind Suyu's shoulder like she wanted to speak but didn't dare. Qin Xiaoyu turned her head to look at her. You definitely weren't like this by the railing just now. Who taught you that whole come closer, a little closer thing? I learned it from you. Zhao Lingya blinked. When did I ever teach you that? You didn't. I picked it up naturally from being around you. Qin Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but she just couldn't come up with a reply. Tang Guoguo let out a muffled snort of laughter beside her, and after getting glared at by Qin Xiaoyu, she laughed even harder. Yang Hao's face was already red all the way down to his neck, and he looked at Zhou Ye like he was begging for help. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Ye watched the group toss one line after another at Yang Hao until the guy looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. Finally, he spoke. Enough. Keep teasing him, and he's really going to shut down. Let's talk business. He looked at Yang Hao. You said earlier that these waters aren't peaceful. So how exactly are they not peaceful? As soon as the girls heard him speak, they reined themselves in a little and sat up straighter. Zhao Linger rested her chin on Suyu's shoulder and stopped talking, though her eyes were still curved with a smile. Qin Xiaoyu picked up her cup and took a sip of water, her ears still red. Yang Hao felt as if he had been pardoned, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Here's the thing. Yesterday, when I was trading supplies at the exchange, I heard something from those people. On islands like this, some resources can't be fished up with a rod, like iron or oil or minerals like that. And those minerals just happen to be really important for crafting stuff. So a bunch of people who specialize in camping islands have shown up. Camping islands? Several people asked in unison. It means they squat on the sea beside the island and wait to rob other people. Yang Hao nodded, his tone turning heavy. For those bandits, taking stuff directly from other survivors is way more worth it than risking their lives, fighting monsters, and gathering resources. Zhou Yi lightly tapped his fingers on the table. So what you mean is we can't land on the island at night. The visibility is too bad, and it'd be easy to get ambushed. We can't even get too close to the island. Right. Go up in the daytime, grab what you can, and leave. Don't get greedy. Yang Hao rarely looked this serious. And you only get 8 hours on the island. If you don't leave before time's up, then you'll never be able to leave again. Zhou Yi stood up and walked to the window. The dusk had already sunk completely. The sea was dark and heavy, and the moonlight spread a thin layer of silvery gray over the wave crests. The island's direction was now only marked by an extremely faint outline, appearing and disappearing in the darkness. He looked at that outline and lightly tapped the window frame twice with his fingers. Looks like this island really isn't something you can just go onto whenever you want. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhou Yi brought Yang Hao back outside. Since they were going to land on the island and gather resources, they had to prepare the tools in advance. He sat on the edge of the raft and lined up the materials one by one. A system prompt flashed, and a stone axe dropped into his hand. The blade was rough, and the handle still had wooden splinters on it. Is this thing efficient for gathering? Zhou Yi turned it over in his hands a few times. Yang Hao lounged beside him, absent-mindedly swinging his D-rank fishing rod. Hearing that, he didn't even turn his head. Not really. Stone axes are the lowest tier. And for mining, you need a pickaxe. Axes are for wood. Stone axe, stone pickaxe, several sharpened wooden spears. All of them were laid out one by Zhou Yi's side. By the way, what's your actual plan? Yang Hao tilted his chin toward the wooden house. We're going onto the island tomorrow. You're bringing all 6 girls with you? Yeah. It's safer to keep them by my side than leave them on the boat. You alone protecting 6 girls? Yang Hao sized him up from head to toe. Can you even handle that? Zhou Yi didn't answer. He casually picked up the stone axe he had just made, gripped both ends of the handle with both hands, and applied a little force. With a crack, the solid wooden handle snapped cleanly in two. He casually tossed the broken half into the sea, where it splashed up a small spray of water. Judging from his expression, he hadn't even used half his strength. Yang Hao stared at the broken wood floating on the sea and swallowed. Damn, big bro, that's insane. With your strength, if you punch me once, I'd probably just die. No wonder those girls are willing to follow you. With power like that, you could probably easily knock down several people, right? Never tried. Zhou Yi made another axe and set it by his side. There are no firearms right now, so it's better to keep a low profile. Can't make too much noise. He turned his head and glanced at the wooden house. The light leaking through the gaps in the window boards happened to fall on the side of his face, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously curved up. Since they trust me as their captain, I have to fulfill a captain's duty. Just duty? Yang Hao leaned closer, his tone twisting. Nothing else? Zhou Yi tilted his head and looked at him, the corner of his lips lifting too. If I said no, would you believe me? Nope. Exactly. You bastard. Yang Hao plopped back down and let out a long sigh toward the sky. I'm so jealous I could die. Zhou Yi ignored him and kept his head down, sorting through the gear. Yang Hao cast a few more lines, but all he caught were low-tier supplies. In the end, he simply tossed the rod aside and opened the world channel to see what nonsense those lunatics were posting again. The moment he opened it, the light screen started jumping like crazy. Lao Jimin, kids, I fished up a purple supply chest. Finally. Ha 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 ha. Lao Jimin, no way. The purple chest gave me a blueprint for an inflatable doll. Damn you, dogsit system crotch-hiding thunderfruit machine. Ha 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 bro, keep cursing. I love watching this ha ha ha. Being bottom hurts, being top is tiring. The guy upstairs is laughing so loud it's hurting my eyes. Night raid Widow Village, bro. You selling that blueprint? I'll trade supplies for it. Lao Z-men. You're serious? Do one good deed a day. Build great virtue. Brothers and sisters. I landed on an island. There are bikini beauties on the island. Hurry over. Tranquility reaches far. Ah, youth really is nice. So energetic. By the way, which island is it? Tell me about it. Piggy girl. Voice. Is there a cute guy who can carry me? I want to go onto the island and gather resources too, failed man. Girl upstairs. Take that fake sweet voice out of your mouth before you talk. Piggy girl. Voice. You're the fake one. Your whole family is fake. You. Failed man. She snapped ha ha ha. Turkey flavor crispy rice. Has anyone run into pirates? Han Tianzilin, revered by 10,000. Pirates? What pirates? Just luck, that's all, yeah. Just saw a group. They're hiding near the island on my side. probably camping for people. Cosmic Tyrant, I saw them too. These people specialize in camping near islands. If you run into them, run fast. If you can't run, fight them. I heard some of them were wanted criminals and death row inmates in real life, the kind with actual blood on their hands. Tranquility reaches far. Don't just make stuff up. Everyone's trying to survive. Using a few methods is normal. Turkey flavor crispy rice. Oh, so that's basically confessing without confessing? Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave. Kid Guoba, do you think we can't do anything to you just because there's a screen between us? Young Hao's fingers froze, and he subconsciously glanced at Zhou Yi. At some point, Zhou Yi had already stopped what he was doing and was now looking sideways at the light screen in front of him. The chat log on the screen reflected in his pupils. His expression didn't change much, but the corner of his lips curved into an extremely faint arc. These people are pretty arrogant. He withdrew his gaze and picked up another piece of wood, shaving the tip of a spear with a knife. Yang Hao's thumb hovered over the light screen, looking like he was itching to fight the other side for 300 rounds. Zhou Yi didn't even raise his head. The wood shavings he cut down drifted lightly onto the planks. He says what he says. You live your life. He raised the sharpened spear tip to eye level and looked at it, then added, anyway, through the screen. He can't actually crawl through the internet cable and come bite you. What the hell am I scared of then? That's true, haha. Yang Hao grinned and directly opened the world channel. Turkey flavor crispy rice. Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave. Who the hell are you calling? Your mom? Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave. Yo kid, you got some nerve, huh? Turkey flavor crispy rice. So what if I do? Think you're something special? Aren't you just a bunch of cowards who don't even dare go onto islands? Only camping people and scavenging scraps? What's there to be so proud of? Failman Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave. Trash like you is trash no matter where it goes. Lao Jimin, hold on kids. Once I craft an AK, the first thing I'm doing is blasting this bunch of little bastards to clean up society. Turkey flavor crispy rice. Lao Jimin failed man. Nice one, boss Lao. You didn't shame us. Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave. A bunch of little brats who haven't even grown their hair in yet. When you really run into me, let's see if you can still bark. Failed man Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave. Who the hell are you calling your mom? Lao Jimin. Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave. Who the hell are you calling your mom? Under this double critical hit, the ID called Uncle Ba teaches people how to behave finally stopped flashing. Who knew whether he had gotten so mad that he muted the channel, or realized he had no chance in a 1-against-3 flame war and completely went quiet. Turkey flavor crispy rice. Nice work, brothers. Add me as a friend. If we get the chance later, let's queue up as a trio and hit an island together. Beat the hell out of them. Lao Jimin. Okay, no problem. Failed man. Once I craft an AK, I'll just wipe everything out and carry you guys. After adding them as friends, Yang Hao closed the light screen in satisfaction, like a general who had just won a battle. Even the D-rank fishing rod in his hand was being swung with a bit more force than before. He turned to look at Zhou Yi and saw that the other man was just quietly fishing. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, "How come I've never seen you chat in the world channel?" Me? Zhou Yi's hands paused for a moment. Then he shook his head. How would I have time to sit there and chat? Besides, that crappy system broadcasts every little thing. I don't want to be too high profile right now, or people will start watching me. That's true. Yang Hao smacked his lips, then glanced back at the wooden cabin glowing with warm yellow light. His tone turned sour with envy again. Yeah, seriously. With 6 school goddess-level beauties keeping you company, why would you need to wander around the world chat like a bachelor like me every day, looking for people to talk to? Zhou Yi just smiled and shook his head, not picking up that topic, and kept fishing for supplies. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin that shut out the sea wind, the atmosphere was completely different. The girls cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, and Zhao Ling even made several steaming cups of coconut milk powder, handing one to each of them. Under the warm yellow light, the girls sat or leaned around in relaxed postures. This was their private time. The tension that had been wound tight all day finally eased, and the conversation began drifting everywhere. Qin Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the mat, holding her hot cup, and suddenly let out a sigh. That Yang Hao guy may like showing off a little, but he's really had it rough. Drifting alone for 2 days and not even getting a bite of hot food. Exactly, so our luck really is amazing. Zhao Ling picked it up right away, her eyes curving as she smiled. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, we'd probably be even worse off than him. Maybe we'd still be crammed together naked on that busted little raft, crying our eyes out. At the mention of being naked, the girls' expressions all turn a little awkward. Lin Wanner subconsciously tugged at the clothes she was wearing, which had been altered from the very first piece of cloth Zhou Yi had made by hand, and the tips of her ears quietly heated up again. She said softly, "Yeah, we really do owe him a lot. Not only is he capable, he's thoughtful too. He thinks of everything before we do." Thoughtful? Tang Guogua hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, her voice soft. "This morning, when I fell into the sea, I choked so badly my mind went blank. When he came to save me, it felt like, as long as he was there was nothing to be afraid of. So tomorrow when we land on the island, we can't drag him down. Yi Wanqing flicked the short knife in her hand. Her tone crisp. He takes care of us, but we can't rely on him for everything. Otherwise, we'd just be vases. The moment Qin Xiaoyu heard that, she straightened her back at once, her face full of defiance. Drag him down? Tomorrow when we get on that island, this girl is going to mine like crazy. Let's see who can outdig me. If you're mining, then I'll go chop trees. Tang Guogua raised her hand too. Zhao Ling'er tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, then I'll catch some small animals and bring them back to raise. Su Yu's hand paused on her cup, and she had a bad feeling. Are there even going to be small animals on that island for you to catch? What if there are? Zhao Ling'er blinked. Like maybe I catch a Tyrannosaurus Rex or something. Stop. Qin Xiaoyu slapped her own thigh. What Tyrannosaurus Rex? You think that's something you can catch? And more importantly, where the hell would a Tyrannosaurus Rex even come from here? Zhao Ling'er tilted her head, looking innocent. I was joking. Hey, Qin Xiaoyu huffed and crawled over to tickle her. Zhao Ling'er laughed so hard she nearly toppled over, and her cup almost spilled. Tang Guogua hurried over to steady it. Su Yu smiled and shook her head, then lowered her gaze back to the blueprint. After the laughter died down, Lin Wanner held her cup in both hands, her tone turning more serious. Gathering resources isn't the hard part. The hard part is getting out in one piece. If we really run into monsters on the island, or bump into those island campers Yang Hao mentioned, it'll still be dangerous. Don't worry. Yi Wanqing slid the clean short knife back in her waist and sat down cross-legged. Tomorrow's only the third day. Even if there are monsters on the island, they can't possibly be absurdly strong. If the game throws out enemies you can't beat right at the start, then nobody survives. That would make this place meaningless. The system has to consider balance too. Balance? Qin Xiaoyu had just let Zhao Ling'er go and was sitting back in her place, fixing her clothes. At that, she looked up. Sis, this isn't a video game. If a game's unbalanced, you can still curse out the devs. There's no customer service here. Who cares whether it's balanced or not? The system does. Su Yu's tone was calm, but certain. From the rules these past few days, every step has been measured exactly right. Beginner protection, fishing limits, island landing time limits. It doesn't want us dead. It wants us to survive, but only if we follow its rules. She paused, then added, so tomorrow's real difficulty probably won't be how strong the monsters are. It'll be whether we can gather enough stuff within the time limit while avoiding the other people landing on the island. Tang Guogua lifted her chin off her knees and said softly, then we'll go fast and come back fast. We won't get greedy. Zhou will definitely arrange things properly too. You really trust him, huh? Qin Xiaoyu turned to look at her. Tang Guogua didn't avoid her gaze. She just pressed her lips together and smiled. Don't you all too? No one argued with that. In the warm yellow light, the girls looked at each other. Their lips were all curved upward, but no one spoke first. All right, let's get some rest early. Lin Wanner patted her clothes and stood up. Her tone was as natural as if she were just saying she was going outside to bring in the laundry. I'll go call him back. Call him back. Qin Xiaoyu dragged out the last word, shifting her crossed legs on the mat. She tilted her head, her eyes full of mischief. What do you mean call him back? Things are moving that fast already? Lin Wanner froze for a second, and then the tips of her ears visibly burned red. That's not what I meant. I meant come back to sleep. No, come back to rest, no. The more she tried to explain, the more tangled it got. Her lips opened and closed. And in the end, she stamped her foot in frustration, her cheeks red like they had been splashed with sunset glow. What are you even thinking? Seriously. Qin Xiaoyu laughed so hard, she slapped her thigh. I wasn't thinking anything. You're the one who said it. I didn't force you. Mimicking Lin Wanner's tone. She pinched her voice and repeated, I'll go call him back so we can sleep together. Who said that? Xiaoyu, honestly. Lin Wanner bit her lip and glared at her. But even her neck had turned red. When she turned to open the door, she fumbled badly. Her hand slipped off the doorknob twice before she finally got it open. The moment the door shut behind her, the cool sea breeze rushed straight at her face, colliding with the burning heat on her cheeks. She leaned her back against the door and raised a hand to cover her face. Even beneath her palm, her skin was frighteningly hot. What the heck? She muttered under her breath, so softly that only she could hear it. She didn't even know whether she was blaming Qin Xiaoyu for talking too fast, or blaming herself because that thought really had flashed through her mind for that one instant. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her clothes and walked toward the railing. Moonlight spread across the deck. Zhou Yi was sitting with his back to her at the edge of the raft, and beside him was a pile of finished stone tools. He was quietly fishing for supplies by himself. Yang Hao had already gone back to his own raft to sleep. Lin Wanner looked at his back, and her steps unconsciously slowed. She just stood there quietly watching him. After standing there for a moment, she finally remembered why she had come out. When she spoke, her voice came out a little tight. She cleared her throat and tried hard to make herself sound the same as usual. It's really late. You should rest. Zhou Yi turned his head and glanced at her. You'll go sleep first. I'll finish making these tools, and while I'm at it, fish up a bit more material and use the workbench to make some weapons. We need to be fully prepared for tomorrow's island landing. They asked me to call you. Lin Wanner paused, then swallowed the rest of her words. Never mind. Then, how about I stay with you? Zhou Ye's movements paused for a moment. Then he smiled. Sure, it's pretty boring being alone anyway. As he spoke, he patted the spot beside him. A mat woven from palm leaves had been spread over the deck. It wasn't big, just enough for two people to sit shoulder to shoulder. Lin Wanner took out her grade B fishing rod from the system backpack and walked over to sit beside him. The mat wasn't big. Once she sat down, their arms were almost touching. She casually tossed out the fishing line and started fishing. For a moment, the atmosphere turned a little subtle. Neither of them spoke first. Only the two floats swayed gently on the surface of the sea. Lin Wanner finally spoke first, looking at the sea god fishing rod in Zhou Ye's hand, its patterns glowing faintly. Her voice was full of anticipation. Can I try it? I want to feel what it's like to reel in a high-grade supply crate too. Of course. Zhou Ye agreed casually and immediately unfastened the anti-drop cord in his hand, handing the rod to her. Go ahead. Lin Wanner took it happily. The warmth of his palm still lingered on the grip, and the rod was heavy in her hands, much more tiring to hold than her own B-rank rod. But before she could cast the line, the golden patterns flowing over the rod darkened layer by layer, and the temperature at the grip quickly turned cold. She looked at the rod in her hands, puzzled. Why did it stop glowing? It can't need charging, can it? As soon as she said that, both the backs of her hands warmed at the same time. Before she knew it, Zhou Ye had sat down behind her, his chest pressed against her back, both hands covering the backs of hers, and he lowered his head, his breath falling on her ear. The rod recognizes its owner. It only works when the owner is holding it. His voice was right above her ear, so close she could feel the faint vibration in his chest. T thinks so. Lin Wanner's back stiffened slightly, and even her voice came out broken. The two of them were pressed together too closely, so close that she could count the other person's heartbeat. What's wrong? Zhou Ye noticed how tightly she had tensed her shoulders. Are you uncomfortable somewhere? And no. Lin Wanner lowered her head slightly, staring hard at the bobber on the water. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. It's just, this is the first time I've been held like this by a guy, so I'm not really used to it. Not the first time, right? There was a hint of laughter in Zhou Ye's voice. His lips were almost touching her ear. Didn't I just hold you this morning? You brought that up again. Lin Wanner's pretty face flushed red. She turned around to glare at him, but misjudged the distance, and their noses almost brushed. She jerked her head back toward the sea and stared at the water, her face burning. Seriously, why were they this close? Oh, right. Zhou Ye muttered softly, acting like he was about to pull his hands back. Lin Wanner said nothing. She just casually pressed her back a little farther into his embrace, leaning in even tighter. I haven't caught anything yet. Her voice was low, like an explanation, yet not quite. Zhou Ye posed. He lowered his head, the corner of his mouth curling up. But he didn't expose her. Instead, he freed one arm and wrapped it around her waist from the side, pulling her gently closer into his arms. The movement was very light, so light that if she wanted to break free, she could do it any time. But she didn't break away. She just stayed in his arms like a little cat. High-grade supply crates are all pretty heavy. He spoke into her ear, his tone so serious it sounded like he was reporting sea conditions. Be careful not to get dragged in. Humph, pervert. Lin Von M murmured softly, but there wasn't even a trace of anger in her voice. The corner of her mouth was hooked up in a curve she didn't even notice herself. And she couldn't suppress it no matter what. Zhou Ye didn't answer. He just held her in his arms, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, his eyes fixed on the bobber. The sea breeze slipped between the two of them, lifting a few strands of her hair and brushing them against his chin, ticklish. Before long, the bobber on the water suddenly plunged downward. It's here, reel it in, Zhou Ye said in a low voice. Lin Wanner gave a soft and tried to lift the rod. It didn't move. The fishing line tautened into a straight silver string, stretching from the tip of the rod all the way down into the bottomless sea. She pulled again with all her strength, but it still didn't budge, as if the hook had snagged on a reef at the bottom of the sea. What is going on? Zhou Ye also felt that something was off. The right hand covering the back of hers pressed down with more force. The dark gold patterns on the rod lit up in response, brighter than at any time before. The fishing line began to rise slowly, but the weight was absurdly heavy. So heavy that even the rod itself bent into a full bow. Damn, that's heavy. Zhou Ye let go of his left arm around her waist and grabbed the rod with both hands to pull upward. Lin Wanner also gripped the rod tightly with both hands and leaned back together with his force. A blinding golden light burst beneath the water. Beep. Fishing successful. Obtained Gold Legend Quality Supply Crate. Contents: 1 HK 416 Assault Rifle, also known as M416 Assault Rifle. 4,556mm rounds. 1 extended magazine. Holy Gold Legend. Looking at the gold shimmering treasure chest on the deck, Zhou even stopped breathing for a second. He had been fishing for supplies for so long, and it had always been the default result. At best, a purple high-grade supply crate. And this was his first Gold Legend drop, and it was a firearm. Wanner, you really are my lucky star. He turned around abruptly, eyes bright enough to glow in the dark. I've fished for so long and never once got a gold one. And you just touched it, and it dropped. You're insane. Before he even finished speaking, he reached out and cradled Lin Wanner's head, then lowered his head and planted a hard kiss on her cheek. With a crisp muah, the sound was especially clear over the quiet sea. After kissing her, he let go and walked off to the side with the rifle, starting to study it. So good, so good. Zhou Yi crouched nearby, holding that heavy M416 assault rifle, looking it over from left to right and not wanting to let go of it at all. He loved using it in battle royale, and he never expected to actually get his hands on the real thing. With this, who the hell would still be afraid of the pirate crew? Wait, no. There are only 40 rounds of ammo and just one gun. I also don't have a blueprint to make guns, and I don't have materials to make backup ammo. Besides, the other side will have weapons too. I still need to be steady and not get cocky. Yeah. While muttering to himself, Zhou Yi walked over to the workbench with the rifle. He didn't notice Lin Wanner's odd reaction at all. Lin Wanner stood there, motionless. The place on her cheek where he had kissed her was still burning, and that sound still seemed to be buzzing in her ears. She slowly raised a hand and touched that patch of skin, the heat making her fingertip flinch slightly. Her heartbeat hammered from her chest all the way up to her throat, fast and chaotic. He kissed her. She knew Zhou Yi had just been so happy he forgot his limits. So happy he just grabbed her face and kissed her. And suddenly a hard-to-describe feeling welled up in her heart. It wasn't exactly anger. It was something else. Why could you be so natural about it? Why did you kiss me and then act like nothing happened? Why was I the only one here with my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe? But Zhou Yi didn't notice any of this at all. In his eyes, there was only the burning eagerness for the firearm in his hands. The workbench seems like it can dismantle finished items into blueprints and materials, right? Zhou Yi placed the assault rifle on the workbench and opened the workbench interface. Basic workbench. Item. M416 assault rifle. Craft dismantle. Zhou Yi frowned slightly and clicked the craft option. Craft failed. Required materials insufficient. Workbench level insufficient. Missing materials. 1 M416 assault rifle blueprint. 1 tactical stock. 1 grip. 1 magazine. 600 iron ingots. 50 refined iron ingots. 350 metal parts. 220 springs. Requires an intermediate workbench to craft. But it has to come with all the attachments too. Zhou Yi couldn't help sucking in a breath. He hadn't expected the materials needed to craft this assault rifle to be this many. Should I try the ammo instead? Zhou Yi took the rifle back and placed a single 556mm round on the workbench. 1 level 1 556mm round. Craft failed. Required materials insufficient. Workbench level insufficient. Missing materials. 10 gunpowder, 10 iron ingots. Requires an intermediate workbench to craft. Sure enough, Zhou Yi showed a look that said he expected as much. Firearms and ammo at the very least needed an intermediate workbench to craft, and ammo production definitely required gunpowder. That part made sense. As for dismantling the guns and ammo, Zhou Yi didn't even think about it. They were going to land on the island tomorrow, and he wasn't stupid enough to tear apart this ace in the hole now. 1 level 556. Does that mean they're higher grade bullets later on? Like the kind used in a magnum? Maybe? Zhou Yi picked up the round and studied it. Did I forget something? Zhou Yi finally lifted his head from the workbench, put the bullets back into his backpack, turned around, and had only gotten halfway through Wanner. Let me tell you, now that we've got this gun, his words cut off, because something warm and soft pressed against his lips, forcefully blocking the rest of what he was about to say. At some point, Lin Wanner had already walked up behind him. The instant he turned around, she reached out, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and kissed him. Zhou Yi's mind buzzed, and his eyes widened in an instant. Before he could even properly feel that soft touch, it was already gone. It had been so fast, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Lin Wanner stepped back half a pace and loosened her arms from around his neck. Her face was red from her cheekbones all the way to the tips of her ears, but her eyes were bright as she looked straight at him. The corners of her lips curled into the faintest, lightest arc. There was a trace of smugness in her tone, a trace of petulance, and a trace of sweetness that even she herself hadn't noticed. Or even now, after saying that, she turned around and, under Zhou Yi's shocked and confused gaze, ran toward the wooden cabin without looking back. Zhou Yi stood there on the spot, still holding the posture from when he had turned around. The lingering warmth of that soft touch still remained on his lips, and his heartbeat had been in complete chaos ever since that moment. His brain was struggling to reboot. What just happened? A girl had forcibly kissed him? Was that even okay? And what did she mean by we're even now? No, how could that possibly count as even? Zhou Yi looked at the figure that had disappeared through the cabin door, and the corners of his lips slowly curved upward. Then he turned back around and continued studying the assault rifle in his hands, trying to adjust the sights. It was just that his mood now was like a calm lake with a stone thrown into it, ripples spreading out. never able to return to how it had been before. On the inner side of the cabin door, Lin Wanner leaned her back against the wooden panel and covered her face as she crouched down. What did I just do? That was my first kiss. Her voice came out muffled through her fingers, thin and trembling. It's over. It's over. Will he think I'm the kind of girl who's really casual about this? What do? She pressed herself against the crack in the door and secretly peeked outside. On the deck, Zhou Yi was lowering his head and adjusting the sights, as if nothing had happened. No, wait. He turned his head and glanced this way. Their eyes met for a moment through the crack in the door. Lin Wanner jerked back, pressing her back tightly against the door again, her heart almost about to leap out of her throat. He looked over. I'm done for. Early the next morning, when a morning light leaked in through the cracks in the window boards, Lin Wanner was already awake. The other girls were still sleeping peacefully, the sound of their breathing rising and falling across the sleeping mats. She turned over and buried her face in the blanket, letting out a muffled sigh. How am I supposed to face him later? There was already movement on the deck. Yang Hao's loud voice carried over from far away. Morning, Brother Zhou. No way you stayed up all night, right? Why are you already squatting out here, fishing this early? I'm not made of iron either. I slept. I just got up early. Zhou Ye's voice followed right after, flat and casual, no different from usual at all. Lin Wanner buried her face even deeper into the blanket and grumbled angrily inside it. Stupid Zhou Yi. He actually doesn't care at all. Oomph. Yang Hao walked over and sat down beside Zhou Yi, then turned his head to glance at the wooden cabin. Not waking them up? No need. The island isn't going anywhere. Let them sleep a little more. They were all exhausted yesterday. Zhou Yi didn't even turn his head, and his gaze never left the float. Fair enough. Yang Hao took out his own fishing rod and cast it a few times out of boredom. Then he bit into a piece of bread and said indistinctly, I asked around this morning about the situation on the island. Or seems to be mostly distributed on the southeast side of the island. No idea whether every island is like that, but it can be used as a reference. The southeast side? Zhou Yi looked up at the position of the sun and roughly figured out the direction. Then we're probably on the southeast side of the island right now. Yeah, but the distribution of iron doesn't seem to be any secret, so the people lying in wait are most likely on the southeast side too. Zhou Yi picked up the thought, right? To be safe, it'd be better if we took a detour. After all, on your boat. Yang Hao turned back to glance at the wooden cabin. He stopped halfway through, then immediately put on a smile. Hey, good morning, sisters-in-law. What sisters-in-law? Who's your sister-in-law? Qin Xiaoyu was the first to walk out of the cabin, still biting half a compressed biscuit in her mouth. Rubbing her eyes, she cursed indistinctly. Keep calling us that, and I'll kick you into the sea to feed the fish. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Sisters, okay? Yang Hao waved both hands repeatedly, his attitude in admitting fault extremely sincere. Tang Guo followed behind Qin Xiaoyu, sleepily rubbing her eyes and muttering, What's for breakfast, Captain? I am hungry. We're short on conditions, so just make do. Zhou Yi took bread and milk out of the system backpack and handed them over. I haven't made any more cooking tools yet. Otherwise, I'd cook some hot porridge. You should be satisfied. Yang Hao sighed sourly at the side. At least you all have bread and milk. Right now, there are still plenty of people who haven't even achieved freshwater freedom. That's right. Zhao Linger also walked out, her chin raised slightly with a bit of pride. Just look at who our captain is. The remaining 3 girls came out of the cabin one after another. Yi Wanqing and Su Yu still had the dazed look of people who hadn't fully booted up yet. Lin Wanner walked out last, her hair a little messy and a faint bluish shadow under her eyes. One look, and it was obvious she hadn't slept well all night. Zhou Ye's gaze swept across their faces one by one. It paused on Lin Wanner for the briefest instant, then quietly moved away, going past her to look toward the distant island. Yang Hao just said it. Most of your resources are distributed on the southeast side of the island, but there's also a high chance that the group lying in wait to rob people will be hiding nearby. He withdrew his gaze. What do you all think? Should we make a detour and avoid unnecessary conflict? For a moment, no one on the deck answered. A moment later, Su Yu finally finished booting up and slowly said, If we take a detour, won't our gathering efficiency drop by a lot? Not sure. The resource distribution can only be used as a reference. It's possible different islands have different distributions too. Zhou Yi answered honestly. If we can think of taking a detour, could those people have thought of that too? Tang Guo added, stroking her chin. That's possible too. Yang Hao nodded. What we have to guard against aren't mindless beasts, but scheming rats who are deliberately lying in wait for people. Forget it. Zhou Yi waved a hand, then pulled out the assault rifle from last night, already adjusted and ready from the system backpack. We'll go straight in from the southeast side. Damn it. If they don't know what's good for them and insist on coming after us, I don't mind spending a few bullets to kill them. Holy crap. The compressed biscuit in Qin Xiaoyu's mouth fell onto the deck, and her eyes went round. When the hell did you get that thing? I know. That gun is called an M4A1. Zhao Linger answered first. It's an M416. Ye van mink corrected kindly. Oh, I got it wrong, huh? Zhao Linger scratched her head and let out a sheepish laugh. As for this, Zhou Yi spun the gun in his hand, the corners of his lips lifting slightly as he looked toward Lin Wanner. It's thanks to Wanner having good luck. She's the one who helped me fish it up. Lin Wanner froze for a moment, looked up at him once, then quickly lowered her head again. Her voice was muffled. That was because your fishing rod is amazing too. It didn't really have anything to do with me. Qin Xiaoyu and Zhao Linger looked at Zhou Yi, then turned to look at Lin Wanner, and the same thought popped into both their minds at once. Something's off. There's definitely something going on between those two. So this doesn't count as officially getting together yet. Huh? Yang Hao's eyes were practically welded to that gun, his envy and jealousy completely undisguised. It's only the third day, and you've already got an M4? Are we even still playing the same game? It's just one gun. Zhou Yi wasn't as excited as expected. This isn't a game. If you get hurt, it hurts, and you die. Having a gun doesn't mean you're invincible. It just gives me more confidence. It's not capital for acting reckless. True enough. If you get eliminated here, then you're really eliminated for good. Yang Hao curled his lips. All right, eat breakfast and get ready to land on the island. We need to make it back to the raft before dark. Zhou Yi put the gun away. No one had any objections. Everyone took their breakfast and started eating. Zhou Yi lowered his head and clenched his fist, checking the condition of his body. He was a little stronger than yesterday afternoon. When he looked up, he happened to see Lin Wanner sitting alone at the edge of the raft, milk in her left hand and bread in her right. Yet she hadn't taken a single bite. She was just quietly staring at the sea. He let out a deep breath, walked over, and slowly sat down beside her. What? You don't like the flavor of the bread? He pulled out a different piece of bread from his backpack and handed it to her. Want to try mine? Lin Wanner snapped back to herself, turned to glance at him, then immediately looked away again. I don't want to talk to you. Lin Wanner glared at him, puffed up with anger, then got up and walked away, going straight to sit beside Qin Xiaoyu. She even turned her back to him, making it obvious she didn't want to deal with him. Qin Xiaoyu looked over at Zhou Yi with a confused expression and mouthed, "What happened between you two?" Zhou Yi just shook his head too. He sat there alone, holding the bread in midair, and muttered, "Is she still mad about last night? No, that can't be right. She was the one first. No, wait, looks like I really was the one who kissed her first." He took a bite of bread and chewed twice. The more he thought about it, the less he could make sense of it. So he simply opened the World Channel to see what fresh news there was today. Zhu Tumengjin, brothers, this island is seriously amazing. Forget the ore, I picked a whole backpack full of wild fruit alone. No need to worry about vitamins for days. Iquan Si Swan Jadan. How is it? Are there monsters on the island, like dinosaurs or giant snakes? Shiki Zang Pai Ni Neng Mi Yavel? Yeah, brother, yeah. I just saw a Tyrannosaurus. Its teeth were thicker than my arm. Jen Washang Ada. No way, man. Seriously? If there are tyrannosaurs, what the hell are we even supposed to do? Go up there and become snacks. Shiki Zang Pai Ni Neng Mi Yavel? Messing with you. Idai Mi Yao Kong Ji Lu. No tyrannosaurs, but there really are monsters. Places with dense monster spawns all have treasure chests, but you have to weigh whether you can actually beat them. Zhu Zi Lao Lao Wao Gu Lian, Ji De Jet. What quality? Beta Luo Bang Sheng. Isn't that obvious? The stronger the monster, the better the chest. Ren Jianyu. Gay stuff? Who? Who's doing gay stuff? DM me, thanks. Zhou Ye's finger paused on the screen at the words treasure chest. This island really did have quite a variety of resources. If his luck was good enough to pull out an ocean heart, he could upgrade the workbench. He rubbed his chin, then waved his own hand dismissively. Forget it. Forget it. The main goal this time is mining. First make iron tools and weapons. Getting treasure chests means fighting monsters, and that's not safe. Before long, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Zhou Yi stood at the front of the raft and gave the equipment one final check. All ready? Ready. Several voices answer at once. Yang Hao tied his small raft behind theirs and followed along toward the island. A mountain can look close enough to kill a horse before you reach it, and the same was true at sea. The island looked close, but actually rowing there still took quite a while. As they got nearer and nearer, the island's outline gradually changed from a blurry patch of green into something clear. By the time the raft finally reached the beach, several girls almost jumped over the railing at the same time. After drifting at sea for a full 2 days, the feeling of stepping onto solid ground was almost dreamlike. The sand was fine and white, warmed by the sunlight, and when they stepped on it, it sank softly under their feet. Wow! Zhao Linger was the first to cry out. The beach stretched along the coastline before them. Beyond it were large patches of coconut trees and bushes, and farther in were layers upon layers of tree canopies. Shades of green, light and dark, piled together. And every now and then a tree with huge red blossoms rose out of that green sea like paint splashed over it. Under a few short trees nearby, clusters of plants with unfamiliar names grew there. Their leaves were as big as palm fans, with colors ranging from dark green to emerald green to tender yellow. Some branches even had fist-sized fruits hanging from them, round and plump, glowing faintly under the sunlight. That fruit is so cute. Tang Guo pointed at one of the trees. Pink. They're pink fruits. The fruit really was pleasing to the eye, perfectly round, with a rare light pink skin. hanging from the high branches. They swayed gently in the sea breeze. Qin Xiaoyu had already crouched beside the reef at the edge of the beach, where several tiny creatures were peeking around. They were turtles, each only the size of a palm, with pale golden patterns on their shells. They lay on the reef, sunning themselves, their little heads stretching out and pulling back, their eyes shiny and black. This is way too adorable. Qin Xiaoyu reached out to touch one, and the little turtle immediately pulled its head back into its shell. When she withdrew her hand, it slowly stretched its head back out and tilted it to look at her. Lin Wanner was drawn over too, temporarily forgetting that she was mad at Zhou Yi, and crouched beside Qin Xiaoyu, her eyes shining as she watched. Zhao Ling simply sat down on the beach and grabbed a handful of sand, watching it slip through her fingers. Yang Hao stood nearby with his arms crossed and shook his head in fake maturity. So you really are just little girls. A few turtles and you're this excited. What do you know? Qin Xiaoyu shot back without even turning around. Right then, a system notification sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. Entered island area. Exploration time has started counting down. 8 hours remaining. Please return to the raft before the countdown ends, or you will be eliminated. Special rule. The beach area does not count toward exploration time. The vegetation line is the boundary. The beach area is a safe supply zone. So, time doesn't count on the beach, huh? Zhou Yi stroked his chin and looked deeper into the island, then turned to look along both sides of the coastline. He took out his rifle, loaded the magazine, and held it in his hands. You guys rest here first. I'll go check the nearby area. The others turned to look at him. Opened him a little worried, but when she saw the assault rifle in his hands, she swallowed the words back down and only softly reminded him, be careful. Don't go too far. Don't worry. I'll stay nearby. If anything happens, call for me. Zhou Yi smiled at her and lifted the gun in his hand. I've got this thing with me. Yuan Qin curled her lips. Having a gun is one thing, but hidden attacks are hard to guard against. Don't get too careless. Zhou Yi had already turned and started walking toward the beach on the other side. Hearing that, he waved a hand without looking back. Yeah, I'll be careful. Strange. Su Yu looked at his departing figure and muttered, he seems kind of different today, does he? Qin Xiaoyu crouched on the ground and poked the little turtle's head without looking back. Hasn't that guy always been like this? Don't you think he seems pretty happy today? Su Yu said softly while looking at his back. Pretty happy? Zhao Linger looked over too and blinked. Now that you mention it, yeah, a little. Look at the way he's practically floating when he walks. With an M4 in his hands, how could he not? Yang Hao said sourly. If I had that thing, I wouldn't lower my head for anyone. I'd be looking at people with my nostrils, all right? Only Lin Wanner, sitting to the side, silently watched that swaying figure walk farther and farther away, the corners of her lips curving slightly into an arc even she herself didn't notice. Splash. The seawater rolled in with the waves, washing over the sand beneath his feet again and again. Holding his gun, Zhou Yi swept his gaze back and forth between the sea and the jungle. Could be those people had really done the opposite and gone to wait on the other side. Zhou Yi raised the muzzle, tied on the hemp rope, and slung it behind his back. Then he crouched down on the spot and started observing the sand beneath his feet. The sand had been smoothed flat by the seawater, and even the footprints he had just left were quickly erased. He looked at the dry sand too, but there didn't seem to be any signs of human activity there either. The whole seaside was very quiet, aside from the sound of the waves. There were only bird calls from the island and the occasional strange roar. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of any other rafts on the sea either. Zhou Yi stood up and let out a deep sigh of relief. Looks like at least for now, it was still safe. A scream exploded from the direction he had come from. Zhou Yi's heart tightened, and he turned and ran back at once. What happened? On the beach, several girls were huddled together. Zhao Linger sat on the ground with her right leg stretched out. Blood ran down from the sole of her foot, dripping onto the white sand, painfully glaring. Her eyes were red, and her lips were pressed so hard they had gone pale, but she stubbornly refused to cry out. What happened? Zhou Yi took a few quick steps over and crouched in front of her, lifting her ankle to check the wound. The cut wasn't deep, but it was long, slanting from the arch of her foot to the base of her toes. Sand was embedded along the edge of the wound. I was running barefoot on the beach and accidentally stepped on a shell. Sao Linga apitelik. It's fine, just a small injury. Zhou Yi pulled out fresh water and a first aid kit from his backpack. His hands moved faster than his brain, and his mouth was already comforting her. Linga, don't be scared. We'll just rinse it, disinfect it, and wrap it up. He unscrewed the bottle and washed the wound. Zhao Linger sucked in a sharp breath from the pain, her fingers clutching tightly at the hem of her clothes. How about you all go on ahead? Zhao Linger looked up and forced a smile at everyone. I'll be slow like this and hold you back. 8 hours sounds like a lot, but it's actually pretty tight. I'll just wait for you here on the beach. No. Zhou Yi refused without hesitation. He didn't even look up as he kept disinfecting the wound. The system said the beach is a safe zone, but that only means the timer doesn't run there. It didn't say monsters can't spawn. If something comes out of the woods, or if other people land on the island, how are you supposed to handle that alone? but I'll really just drag you all down like this. Zhao Linger's voice dropped, and her eyes reddened. What do you mean drag us down? Qin Xiaoyu bent over and rubbed her head. Wherever we go together. How can we just leave you here by yourself? Exactly. Tang Guogua sat down beside her too. There are so many of us. Are we really afraid we can't take care of you? We're not going too deep anyway. We'll gather some, and head back. Zhou Yi stayed crouched on the ground and didn't join their conversation. He was fully focused on treating Zhao Linger's wound. Zhao Linger kept her lips tightly pressed together. Her gaze fell on Zhou Yi's profile as he crouched in front of her, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Done. Zhou Yi gently tied the bandage into a bow and stood up with a relieved breath. It's not serious, but try not to walk for the next couple days so it doesn't get worse. Emma got it. Zhao Linger lowered her head and answered gloomily. Zhou Yi looked toward the inside of the island and casually took out several pairs of shoes from the system backpack. They were very ordinary canvas shoes, made by the system. They weren't exactly delicate or pretty, but at least no one had to stay barefoot. With Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Guogua supporting her, Zhao Linge stood up. She kept her right foot bent so it wouldn't touch the ground. But it'll be hard for me to walk like this. As she said that, Zhao Linger's gaze drifted toward Zhou Yi, seemingly by accident. It's fine. Yang Hao stepped forward, bent his arm, and showed off his not especially big bicep. I've been working out for years. Linger, I'll carry you. This is what you call working out for years. Yi Wanqing glanced at him and coolly added the knife. Then where exactly did all that muscle go? Why do you still look so skinny and fragile? The corner of Yang Hao's mouth twitched, and he couldn't force out a reply. Lin Wanner at the side couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Zhao Linger said nothing. She just quietly looked at Zhou Yi. Her meaning was already obvious. Zhou Yi let out a light breath, took the rifle off his back, looked around at everyone, then handed the gun to Yi Wanqing. You take this. Since you work out a lot, carrying this gun should be easier for you than for the others. He glanced at Yang Hao again. And your comrade too. I feel better leaving it with you. Yang Hao had originally been eager to take it, but the moment he heard comrade too, his face darkened. What he didn't know was that this was just Zhou Yi's wording. Zhou Yi did trust Yang Hao somewhat, but not as much as the girls from his own boat. A weapon like this was naturally safest in the hands of his real people. As for what Yang Hao thought, Zhou Yi didn't care. Right now, he was only going to make the choices he believed were right. Yi Wanqing took the gun, weighed it in her hands, found the weight manageable, then nodded and slung it onto her back. After handing the gun to Yi Wanqing, Zhou Yi turned around and bent down. Come on, Linger. I'll carry you. Zhao Linger was caught off guard by how direct and efficient he was, and for a moment, she didn't even know how to react. No, I can manage on my own. Manage what? Zhou Yi stepped back, wrapped an arm around the backs of her thighs, and lifted her straight onto his back. Your foot's already bleeding, and you're still trying to act tough. Zhao Linger lay against his back and gave a soft, her arms gently circling his neck. She was even lighter than she looked. When Zhou Yi stood up with his hands supporting the backs of her legs, there was barely any weight on his back, like he was carrying a small sack of cotton. Her arms were looped around his neck with only a light grip, not daring to hold too tightly. Zhou Yi bounced her up a little and adjusted her position. His hands supported her thighs. Her legs were slim, and one of his palms could almost cover most of one thigh. He could clearly feel the soft, delicate texture of her skin. Zhao Linger buried her face against his shoulder, her cheeks slightly red, and said nothing. After everyone else had put on their shoes, Zhou Yi carried Zhao Linger and headed inland first. Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we're done. The brush was much denser than Zhou Yi had expected. Walking inland from the beach, there was no more flat path after crossing the vegetation line. Short shrubs and vines were tangled together, weaving into a green barrier taller than a person. There were still undried drops of dew hanging on the leaves. The moment someone touched them, they came pattering down. The cold water slid down the neck and into the collar, making people's arms break out in goosebumps. Lying on Zhou Yi's back, Zhao Linger would occasionally reach out to help push aside the branches blocking the way, but her fingers were soft and slender, and she simply couldn't move those tough vines twisted together. She could only watch as Zhou Yi forced his way through with his shoulder. Su Yu and Qin Xiaoyu were opening the path in front. Their machetes flashed in their hands, and thumb-thick vines snapped with a single chop. Yang Hao was in charge of trampling the cut-down brush flatter and widening the passage with a machete when needed. This path is way too hard to walk. Qin Xiaoyu chopped through the vine in front of her with a machete, then let out a heavy breath. Where the hell is there even a road here? Don't rush, we're almost there. There's open ground ahead. Su Yu hacked through a few more vines up front. She was right. After struggling through for about 10 minutes, the brush suddenly ended, as if it had been sliced clean through by a single blade. A sparse woodland opened up before them. Once the short shrubs fell away, the ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. It felt soft underfoot, like stepping on carpet. Overhead were broadleaf trees of varying heights. Their canopies overlapped layer upon layer, and sunlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves, scattering mottled patches of light on the ground that swayed gently with the sea breeze. And there were small animals in these woods. Not the kind of creepy monsters that made your skin crawl, but real small animals. A gray wild rabbit crouched near the roots of a tree not far away, its long ears standing straight up as it pawed at something with its front feet. A few short-legged mountain goats were lowering their heads and nibbling grass in the clearing. Up in the treetops, a few squirrels were hugging fist-sized nuts and gnawing on them. Their cheeks were puffed out like they had 2 ping-pong balls stuffed inside. After every couple bites, they would look up warily at this group of uninvited guests, then lower their heads and keep chewing. These are way too cute. Tang Guogua clasped her hands together, her eyes shining like she'd found treasure. Zhao Ling'er also peeked her head out over Zhou Ye's shoulder, her chin resting on top of his head as her eyes followed the squirrel in the treetop. Her breathing lightly brushed against his hair, making it itch. There are plenty of trees around here, so let's try collecting wood first. As he spoke, Zhou Yi found a flat, large rock and set Zhao Ling'er down on it. Roger that. Qin Xiaoyu casually tossed her machete onto the ground, picked up the stone axe, and walked over to a large tree nearby. Two. With practiced ease, she spat twice in her palms, gripped the stone axe, and started hacking madly at the trunk. If you mess with Bald Chong, don't blame me for beating you up. 80. As she kept chopping, several marks appeared on the trunk, but strangely enough, they quickly repaired themselves. At the same time, more and more wood gradually appeared inside the system backpack. Wood 5, wood 6, wood 4. Each strike gave a little more wood. After roughly a dozen chops, no matter how much Qin Xiaoyu kept hacking, no more wood was added to her backpack, and no marks were left on the trunk either. This tree has entered gathering cooldown. Cooldown time, 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 43 seconds. Fine then. Qin Xiaoyu spun the axe in her hand and checked her backpack. After chopping more than a dozen times, she had gotten 67 pieces of wood. It wasn't a huge amount, but compared to the uncertainty of fishing, using an axe to chop trees and gather wood was definitely much faster. Chopping trees? I'm good at that. Tang Guogua also grabbed a stone axe and walked under a big tree. She reached out and gently soothed the tree's emotions. I chopped plenty of trees back in MC. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes sharpened, and she grabbed the stone axe and started hacking away. Wood 6. Wood 7. Oak seed 1. Wood 5. Yang Hao watched the two of them crazily chopping trees like they were in competition and couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. You two really ought to go to Dog Bear Ridge. If you went there, what would Bald Chong even have left to do? That really does have to be said. After pulling her axe free, Qin Xiaoyu wiped the sweat off her forehead and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Ding Liang is a real character. You're not bad yourself. After settling Zhao Ling'er down, Zhou Yi also picked up a stone axe and started choosing a tree he liked. Anyone who didn't know better would think you majored in civil engineering. How do you know I study civil engineering? Qin Xiaoyu answered without even turning around. Seriously? A tiny thing like you study civil engineering? And your skin is still this fair? Yang Hao was a little shocked. Idiot, obviously that's fake. Qin Xiaoyu shot him a look like he was stupid. Kid, one look, and I can tell you haven't been beaten up by society yet. I say something, and you just believe it? The corner of Yang Hao's mouth twitched. He stopped talking, silently picked up an axe, and went to chop trees nearby too. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu's mouth really is something. Even Lin Wanner couldn't hold back her laughter. The others gradually started laughing too, but none of them stopped what they were doing. The thudding sounds of tree chopping filled the whole nearby area. Aside from Zhao Ling'er, everyone joined in. And before long, all the trees nearby that could be harvested for wood had been chopped into cooldown. Of course, Zhao Ling'er hadn't been idle either. She was standing on one leg atop a large rock, holding a monocular telescope and keeping watch in every direction while also checking whether there were any stones similar to iron ore. After all, the more important goal of coming to the island this time was still mining ore. Gathering wood was just something to do along the way. After observing for quite a while, a flash of reflected sunlight suddenly hit her eyes. Zhao Ling'er instinctively closed her eyes and dodged a little, then immediately looked back in that direction. In her line of sight, a huge rock 7 or 8 meters across lay quietly beneath the bushes. Unlike the other rocks, its surface was covered in a faint golden layer, as if someone had dusted it with gold powder. Zhou Yi, come take a look, what is that? Zhao Ling'er couldn't make up her mind herself, so she waved at Zhou Yi, who was happily chopping trees nearby. I spotted a rock that's kind of different. Zhou Yi frowned, added a few more chops to the tree in front of him to push it into cooldown, then withdrew his axe with satisfaction. Zhao Ling'er crouched down and impatiently handed him a telescope. Quick, take a look. Zhou Yi took the telescope and climbed onto the big rock. Zhao Ling'er pointed toward the interior of the island. Right there under the bushes. It doesn't stand out much. The surface is kind of golden. Look. Zhou Yi raised the telescope and looked in the direction she pointed. After searching for more than 10 seconds, he finally found the rock. It was indeed just as she said. There was a golden layer on the surface, and it covered a pretty large area. He observed it for a moment, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. If he wasn't mistaken, that was most likely iron ore. Iron ore? Yang Hao immediately turned his head from not far away. Where? Let me see if it matches what they described. As he spoke, he walked over, took the telescope from Zhou Ye's hand, and held it up to his eyes. Stroking his chin, he muttered thoughtfully, "Yeah, it's probably right. They said iron ore has a bit of a golden sheen, so it's pretty easy to recognize." "All right." Zhou Yi nodded, helped Zhao Ling her down from the big rock, and carried her on his back again. "Let's leave the wood like this for now. It'll last us a while. Getting the iron ore comes first." "Okay." No one had any objections, and they all put away their axes. Yang Hao took another look to confirm the direction, jumped down from the rock, and walked to the front. "Follow me. Go this way. We'll need to circle around a bit. We can't get through by going straight." He pointed forward. Yet another wall of dense bushes stood there. Thinking back to how miserable they had looked earlier, getting covered in dew from vines while forcing their way through, no one wanted to go through that again. Going around was fine. There was still plenty of time anyway. The group reorganized themselves and continued heading deeper into the island. At the same time, deep within the island, beside a piece of iron ore, two men were swinging stone pickaxes at the ore wall. The clanging sounds echoed dully through the forest. This stone pickaxe is seriously inefficient. No kidding. It only gives 3 or 4 ores at a time, and the basic smelter still takes 10 to 1 for iron ingots. It's fucking exhausting. No helping it. Early game is always like this. Just may do for now. Once we get iron pickaxes, it'll be way faster. The slightly older man casually tossed his pickaxe onto the ground and sat down on the spot. Lin Jie beside him teased, "Winshan Ji, we done already?" Winshan pulled out half a bottle of water and gulped down a few mouthfuls, then waved his hand. "I'm getting old. Not like you young people with all that energy. But we need to hurry. We don't have much time, and we still have to watch out for those bastards camping the island." As Lin Jie spoke, he put down his pickaxe too. Clearly, he couldn't keep going either. Winshan wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking irritated. "Fuck, seriously, those guys are way more efficient. The ones lying in wait to rob people? Yeah." Winshan put away the bottle and wiped his mouth. "We work ourselves to death gathering here. Then if we run into them, all of it becomes someone else's wedding dress. Just thinking about it is fucking disgusting. No choice." Lin Jie shook his head helplessly. Those people were desperate criminals to begin with. They kill people like they kill chickens. We can't match them in ruthlessness. So we hide. We've only got one life. If it's gone, it's really gone. Sigh seriously. Winshan tilted his head back and let out a sigh. An old bachelor like me. And after coming here, I still haven't even seen a woman. It's driving me crazy. Come on now. Lin Jie wiped the sweat from his forehead, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. There's no law here anyway. We can't kill as hard as they can. But that doesn't mean there aren't other things we can do. Right, Winshan Ji? Winshan turned to look at him, and a meaningful smile rose at the corner of his mouth as well. "You brat aren't any good either. If this were outside, you'd probably still be rotting in prison right now." "Huh?" Lin Jie laughed, his tone carrying a relaxed ease that made chills run down a person's spine. "Now that we're in a place like this, isn't it even better?" "Ha ha ha. The way you put it, that's not wrong." Winshan showed an expression of mutual understanding. "So this is iron ore?" Lin Wanner reached out and touched the surface of the rock. That golden sheen was especially glaring under the sunlight. "If you didn't say it, I think it was a gold mine. Why is it so shiny and gold? Why not dig it and find out?" Qin Xiaoyu pulled out the stone pickaxe Zhou Yi had prepared in advance from her backpack and swung it down in one clean strike. "Iron ore 3. Stone 5. Flint 2. Huh?" Qin Xiaoyu frowned, unconvinced, and swung the pickaxe again. "Iron ore 4. Stone 3. Flint 1. This iron ore isn't pure, is it? Why does it come with stone 2? And what's with that flint?" She checked the quantities, and her brow furrowed even deeper. "And it only gives 3 or 4 iron ore at a time. It's definitely iron ore. So you also tried striking it once." Then lowered her head to look at the stone pickaxe in her hand. Maybe the gathering efficiency of a stone pickaxe is just too low. "Then let's get started." Tang Guowa also pulled out a stone pickaxe. "Little by little adds up. Hey look, aren't those iron ore too?" Yi Wanqing raised her hand and pointed into the distance. Several irregularly shaped rocks were also reflecting mottled golden light under the sun. Looking out, there were more than a dozen pieces of all sizes, each around 5 or 6 meters across, stretching deeper into the island. Beyond that was a small hill, already close to the heart of the island. "Holy crap." Qin Xiaoyu raised a hand to his forehead, eyes going wide. "So much iron ore. We've hit it big. We've really hit it big. Looks like the intel was right. Most of the iron ore really is on the southeast side, and flint's useful too. You can use it with charcoal to make gunpowder." As Zhou Yi spoke, he set Zhao Ling down on the ground and rolled his arms. "Then let us get started, everyone. You got it. Let me show you the power of a gold miner." Gripping her stone pickaxe, Qin Xiaoyu marched toward the nearest ore vein like she was heading into battle. "Xiaoyu, are you into roleplay or something? 1 minute you're a lumberjack. The next you're a miner." Tang Guowa followed, right behind her with a stone pickaxe in hand. "Listen to you." Qin Xiaoyu didn't even turn her head. "There are all kinds of jobs out there. The more skills you have, the better." "Ha ha." Zhao Ling laughed out loud. "Xiaoyu, you little clown." The clanging of stone pickaxes striking or rang out one after another, carrying especially far through the woods. Qin Xiaoyu kept muttering while she mined. "One more chunk. The drop rate really sucks. Tang Wuwa and Lin Wan are stopped every few swings to check the durability of their stone pickaxes. Yi Wanqing and Su Yu each claimed a vein and worked in silent coordination, and even Yang had taken off his coat and started swinging hard, sweating all over. None of them noticed that the sound of their mining was echoing through the forest farther and longer than expected. Zhou Yi paused and caught his breath. Just as he was about to bend down and keep going, another kind of sound suddenly mixed into the wind by his ear. It wasn't the clang of pickaxes hitting, and it wasn't the rustle of wind through leaves, but some kind of low, heavy panting. Mixed with the crisp little snaps of dry branches being stepped on, it came from behind a patch of dense, airtight bushes not far away. Zhaoling's laughter caught in her throat. She was the closest to that patch of bushes. The relaxed expression on her face hadn't even faded yet, but her eyes had already caught the movement deep inside. Several pairs of dark green eyes were pushing out through the gaps in the leaves, staring at them coldly. Zhou Yi instinctively sensed something was wrong and turned to look. Roar! Two black wolves burst out of the bushes and lunged straight at Zhaoling, the nearest target. She turned to run, but the instant her right foot touched the ground, a tearing pain from her wound shot up from the sole of her foot. Her leg gave out, and she crashed to the ground. The wolf's jaws were already snapping down toward the back of her neck. Lingya! Before Qin Xiaoyu and Lin Wan's screams had even finished, Zhou Yi had already rushed out. His body moved faster than his thoughts. With legs strengthened by the fishing rod, he kicked off the rock wall, launching himself across the gravel like a shot. He crossed several meters in just 2 or 3 strides. He scooped an arm around Zhaoling's waist and pulled her into his arms, then used the force of his forward momentum to twist around, his right leg whipping out like a lash. It smashed hard into the side of the wolf's face. With a heavy thud, the wolf was sent flying sideways into a tree trunk, whimpering as it rolled twice before scrambling back up. The other wolf was already on him from behind. Zhou Yi had no time to dodge. He pulled Zhaoling tight against his chest and turned sideways, blocking it head-on with his shoulder. The wolf's claws raked across his upper left arm, leaving several wounds. Blood instantly soaked through his clothes. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, then twisted and kicked backward again, slamming his heel into the wolf's belly and sending it flying. The two wolves climbed back to their feet, staring at the person in his arms and the blood running down his arm, pacing back and forth with low growls. Wanqing, move. Don't let them get away. Zhou Yi turned and shouted toward Yi Wanqing not far off. Yi Wanqing froze for a second, then snapped back to herself and quickly grabbed the gun off her back and brought it up in front of her. She closed one eye, aimed, and fired a controlled shot. Bang! It was her first time using a gun, and Yi Wanqing failed to control it. The bullet grazed over the wolf's head and slammed into the tree trunk behind it, blasting out a huge crater. The two wolves froze, then turned to glance at the tree trunk. They immediately realized the danger and spun around to run. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that, Yi Wanqing hurriedly fired 3 more shots in a row. Poochie, poochie. Both wolves dropped in response. One had been hit in the stomach, and the bullet left a huge hole in its back. It twitched twice on the ground and stopped moving. The other had its left front leg shattered. It slammed to the ground from the momentum and struggled desperately. Yi Wanqing was about to fire a finishing shot when Zhou Yi stopped her. Ammo-s limited. Use something else. Damn beast. Yang Hao, standing nearby, directly pulled out the simple wooden bow he had made earlier from the system backpack, raised his hand, and fired at the black wolf struggling on the ground and trying to crawl away. The arrow struck true, sinking straight into the wolf's chest. It coughed up blood, struggled a few more times, then lost all signs of life. Zhou Yi, are you okay? Lin von Arhuridov. The moment she saw his arm soaked in blood, her eyes instantly reddened. The others also rushed over at once. Yi Wanqing held the gun ready, and Yang Hao kept his bow drawn as the two of them backed closer while staying alert. Iem Mifine. Zhou Yi tore open the sleeve on his arm and casually used it like a towel to wipe away some blood. The fishing rod strengthened me. My body's defense is way better now. It's just a flesh wound. Zhaoling reached out and lightly touched the edge of the wound. Pressing her lips together tightly, she spoke in a muffled voice. It's my fault. I held everyone back. Silly girl. Zhou Yi raised his other hand, the one not stained with blood, and rubbed her head. No one is talking about holding anyone back. You are the one who found this iron mine. You are the biggest hero here. Then he turned to look at Lin Wan beside him, who was practically on the verge of tears, and softened his voice a little. What else with that? I just got scratched a bit. It's not like I'm dying. Shouldn't we retreat? Tang Guoguo was still a little shaken. This island is just too dangerous. Yeah. Zhou Yi didn't argue and simply nodded. We really can't stay here any longer. That gunfire was way too loud just now. It might draw other things over, whether it's people or monsters. That won't be good for us either way. That injury of yours, we should treat it right away. Qin Xiaoyu showed a rare look of concern. Wolf claws are filthy, and we definitely don't have any tetanus medicine right now. It's fine. Zhou Yi waved his hand and made to stand up, only to be pushed back down by Su Yu and Lin Wan-er. It won't hurt to wait a little longer before leaving. Disinfect the wound first. Su Yuefronith. Lin Wan-er's tone left little room for argument. And if you get infected and collapse, how are I? She paused. What are the rest of us supposed to do? Really, On Young Hao? Yeah, that definitely won't work. Qin Xiaoyu muttered under breath. The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth twitched. Seeing their expressions, like there was no way he was leaving without treatment, he could only give in. Fine, but make it quick. I'm worried something nastier might show up. One gun, one TB enough. Don't worry. Lin Wan-er crouched down quickly and took out the first aid kit from the system backpack. I did learn a bit of this before. As she spoke, her hands never stopped moving. She took out bottled water to clean the wound, opened the medical alcohol, then took out cotton balls and gently wiped the cut. The wound really wasn't deep. It had only broken the skin and caused a lot of bleeding. But if Zhou Yi's body hadn't been strengthened, that kind of force would have torn someone else open badly enough to expose bone. Lin Wan-er's movements were gentle and focused. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and her lips pressed softly together, like she was afraid of hurting him. Zhou Yi looked at her profile, pressed his lips together, and quietly tested the waters. You're not mad at me anymore? At that, Lin Wan-er's hands paused for a moment. Then she continued, wiping the wound without even looking up. I was never mad at you to begin with. I see. Zhou Yi let out a breath of relief. That's good. Lin Wan-er looked up and shot him a glance, then lowered her head again. Typical dense guy. Zhou Yi's mouth twitched after hearing that. But he had no idea how to argue back. All right, it's bandaged. Lin Wan-er neatly tied off the bandage, stood up, and patted her hands. Don't move around too much, and don't get it wet. Got it. Zhou Yi moved his arm a little. The strip bandage was wrapped very neatly. Snug but not tight, with the bow tied off at the side like usual. He stood up, gave the mining area one last sweep of his eyes, and put the stone pickaxe back into his backpack. We're retreating. Who is hiding over there? Yi Wanqing's angry shout suddenly rang out. Get out here. Ashi. Let's talk this out. Don't shoot. Wen Shan and Lin Jie came crawling out of a nearby patch of bushes with both hands raised. Lin Jie's voice caught in his throat. It was only the third day, so how did they already have a rifle? His guts turned green with regret. He never should have run over out of curiosity after hearing the noise. Zhou Yi slowly walked to the front of the group, his gaze sweeping over the two of them with cold indifference. You came to the island to mine? Why, yeah, we were just passing by. Lin Jie plastered a smile across his face, his eyes never leaving the gun for even a second. When Shan had seen more of the world, after the brief shock wore off, he started sizing them up in secret, clicking his tongue inwardly. A gun was one thing, but there were also this many beautiful women following him. Comparing people really was enough to piss someone off. Just passing by, huh? Zhou Yi nodded, reached out, and gently pressed Yi Wanqing's gun barrel down, revealing a harmless smile. So you didn't see anything? No, we didn't see anything at all. Lin Jie waved both hands again and again, his back already soaked with sweat. We just finished mining and we're about to leave too. Sorry for disturbing you all. Fine. Since you were just passing by, I don't want to make things hard for you. But then Zhou Yi changed his tone. How am I supposed to believe you? Lin Jie was speechless for a moment. The other side had a gun and so many women, and yet he had never heard of a guy like this on the World Channel these past 2 days. That meant the guy didn't want anyone knowing about him at all. He had been hiding his strength the whole time. And now, by some cursed luck, they had run right into him. In a hellhole like this, killing people to keep them quiet was completely normal. How about this? Lin Jie let out an awkward laugh or two. We'll give you all or we mine this time. Take it as a greeting gift. Big brother, please be magnanimous and let us off. As he spoke, he started dumping iron ore out with loud clanks, quickly piling up a small mound in front of them. That much iron ore. Qin Xiaoyu muttered softly. They must be spent a lot of effort getting it. Pretty willing to part with it, huh? When it's your life, or that's not exactly a hard choice. Tang Guo quietly agreed. Bullshit. When Shan's furious roar cut through everyone's thoughts. A glowing screen was floating before him, and he glared viciously at Zhou Yi's group. I worked my ass off to mine this, or why the hell should you get it for cheap? I've already edited the message and filled in the coordinates. If you dare make a move, one tap from me and everyone nearby will get our location. Once they surround this place, you won't be getting away either. Worst case, we all die together. Zhou Yi frowned. He and expected the guy to pull something this dirty. If that message really got sent, then even if they escaped now, once other people set their eyes on them, life afterward probably wouldn't be peaceful. Lin Jie froze for a second, then instantly caught on. He hurriedly stuffed all the iron, or he had just taken out back away, then opened the world channel and chimed in, yeah, worst case, we all die together. But his voice clearly didn't carry when Shan has confidence. Even the end of his words was trembling. The atmosphere instantly turned razor tight. Yi Wanqing aimed the gun at Wen Shan, but she still wasn't confident she could kill both of them in a single instant. Neither side spoke. Each was weighing things in silence. Zhou Yi hadn't really intended to take their lives in the first place. But this move of theirs had forced him into a corner with no other choice. If that was how it was, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. After countless thoughts flashed through his mind, he smiled and waved a hand. No need to get worked up, you two. We all came to this island to mine, right? The island's only so big. Running into each other is normal. I assent it? Shan frowned, his fingers still hovering over the send button. Then can we leave now? Of course. Zhou Yi shrugged and made a welcoming gesture. Go ahead. At least you know what's good for you. Shan secretly let out a sigh of relief, then turned and shot Lin Jie a look. Let us go. Lin Ye nodded, but his eyes swept over the girls on the other side, and his steps suddenly stopped. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Wait, what now? Shan's heart skipped a beat. Before he could stop him, Lin Jie had already spoken first. You've got so many women. How about you give us two to make do with? Shan cursed out all 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart. What the hell kind of time was this to still be thinking about women? But they couldn't show weakness right now. The moment they looked scared, it was over. He could only force himself to turn back. We don't want the women. Let us stay out of each other's business. Hey, why not? Lin Jie still had no idea death was at his doorstep and even winked at him, lowering his voice. Look at the ones over there. Every single one of them is gorgeous. Are you trying to get us killed? Shan growled through gritted teeth, wishing he could kick him to death on the spot. We're about to lose our lives, and you're still thinking about this? Women, huh? Zhou Yi's voice drifted over lazily, his tone unreadable. Sure, I've got 6 women anyway. I can't handle them all myself. The girls all turned to look at him in shock, but when they caught the sharp gleam that flashed through his eyes, they all swallowed their words. The same thought rose in all their minds at once. What's this guy plotting now? Lin Jie was overjoyed. Sure. You can tell at a glance you're a real one, brother. You flatter me. We're all just trying to survive out here. So of course I get it. Zhou Yi abruptly shifted his tone. How about this? Take the one behind me with the injured foot. She is hurt, can't work, and she has too much of a burden. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhao Ling, who was behind him with her injured leg raised. Before Zhao Ling, could react, Zhou Yi grabbed her wrist and, lowering his head, brushed a sentence by her ear in an almost imperceptibly soft whisper. Zhao Ling froze for a moment. Then her eyes slowly reddened, and she started crying and struggling. No, I don't want to go with them. Zhou Yi glared at her fiercely, his tone cold. You're already injured. Do you still expect me to carry you out? Then he turned to the 2 men across from him, whose hands still hadn't left the send button, and that lazy smile returned to his face. In a place like this, a woman should know what she can do to please a man. Don't you agree, brothers? That's right. Lin Jie's eyes roved back and forth between Zhao Ling's face and body, the heat in his gaze completely undisguised. Don't worry, I'll take real good care of her. A beauty like this would been hard to get your hands on before. Haha, then I'll leave her to you, brother. Zhou Yi laughed and chatted as he pulled Zhao Ling over. Zhao Ling struggled with all her might and cried out, no, I don't want to go over there. Guogua, Xiaoyu, save me. Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Guogua stood where they were without responding. The others also looked completely unconcerned. And just like that, Zhao Ling was dragged in front of the 2 men by Zhou Yi. Looking at her up close, that little face flushed red from crying stirred Lin Jie's blood even more. His Adam's apple rolled several times without control. It's just a small injury to the foot. A little rest, and she'll be fine. I'll trouble you 2 with her then. Zhou Yi gestured for them to come take her. Shan hadn't expected Zhou Yi to really be willing to hand over one of his own women. Could it be that this idiot Lin Jie's strategy had actually worked? Good. Don't worry, we'll take very good care of her. Overjoyed, the 2 of them reached out with the hands that had been resting on the screen, grabbing for Zhao Ling's arm. Then, the corners of Zhou Yi's mouth lifted into a tiny, nearly invisible curve. I'll leave her to you 2. The instant their fingers were about to touch Zhao Ling's wrist, Zhou Yi suddenly clamped down on their wrists. Shan and Lin Jie both froze, then looked up and frowned. Brother, what's this supposed to mean? Change your mind because you can't bear to part with her? They hadn't taken the unarmed Zhou Yi seriously at all. One man with no weapon. What would he possibly do against 2 grown men? At most, he'd just suddenly regretted it and couldn't bear to give up the woman. Zhou Yi gave him a smile that wasn't a smile. I suddenly changed my mind again. You too. Both his hands exploded with force, and the crisp crack of breaking bones rang out from his palms. You should just die instead. The confusion on their faces hadn't even had time to turn into terror before the searing pain in their wrists forced their knees down to the ground. The glowing screens in front of them flickered once, then went dark. That message with the edited coordinates never got sent in the end. Fuck, that bastard played us. Shan was sweating cold from the pain, forcing a few words out through clenched teeth. How is he so strong? Zhou Yi's hands tightened like iron clamps, his finger bones grinding against their shattered wrist bones. Every slight movement squeezed out screams so agonizing they tore at the heart. At the same time, Both of them swung out their other hands, trying to grab Zhou Yi's arms. Zhou Yi neither dodged nor retreated. With a flip of his palms, he snapped those two wrists straight downward on the spot. Two miserable screams merged into one wail as the two men completely collapsed to the ground. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for running into me. Zhou Yi looked down at them from above, speaking one word at a time. And for getting ideas about my woman. Behind him, Zhao Ling'er felt like something had lightly bumped against her heart when she heard that. The line he had whispered by her ear earlier, "Play along with me," was still circling in her mind. What he had just said to those people was fake. Part of the plan. Then what about this line now? Was it just a threat? Or was it real? She didn't keep thinking about it. She only silently stepped back 2 paces, the tips of her ears quietly turning red, her gaze falling on his back and never moving away again. Seeing that Zhou Yi had already subdued the 2 men, everyone else finally let out a breath and gathered around. Yang Hao patted his chest. Your acting was way too real. For a moment there, I seriously thought you were going to hand Ling'er over. Zhou Yi would hand himself over before he'd ever hand Ling'er over. Okay? Qin Xiaoyu snapped back. Exactly. Lin Wan'er coolly added another hit. This is the understanding between us. One look at him like that, and you could tell he had a plan. Yang Hao laughed awkwardly, unable to argue. If we didn't act like that, how are we supposed to get close to these two? Yi Wanqing pressed the muzzle of her gun against Wen Shan's head. With a gun in hand, killing them would be easy. The hard part was getting them to lower their guard and not send out our information. A thief isn't as scary as someone keeping an eye on you. If other people start targeting us, we won't even be able to sleep in peace. The group went back and forth, piecing apart most of Zhou Yi's plan in a few lines. When Shan knelt on the ground, regretting it so much his guts turned green, he really shouldn't have brought that idiot Lin Jie along. Now he had even dragged his own life into it. Brother, we can talk this out, we can negotiate. He kept kowtowing. The supplies are all yours, all yours. Zhou Yi didn't answer. He only held out a hand toward Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing handed him the gun. After taking it, he turned back and smiled at the girls. Don't look, it'll give you nightmares. The girls instantly understood and turned around. Lin Jie and Wen Shan immediately realized what that meant, gritted their teeth, and pulled weapons from their backpacks for one last struggle. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, silence returned to the surroundings. A few seconds later, 2 buzzing sounds rang out, and Zhou Yi's calm voice came from behind them. All right, it's dealt with. Everyone turned back. On the spot, only 2 pools of blood and 2 faintly glowing wooden treasure chests remained. These 2 collected quite a bit of iron ore. They saved us a lot of trouble. At least. Zhou Yi stepped forward and opened the chests. Obtained food. Fresh water 6 liters, bread 7, self-heating rice 10, milk 2, fresh fruit 1 kilogram, purple berries 35, black berries 23, white berries 29. Obtained materials, wood 205, stone 100, metal parts 15, electronic components 18, springs 12, beast hides 35. Tactical stock blueprint 1, sniper rifle suppressor blueprint 1. Obtained weapons and tools. Simple bows 2, long knives 2, daggers 2, stone axes 2 damaged, stone pickaxes 3 damaged. Obtained ores. Iron or 742, flint 230. Obtained special item. Airdrop signal flare gun 1. Usable after the 6th day. Fire a signal flare into the sky to summon a top-tier airdrop supply crate. A flare gun? Zhou Yi stared at the red handgun in his hand and fell into thought. Where did these 2 get something like this? Could they have gotten it from opening chests on the island? Yang Hao pointed toward the island's interior. Someone in the World Channel already said it. Treasure chests spawn on the island. Maybe they can open up strange stuff like this. Then that should be it. Zhou Yi put the flare gun away. This really was an unexpected gain. After Zhou Yi thoroughly looted everything from both chests, he walked over to Zhao Ling'er, bent down, and carried her onto his back again. Let's go back to the boat. We can't stay here any longer. That broken system probably broadcasted this again. At that moment, all kinds of kill announcements were constantly coming through the World Channel. Raft Cosmic Mob defeated Island Wolf Pack, obtained 1 blue supply chest. Raft Flying Dutchman defeated White Tiger King, obtained 1 purple supply chest. Raft Tupedion defeated Raft Teng Ho Ardxiong. Raft Fantastic 4 failed to evacuate before the countdown ended, all members eliminated. Raft Black Pearl defeated Poisonous Scorpion Swarm, obtained 1 blue supply chest. Lu definitely didn't cheat. Wait, did something incredible just get mixed in there? Big Bro never loses. Hyperion sound kind of familiar. Isn't that the raft of that big shot with the triple S fishing rod from 2 days ago? Lao Juman, 666. Wishing the captain the hard pity every single time. Freedom lies beyond the sea. Brothers, the berries on this island are really sweet. But why do I feel kind of sleepy after eating them? Damn, you're noisy. Bro upstairs, don't tell me you ate the black ones? Those things can knock people out. Freedom lies beyond the sea. Damn, why didn't you say so early? 1433223. Well then, another one down. Nobody had time to care about the nonsense these goofy people in world chat were talking about. Everyone kept their heads down and hurried back toward the shore. Not long after they left, a flash of light suddenly flickered on top of a huge rock in the direction of the island's interior. By the time everyone returned to the shore, only 2.5 hours remained on the countdown. The moment their feet stepped onto the sand, several of the girls almost simultaneously let out a breath and collapsed to sit down. Tang Guagua directly flopped down spread eagle, enjoying the sun bath to her heart's content. Finally out, staying in an open place really does feel better. Zhou Yi slowly lowered Zhao Ling, then plopped down onto the sand himself. Let's count it up. How much wood and iron, or did everyone gather? Everyone immediately checked their system backpacks. Tang Guagua was the first to raise her hand. Wood, 323. Iron, or 212, plus a few tree seeds. Lin Wanner followed right after. Wood, 342. Iron, or 198. Suyu reported simply. Wood, 316. Iron, or 203. Yuan Qing was the last to speak. Since she had been holding the gun on guard the whole time, her numbers were clearly lower than the others. Wood, 225. Iron, or 129. Several gazes fell on Qin Xiaoyu at the same time. She was the one who had worked the hardest. Qin Xiaoyu crooked her lips, slowly stood up and spread her hands, wearing an expression like a dragon king descending into the world. Look up to me, children. Wood, 401. Iron, or 303. If you're bad, train more. Yang Hao gave a light cough, feeling like he had finally held his head high for once. Wood, 453. Iron, or 350. Qin Xiaoyu shot him a glance like he was an idiot. Who asked you? You're a grown man competing with us over this. Are you sick? Yang Hao instantly felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his protagonist halo shattering all over the floor. Will you die if you don't roast me? Skinny dog Jia Hao. Qin Xiaoyu muttered one line, then turned her head away. Beside them, Lin Wanner and the others were laughing so hard their shoulders shook. Yang Hao esmoed Duichet in front of so many girls. His old face really couldn't take it. He turned to Zhou Yi and said unwillingly, I won't compare with you girls. I'll compare with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, tell me, how much did you gather? Me? Zhou Yi was lowering his head to check Zhao Linger's injury. Hearing that, he didn't even lift his head. I didn't gather that much. So let's not talk about it. The moment Yang Hao heard that, he got energized, feeling that his dignity still had room to recover. Come on, say it. It's not embarrassing. Zhou Yi looked up and glanced at him, clearly giving off a you had your chance, but you didn't use it kind of feeling. Leaving aside what came from those two, I personally gathered about 530, iron, or 416. Yang Hao's expression froze. Qin Xiaoyu stabbed in without mercy. Ha ha ha. He gave you a way out, and you wouldn't take it. You just had to make him say it clearly. Lin Wanner and Zhao Linger also smiled and praised Zhou Yi for being amazing. Suyu tapped her own head with a finger and shook her head toward Yuan Qing, while Yuan Qing only smiled without saying anything. A grown man won't stoop to the level of you girls. Yang Hao turned around and walked straight toward the shore. I'm going to start building. It's time to step into the Iron Age. Zhou Yi watched his back and shook his head, then turned to the girls. What about you? Sit a little longer, or get on the boat and leave right away. Let's go. Lin Wanner looked worriedly toward the inside of the island. This place isn't safe. I just checked. The system really broadcast the kill notification. Suyu pointed at the light screen in front of her. If those two know someone who knows their location, we're in big trouble, and we still don't know where those island campers are hiding. Qin Xiaoyu chimed in as well. Then we'll do as you said and get on the boat first. We'll leave this stretch of sea. Zhou Yi stood up and dusted the sand off his butt, then reached out and pulled Zhao Linger to her feet. Let's go, let's go. We've been busy for so long. I want extra food tonight. Qin Xiaoyu happily tugged Lin Wanner's arm and walked toward the raft. Extra food? What do you want to eat? Zhou Yi spoke as he casually scooped Zhao Linger up in a bridal carry. How about steak here? Or should we try fishing up some more fish? Before Zhao Linger could even react, she was already lying in his arms. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered in a small voice, seriously, so overbearing. Huh? What did you say? Zhou Yi didn't hear her clearly. He lowered his head and looked at her. What over? Zhao Linger froze for a moment, not daring to meet his eyes. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. You heard wrong. I said I want to eat fish. Fish? Easy. Zhou Yi lifted his head and looked at the raft. My fishing rod can catch anything. Isn't it just fish? Tonight, we'll have a real seafood hot pot. Yay, seafood hot pot. Tang Guagua had already run onto the deck impatiently, freshly caught and straight into the pot. And we're even out at sea. It really is seafood hot pot. Yuan Qing couldn't hold back her laughter. But we need to find time to expand the raft some more. Suyu said that as she also stepped onto the deck. I'll go call Yang Hao and have him eat with us. Lin Wanner turned and walked toward the back of the raft. Everyone else got onto the raft, and Zhou Yi used a bamboo pole to push against the ground, shoving the raft toward the open sea. Brother Yang Hao tonight. When Lin Wanner reached the back of the raft, the words stopped at her lips. Where is he? Yang Hao's little wooden raft was completely empty. There wasn't a single person on it. Lin Wanner turned in place once, then leaned out and looked into the water, but still found nothing. That's strange. Where could he have gone? I didn't see him head anywhere else either. After thinking it over, she turned around and went back to the front. Wearing these cloth shoes without socks really rubs. Qin Xiaoyu sat on the floor and grumbled while untying her shoelaces. Seriously, the soles are too hard. I'm about to get blisters. Suyu also sat down and started undoing her laces. Who said there aren't any socks? Yi Wanqing raised a brow slightly and gestured with her chin toward the wooden cabin. I've got a few pairs in my chest. I left in a hurry this morning and forgot to bring them. I'll go get them now. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Xiaoyu had taken her pale little foot halfway out, but immediately shoved it back in. Go get them quick. Wearing shoes is still better than going barefoot. Fine. Wait a second. Yi Wanqing nodded and walked toward the cabin. Lin Wanner also came over from the back of the raft. This is weird. Brother Yang, how isn't on his raft? Not on a raft. Zhou Yi, who was standing at the edge of the raft with a bamboo pole, looked over. This place is tiny. If he's not on the boat, what, did he go diving? Could he be inside the cabin? Yi Wanqing said as she twisted open the cabin door. Wait, he's gone? Zhou Yi suddenly thought of something and jerked his head up toward the cabin. No, that's not right. Wanqing, get back. The moment his voice fell, white light flashed. A long blade shot out from inside the cabin and came to rest steadily against Yi Wanqing's slender neck. The cabin door slowly opened, and 3 burly men with bare upper bodies and long sabers in hand walked out. Yi Wanqing also slowly backed up with their steps. At the same time, her right hand moved quickly behind her back, signaling Lin Wanner to run. Lin Wanner snapped back to herself and quickly retreated a few steps to return to the others. Behind the 3 men, Yang had already been knocked unconscious and tied up tight, slumped in the corner with a filthy rag stuffed into his mouth. So you 3 are the island campers? Zhou Yi set down the bamboo pole in his hand and moved in front of the girls, shielding them firmly behind him. What? You've set your sights on me now? Huh, kid, you're sharper than that brat just now. The leader, Su Quan, smiled and stared straight at Zhou Yi. You're the captain of the Hyperion, Feng Yun, aren't you? Zhou Yi's eyelid twitched, but he still replied calmly. What Feng Yun? Don't just make up a name and pin it on me. Huh, it doesn't matter if you won't admit it. Su Quan pressed the blade in his hand a little closer to Yi Wanqing's neck. The sharp edge easily sliced open her delicate skin, and beads of blood dripped down along the blade. Stop! Zhou Yi raised a hand and shouted. Yes, I'm the captain of the Hyperion. You want supplies, right? I'll give you all of them. Just don't touch her. Su Quan stopped moving and looked at him with a fake smile. Zhou Yi and the others quietly wiped away sweat. Yi Wanqing's forehead was already covered in sweat too, and her back was drenched. She was very sure that if they had been even 2 seconds slower, her carotid artery probably would have been cut. At least you know what's good for you. As Su Quan spoke, he tilted his head toward the empty space between them. We're civilized men too. Take out all your supplies and put them here, and I can consider letting her go. Fine. Zhou Yi agreed without even thinking. Then he pointed at the long saber in Su Quan's hand. Move the blade away from her first. That thing doesn't have eyes. Don't let it hurt her. And who are you to teach me? Shut up. Su Quan's eyes turned cold as he pointed at the open space. My patience is limited. If I weren't seeing that this chick is pretty, it'd be a waste to kill her right away. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here wasting words with you. Yi Wanqing's expression stiffened, and she glanced at Zhou Yi without meaning to. Zhou Yi raised a brow and gave her a tiny nod. After getting Zhou Yi's response, Yi Wanqing quietly took a deep breath. At the same time, Zhou Yi and the others had already started taking various supplies out of their backpacks and placing them on the deck one after another. Ha ha ha, just as I guessed. Su Quan looked at the dazzling pile of supplies on the floor and became smug. To have this many supplies by the 3rd day and upgrade your raft to this level, only someone like you, who got an SSS-grade fishing rod, could pull that off. Heh, you're too kind. Zhou Yi kept dumping out supplies, but his eyes never left the blade at Yi Wanqing's neck. Su Quan acted as if he couldn't see the killing intent in Zhou Yi's eyes. The saber in his hand stayed pressed tight to Yi Wanqing's neck as he continued muttering to himself, too bad. A fishing rod recognizes its master. Big brother, can you move the blade away first? Yi Wanqing tipped her chin toward the saber pressed to her neck. I can't run anyway, so there's no need to be this nervous. Move the blade away? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Su Quan wasn't moved in the slightest. Yi Wanqing sighed and muttered softly, Big brother, you need to understand this. The only reason Zhou Yi isn't making a move right now is because I'm still alive. She lowered her head and looked at the blade. As long as I'm alive, you can safely leave with the supplies. But with your blade this close to me, if your hand slips, do you think you can get away from him? Since you know he's the owner of the sea god fishing rod, then you should understand this too. The only bargaining chip you have if you want to leave right now is making sure I stay safe. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Quan frowned, and the saber in his hand loosened a little. That actually makes some sense. One of the lackeys at the side leaned over too. Boss, that sea god fishing rod is way too strong. What this little girl says isn't wrong. Be careful. Don't really slit her throat by accident. Suquan turned and glared at him. "Do I need you teaching me?" After cursing him out, Suquan looked at the killing intent in Zhou Ye's eyes across from him, and he also knew Yuan Qing was right. The hostage's safety was also his own safety. He immediately moved the saber away from her neck. The saber went back into its sheath, and Yuan Qing quietly let out a breath of relief. She looked toward Zhou Yi and gave him an almost invisible nod. Across from her, Zhou Yi somehow already had a blade in his hand. "Ye vanmink rolet her shoulders," then lifted her head and smiled at him. Big brother really does listen to reason, but you're too late. Before the words had even fully left her mouth, she suddenly dropped into a crouch and rolled backward at top speed. Before the three men could even react, Zhou Yi lunged forward like a leopard with blade in hand. Zhou Yi swept his blade horizontally, and white light flashed. 3 long sabers clanged onto the deck. The 3 burly men stood where they were, both hands clamped tightly over their throats as blood kept pouring out through their fingers. Gurgling sounds came from their throats, their knees buckled, and they collapsed one after another. Zhou Yi held the blood-dripping long blade and looked down at the 3 from above, his tone icy. "You all knew I was the captain of the Hyperion, and you still dared come knocking. You didn't die for nothing." Cough, cough, I. Suquan's throat had already been choked with blood, and he couldn't force out a complete sentence. Yuan Qing stood off to the side, her face full of disgust, like she was looking at something revolting. "Zoya Genti Patit Heschuldev. You okay?" "I'm fine." Yuan Qing brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, the disgust in her eyes not yet gone. "If his blade hadn't been pressed so close and I couldn't risk it, I would have just blown their heads off with a gun myself. Then you really did trust me. If I'd reacted half a beat slower, you'd have been in danger." Zhou Yi smiled and held the blade out to her. "I'll leave the rest to you then. No problem, right?" Yuan Qing took the long blade and nodded. These 3 were already doomed anyway. Giving her the blade was just letting her personally vent the anger of being threatened a moment ago. The 3 men lay limp in pools of blood on the ground, watching helplessly as Yuan Qing walked toward them with the blade, yet unable to move at all. Yuan Qing couldn't be bothered wasting any more words on them. She took a deep breath, flipped her wrist, and swept the blade sideways. The eyes of the 3 burly men were filled with disbelief as they finally fell still in the blood, lifeless. Buzz. A few seconds later, the 3 corpses gradually faded and vanished, and 3 chests appeared where they had been. "Serves them right." Yuan Qing let out a cold snort, stepped around the 3 chests, and walked straight into the wooden cabin. Yang Hao was still unconscious. Yuan Qing frowned, crouched down, and reached out to pat his face. "You're still sleeping?" Where am I?" Yang Hao groggily opened his eyes, then instantly widened them. "Wait, what the hell? Who tied me up? Even if you're into Asian bondage, this isn't how you do it." Hearing that, Yuan Qing rolled her eyes. She cut the rope on him with the blade, then turned and walked out of the cabin without another glance. At that moment, Zhou Yi was crouched in front of the 3 treasure chests, frowning hard at something in his hand. It was an old yellowed parchment map with ragged, uneven edges. The others saw this and gathered around too. "What's that? A treasure map?" Zhao Linger's eyes lit up. Could there be some kind of undersea treasure or something? But looking puzzled at the map. "This looks like just a fragment, doesn't it?" "Yeah, Wanner's right." Zhou Yi slowly stood up and spread the map out in front of everyone. "This really is a fragment. Even the system scan only called it a fragment. It's just that what?" Qin Xiaoyu was already getting impatient. "It's just that the place this map points to probably isn't somewhere we can reach at our current stage." Zhou Yi frowned as he explained. "Just this fragment in my hand already shows a route that has to pass through a lot of island clusters. Who knows what's out in those waters? At the very least, our current setup can't make that trip. Let's keep it for now. It's only a fragment anyway. And we don't even know how many pieces make up the full map." As Zhou Yi spoke, he started looting the drops. "That's a lot of stuff," Zhou Yi muttered. "These 3 probably robbed everyone on this island." Obtained food: fresh water 36 L, bread 30, self-heating rice 40, milk 19, 8 treasure porridge 30, fresh fruit 1 kg 10. Purple berries 65, black berries 73, white berry 79, rice 1 kg 9, fresh meat 15, steak 20. Obtained material items: wood 1,905, stone 809, metal parts 82, electronic components 78, springs 82, beast hide 110, rainwater collector blueprint 1, modular telescope blueprint 1, intermediate solar power panel blueprint 1, basic animal trap blueprint 1, refined iron axe blueprint 1, tranquilizer gun blueprint 1, iron pot blueprint 1, fish trap blueprint 1, fur clothing blueprint 1, 4 times scope blueprint 1, refined iron machete blueprint 1. Obtained weapons and tools: simple bows 7, long blades 6, daggers 3, damaged. Stone axes 8, damaged. Stone pickaxes 7, damaged. Obtained ores: iron ore 1,642, flint 830, sulfur 260. Right after the supplies were counted, the system's world announcement popped up. The Hyperion Raft defeated the healing the sick and saving the wounded raft. The world channel exploded once again. Retreat behind, everyone. What the hell? How long has it even been? Another raft already got taken out? Failure, man. Damn, that's insane. Nothing else to say. Wu Chu, Airbu Zaoyu. Selling blue quality supply chest. By now. A Jun fell for a Chong. Wait. This healing the sick and saving the wounded raft. Isn't that one of the pirate groups? Palace Jade Liquor. You're not remembering wrong. Is pirates. They've already killed a lot of people today. What trash name? Hu Tao is my wife. Captain is awesome. Captain 666. Captain got rid of a scourge for the people. Uncle Ba teaches you life. Not bad. This Hyperion is kind of interesting. Looks like I need to ask around properly. Failure man, Uncle Ba teaches you life. Who the hell are you barking at? Uncle Ba teaches you life. You better hope I don't catch you, kid. After cleaning the blood off the deck, Zhou Yi and the others immediately unfurled the sail and moved away from the waters around the island. Those three bastards. Yang Hao spat angrily, completely unwilling to accept it. They knocked me out from behind while I was taking a piss. Don't they know people are most vulnerable when they're using the bathroom? If they had any guts, they'd fight me one-on-one, damn it. One-on-one. Yi Wanqing let out a cold snort from the side. You were unconscious. Do you even know what those three looked like? The fact they didn't casually kill you was already your good luck. Enough, Young Hao. Stop talking big. Zhou Yi sat to the side fishing without even turning his head. Be more careful from now on. Things aren't like before anymore. Here, a human life is just a chest. After saying that, he stared at the float in the water as if talking to himself. I need to hurry up and make a smelting furnace to refine iron ingots and charcoal. We need to start preparing gunpowder early. By dusk, Zhou Ye's Hyperion had already moved far away from the island from earlier in the day and arrived in a broad stretch of water. While traveling, everyone upgraded the raft by 2 levels. Its current size was 6 by 6, reaching a total of 36 square meters. Originally, everyone had wanted to widen the raft even more, but they discovered that every level up multiplied both the amount and the variety of materials required. So they had no choice but to temporarily drop the idea. And like Zhou Yi had said, wood wasn't just used for upgrading a raft. For now, it was better to save some. Making gunpowder required charcoal, and charcoal had to be obtained by burning wood in a smelting furnace. At that moment, Zhou Yi was crouched at the edge of the raft in front of a person-tall furnace, studying something with his head lowered. The girls all silently understood not to disturb him, and each busied themselves preparing dinner for the night. Basic smelting furnace. Add wood into the smelting furnace as fuel to smelt iron or into iron ingots, or burn wood into charcoal. The smelting ratio for both is 10:1. Every 20 units of iron ingots also yields 1 unit of refined iron ingot. Beside the smelting furnace stood a long table about as tall as a person, and on it were 2 stone grinders. Stone grinder can be used to make ignition powder, anesthetic, gunpowder, and more. Zhou Yi stood up, added 200 units of wood into the furnace's fuel compartment as fuel, then put in all the iron ore they had obtained this time. Not counting Yang Hao's 350, the 7 of them alone had a total of more than 3,800 units of iron ore. At a smelting ratio of 10:1, that could still produce over 380 iron ingots and nearly 20 units of refined iron ingots. Without blueprints, Zhou Yi wasn't expecting to make any new firearms, and they didn't have enough for that anyway. But more than 380 iron ingots could make quite a few other devices. The first thing Zhou Yi thought of was that basic propeller blueprint. The raft was getting bigger and bigger now. There was no way they could still count on sails for propulsion. Out on the sea, a ship's power system was a crucial part. But when you want to take iron ingots out of the smelter and get to work, he realized smelting iron ingots wasn't done instantly. It was a slow process instead. He could see the iron ingots in the smelter's inventory increasing little by little, while the wood being used as fuel and the iron ore were both decreasing bit by bit. Fine. Zhou Yi sighed, turned, and walked to the table. Looks like rushing iron smelting was pointless, so he might as well check the gunpowder crafting first. He walked up to the grinder and tapped open its work panel. Craft gunpowder. Require materials: 2 ignition powder, 3 charcoal. Materials needed for ignition powder: 3 flint, 2 stone. The corners of Zhou Ye's mouth lifted slightly. He finally completely understood the logic behind production in this world. He immediately split all the flint on him evenly between the 2 grinders. He still had other uses for the stone, so he only put in 100 units each. Just like smelting iron, or the grinders would work on their own, but they wouldn't produce finished goods immediately. Seeing that, Zhou Yi didn't rush either. He walked back to the smelter, added more wood to the fuel slot, then tossed in some more wood and iron ore to refine together, and conveniently burned some charcoal while he was at it. Only after finishing all that did he leave in satisfaction. Now all he had to do was wait and come collect everything when it was done. Hey, I got one. Qin Xiaoyu gripped the fishing rod and swayed it left and right, not forgetting to turn back and shout, big one. At least 3, Jean. Quick, bring the net. Coming, coming. Lin Wanner excitedly grabbed the net by the railing and ran over, eyes full of anticipation as she stared at the sea. Where is it? Where is it? Hurry and pull it up. Little thing's got some strength. Qin Xiaoyu curled her lip in a disdainful grin, flicked her bangs, and suddenly yanked hard with both hands. Come out and show yourself, little baby. A layer of spray burst up from the surface, and a tiny dark shape was pulled out of the water. A small fish about 3 fingers wide. Ah! Qin Xiaoyu stared at the fish dangling in midair in front of her, still flopping nonstop, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She couldn't force out a single word. Ha ha ha! Lin Wanner pointed at the underage little fish and laughed without restraint. Xiaoyu, didn't you say at least 3 Jin? How was I supposed to know this little thing had that much strength? I thought I hooked a big one. Qin Xiaoyu pouted and muttered. That won't do. You still have to watch me. Su Yu shook one finger, then pulled out a big fish as long as an arm from behind her. This is 3 Jin. Yours probably isn't even 3 Liang. Holy crap, how'd you catch that? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes went wide. You hard-pulled a fish that big up with a rod? Who told you I caught it by fishing? Su Yu raised a brow. I got it from opening a crate. So, pretty amazing, right? Qin Xiaoyu was expressionless. 6. If you're bad, practice more. Yang Hao, squatting off to the side like a statue, slowly spoke up, his tone carrying the weathered weight of someone who had seen it all. When it comes to fishing, your brother Yang here is a professional. A veteran fishing guy is right here, so ask if there's anything you don't understand. Fishing guy? Zhao Linger blinked, looking innocent. I heard fishing guys often come back empty-handed. That should be a good term, right? Then I wish you empty holes every day, little brother Zhu. Yang Hao's mouth twitched, and he muttered quietly. How does such a pretty little mouth only say things that make people want to die? So you're a veteran fishing guy, huh? Qin Xiaoyu clasped her hand behind her back and strolled over to him, sweeping her gaze around twice. Where's your fish? Where is it? Now, this is where you don't get it. Before fishing, you gotta chum the water. Gather the fish together first, so they're easier to hook. Right now, we don't have feed for chumming, so... Yang Hao casually brushed his bangs in an absurdly deliberate way. I haven't caught one yet. Haven't caught one? Then why the hell are you yapping? Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes so hard they nearly flipped into the sky. At least your big sis here caught one. Okay? Nearby, Tang Guogua and Yi Wanqing were setting an iron pot over the campfire. Both shook their heads and smiled. Kids, all you look over here. Zhou Yi walked over with his hands behind his back, wearing an unfathomable expression. Guess what I caught? Captain, what did you catch? Tang Guogua asked after putting down the iron pot and patting the dust off her hands. Tajda. Zhou Yi pulled out a huge fish as thick as a thigh from behind him. The tail was still slapping droplets of water everywhere. At least more than 10 Jin. So, pretty amazing, right? No way, bro. Yang Hao instantly sprang to his feet, disbelief written all over his face. You're sure that didn't come from opening a crate? Qin Xiaoyu let out a snort. TCH, if you're bad, don't blame the road for being uneven. Practice more, veteran fishing guy brother Yang. Night fell, and the entire sea was swallowed by darkness. Only the campfire and smelter on the raft still burned with light, carving out a small patch of warm territory in the boundless night. Dinner was freshly butchered sea fish. Zhao Linger set up the iron pot, poured in fresh water, sliced the fish into thin, almost translucent pieces, and neatly arranged them on a wooden tray. The seasonings had come from crates earlier: salt, chili powder, a small bottle of oyster sauce, and half a pack of hot pot base. The moment the red oil melted into the boiling water, the fragrance exploded out like the pot itself had blown open. Qin Xiaoyu leaned in and took a sniff, then got choked by the spiciness and sneezed 3 times in a row, all while giving a thumbs up and saying it was good stuff, real strong. The 8 of them sat around the campfire. To our first hot pot meal. Cheers. Everyone picked up a bottle of cola, and the bottles clinked together with uneven, crisp sounds. Tang Guogua took a few gulps and wiped her mouth. Too bad we don't have a fridge. Cola tastes best ice cold. No, no, no. Lin Wanner tossed a slice of fish into the pot to cook. The best tasting cola is always the first sip. Wanner is right. I agree. Zhou Yi nodded. So what's the plan next? Yang Hao held his bowl, and for once put away his joking attitude. It's the night of the 3rd day now. There are 4 days left before the disaster the sister mentioned. Zhou Yi fell into thought. We still don't know what the disaster actually is. There's not even a hint. What kind of disasters can there be at sea? Just a few kinds, right? Qin Xiaoyu counted on her fingers. Storms, tsunamis, tornadoes, sandstorms. Hey. Where the hell would a sandstorm come from on the sea? Yang Hao cut in. Don't we have a flare gun? Zhao Linger turned to look at Zhou Yi. What day can we use the flare gun again? We can start using it on the 6th day, so it's best to fire it before the disaster comes. Zhou Yi took a bite of fish. Before that, we still need another round of upgrades for our weapons, gear, and the raft. Firing the flare gun will probably bring trouble, right? Lin Wanner put down her chopsticks, looking a little worried. Definitely. Su Yu picked up the conversation while holding her bowl. Who could resist the temptation of a top-tier supply crate? And we still don't know the airdrop rules here. Will the location be announced? How long after landing can it be opened? Is there a protection period? All of that is unknown. So for the next 2 or 3 days, if we run into any more small islands, we still have to risk going up. Zhou Yi rested his chopsticks on the edge of his bowl. There was no gambling in his tone, only calculation. Iron ore is too important, and we can't fish it up with rods. From now until the disaster, we can't miss a single chance to land on island. But my foot. Zhao Linger lowered her head and looked at the sole of her foot wrapped in bandages, then turned toward Zhou Yi with some embarrassment. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to carry me again when the time comes. What's the big deal, Linked? Qin Xiaoyu squeezed her eyes at her. He's probably happy about it before you even ask. The corner of Zhou Ye's mouth twitched. Come on, why say it so directly? Ha ha ha, look at him. See? I told you. Qin Xiaoyu laughed at him mercilessly. How could he not be happy? I'll be happy too. Yang Hao sourly threw in a comment. Too bad. The one she likes is Zhou. Can't food shut your mouth? Qin Xiaoyu shot him a glare and cut off the second half of his sentence on the spot. Who asked you to talk so much? The words reached Yang Hao's mouth, but he swallowed them back down and awkwardly raised his hand. Yeah. I talk too much. Only then did Qin Xiaoyu turn back and look at Zhao Linga, whose face was already completely red. Ignore him. This guy doesn't have even half a point of emotional intelligence. Little brother Yang really does need more practice in that area. Lin Wanner also laughed out loud. Otherwise, how's he going to find a girlfriend in the future? Yang Hao's mouth twitched slightly, and he was left completely speechless. Before Zhao Linger could even finish what she was saying, the entire raft suddenly shuddered, as if it had hit something. Zhou Ye, who had been smiling and listening to them banter, suddenly frowned and turned to look toward the back of the raft. What is it? A sea monster? Tang Guo pressed herself nervously against Yi Wanqing's side. Not a sea monster. Zhou Yi shook his head. We're all here. A sea monster wouldn't take the initiative to attack the raft. Then it must be other survivors. As Yi Wanqing spoke, she took out the rifle from her system backpack and held it out to Zhou Yi. But Zhou Yi pushed the gun back and shook his head. You keep this and protect them. I'll go check it out myself. He paused, then explained, we still don't know who it is. No need to rush into a fight. There's no point making too many enemies right from the start. That's true. Out of trust in Zhou Yi, Yi Wanqing didn't argue. She put the rifle away again. Then be careful. It's the middle of the night. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. With that, Zhou Yi stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked toward the back of the raft, his figure quickly vanishing into the darkness. Is he really going to be okay, going alone? Lin Wanner looked worriedly toward where Zhou Yi had disappeared, her fingers twisting tightly in her clothes. If he goes alone, it's safer than if the rest of us go with him. Suyu tapped her knee with a finger as she spoke. If they came with bad intentions, then without us beside him, he can make a move without holding back. No one said anything. Thinking back on everything that had happened today, that really was true. Still, all of them stared anxiously toward the rear of the raft. Yi Wanqing in particular had her gun ready, looking fully on guard. Zhou Yi walked alone to the backside of the raft, both hands behind his back gripping the long blade. Under the moonlight, the blade gave off a faint, cold gleam. With the help of the dim moonlight, he saw clearly. Besides Yang Hao's small wooden raft, there was now another raft. Its size was 4x4 upgraded. A small campfire was burning on it. 2 men and 1 woman stood on the deck, craning their necks and peering in his direction. Friends, what do you need? Zhou Yi walked to the railing and called out across the few meters of sea between them. Hey, he's here. The man with the little braid was the first to speak, waving hard at Zhou Yi. Hey, brother. Sorry about that. We really didn't mean to. It's dark and we couldn't see clearly, so we accidentally drifted over here. We're really sorry for hitting your raft. The woman beside him also stood up. She was holding a worn wooden bowl in her arms, and her voice was a little timid. We just wanted to ask if you could give us a bite to eat. Anything is fine. We can trade materials for it too. We haven't really eaten for 2 days. As she spoke, she lifted the wooden bowl. The bottom was completely empty, and there were several obvious chips along the rim. The firelight shone across her from the side. Her cheekbones were a little too prominent, her eye sockets slightly sunken, and her lips dry and cracked. Zhou Yi swept his gaze over them. There was a messy pile of supplies beside the campfire. A few broken planks, a roll of old hemp rope, and 2 stone axes. For an upgraded raft, that really was a shabby amount of belongings. They really did look like people who had gone hungry for 2 days. But he didn't agree right away, nor did he loosen his grip on the blade behind his back. The 3 of them did look miserable. But while the braided man was speaking, his eyes had casually flicked past Zhou Ye's back. What he looked at wasn't the blade in Zhou Ye's hand, but the raft behind him. In the instant that gaze stopped on his face, Zhou Yi caught a kind of alertness that had nothing to do with hunger. He didn't look hungry. He looked like he was weighing something. We're really sorry, crashing into you in the middle of the night. The braided man spoke again. His smile, so wide it piled wrinkles all over his face. We really had no choice. We've been drifting for 2 days, and we've already eaten everything on the boat. If it's convenient on your side, just give us anything. Biscuits, bread, whatever. We'll trade materials for it. Zhou Yi didn't take the bait and instead asked back. Which direction did you drift here from? East. South. The braided man and the woman spoke at the same time, but gave two completely different directions. The air went silent for a second. The woman quickly tapped her own head and let out two dry laughs. Look at me. I'm so hungry I'm confused. I can't even tell directions anymore. Jinhua was right. It was the east. The braided man named Jinhua hurriedly nodded. Right. We came from the east. We ran into a pirate gang on the way, and... From the east? Zhou Yi cut him off. Jinhua froze for a moment, then nodded again and again. Right, from the east. Then tell me this. Zhou Yi turned the long blade in his hand and raised it to point at the night sky above. Well, there was no Big Dipper. Which side is east? The three people on the raft all froze at once. Jinhua opened his mouth, then shut it again. His gaze swept wildly across the night sky, but he found nothing. Friend, lying isn't exactly a good habit. Zhou Yi weighed the long blade in his hand and looked at the three of them with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hey, don't get worked up. Don't get worked up. The woman waved both hands repeatedly. We really don't remember which direction we drifted from, but it's true that we ran into pirates. We're not lying. And what does that have to do with me? Zhou Yi wasn't moved in the slightest. He let out a cold laugh. You're actually using this cheap little scam? Throw some broken junk onto the raft and pretend you're refugees? What? Did the pirates rob your system backpacks too? Who are you trying to fool here? The atmosphere suddenly tightened. Zhou Yi was already estimating the distance between the two rafts, and the three people opposite him had quietly clenched their fists as well. Holy shit. Where the hell did this water monkey come from? Yang Hao's shout suddenly ripped through the silence. Right after that came Qin Xiaoyu's cursing. Idiot. That's a fucking person. Zhou Yi's heart tightened, and he instinctively moved to pull back. A flash of white suddenly burst before his eyes, and his body leaned back on instinct. An arrow brushed past his cheek and buried itself into the wooden wall behind him. A cut several inches long was sliced open on his face, and beads of blood dripped down from his jaw. He whipped his head around. Jinhua was already knocking a second arrow. Zhou Yi quickly lowered his long blade, took out his bow, drew the string, and knocked an arrow. The two movements flowed together in one smooth motion. Whoosh, whoosh. Two piercing sounds rang out at the same time. The arrow from the other side was dodged by Zhou Yi with a sidestep, but his own arrow sank solidly into Jinhua's thigh. Jinhua screamed and staggered back a step, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Fuck, how was this brat so fast? What are you two standing there for? Move. As soon as the words left his mouth, another arrow flew out. Before the man beside him could even make a sound, he fell flat onto his back, an arrow shaft sticking out his chest. Jinhua's pupils shrank sharply. He pulled a long blade from his backpack and hurled it at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi hurriedly turned aside to dodge it. The long blade grazed past his shoulder and stabbed into the plank behind him. He was just about to knock another arrow when two gunshots exploded behind him. Those bastards actually have a gun. Retreat. Enduring the intense pain in his leg, Jinhua drew his bow and fired back, one arrow faster than the next, hitting Zhou Yi firmly behind the wooden boards and not letting him raise his head. Several times, Zhou Yi tried to lean out, only to be forced back by the arrows, with chips burst beside his cheeks. Footsteps and splashing water mixed together. By the time there was finally enough of a gap in the arrow fire for him to charge out, that raft had already pulled back more than 10 meters. The campfire had long been doused, and only a blurry black shadow was fleeing deeper into the night. Zhou Yi wiped the blood off his face and watched that black shape vanish in the darkness before turning and walking back to the deck. On the deck floor lay two wooden treasure chests in neat order, with two pools of blood beside them. Yi Wanqing was still holding the gun and pacing back and forth along the edge of the raft, her eyes sweeping over the sea again and again. The others had all pulled out their weapons as well and were standing in a circle. What happened? Zhou Yi's voice broke the stalemate. Everyone turned at the sound. When they saw that half his face was covered in blood, they immediately sucked in a sharp breath and rushed over. Lin Wanner charged to the front first, carefully cupping his face in her hands, her brows knotted tightly together. I'm fine. Zhou Yi smiled, using the cloth on his shoulder to wipe away the bloodstain. Just a small cut. A band-aid will do. Then he looked at the two boxes on the ground, his expression darkening slightly. Looks like it was a group job. They distracted us on one side while sneaking onto the raft to attack. None of you got hurt, right? We're fine. Yi Wanqing shook her head, glanced down at the rifle in her hands, and said, Good thing you left the gun behind. We took care of those two right away. Seeing that everyone else was safe, Zhou Yi let out a breath of relief. I'll take the night watch tonight, just in case those people come back for revenge. No. So he was the first to object. There are so many of us. How can we let you keep watch alone? We'll take turns so everyone gets time to rest. Zhao Ling nodded repeatedly too, looking at the wound on his face with worry in her eyes. And you're hurt. How can you hold out by yourself all night? Come on, man. Yang Hao punched him in the chest, clearly annoyed. You really don't even count me as a person, huh? You get all the spotlight. Can't I stand watch too? Seeing that no one agreed with him, Zhou Yi smiled. Fine, I'll listen to all of you. Then I'll take first half of the night. And after that we'll rotate. Sound good? That's more like it. Qin Xiaoyu curled her lips, still sharp-tongued. but the worry in her eyes was impossible to hide. Then I'll keep you company, okay? Lin Wanner took out a clean towel and gently wiped the blood from his face. With 2 people, it won't be boring. We can also fish up some supplies while we're at it. Sure. Zhou Yi accepted without hesitation. With a beauty keeping me company, I won't be sleepy at all. Smooth talker. Lin Wanner shot him a look, but the corners of her lips were lifted. Oh, a beauty keeping you company, huh? Yang Hao's sour voice drifted over lazily. Which one here isn't a beauty? Qin Xiaoyu turned to look at him. Oh really? Then let me test you. Who do you think looks better? Yang Hao actually stroked his chin and started analyzing seriously. I think Wanner and Su Yi were the prettiest, and then Zhou Yi cut in with a look of utter disappointment. No wonder you're single. Don't you know you're supposed to praise all girls together? What? Are you not single? Yang Hao said in a mocking tone. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow at him mysteriously. Take a guess. Only the last cluster of dark red embers remained in the campfire, flickering on and off. The smelting furnace still rumbled softly, and every now and then 1 or 2 sparks jumped from the mouth of the furnace, landing on the wooden planks and going dark in an instant. Even breathing came from inside the cabin. Qin Xiaoyu had kicked one corner of the blanket off, and Tang Guogua turned over and mumbled something in her sleep. Zhou Yi took out a bundle of transparent fishing line and wrapped it around the raft's railing twice, pulling it tight. Every 2 meters, a small bell was tied to the line. The sea late at night was very quiet, broken only by the occasional sound of fish leaping out of the water. Zhou Yi and Lin Wanner sat shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the raft, and for a while, neither of them spoke. The night breeze skimmed over the water, lifting a few loose strands of hair in front of Lin Wanner. She subconsciously shrank her shoulders a little and drew her knees together. Zhou Yi turned his head slightly to look at her, his voice gentle. Cold. I'm okay. Lin Wanner rubbed her hands together and breathed in her palms, then turned to look at Zhou Yi. Are you cold? Cold. Zhou Yi blurted out. Lin Wanner froze for a moment, not reacting right away. The sea breeze passed between them, making the campfire's embers sway lightly, while the furnace's low hum buzzed behind them. I said I'm cold. Zhou Yi repeated it again without changing expression. Lin Wanner blinked and noticed that faint curve at the corner of his mouth, the one he was trying very hard to press down. Really? She swallowed back what she had originally wanted to say, copied his tone, and nodded with a straight face. Then what do we do? If 2 people hold each other, they won't be cold. Zhou Yi's voice was as steady as if he were stating some law of physics. Lin Wanner couldn't help it. The corner of her mouth lifted a little, then she quickly pressed it back down. Oh, I see. She turned her head to look at the sea, moonlight dyeing the side of her face a cool pale white. After a few seconds of silence, she shifted her weight half an inch toward him, her shoulder lightly brushing his arm. I'll let you have your way this once. Her voice was very soft. So soft, it was almost drowned out by the sound of the waves. Her eyes were still on the sea, but her earlobes were already red all the way through. Zhou Yi curved his lips, reached one arm around behind her, and let his hand rest on her far shoulder, drawing her into his arms a little. She didn't dodge. When he tightened his arm, she even leaned over on her own, her shoulder fitting right into the spot against his chest, the back of her head brushing his collarbone, her whole body curling into a small little bundle, like a cat that had finally found its nest. Warmer? She asked in a muffled voice. Warmer. Zhou Yi nodded with full seriousness. The corners of Lin Wanner's lips lifted slightly as she muttered, humph, scheming little thoughts. Zhou Yi gently rubbed his cheek against the top of her head. With you here tonight, we're definitely going to pull in a big haul. Really? Lin Wanner's eyes stayed fixed on the float on the water. If something good comes up, how are you going to reward me? If something good comes up, then I'll reward you with. Zhou Yi was only halfway through speaking when the float suddenly sank hard. He casually lifted the rod. Ding. Fishing successful. Obtained 1 purple life item box. Contains freshwater 3 liters, salt 500 grams 1, toothbrushes 10, toothpaste 3, body wash 1, shampoo 1, kids croak hat 3-pack 1. Zhou Yi was checking through the supplies when the last item caught the corner of his eye, and he froze for a second. Before he could get a clear look at it, it disappeared. What has flashed past? What? Lin Wanner looked up at him. What disappeared? Nothing. Maybe I saw it wrong. Zhou Yi shook his head. Oh. Lin Wanner responded and turned her gaze back to the float, but there was a faint smile at the corner of her lips. After a moment, she tilted her head up to look at him. You still haven't answered Yang Hao's question from earlier. Yang Hao's question? Zhou Yi frowned it. What question? The one you told him to guess just now. Her voice got softer and softer, looking like she was afraid he would hear it, and also afraid he wouldn't. Zhou Yi paused, then quickly understood. The hand around her shoulder slowly slid down to her waist, pulling her closer into his arms as he lowered his head to speak by her ear. That question. You can answer it for me, too. The corner of Lin Wanner's mouth curved up. She lightly held his hand. If that's what you mean, then I think you're already different from him. Zhou Yi smiled but didn't reply. He only held her a little tighter, his cheek brushing the top of her hair. After sitting there for a while, he suddenly thought of something and raised his hand to open the trading market in the World Channel. After scrolling for a bit, His finger stopped on one page. Jian AI Fei Gong. Selling one rifle magazine blueprint. Price, any food, 90 units. 90 units of food for one magazine blueprint? What a ridiculous markup. Zhou Yi stroked his chin and fell into thought. He wanted to make another M416. And right now he was collecting all kinds of accessory blueprints. A magazine really was something he needed. But 90 units of food was obviously overpriced. It was probably listed there just to try his luck and see whether some sucker would take it. Zhou Yi had no intention of being that sucker. One magazine blueprint alone couldn't make a whole gun anyway. The gun body itself was the real key part. He kept scrolling down. New items constantly appeared on the trading market. Materials for food, food for materials, messy blueprints for all kinds of things. In the end, he couldn't find any other firearm accessories. Looks like firearms were still too far ahead of the current stage. Or maybe the people who got them wanted to keep them for themselves. He kept scrolling for a while longer, and then his finger stopped on a warm water bath device blueprint. He tapped open the description. Warm water bath device comes with a bathtub. Can directly purify seawater into warm, fresh water for bathing. Note, this fresh water is not drinkable and is for bathing only. So, it can only be used for bathing. Zhou Yi considered it and opened the trade conditions. Jian AI Fei Gong. Price, 20 units of food. Him again. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. 20 units of food was still acceptable. Looks like this guy really was short on food. With this, everyone could finally take a proper hot bath. Worth it. Tray made. He put together a whole number with 5 units each of fresh water, bread, self-heating rice, and milk. Spinning them separately felt less painful that way. Let the other side have a balanced diet too. Just treat it as a tiny good deed. Trade successful. Obtained warm water bath device blueprint 1. Required materials. Stone 20, cement 20, activated charcoal 10, plastic 10. Cement? Zhou Yi thrown it. Looks like that was another resource only found on islands. Ding. Jian AI Fei Gong has requested to add you as a friend. Looking at the friend request in front of him, Zhou Yi thought for a moment before tapping accept. The moment he did, the other party sent several messages in a row. Jian AI Fei Gong. Are you Big Shot Fengyan from the Hyperion? Jian AI Fei Gong. I knew it. Right now, you're probably the only big shot willing to trade for this thing. Zhou Yi paused, then replied. Fengyan, you knew I would buy it? Jian AI Fei Gong. There was some gambling in it. After all, it's only the 3rd day now. Most people still haven't even fully solved food and warmth yet. So who would have extra food to trade for my trash blueprint? So I guess only a big shot like you would do it. Fengyan, pretty smart. You need something from me? Jian AI Fei Gong. Ahem, it's like this, big shot. I figure you saw the other thing I listed too, right? Zhou Yi raised a brow and didn't respond right away. If you open someone's personal page in the trading hall, you could indeed see everything that person had listed, including that magazine blueprint he had just seen. When Zhou Yi didn't reply, the other party kept going. Jian AI Fei Gong. I got that magazine blueprint from opening a chest after landing on a small island and killing a few wolves. Jian Fei Gong. Honestly. With it in my hands right now, it's basically wasted. I can't use it at all. Fengyan. If that's the case, then why are you selling it for so much? 90 units of food. You're not trying to sell it. You're screening buyers, aren't you? Jian AI Fei Gong. Big shot really is a big shot. You saw through it right away. I really can't use it, but someone out there can. That's the person I'm looking for. Fengyan, enough. Stop playing around. I don't have much patience. Jian AI Fei Gong. Then I'll be direct. Big shot. You should know about the heart of the ocean, right? It's a required item for upgrading to an intermediate workbench. Zhou Yi sat up straight at once. Lin Wan'er, already asleep in his arms, frowned slightly, smacked her lips twice, then unconsciously burrowed deeper into him. Zhou Yi glanced down at her, smiled, steadied her more securely in his arms, then freed a hand to continue replying. Fengyan, you know where to find a heart of the ocean? Jian AI Fei Gong. I do, but I can't guarantee there will definitely be one. I know of a small island with a very high chance of having a 7-colored supply chest, even higher quality than gold. Logically speaking, that chest should definitely drop one heart of the ocean. A 7-colored supply chest? Zhou Yi stared at the message, his brows drawing together. Fengyan, why did you go yourself? Jian AI Fei Gong. Big shot, it's because I don't have the strength for it. Fengyan, then where did you get this information? Jian AI Fei Gong. Because there's a very strong boss-level monster on that island. Killing that kind of monster has a high chance of giving a 7-colored supply chest. Zhou Yi looked at that line, his fingers tapping lightly against his knee without him noticing. Boss-level monster. He had never seen one, but he often saw kill announcements from other teams in the World Channel. Even slightly stronger monsters could give purple supply chests after being killed. So if it was truly boss level, that was hard to say. Fengyan, so from the beginning, you listed the magazine blueprint as bait. You needed to find someone who could use that blueprint, which means that person most likely already has a firearm. If you team up with someone like that to explore the island, your odds of success naturally go way up. Jian AI Fei Gong. Big Shot saw through everything. If I keep pretending now, that'd be rude. That's exactly it. Feng Yun, but I don't seem to need to take that risk. Everyone on the server knows my fishing rod level. If I want to get a heart of the ocean, it's only a matter of time. I'm not considering your team up request. After the message was sent, the other side fell silent. Zhou Yi wasn't in a hurry either. He idly played with a strand of Lin Wanner's hair as he quietly waited for a reply. After a moment of silence, the other party finally sent a message. Jianai Fei Gong. Big shot, is this cautious, huh? Fair enough. Then if I give this magazine blueprint directly to you, would that count as sincerity? Feng Yun, do you think I care about that magazine? If you want to keep playing dumb, then I won't keep you company. Jianai Fei Gong. Don't go, big shot. I get what you mean. Tomorrow, I'll prove to you that the intel I'm giving is real and accurate. Feng Yun, you said that chest definitely drops one heart of the ocean, but there's only one item. What about you? Planning to work for nothing? Zhou Yi said. Then added another line. Cooperation requires sincerity. If you think lying can fool me, then feel free to try. Jianai Fei Gong. Well, if I say I'm willing to work for nothing, you won't believe me anyway. My condition is just that if we successfully get the supply chest, Big Shot leaves me 2 items. After all, I'll only get it because of your help, so I don't really have much bargaining power. Feng Yun, that's your condition? I pick first, and you take the leftovers? Jianai Fei Gong. That's a 7-colored supply chest. Just 1 or 2 random items from would sell like crazy. I'm not greedy. Feng Yun, then we'll talk after you confirm your intel is accurate. Jianai Fei Gong. Naturally. Nobody gets up early without profit. No one wants to do a losing deal, so that's understandable. But as a sign of sincerity, I'll give this magazine blueprint to you, Big Shot. Zhou Yi closed the light screen and looked at the extra blueprint in his hand, his brows knitting slightly. Tomorrow. He softly repeated the word and put the light screen away. Whether it was true or false, tomorrow would reveal the answer on its own. If the intel was real, he didn't mind casually helping someone get a share. If it was fake, then he would casually kill him instead. It wasn't his first time killing someone anyway. But before confirming whether the intel was true, he had no intention of exposing himself first. The person in his arms moved again. Lin Wanner hazily tilted her face up, her half-open eyes still covered in a thin layer of mist. Were you talking to someone just now? Zhou Yi lowered his head and looked at her. The dying glow of the campfire reflected as 2 tiny orange points in her eyes. Her lashes trembled lightly, as if she still hadn't fully woken from her dream. He suddenly remembered how she had unconsciously burrowed into his arms in that half-asleep state just now. He lowered his head and lightly pressed a kiss to her lips. It was very light, like an evening breeze brushing across the water, leaving behind only the faintest ripple. Lin Wanner's eyes widened instantly. All her sleepiness was washed away by that sudden kiss, and that warm touch still lingered on her lips. Her mind buzzed. Instinctively, she wanted to ask him what he was doing, but her voice lagged half a beat behind her thoughts. Zhou Yi touched his own lower lip with his thumb, the corner of his mouth curving into the faintest smile, then returned her previous words exactly as they were. We're even. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Wanner wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes still carrying that drowsy haze and dazed softness. At that close distance, her lashes trembled once. Then she slowly closed her eyes. The way she kissed him was gentle, even slower than last time, as if she finally didn't have to run anymore. The sea breeze passed between them, lifting her loose hair and brushing it across his cheek. The little bell by the railing rang softly once with the wind, and everything fell quiet again. On the midnight sea, several campfires burned quietly. 3 wooden rafts were parked side by side, and 7 or 8 men and women moved back and forth across the decks. The sound of oars cutting through water mixed with low-voiced conversation. Manhwa sat on the middle raft, clutching his injured leg, his eyes locked on the light screen of the man beside him. Well, Chang'an, did that brat take the bait? Of course he did. Chang'an closed the chat window with Feng Yun and grinned. Who could resist the temptation of the heart of the ocean? Manhwa let out a cold snort and lowered his head to glance at his bandaged right leg. Blood was still faintly seeping through the bandages. The arrow Zhou Yi had taken hadn't gone in deep, but it hurt badly enough that he hadn't been able to close his eyes for half the night. That brat had a gun. They had to find a way to get rid of him and take that gun for themselves. Brother Hua really was smart. The moment he found out the guy had a gun, he knew he'd be interested in the magazine. Chang'an flattered him again and again, then leaned in with some hesitation. But Brother Hua, there's no way for us to fake the heart of the ocean and the rainbow supply chest. When the time comes, we'll kill him, and won't the stuff still be ours? Manhwa sneered. Once we go deep into the island, he'll definitely bring the gun. He'll have to use up those few bullets on the boss, right? Once they're gone, won't it all be ours? As for bullets, once we have the heart of the ocean to upgrade the workbench, won't we have as many as we want? Right. Chang'an nodded again and again. Then tomorrow we need to earn his trust first. None of this plan can happen unless he gets onto the island. I don't want to go head-to-head with that rifle out in open water. Hey, It's our turn to keep watch now. Hurry up and go back to sleep. Qin Xiaoyu and Tang will walk behind Zhou Yi and patted his shoulder. That fast. Zhou Yi turned his head slightly, looking a little reluctant to let go. All right then. Be careful. You know how to use the gun, right? Isn't that easy? Qin Xiaoyu took the M4 and gave it a shake. I've never played with the real thing, but I've done plenty of offline CS. It's more or less the same. Playing around is one thing. But this is the real deal. Take it easy. Zhou Yi didn't say more. They knew what they were doing. Vanner fell asleep. Tang Guoguo leaned over to look at Lin Wanner, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. A faint smile hung on her lips. She said she'd keep watch with you, and she ended up falling asleep first. Looks like she's having a sweet dream. Zhou Yi lowered his head and looked at Lin Wanner in his arms, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It's fine. She's tired too. Then he carefully scooped her up in a bridal carry and slowly stood. I'll take her back inside. You two stay safe. Yeah. Qin Xiaoyu waved her hand. Go sleep easy. You still don't trust me to handle things? Zhou Yi smiled and nodded, then carried Lin Wanner toward the wooden house. The two girls watched him go inside before pulling back their gaze. Xiaoyu, what do you think those two were doing just now? Tang Guoguo rubbed her little hands together, her face full of gossip. Qin Xiaoyu's lips curved upward. What else could they be doing? Kissing, hugging, lifting each other up. You saw it? Nope. Just guessing. Qin Xiaoyu didn't even turn her head as she sat down where she was. Oh, Tang Guoguo answered, then sat down with her shoulder pressed against Qin Xiaoyu's. After a quiet moment, Tang Guoguo turned to look at her again. Are you not very happy? Am I? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes stayed fixed on the buoy, and no emotion could be heard in her voice. I'm pretty happy. Why are you asking that? You are. You've been off since just now, all worried looking. Is it because you saw Zhou Yi and Wanner like that and you? No. Qin Xiaoyu cut her off and turned to face her, looking serious for once. Guoguo, where are we right now? Is this the original world? Obviously not. Since it's not the original world, then why should we use the old moral standards and rules of behavior from that world to judge people's feelings? Qin Xiaoyu rarely spoke this seriously. Seeing her get serious for once, Tang Guoguo also dropped her teasing smile. What do you mean? Qin Xiaoyu's lips curved faintly, but she didn't answer directly. I just think that since we're already here, we shouldn't leave ourselves with regrets. Who cares about all that? Don't you think that makes sense? She looked at Tang Guoguo. Tang Guoguo opened her mouth, but no words came out. Only after a moment did she nod. That's right. So you like Zhou Yi too, don't you? Qin Xiaoyu had just twisted open a bottle of soda and taken a sip. Hearing that, she sprayed it all over the ground and turned her head in shock. Wait, what are you talking about? Tang Guoguo covered her mouth and laughed softly. Such a tsundere. Who are you calling it tsundere? Believe it or not. I'll use the M416 to spray you down. I don't believe it. If you dare spray me, I'll go tell Zhou Yi you like him. Oh, fine. Guoguo, so now you're threatening me? What about you? You dare say you don't feel anything for him? I don't dare. But Tang Guoguo leaned in with a wicked grin. Miss tsundere, didn't that mean you just admitted it? You. Qin Xiaoyu choked on her words. In the end, she simply turned her head away, too lazy to bother with her. After a moment of silence, she stared at the buoy on the water and muttered softly, almost like she was talking to herself. It's not like I like him or anything. But when she said it, there was a tiny curve at the corner of her lips that even she didn't notice. Dawn was only just breaking, and a thin layer of mist still floated over the sea. Then Yang Hao's broken gong voice exploded through the air. Wake up, wake up. The sun's already roasting your butts. Who's cooking today? I was on the second half of the night watch last night, and I'm starving. Qin Xiaoyu stuck her head out from the wooden house. Her hair was a complete bird's nest, and she hadn't even opened her eyes before firing back. Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Go grab a few pieces of bread and chew on those. Tang Guoguo came out behind her, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, coffee, coffee, as she drifted all the way to the cooking station. The can of coffee powder Lin Wanner had brought back last night was still sitting on the table, and she'd been thinking about it for half the night. So you had already been standing by the fence for quite a while, holding a wooden cup and staring absent-mindedly at the sea. As usual, Yi Wanqing was doing morning exercise in a corner of the deck. Her plank posture was textbook perfect, and fine beads of sweat covered her forehead. Zhao Ling'er was leaning against a wooden crate with her injured leg propped up, holding a monocular and looking around at random. The bandages at her feet had been changed, but the bow tied on them was still crooked. Zhou Yi came out of the wooden house with a yawn, still carrying that faint trace of shampoo fragrance from last night in his arms. He had only just stretched when the mechanical voice of the system exploded in everyone's minds at the same time. See region announcement. Starting today, airdrop supply crates will randomly spawn throughout the entire sea region. Airdrops may appear on the sea or inside islands. Every airdrop crate is guarded by monsters, and the monster strength will vary depending on the quality of the airdrop. At the current stage, the guard will not be too strong, but all survivors are still advised to act within their limits. After landing, each airdrop crate will have a protection period of 3 hours. During the protection period, its location can only be seen with the naked eye. After the protection period ends, It will become visible to the entire server and can be contested by the entire server. Today's number of airdrops, 1. Good luck to you all. What the hell? Airdrops are spawning? Zhou rubbed his eyes and looked up at the sky. It was clear and cloudless. There's not even a plane. Where's the airdrop supposed to come from? And the system said there's only one today. Lin Wanner walked out beside him while brushing her teeth and mumbled the next part vaguely, still looking half asleep. This sea region is so huge, and there's only one. So where are we supposed to? She stopped halfway through. The toothbrush froze at her mouth, and the foam was practically dripping off. Zhou glanced at her, then followed her line of sight and turned his head. His eyes instantly widened. Holy shit, the airdrop landed right in our face. Everyone jumped at a shout, and all turned to look in the same direction. A pillar of light was dropping straight down from the horizon, trailing a long, glowing tail. And it landed precisely on a black dot on the distant sea. If nothing unexpected had happened, that should have been a small island. Yang Hao was the first to react. He pulled a shabby straw hat out of his backpack, slapped it onto his head, stepped on the fence, and threw his head back in wild laughter. Ha ha, this is the protagonist Halo. The only airdrop in the whole server, and it drops right in my face. Heaven is practically chasing me down to feed me. Qin Xiaoyu looked at him like he was an idiot. There are this many people here. Why don't you say it's my protagonist Halo instead? That's because you don't get it. Yang Hao pressed down the brim of his hat and put on a profound expression. I dreamed about licking an airdrop last night. My great-grandma must have shown her spirit. Qin Xiaoyu said expressionlessly nice. Next time tell your great-grandma to spawn you an RPG. Then you can go around massacring everything. That makes sense. Yang Hao nodded solemnly, then frowned again. But my great-grandma doesn't know English. How do you say RPG in Chinese again? Qin Xiaoyu turned her head away, muttered 2 words, and ignored him after that. Tang Guoguo heard those 2 words clearly from the side and burst out laughing. Are we taking this airdrop or not? Snapping back to her senses, Lin Wanner turned to look at Zhou Yi. That pillar of light is so obvious. Won't other people see it too and come fight us for it? Zhou Yi stroked his chin and stared at the pillar of light for a moment before speaking. Take it. Why wouldn't we? The server still hasn't announced the location to everyone. Only people in the nearby sea area can see it right now. He paused and swept his gaze across the surrounding sea. There was nothing there except water, and the corners of his mouth kept lifting. Maybe we're the only ones around here. We can't let something this good go cheap to other people. Exactly. Yang Hao was the first to raise his hand in agreement. There's only one of this thing right now. It's a great chance to pull ahead of everyone else. If there's really an RPG inside, I'll just officially declare myself invincible. Then what are we waiting for? Having already finished morning exercise, Yu Wanqing wiped away her sweat, walked to the mast, and reached out to untie the sail. Let's go. The faster, the better. Zhou Yi smiled but said nothing, silently walking over to the workbench. Basic workbench. Crafting complete. 1 basic propeller. Click to claim. He put the propeller into the system backpack, then opened the Raft's work page and installed the propeller in one smooth motion. An iron propeller immediately appeared at the back of the raft, slowly spinning. This propeller comes with some starter fuel, but once it's used up, that's it. So when we get to the island later, find a chance to see if there's an oil deposit and mine some. While we're at it, kill a few small monsters and get some beast hide, then bring it back to make gasoline fuel. Zhou Yi clapped his hands. Let's go. Don't waste too much time. Loot it and pull out. Set off. World channel. Cockroach. Did the system just say there would be an airdrop? I didn't hear wrong, right? Foot massage is also the way. There's an airdrop, but only one today. The sea is this huge. Where are we supposed to find it? Immune to winning. Forget it. I've already given up. Instead of wasting time fighting over that airdrop, it's more practical to search some island for treasure chests. Failure man. By the way, what does this airdrop even look like? Does a plane drop it like in games? Lauda. No way. Where would a plane come from in this hellhole? It's probably just dropping randomly somewhere. Failure man. Lauda. Great minds think alike. Wong does not see Wong. But even if you spot the airdrop, you still have to kill the monster guarding it first. It might not be worth it. For jelly, I choose Zizzalong. The system said airdrops have different quality levels. It's not even guaranteed to be something good. Better wash up and sleep. I'd rather use my B-rank fishing rod to fish up supplies. After the propeller was installed, the raft's speed clearly jumped up a level. By the time everyone finished breakfast, that island had already gone from a black dot on the horizon to a lush green outline. The closer they got, the clearer the details on the island became. Along the shore were still broad stretches of coconut trees and shrubs. But looking farther inland, the terrain gradually rose, forming a hill that wasn't too tall, covered in dense primitive forest. The layers of tree canopies piled on top of one another. From a distance, it looked like a piece of dark green velvet. That pillar of light falling from the sky landed inside the island. Even across the entire forest, it was still visible, carrying a faint golden halo in the morning light. It really is a golden airdrop. Zhou Yi lowered the binoculars, a trace of excitement buried in his voice, but even more calculation. He had already opened one golden legendary chest before, and there had been an M416 inside. Now another one had shown up. The only question was whether he could get some other firearm this time. The raft reached shore. This time, no one needed to remind them. Everyone automatically put on shoes. Zhao Ling still hadn't fully recovered from her foot injury, so Zhou Yi carried her in his arms through the water and onto the beach. The others each grabbed their weapons and climbed over the railing, relying on the fact that he had a straw hat. Yang Hao walked at the very front of the group, carrying an iron axe freshly forged from iron ingots yesterday. From time to time, he swung a couple times to pump himself up. A golden airdrop. He turned around and waggled his brows at the others. If we pull another sniper rifle or assault rifle from this, we'll be able to swagger sideways through this area. All right, don't talk too early. The monster distribution on this island is much denser than on yesterday's island. Look over there. Zhou Yi raised his hand and pointed inland. At the edge of the jungle ahead, a few pairs of dark green eyes could vaguely be seen swaying deep in the bushes. And every now and then a low, beastly growl drifted over. The guards around a golden airdrop won't be weak. Once we enter the forest, don't break formation. Wan Qing, take the gun and bring up the rear. I'll lead in front, and Yang Hao follows me. Xiaoyu and Guogua take bows and stay in the middle. Suyue, watch the direction. Linger's foot still isn't healed, so I'll carry her. He hitched Zhao Linger higher on his back. Everyone answered in unison, noticeably more in sync than yesterday. Just as they stepped past the vegetation line, and the system prompt began the island landing safety countdown, on the other side of the island, two unremarkable wooden rafts silently pulled up against a rocky shore. Lauda, a golden airdrop. You really guessed right. Random drop. Don't call me Lauda in private. Use my name. The young man called Lauda jumped off the raft, stepped onto the sand, and looked up at the golden halo in the air, a smile rising at the corner of his lips. The man behind him stretched lazily and looked around at the island's jungle. Wonder where that Brakwaba is. He said we'd go onto the island together as a trio. I asked for his coordinates several times, and he refused to say, insisting it was confidential. What's with that? We're all lone wolves. Is he afraid we'll eat him? That's normal. You can never be too careful around people. It's not like us. Spawning close to each other from the start. The two of them chatted as they walked inland, and their figures quickly disappeared into the shadows at the edge of the jungle. The jungle was much denser than the one on yesterday's island. Vines hung from the canopy all the way to the ground, and the bushes were packed so tightly there was barely any place to step. The rotten leaves underfoot were soft as sludge. The cracking sounds of dead branches bounced back and forth through the forest for a long time before fading. Looking from the beach, just now, that airdrop seemed to be on the mountain. Qin Xiaoyu walked in front, clearing the way, her machete chopping through the vines blocking the path. She wiped away sweat. This island's terrain is way more complicated than yesterday's. How are we supposed to get up there later? Yeah, it really is on the mountain, I think. Roar. A heavy, beastly roar exploded from deep within the island, shaking loose the leaves above their heads until they rustled down. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes instantly widened. Damn, looks like climbing the mountain isn't the hard part. Zhou Yi stared silently in the direction the roar came from for a moment, then turned around. Change your plan. I'll go get the airdrop. You keep the guns for self-defense. Focus all your effort on mining. This time we're using iron pickaxes and iron axes, so efficiency is higher. We can't waste this chance. No, Lin Warner blurted out, her brows twisted tight. It's too dangerous for you to go alone and without a gun too. How are you supposed to fight those monsters empty-handed? Who said I'd be empty-handed? Zhou Yi's lips curved up faintly as he pulled a machete from his backpack with a backhanded motion. The blade was forged from refined iron, and under the mottled sunlight filtering through the canopy, it gave off a cold metallic gleam. The edge had been honed razor-thin. 5 refined iron ingots plus over 20 iron ingots. A refined iron machete made with a blueprint. Cutting monsters with it is like chopping vegetables. He walked to a tree trunk as thick as a thigh nearby and swung the blade sideways. With a crisp crack, a cut several millimeters deep was left on the trunk, and milky sap seeped from the opening. Your knife doesn't seem that great. It's not even as useful as an axe. Yang Hao stepped forward and pressed a hand against the trunk. The next second, crack. The section of trunk under his hand crashed down in front of everyone's stunned eyes, the cut smooth, as if it had been polished. Holy crap. Yang Hao touched the cut, then turned to look at the blade in Zhou Yi's hand. Did you loot this knife from those 3 guys' bags? Made from the refined iron machete blueprint? Zhou Yi nodded and flicked away the wood chips still clinging to the blade. With this knife, plus my current speed and strength, I might not be much worse at killing monsters than using a gun. Lin Warner looked at the knife, then at the severed tree. Can you really do it? Starving people are cowards, stuffed people are the bold ones. Zhou Yi sheathed the knife. A golden quality supply chest is worth taking a risk for. Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, he reached out and gently rubbed Lin Warner's head. Relax. I'm not some reckless brute. If there's real danger, I won't force a head-on fight. He paused and looked around, and the batch of iron ore from yesterday has already been smelted clean. A lot of the blueprints we have on hand need iron ingots now, so we have to stockpile more or we split up and cooperate. I'll go get the airdrop, and you guys mine. That way neither side gets delayed. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Fine. Suyu was the first to break the silence. Zhouye's arrangement really had no problem with it. The airdrop had to be secured as soon as possible so it wouldn't attract even more people from the nearby seas. But they also needed to mine iron ore. Splitting into two groups really was the most suitable choice. Seeing Lin Wanner looking full of reluctance, Suyu stepped forward to comfort her. You still don't trust his ability? That fishing rod boosts his body a lot. Let's just gather resources properly and wait for his good news. Okay. Lin Wanner looked at Zhou Yi with eyes full of worry. Then you have to be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Don't worry. Zhou Yi patted his chest, weighed the blade in his hand, and said, You guys mine more iron ore and gather more wood here. See if you can find any oil or two. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Zhou Yi checked the direction of the golden glow once more, then walked into the dense forest with his blade in hand. His figure quickly vanished from everyone's sight. Only after watching him leave did the others pull back their gazes. Then let's get to work. Yang Hao pulled out his iron pickaxe and swung it a couple of times, looking toward the glittering iron ore not far away. With an iron pick this time, it should be way faster. Hurry up and farm a lot more. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Xiaoyu was already standing under a huge iron deposit, raising her iron pickaxe and smashing it down. 80, 80, no matter what, I'm taking back 1,000 pieces today. Iron ore 13, stone 11, flint 10. Holy crap, the iron pick, is this insane? Qin Xiaoyu looked at the pickaxe in her hand in disbelief. One hit is equal to 3 times stone. That's awesome. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. After mining the iron, or we still have to go look for oil, or... The moment Tang Guo heard that, she got fired up too. She grabbed an iron pickaxe and started smashing away with all her strength. For a while, the clanging sound of metal rang through the nearby forest. Zhou Yi moved through the dense woods alone, heading uphill along the direction of that pillar of light. The rotting leaves under his feet were gradually replaced by broken stone, and the terrain began to rise. He pushed aside the last hanging vine, and his vision suddenly opened up. A hill that wasn't especially steep stretched across in front of him, its slope covered in sparse, towering trees. The trunks were thick, and the canopies blocked out the sky, but the forest floor below was unusually clean. There were almost no bushes, and visibility was actually better than on flat ground. And the source of that golden pillar of light was right at the mountainside. Zhou Yi looked up. The pillar of light was shooting into the sky from a diamond-shaped metal container over 2 meters tall. Liquid-like golden radiance flowed across the surface of the container, and several half-human-height diamond-shaped components floated around it, slowly circling the main body, like some kind of miniature satellite orbit. Each rotation left behind a faint golden trail in the air and gave off an extremely subtle humming sound. So this was the true body of the golden airdrop. It was completely different from the golden legendary chest he had fished out of the sea before. Just its appearance alone carried an oppressive aura that warned strangers to stay away. He tightened his grip on the refined iron chopper in his hand and slowed his steps as he approached the airdrop crate. 20 meters, 10 meters. The surrounding air grew quieter and quieter. At some point, all the bird calls and insect sounds had vanished. Even the rustling of wind through the treetops seemed to have been swallowed by something. 5 meters. The golden patterns on the airdrop crate's surface were already clearly visible. The rotating small components noticeably sped up as he approached, and the humming turned several degrees sharper. Plop! A lump of dark green, sticky liquid fell from above and splashed onto the ground in front of him, making a sizzling sound. Zhou Yi suddenly looked up, and his pupils shrank sharply. A giant centipede was slowly coiling down along the trunk of an ancient tree above him. Its body was visibly over 5 meters long, and its torso was as thick as an adult's waist. Its entire body was covered in dark red armor plates. Countless slender walking legs were packed along both sides of its body, and each pointed foot looked like a poison-coated hook. When the curved fangs on its head spread open, they looked big enough to swallow an adult human head whole, and sticky saliva dripped from their tips. The thing had no eyes, or at least, Zhou Yi couldn't see where its eyes were, but its head was already aimed in his direction, its fangs opening and closing like a predator measuring distance. So this was the guard of the golden airdrop? Zhou Yi took a deep breath. The hair on his arms stood on end, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the chopper. He lowered his center of gravity and held the blade horizontally in front of himself. It looked like his decision not to bring the girls along really had been the right one. The huge noise coming from the mountainside could be heard clearly even through the entire forest. The crack of breaking trees, the dull thud of something heavy smashing into the ground, and the harsh scraping sound unique to a metal chopper hacking into a shell rang out one after another, echoing through the woods. Qin Xiaoyu stopped her pickaxe and turned to look toward the hill, her lips moving slightly. Tang Guo was stopped too, gripping the handle of her pickaxe tightly with both hands as she turned her head to look over. Lin Wanner stood at the outermost edge, her eyes fixed on the direction of the golden glow, unable to hide the worry in them. Another huge crash rang out. This time the interval was even shorter, followed immediately by a dense series of chopping sounds. So rapid, it was like a rainstorm beating against sheet metal. What are you all staring at? Qin Xiaoyu pulled back her gaze and swung her pickaxe up again. Work, work. Since he said he can do it, then he can do it. Instead of worrying ourselves sick here, we'd be better off digging a couple more chunks of ore. When he comes down, don't let him think we wasted our time for nothing. Her tone was sharp when she said that, but the force in her pickaxe swings was at least 30% stronger than usual. The first strike sent sparks flying off the ore. Tang Guogua didn't expose her. She just silently turned around and went back to mining with her head down. It was just that after every few hits, she would glance toward the hill again, then hit a few more times, then look again. Lin Wanner didn't say anything. She picked up the iron ore that had dropped onto the ground and stored it in the system backpack. When she picked up the pickaxe again, her movements were so slow, it was like she was walking through water. Yi Wanqing stood at the outermost edge of the group with her gun raised. The muzzle pointed toward the hill for a long while. She exchanged a very brief look with Qin Xiaoyu, and Qin Xiaoyu gave her a slight shake of the head. Only then did Yi Wanqing lower the muzzle, though her expression was still a little tense. He'll be fine. Zhao Linger, her injured leg raised, was also chopping trees nearby with an iron axe to collect wood. You have to trust him. If he says he can do it, then he can do it. At the same time, beside the golden airdrop, Zhou Yi stood not far from the airdrop with a long blade in hand. There were several tears in his clothes, leaving behind a few wounds, but his enhanced body toughness kept them from being deep. Across from him, the flint centipede was coiled beside the golden airdrop. Several chunks of armor on its body had been chopped apart, more than a dozen of its legs had been sliced off, and its entire body looked battered and covered in wounds. Its eyeless head remained locked firmly in Zhou Yi's direction. Hey, this thing. Zhou Yi rolled his arm and neck, loosening his body. It really can take a beating. Thick hide, heavy armor. If this refined iron chopper didn't have enough durability and wasn't hard enough, I probably wouldn't even be able to break its defense. Roar. The flint centipede opened its huge mouth and spat out several streams of green venom. Zhou Yi twisted to the side and dodged them, then rushed forward with his blade. No time to mess around with you. The girls are still waiting for me to get back. For a moment, the two figures clashed together again. Not far from the golden airdrop supply crate, two figures were sneaking closer bit by bit. Their footsteps were so light, it was like they were stepping across the floor of their own living room. As they walked, they listened to the clanging sounds of battle, and the corners of their mouths couldn't be pressed down no matter what. Hear that, big bro? They're still fighting. Once they both end up worn out, the two of us can just loot the airdrop and leave. Perfect. I told you, stop calling me big bro. I have a name. Su Wenfei. Su Wenfei knocked Chen Hong on the head beside him in annoyance. Yeah, brother Wenfei. Chen Hong nodded, then lowered his voice. See the crate yet? I see it. Just a little more. Su Wenfei didn't even turn his head. His eyes were locked on the golden airdrop crate 3 meters away. Don't finish fighting too fast. Wait till I loot the airdrop, then come back. At this moment, Zhou Yi was fully focused on fighting the Firestone Centipede. To avoid getting hurt, all he could do was concentrate on dodging the creature's armored charges, leaving him no time at all to pay attention to this side. Good grief, what a ruthless guy. Chen Hong looked toward Zhou Yi and swallowed. I don't remember the system saying anything about him awakening a talent. So how the hell is this guy so good at fighting? Like Captain America or something? Enough, stop wasting time. Grab it and run already. Or were the ones getting beaten up in a minute? As Su Wenfei spoke, he had already made his way up to the airdrop crate. He opened the loot page of the airdrop supply crate. Golden Legend quality airdrop supply crate. Contains 1 compound bow, 30 arrows, 1 tactical scope, 1 rifle suppressor, 25 5.6mm bullets. Holy crap, a compound bow. Su Wenfei stared at the black compound bow in his hands, eyes going wide. This thing's way better than our crappy wooden bow. What are you still staring for? Run already. Chen Hong grabbed his collar and yanked him back. Quit fucking thinking about it. We take it and we go. The moment the two of them finished looting everything, the airdrop crate immediately let out a hissing sound like air leaking, and the whole crate visibly broke apart and disappeared. HM, what was that sound? Not far away. Zhou Yi smashed apart the centipede armor lunging at him with one slash and turned his head to look. Their eyes met. Su Wenfei was being dragged away by Chen Hong and just happened to lock eyes with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi froze for 2 seconds before reacting, then instantly flew into a rage. Fuck, put my stuff down. We've been spotted, run. After snapping out of it, Su Wenfei immediately turned and bolted. Chen Hong quickly followed. Zhou Yi raised his blade to chase them, but the centipede launched another attack and forcibly cut him off. The two of them ran down the mountain at incredible speed, vanishing from Zhou Yi's sight in just a few breaths. They sprinted all the way downhill, panting hard as they passed through the last patch of low shrubs. just about to dash toward the beach. Chen Hong was running too fast and wasn't watching where he was going. He slammed shoulder first into a figure standing by a tree chopping wood. Zhao Linger was already off balance from keeping weight off her injured leg. She staggered 2 steps from the impact and fell to the ground, the iron axe in her hand slipping free and landing beside her. Chen Hong also stumbled. After steadying himself, he subconsciously turned back to apologize, but the moment his eyes landed on Zhao Linger's face, all the words in his mouth got stuck. Su Wenfei also stopped. Following Chen Hong's gaze, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Supporting herself on the ground, Zhao Linger tried to stand up, but the injury on her ankle left her unable to use force. She could only stay half-seated on the ground and scoot back a little, watching the 2 panting stranger men in front of her with caution. Chen Hong scratched the back of his head, suddenly putting on a smile. Sorry about that. Wasn't watching where I was going. Are you here alone? It's dangerous on this island. Want to leave with us? Yeah, we just came down from the mountain. There's a huge centipede up there. It'll be safer if you come with us. Su Wenfei adjusted his collar. Zhao Linger didn't answer. She only pulled her injured leg back and quietly reached her fingers toward the dagger at her waist. No need to be nervous. We're not bad people. Chen Hong stepped forward half a step. An arrow suddenly shot over from the side and buried itself into the dirt 5 centimeters in front of his foot, the feathers at the tail still trembling slightly. Take 1 more step, and the next arrow won't be hitting the ground. Yang Hao stood 10 meters away, bow raised in his hand, the string drawn full, the arrowhead aimed straight at Chen Hong's chest. For once, his usual playful grin was gone, and his voice came out low and cold. I'd advise you not to touch her. She's my bro's woman. If you dare touch her, I'll kill you right now. Don't be rash. Don't be rash. Chen Hong immediately raised both hands, sweat beading all over his forehead. Brother, don't get worked up. We're not bad people. Su Wenfei waved his hands again and again. Yang hadn't budged, the bowstring still taut. He glanced toward the mountaintop and frowned slightly. You said you came down from the mountain? Yeah, we just ran down from there. Chen Hong nodded repeatedly, terrified that if Yang Hao loosened his hand, his life would be over. Yang Hao thought for a moment and muttered softly, looks like the summit people were drawn over by the airdrop too. Then he aimed the arrow back at Chen Hong and asked in a low voice, did you see a guy about my age up there? A guy. Chen Hong stammered, subconsciously glancing at Su Wenfei. You can't be talking about that monster, right? HM. Yang Hao raised the bow in his hand a little higher. Hey, brother. Su Wenfei pressed both hands downward. We did see someone on the mountain. He was holding a machete and fighting a huge centipede. That must be Zhou Yi. Zhao Linger used a tree trunk to help herself stand and looked toward the summit. At some point, the golden glow had already disappeared. The airdrop light was gone. Could it be that Zhou Yi already got it? The moment Chen Hong heard the words airdrop, his eyelids twitched wildly. Shit, these 2 are with that beast. Once he finished off the centipede and chased down here, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to run anymore. But when he looked up, Yang Hao's arrow was still pointed at him. There was no chance to escape at all. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Zhao Linger beside him. A thought surfaced in his mind, only for him to viciously shove it back down. No, if I do that, how am I any different from those beasts squatting on the island? Hey, Yang Hao's voice cut through his thoughts. You said you saw Zhou Yi. Where is he? Su Wenfei's back was already soaked with cold sweat. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he just couldn't force out an answer. What's going on? Who are these 2? The other girls heard the commotion and all put down what they were doing to gather around. Chen Hong and Su Wenfei subconsciously looked over toward the voices. Their gazes swept across Qin Xiaoyu, Lin Wan'er, Su Yu, Yi Wanqing, and Tang Guo, and their eyes opened wider and wider. Chen Hong blurted out, what the hell? Did I accidentally wander into heaven? Where did this many school-bell beauties come from on this crappy deserted island? I'm asking you a question. Yang Hao pulled the bow in his hand even tighter. Where's Zhou Yi? He still on the mountain? Su Wenfei hurriedly answered first. When we got there, he was still fighting that centipede. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. Oh no, that's not right. He had the upper hand. He'd already hacked the centipede full of wounds. Just now, you said evenly matched. Lin Wan'er frowned and stepped forward. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. Absolutely a slip of the tongue. Su Wenfei wanted nothing more than to slap himself. Yi Wanqing walked up carrying a gun, her gaze sweeping over the 2 of them. You 2 ran down from the mountain, and you saw him too. So why didn't he come down? And besides, the airdrop is gone too. Chen Hong and Su Wenfei exchanged a look, both their expressions uglier than crying. Yang Hao stared at the guilty look on their faces. And suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. These 2 had just rushed down from the mountain, running as fast as rabbits, and now they were hemming and hawing, not daring to mention where the airdrop went. He narrowed his eyes. Wait, you 2 were running that fast just now. Don't tell me you stole the airdrop while he was busy fighting the monster, and then ran down the mountain after he caught you? Chen Hong went silent for 2 seconds. Brother, if you don't become a detective, your reasoning talent's going to waste. Holy shit, so that's really what happened. Yang Hao's eyes widened. You looted the airdrop while he was fighting the monster. Well, we were thinking when the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Su and Fei gave a dry laugh. Who would have thought that guy was way too fierce? One centipede wasn't even enough for him to chop. We had just finished looting it when he spotted us, so we got scared and ran straight down the mountain. That's stealing. Zhao Linger puffed up her cheeks in anger. That was an airdrop, Zhou. Ye fought so hard for. What right do you have to take it? Exactly. Tang Wuwa also put on a stern face, a rare sight. That's getting something for nothing. That's stealing. Brother Wenfei, what do we do now? Chun Hong twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling like he had no way to explain himself. Su Wenfei's head was pounding too. You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Wait. Yang Hao suddenly raised a hand to stop them, then looked Chun Hong and Su Wenfei up and down several times. He'd been too tense earlier to get a good look, but now that they were closer, the way these two spoke and their tone felt more and more familiar. He tentatively asked, what did you just call him? Brother Wenfei? Are you Su Wenfei? Su Wenfei, Phil. How do you know my name? Yang Hao turned to Chun Hong again. And you Chun Hong? The fail man? Chun Hong's pupil shook. Holy shit. How do you even know my screen name? He stared wide-eyed and swept Yang Hao from head to toe. That face under the tattered straw hat gradually overlapped with a certain impression in his mind. And he blurted out, Guoba, you're that hot pot flavored chick. Stuff it back in. It's called turkey flavored Guoba. No, just call me Guoba. Yang Hao lowered his bow, his face full of black lines. So it really is you. Su Wenfei slapped his thigh. I was wondering why you refused to tell us the coordinates no matter what. Turns out you weren't a lone wolf at all. You joined up with a big shot. And with this many. He glanced at the girls around them, swallowed the rest of his words, and switched to an understanding expression. Yang Hao gave 2 dry coughs and was just about to explain when he suddenly heard a dull crash from behind him. Everyone turned their heads. A centipede head the size of a calf rolled out from the woods. Its dark red shell was cracked and peeling off. Its fangs were still frozen in the open posture from before death, and green slime dragged across the ground. A hand reached out from the shadows of the trees and lifted that head up. Zhou Yi walked out from the edge of the jungle, completely soaked in green slime. His clothes were torn in several places, and a shattered piece of centipede shell still hung off his shoulder. He held a fine iron machete in his hand. Thick green fluid was still dripping from the blade as he walked toward them step by step. With every step, another green-stained footprint appeared on the ground. You stole the airdrop and thought you could run? Zhou Yi tossed the centipede head to Chun Hong's feet, raised his eyelids, and spoke in a terrifyingly calm tone. Why don't you try running a little faster? Holy crap, he really chopped that centipede down. Chun Hong blurted out, his face full of terror. We're screwed. He's gonna pound us into Chaos Han beef balls. Zhou Yi rolled his neck and flicked the green slime off his hand. Trying to play mantis stalking cicada with me? When Lin Wanner saw how battered Zhou Yi looked, she immediately ran over, pulled a towel from her backpack, and moved to wipe him down. Let me see. Were you hurt? I'm Fine. Zhou Ye's expression instantly went from cloudy to sunny, and he smiled as he waved her off, signaling her not to touch him. Don't get your clothes dirty. Idiot. Why are you talking to me about dirty or not? Lin Wanner shot him a glare, but her hands never stopped moving. While they were talking, the other girls also gathered around. Yi Wanqing looked him up and down at the several tears in his clothes, her tone a little anxious. Didn't we agree you wouldn't force it? Zhou Yi smiled and raised a hand to wipe the green fluid off his face. That centipede really liked spitting. It took a little time. He paused, then turned his head to look at Chun Hong and Su Wenfei across from him. His expression darkened in an instant. Except someone else ended up reaping the benefits. The others all turned to look too. The corners of Chun Hong and Su Wenfei's mouths twitched, and they instantly felt thorns at their backs. Although Yang had already put away his bow and arrows, his body was still faintly blocking their path. He crossed his arms. You caused this trouble yourselves. Handle it yourselves. Chun Hong swallowed, turned to face Zhou Yi, rubbed his hands together, and forced out a smile. It's a misunderstanding, brother. A misunderstanding? Zhou Yi tilted his head, with no emotion audible in his voice. Then what you're saying is, you weren't the ones who took the airdrop? I saw it wrong? We did take the airdrop. Su Wenfei honestly admitted it. What we did was shady. Sorry. One apology, and that's enough? Lin Wanner rarely got angry, especially after seeing the wound on Zhou Ye's shoulder. Even her voice was trembling slightly. He risked his life for that. What gives you the right to steal it? Yes, the beauty is right. We were wrong. Su Wenfei nodded over and over. After thinking it through, he finally started taking things out honestly. He didn't play any tricks either. Everything he had taken from the airdrop was placed on the ground without holding anything back. A compound bow, arrows, a scope, a suppressor, bullets, not a single item missing. Zhou Yi swept a glance over the things on the ground, then looked back up at Su Wenfei. His tone turned a little dangerous. How do I know that's all of it? After all, I didn't inspect the airdrop beforehand. This. Su Wenfei was troubled too, his sincere tone carrying a bit of helplessness. Brother, that's really all there was. I'm not lying to you. Zhou Yi didn't respond. He just calmly stared at him. The gaze wasn't fierce, but made Su Wenfei's back go cold in waves. He really couldn't hold up under it. So he looked toward Yang Hao for help and mouthed, "That really is all of it." Yang Hao lowered his head and looked at the items on the ground. A compound bow with arrows, a tactical scope plus a rifle suppressor, and 20 rounds of 5.56 ammo. It really did look like the kind of loadout a gold-quality supply crate would have. Then he looked at Su Wenfei's eyes again. Clear, with that kind of stupid innocence from someone who had never been beaten up by society. At a glance, he looked exactly like one of those clean-cut college pack mules who would stay up all night, gaming, and yell, "Just one more 100 million rounds." He sighed and turned to Zhou Yi. "I know those too. Based on what I know about him, he probably isn't lying. You know them? Zhou Yi Fronit. They're not the two prison bosses you mentioned, right? The ones who went at Hannibal with you? Right. The moment Chen Hong heard that Zhou Yi actually knew who he was, he immediately nodded repeatedly. "That's us. We were even planning to team up with Yang Hao to explore the island together." Plan to team up with Yang Hao. Zhou Yi's gaze shifted to Yang Hao again. "What are you thinking?" Yang Hao cut him off. "They were drawn here by the airdrop. I kept our coordinates sealed tight. I didn't say I didn't trust you." Zhou Yi rolled his eyes at him, then said seriously, "You sure they're trustworthy, right?" "Yeah." Yang Hao nodded. "They're both college students like me. They don't really have any bad intentions." "Fine. For Yang Hao's sake, I'll trust you this once." After Zhou Yi said that, he put the knife back into his system space. The green slime all over his body gave off a pungent smell that drilled straight into everyone's noses. Even he disgustedly knitted his brows. "I need to hurry to the shore and wash this off. Ugh. Hurry up and go. Qin Xiaoyu pinched her nose and waved her hand, looking disgusted. "That smell on you is way too intense." Seeing that Zhou Yi still had the mood to bicker with Qin Xiaoyu, Lin Wanner's hanging heart finally eased a little. She put away the towel and smiled softly. "Good. As long as you came back safe." Suyu had already stepped forward and packed the supplies on the ground into her backpack one by one. Tang Guogua shook the iron pickaxe in her hand, her face carrying a proud smile. "The iron pickaxe is way more efficient. In just a short while, I dug almost 3 times as much as last time. Not bad. Good work." Zhou Yi smiled and praised her, then decisively made the call. "Then let's move. If those two were able to find this place, there are probably other people nearby too. To be safe, let's head back to the boat first." Chen Hong and Su Wenfei slowly edged over to Yang Hao's side, looking at Zhou Yi walking ahead, surrounded by several girls. The envy in their eyes was impossible to hide. "Guobao, why are all those campus beauties so close to Zhou Yi?" Yang Hao glanced at him. "You're still asking? If anything had happened to him because of you two, that M4 would be pressed to your forehead the next second to give you a blessing." "Holy crap. Seriously? That's like 6 Su Wenfeis." Su Wenfei forcibly swallowed the second half of his words, raised both hands, and said, Fine. We'll count it as owing him one. But seriously, that guy really is fierce." "Duh. If he wasn't fierce, would I call him big bro?" Yang Hao lowered his voice. "Hurry up and keep up. Don't fall behind." The group had walked less than about 100 meters when Zhou Yi suddenly stopped. The ground beneath their feet was trembling slightly. It wasn't an earthquake. It was rhythmic vibrations coming at the same time from multiple directions, as if something heavy was closing in on them from all sides. The birds in the forest burst into startled flight, circling overhead with sharp cries. In the distance, and farther still, the bushes began to shake violently. Several trees as thick as bowls were smashed apart by something, and the cracking sounds of snapping would rose and fell one after another. Looks like the commotion just now was too big and drew all the monsters in the whole forest over here. Yi Wanqing raised her gun, her voice lowered to the extreme. Zhou Yi quickly drew his fine iron machete. His gaze swept across the shaking shadows of trees closing in from every side, and without turning his head, he shouted behind him, "Yang Hao, take your 2 friends and clear the way ahead. Wanqing, don't save bullets. Safety comes first. Shoot when you need to. Everyone, run toward the beach. What are you trying to do now?" Yang Hao showed that reflexively. "Quit the crap." As Zhou Yi spoke, he started operating the system backpack, and I covered the rear. Refined iron chopper, durability, 23%. Materials required for repair, 2 refined iron ingots, 10 iron ingots. Repair. A flash of white light flickered in his hand, and the refined iron chopper, which had already been chipped in places, looked brand new again, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Zhou Yi gripped the blade and swung it once, standing in front of everyone. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at them. "Run. Don't look back. Trust me." Without waiting for them to respond, Zhou Yi had already rushed toward the swaying shadows of the trees with his blade in hand. Yang Hao took a deep breath, pulled out his chopper and bow, and charged to the very front of the group. He can even solo kill the big monster guarding an airdrop. Don't worry about these small mobs. Otherwise, he'll have to split his attention protecting us. Lin Wanner's eyes reddened, and her lips moved slightly. Su Yue was helping King Xiaoyu support Chao Lingye. She glanced back at her. "He knows what he's doing. If we don't leave, that's what would really hold him back." Tang Guogua grabbed Lin Wanner's arm and led her off the island, her voice unusually steady. You have to trust him. Lin Wanner nodded hard, turned, and followed the group. We'll wait for him outside. Chen Hong shot down a lunging wild wolf with one arrow and looked back. The girls all had red eyes, but they bit their lips and retreated toward the beach, one calmer than the next. No one cried out, and no one ran back. Taking the chance, he nudged Su Wenfei with his elbow. This is nice. Pretty, understanding, not dramatic at all, and they all care so much about Zhou Yi. Yang Hao let out a cold laugh beside him. If you really got to know him, you'd understand that's what he deserves. Stop getting sentimental and focus on making it out alive first. But can Zhou Yi really hold them off? Su Wenfei turned to look at the area behind them, where trees kept falling. The monsters on our side are all smaller. He is alone with one blade. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots exploded right by his ear. Yi Wanqing walked past him with her gun raised. Smoke still lingered at the muzzle, and she only shot him a calm glance without saying a word. Behind her, Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Guowood drew their bows from the left and right, and 2 arrows tore through the air, accurately pinning themselves into the eye sockets of 2 gray wolves trying to circle around from the side. Su Wenfei swallowed the rest of his words and silently drew his own bow to the full. Fine. Every single one of them was fierce. These girls definitely weren't dead weight. In a dense forest, Zhou Yi cut off a massive black claw, lunging at him with one slash. A black bear over 3 meters tall crashed to the ground. Its flesh was torn open all over, and blood dyed its originally black fur into a slick, gleaming red. Before he could even catch his breath, 2 explosions rang out from his side. 2 giant wild boars charged straight at him from the left and right. They smashed down several trees as thick as bowls along the way, as if walking on flat ground, sending wood chips flying everywhere. And in just 2 or 3 breaths, they were right in front of him. Zoyese guzish sharpenit. He kicked off hard with both feet, and his body shot backward. Bang! The 2 boars couldn't stop their momentum and slammed their heads solidly into each other. The impact made the ground shake, and both of them flipped over and struggled to get back up. A pig really is a pig. Dumb as hell. Zhou Yi rubbed his nose. Still, they've got some real strength. If I dodged even a little slower, I'd probably die here. Plop! A lump of green slime dripped down from above and landed on his shoulder. Zhou Yi turned his head, his brows twisting into a knot, and shook his shoulder. Disgusting. Can you wild monsters show at least a little hygiene? Clang! Before he could finish, his vision darkened, and a bloody maw had already descended over his head. Almost by reflex, Zhou Yi raised his blade horizontally to block. The edge jammed between 2 rows of dagger-like fangs. Another centipede, slightly smaller than the last one, but its head alone was as big as a calf. At some point, it had already crawled onto the large tree trunk beside him. Its fangs kept gnawing at the blade, throwing off sparks, and the durability of the refined iron chopper was visibly dropping. The centipede's huge body pressed down from the canopy. Zhou Yi felt as if a mountain had dropped onto his shoulders, bending his waist down. Seeing Zhou Yi pinned down, the 2 boars and several other large beasts actually gave up attacking him further, turned around, and charged toward the beach. Not good. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and glared at the centipede pressing closer and closer from above. He was frantic, but he had no free hand to deal with it. On the beach, the group had just stepped past the vegetation line and onto the sand. Island safety countdown remaining, 2 hours and 10 minutes. Has 6 hours already passed? That was fast. Yang Hao took a deep breath and flopped onto the sand on his back. I am exhausted. I've never been this tired in my life. The others also stood on the beach, bent over with their hands on their knees, gasping for breath. Why isn't Zhou Yi back yet? Zhao Linger looked toward the island with a face full of worry. Maybe he's still on the way over. Su Yu, panting heavily, took out a water bottle and drank a sip before handing it to Zhao Linger. This stretch is pretty far, after all. It takes some time. Not far away. Chen Hong and Su Wenfei stood on the beach looking around everywhere. Wait, where's our raft? It's probably on the other side of the island. Yang Hao pointed at Zhou Yi's cabin boat. Once Zhou Yi gets back, I'll use my crappy little boat to send you guys back. Hey! Chen Hong jabbed Yang Hao with his elbow. Did Zhou Yi awaken some kind of talent or something? That stamina and strength are seriously not human. Yang Hao turned and looked at him. Ask me less about his business. If you want to know, go ask him yourself. I'm not that big a blabbermouth. Oh. Chen Hong answered and wisely shut up. Then I won't gossip. Time passed second by second. The people on the beach also started getting restless. Something's off. With Zhou Yi's personality, once he's done dealing with it, he definitely wouldn't stay there. Yang Hao frowned and looked into the island. It's been this long. He should have come out by now. No. Yi Wanqing picked up her rifle and started walking back. I'm going back to support him. Before she even finished speaking, the dense forest beside the beach began shaking violently, and even the ground trembled slightly. What happened? Everyone instantly stood up in alarm. Several massive beasts burst out from the shadows of the trees. 2 giant wild boars, 1 huge black bear, and several gray-skinned giant lizards. Their target was clear. They charged straight at the group. Open fire. Yang Hao shouted. Yi Wanqing pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets hit the lead boar in the shoulder blades, splashing out 2 bursts of blood, but they failed to stop its charge. The boar only staggered once, lowered its head, and kept rushing forward. Qin Xiaoyu's arrow followed right after, sinking into its side belly and slowing it a little, but it still didn't stop. Tang Guohua, who was standing furthest forward, was just about to knock an arrow when the boar had already charged right in front of her. She instinctively stepped back, but her heel caught on a piece of dead wood in the sand, and she fell flat on her back. The boar lowered its head, its sharp tusks aiming straight at her chest as it stabbed forward. Everyone else's expressions changed instantly. Not good. No. Guogua. Slash. Blood sprayed everywhere. A tusk over 1 meter long, still trailing flesh and blood, flew backward and blood splattered across the beach. A refined iron chopper was lodged horizontally between Tang Guohua and the boar. You okay? Zhou Yi turned to look at her, still smiling at the corner of his mouth. Mifine. Tang Guohua was still shaken, but when her eyes fell on him, she suddenly covered her mouth. How are you hurt this badly? The clothes on Zhou Ye's back had already been completely shredded. 2 savage wounds ran across his back, and blood streamed down along his spine. But he didn't even turn his head, only saying lightly, "Another centipede wrapped me up. I got hurt breaking free. It's fine. Just a small injury." The boar whose tusk had been cut off recognized it was him and actually took 2 steps back on instinct, letting out a low whine from its mouth, not daring to pounce forward again. What? Too scared to come now? Zhou Yi tilted his head, and a dangerous smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. If you're not coming, then it's my turn. The moment he finished speaking, his figure shot out again. This time, there was no holding back at all, no probing. His whole body became a blur as he crashed into the beast pack, and the refined iron chopper in his hand turned into a sheet of cold, ruthless blade light. By the time the people on the beach came back to their senses, those beasts had already all crashed to the ground. Their bodies were covered in blade wounds. Every strike aimed at vital points and weak spots in their defenses. Zhou Yi stood in the middle of the pile of beast corpses, his chest heaving violently. The edge of the refined iron chopper had curled beyond recognition, on the hand gripping the blade. It was impossible to tell what was beast blood and what was his own. The beach fell completely silent. Yang Hao's mouth hung open, forgotten in shock. Shen Hong's bow had dropped into the sand, and he did not even notice. What are you all standing there for? Zhou Yi put the chip chopper back into his backpack and walked toward them, breathing hard. Get on the boat now. If we don't leave, the next wave will be here again. He's basically a superhero. Holy shit. Su Wenfei secretly wiped off a cold sweat. The brows of the girls were all tightly furrowed. But this was not the place to talk. They could only suppress their emotions for now and board the boat first. Everyone scrambled onto the boat. The propeller spun rapidly, pushing the raft away from the shoreline. The moment the boat left the shallows and entered deep water, another dense swarm of monsters rushed out from the bushes. They gathered on the beach, yet none of them dared enter the water, as if an invisible wall separated both sides. They don't dare go into the sea. What's in the sea is scarier than they are. Zhou Yi wiped the blood from his face. This should count as safe for now. The moment he finished speaking, his vision went black and his legs gave out. Qin Xiaoyu and Su Yu, standing beside him, reacted fast and caught him. Lin Wanner and Zhao Linger quickly rushed over to support him too. Mifine. Zhou Yi waved his hand and forced out a smile. Just exhausted. I'll be fine after I rest a bit. Only then did Lin Wanner clearly see the 2 wounds on his back that were still seeping blood. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she threw her arms around his neck and cried. Idiot, didn't we agree you wouldn't push yourself? How did you end up this hurt? Hey, I'm dirty. Zhou Yi gently tried to push her away, but Lin Wanner only hugged him tighter. He let out a sigh and stopped trying to push her off, lifting a hand to pat her lightly on the back. A moment later, Zhou Yi took a deep breath, his voice a little weak. Those monsters are intelligent. They knew they couldn't beat me head on, so they worked together to tie me down, then turn to deal with you. If I'd hesitated even a little longer just now, you would have been in danger. Only then did everyone understand how dangerous things had been in the forest. To rush over and support them, Zhou Yi had forcibly endured the centipede's attacks and broken free from its oppression. Brother, you're a real man. Respect. Seriously, respect. Shen Hong and Su Wenfei kept sighing in admiration. If it were me, I really couldn't be that ruthless to myself. Zhou Yi just smiled and said nothing. Your wounds are too serious. Yi Wanqing helped them up. Get inside and treat them now, or they'll easily get infected and inflamed. Zhou Yi did not refuse. He obediently let her support him into the cabin. The other girls followed, right behind. Only Yang Hao, Chen Hong, and Su Wenfei were left on the deck. Let's go. Yang Hao pointed at his own raft nearby. I'll take you to bring the raft back. The 2 finally snapped out of it, still sighing nonstop. That's insane. That's insane. What a monster. Inside the cabin, Zhou Yi had already washed himself clean and taken off his tattered clothes, revealing his scar-covered upper body. Looking at his body full of wounds, The girls could not help sucking in a breath. Idiot. Qin Xiaoyu could not help cursing under her breath, unable to hide the worry on her face. You said you wouldn't force yourself, and yet you still ended up like this. It's fine, just a small problem. Zoe, and my body's recovery ability has gotten stronger now too. For injuries like this, 1 or 2 days of rest, and I'll be fine. But it hurts. Zhao Linger's voice carried a faint sob as she carefully touched the edge of one wound. A tiny cut on the sole of my foot hurt so much I couldn't even walk. Your wound is this big, and you're still saying it's fine. Zhou Yi opened his mouth, but in the end, he still said nothing. So you took out the first aid kit and opened it. The girls divided the work, and each took cotton balls to gently clean his wounds. This is nice. Zhou Yi lowered his head and suddenly muttered. Having several beauties helping me treat my wounds, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. You really never stop joking. Yi Wanqing curled her lips and said irritably. Zhou Yi gave an awkward smile. After a pause, he took several items out of his backpack. This operation didn't just get us the airdrop supply crate. There were other unexpected gains too. Other gains? Dan gugugo muta. Wasn't there only one airdrop? There really was only one airdrop. Zhou Yi did not deny it, but then changed the subject. But the wild monsters I killed, including the giant centipede guarding the airdrop, all dropped quite a few spoils. As he spoke, he took out 2 items, one a blueprint and the other a torn parchment. This is the crafting blueprint for an AWM sniper rifle. And this one is a fragment scroll, just like last time. Other than these 2, there were also some pretty good blueprints and weapon materials. Just these 2 sheets of paper alone already make this trip worth it. Zhou Yi looked at the blueprint in his hand with clear satisfaction. Once I get the heart of the ocean and upgrade the intermediate workbench, then craft this big sniper, our combat power will go up another level. Enough. Lin Wanner cut him off, gently cupping his face in both hands. Looking at the wounds on his face, she frowned slightly. Rest for a while. You're tired too. Not tired, not tired. Zhou Yi slowly shook his head. I have to upgrade our weapons and equipment as soon as possible. Otherwise, how am I supposed to have the ability to protect you? This world isn't peaceful. There are robbers everywhere who kill and loot. Having a harder fist is the only real truth. Hey, Qin Xiaoyu pinched the flesh on his cheek in displeasure. So what you're saying is, we're all dead weight who only rely on you to protect us? No, that's not what I mean. Zhou Yi quickly waved both hands, looking afraid of being misunderstood. You're not dead weight. You're all the Valkyries of my Hyperion, okay? If you weren't helping gather or in resources, how would I have the weapons and confidence to fight monsters? This is a man handles the outside, a woman handles the inside kind of setup. Oh, is that so? Lin Wanner gently held his face, her tone soft. Then, Captain, don't go thinking about fighting alone anymore. Night had already fallen. The sea was so calm it looked like a giant black mirror, reflecting countless scattered stars across the sky. Several small lanterns hanging from the rail swayed lightly in the wind, casting quiet halos of light across the deck. The girls' laughter and chatter drifted across the deck, mixed with the crisp clinking of bowls and chopsticks. The fragrance of dinner blended with the salty sea breeze, spreading a thin layer of warmth over the deck. Zhou Yi stood alone between the smelter and the workbench, bare-chested and wrapped in bandages. Smelting furnace backpack. Add iron ore, 5,982. Fuel pool. Add wood 500. Begin smelting. Watching the fierce flames burning inside the smelting furnace, and the iron ingots in his backpack slowly increasing bit by bit, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The iron ore they collected this time is already enough to directly make an M4. He turned to look at the girls busy preparing dinner on the deck, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Zhao Linger, who was seasoning the fish soup, got burned and kept sticking out her tongue and blowing on it. When she looked up, she happened to meet Zhou Ye's gaze, and she smiled as she called out, "Hurry up and finish your work so you can come eat." "Okay, right away," Zhou Yi answered, then walked to the workbench. Basic workbench, AWM crafting blueprint, can be used together with other materials to craft an AWM sniper rifle. Required materials: iron ingot 650, refined iron ingot 40, spring 220, metal parts 370, any scope 1, sniper rifle extended magazine 1, sniper rifle suppressor 1, cheek rest 1, So I'm only missing the extended magazine and the cheek rest now. Zhou Yi reached out and put the blueprint away again. Looks like it's time to get the heart of the ocean. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yi opened the friend's chat interface. He was just about to ask Jian AI Fei Gong where the small island he mentioned was. Before he could even send the message, the other party sent one first. Jian AI Fei Gong. Is Boss Feng in there? Zhou Yi froze for a moment, but still replied with a simple Jian AI Fei Gong. Sorry, boss. I was busy looking for the airdrop supply crate the system mentioned today, and I completely forgot about what we agreed on. Fengyan, have you figured out how to prove it? Jian Fei Gong. Here's the thing, boss. I'm guessing you probably don't want to expose your coordinates too early either, so I'll send you a set of coordinates. It's the location of that small island I mentioned. You can find time to verify it first. Jian Fei Gong. You don't need to get too close. That island is a little different from the others. Even from far away, you can see something like 7-colored glow in the air above it. It's not very obvious, but if you look carefully, you can spot it. Feng Yun, glow in the sky. And you're sure no one is going to take it? Jianai Fei Gong, boss, you must be joking. For a monster at that level, if you aren't carrying some kind of firearm, who'd be dumb enough to charge and head first? Feng Yun, aren't you afraid I'll just go to the island myself and not bring you along? Jianai Fei Gong, boss, that island is bigger than the others, and the glow doesn't point to anything specific. If you're confident you can find the boss, kill it, and retreat safely within the time limit without anyone guiding you, then feel free to go on your own. The capable take what they can. Everyone understands that. Zhou Yi raised a brow. That was pretty much within his expectations. The other party wasn't some naive fool, and there really wasn't anything wrong with what he said. Feng Yun, Fina, I'll make time to verify these coordinates. Once I've confirmed it, I'll contact you myself. Jianai Fei Gong. All right, then I'll wait for your good news, boss. After closing the chat page, Zhou Yi realized Su Yu had somehow come to stand beside him at some point, looking at him with a puzzled face. 7-colored glow? What's that? A rainbow supply crate. Zhou Yi rubbed his nose. There's basically always an ocean heart inside, and I happen to really need that right now. Can you trust this guy? No. Su Yu froze for a moment, the confusion on her face deepening. You can't trust him, and you're still going? Going. Of course I'm going. Zhou Yi smiled and explained. An omen like 7-colored glow isn't something people can fake. As long as this is real, then I'm going. If you can't trust him, then aren't you worried it's a trap? Lin Wanner came over too. A trap? Zhou Yi smiled, reached out, took both girls by the wrist, and led them back toward the deck. Then that depends on whether he has what it takes to trap me. What? You have a plan? Su Yu casually glanced at the hand holding hers, and the faintest trace of red appeared on her cheeks. A plan? Not really. Zhou Yi shuruk indifferently. But I'm confident in myself. I can cut down those monsters, so why would I be afraid of few humans? As for scheming, the corners of Zhou Ye's lips curved into a faint mocking smile. I'm pretty good at that part. Then are you taking us with you when the time comes? Lin Wanner still couldn't help asking the thing she cared about most. As for that, Zhou Yi looked up and thought for a moment. Probably not. If that island really is like he said, then it's probably even more dangerous than the first two. And you. I understand. Lin Vania pouted, but still nodded. I trust you, but you have to promise me you won't act recklessly like this again. Got it. Zhou Yi reached out and rubbed her head. This time, I just didn't have experience. Now that I do, it won't happen again. All right, enough talking. Tang Wu waved at them. Kumeit. All right, where are Yang Hao and the others? Zhou Yi looked around and realized the three of them weren't anywhere in sight. Them? Yi Wanqing looked toward the back of the raft. They're probably studying how to make weapons and equipment right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Hao's voice drifted over from behind the wooden cabin. Hey now, I wasn't here. Nobody was talking bad about me, right? Zhou Yi looked toward the voice and found only him there, which made him a little confused. Where are those two guys? They not coming to eat with us? Them? Yang Hao looked back. They feel a little bad about what happened today, so they're not coming. It's not a big deal. Zhou Yi didn't really care. We're not that narrow-minded. Yang Hao shrugged, showing he couldn't do anything about it either. Fine then. Zhou Yi is Seekit. Then took out a black compound bow and a bag of arrows from his backpack and handed them to Yang Hao. This is for you. Yang Hao froze in place and looked at him in disbelief. Zhou Yi smiled and stuffed the compound bow into his arms. I already heard from Linger. You did really well, and I think you need this. Man, now you're making me embarrassed. Yang Hao grinned, picked up the compound bow, pulled the string, and nodded in satisfaction. Nice, nice. Way better than my crappy wooden bow. Zhou Yi lightly patted his shoulder. In a couple of days. Why go get the ocean heart? You'll have to help me keep a close eye on them. Don't let anything happen. Ocean heart? Yang Hao put the bow into his backpack, puzzled. You mean the material for upgrading the workbench? You know where to find one. Not sure yet. I'll explain it to you later. Zhou Yi led Lin Wanner and Su Yu toward the deck. Eat first. Fine. Yang Hao didn't press further. Come on, come on. Try the fish soup I made with the fish I just caught. Qin Xiaoyu waved at them repeatedly, looking more than a little proud. This time it's not some palm-sized little fish. Really? Let me try. Zhou Yi took the bowl and had a sip. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, but his face quickly returned to normal, and he forced a smile. Not bad. Pretty tasty. Really? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Ha ha. I knew I was a genius. First time making fish soup, and I nailed it. She scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The next second, her whole face twisted into a mask of pain. It's so fishy. I forgot the salt. How could you still say this tastes good? Zhou Yi shuruk. Maybe my tastes are on the light side. For your first try, this is already pretty good. I think you just didn't want to hurt Xiaoyu's confidence. Zhao Linger mercilessly drove the knife in deeper. Qin Xiaoyu turned and glared at Zhou Yi. She didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth wouldn't stay down no matter what. Lin Wanner covered her mouth and laughed at the side, while Su Yu silently pushed the salt jar over. Luckily, Qin Xiaoyu had enough self-awareness. Her portion of fish soup was only a small one. The large pot of soup had been made by Tang Guagua and Yi Wanqing. Zhou took a sip of the large pot's fish soup, and his brows finally relaxed. Everyone sat down one after another. The sound of chopsticks tapping against bowls mixed with the sound of the waves, and the atmosphere eased a lot, right? Zhou put down his bowl. Did the system broadcast today's golden airdrop? It did. Su Yi nodded. But Shen Hong and Su Wenfei were the ones who picked it up at the time, so the broadcast used their raft's name. That really made things hard for them. Zhou lips curved slightly. The stuff is with me, but they took the blame. That's nothing. Zhao Ling'er picked up the conversation. Hardly anyone's probably heard their raft's name anyway, so it won't affect them much. True. We've been in the spotlight too much these past few days. If people found out we got the airdrop too, we'd probably be targeted. Zhou nodded and didn't dwell on it. Then he lifted his foot and tapped the raft under him, changing the subject. We've stockpiled quite a few upgrade materials again this time. Once it's daylight tomorrow, let's expand the raft some more. The house isn't enough anymore. Let's see if we can make a bathroom too. He paused, then looked at Yang Hao. We'll expand some space for you too while we're at it. That little raft of yours isn't enough anymore, right? I have extra materials, so I can spare you some. Sure. Yang Hao didn't stand on ceremony. Give me some wood tomorrow, and I'll do it myself. I've already planned out the blueprint. Can you actually draw something understandable? Qin Xiaoyu glanced at him. Want us to help? Who are you looking down on? Yang Hao got halfway through his sentence, then looked up and met Qin Xiaoyu's gaze. He forcibly swallowed the rest of his words and put on a smile. Sure. I think you did a pretty good job with your place, so you can help me figure it out. Not bad. Qin Xiaoyu gave his shoulder a hard slap. So the kid finally got smart this fast? What happened to that lion-like language system of yours? Why aren't you still arguing with me? Yang Hao's shoulders sank from the hit, and the corners of his mouth twitched. My dear lady, you're not that big, but your strength sure isn't small. Haha. Little brother Yang Hao has improved. Tang Guogua covered her mouth and laughed softly, then gave him a thumbs up. Not all. Yang Hao waved his hand. I learned it from Zhou Yi. Otherwise, how am I supposed to find a girlfriend later? Then you'd better work hard. Lin Vania blinked. A hint of pride in her tone. You're still quite a ways behind Zhou Yi. All right. Yang Hao set down his bowl and leaned forward, his face full of curiosity. About that heart of the ocean you mentioned earlier, what exactly is going on? Tell me, do you need my help? Actually, it's like this. A player messaged me privately and made a deal with me. Zhou Yi put down his chopsticks and briefly explained the matter with Jian AI, Fei Gong. A 7-colored supply crate. Yang Hao rubbed his chin and fell into thought. I've heard it mentioned once or twice in World Chat, but as for what it can actually open, nobody knows. As for this heart of the ocean, Yang Hao frowned. I'll help you ask around tonight, so you don't end up wasting your effort. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded and didn't stand on ceremony with him. But speaking of which, Yang Hao leaned forward slightly, his gaze turning more serious. Even if all the intel is true, against a boss-level monster like that, are you confident? He paused, narrowed his eyes at Zhou Yi, and added, and are you planning to do the same thing as this time? Leave the guns to us and go in with just a knife yourself? Haha, you really do know me. Zhou Yi similed helplessly. Yeah, I'll leave the rifle and compound bow to you guys. I'll make a couple more refined iron choppers later and bring some other stuff. Are you crazy? Qin Xiaoyu cut him off on the spot. You're going to fight that kind of boss without a gun, not even bringing a bow and arrows? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhou Yi pressed his hand down, signaling for her not to get worked up, then slowly took out 2 blueprints from his backpack and placed them on the table. These dropped from the large wild monsters I killed today. Grenade and Molotov blueprints. He paused, then waved the blueprints in his hand. A grenade has way more power and a much bigger damage radius than a rifle. It's perfect for dealing with giant wild monsters. Wanqing saw it too today. The rifle caliber isn't enough. Even a shot to the boar's shoulder blade wasn't enough to be fatal. A grenade doesn't have that problem. One toss, and no matter what, it'll blow its guts out. But you only have one grenade. The margin for error is way too low. Yi Wanqing's brows were tightly knitted. If you miss, you're betting your life. I know. Zhou Yi didn't deny the risk, but his tone stayed calm. But if I take the gun away, then you won't have any firearms to defend yourselves with. I'm not comfortable with that. He pressed the blueprints against the table, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. I'd rather bet on the margin for error of this one grenade and Molotov than put all of you in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell across the deck. Fine. Lin Wanner was the first to break the silence. I knew I wouldn't be able to talk you out of it. She paused, then turned to look at Zhou Yi, and there was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before. Do you want to go fishing together tonight? Fishing? Zhou Yi froze for a second and looked up into Lin Wanner's eyes. He saw a trace of emotion in them he had never seen before, and for some reason, his heartbeat suddenly sped up. Still, he nodded and agreed. Sure, using the fishing rod to strengthen my body can also help me recover from my injuries. When Lin Wanner saw Zhou Yi agree so readily, she lowered her head instead, not knowing what she was thinking, and the tips of her ears turned red without her noticing. Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Guogua both rested their chins in their hands and looked at Lin Wanner, then turned and exchanged an extremely brief glance. The corners of their lips both curved up, and neither of them said another word. After dinner was cleared away, the liveliness on the deck gradually faded. Yang Hao was driven off by Qin Xiaoyu to wash the dishes. He muttered, "Why is it me again?" but still honestly carried the bowls over to the bucket. The girls scattered to do their own things. Some tidied up the seasoning jars, some sorted the fishing nets hanging out to dry. A lazy, after-dinner atmosphere drifted over the raft. Zhou Yi walked over to the workbench to check on the smelting progress of the iron ingots, and at the same time browse world chat to see if there were any materials worth trading for. But after looking for a while, he still couldn't find a sniper rifle cheek rest or extended magazine he wanted. Firearms were still way too overpowered. Looks like he'd have to collect those himself. Zhou Yi sighed and took the iron ingots and refined iron ingots out of the furnace storage. Then he traded food in World Trade Chat for 2 refined iron chopper blueprints, made 2 brand new choppers on the spot, and repaired the one that had chipped during the day. After putting the knives back into his backpack, Zhou Yi took out the grenade blueprint and Molotov blueprint and placed them on the workbench. Basic workbench. Grenade blueprint. Require materials. Iron ingot 70. Refined iron ingot 5. Spring 30. Gunpowder 30. Molotov blueprint. Require materials. Iron ingot 30. Glass 40. Gunpowder 30. Gasoline 10. Gasoline. Zhou Yi rubbed his chin. Looks like I didn't find any oil, or this time. So what now? After thinking it over, Zhou Yi still opened the World Trade Channel. After searching for quite a while, he finally saw what he wanted. 185 pure college guy is selling crude oil 20. Price. Iron ingot 20. Not bad. Good thing it's not some weird condition. Zhou Yi confirmed the trade without hesitation and successfully got 20 units of crude oil. He put the crude oil into the smelter, then added the proper amount of beast hide, and the gasoline was made. He placed all the materials for both blueprints onto the workbench and clicked craft. A green grenade the size of a fist and a red bottle about the size of a Wusa beer bottle appeared on the tabletop. Zhou Yi casually put both items into his system backpack. When he turned around, he found Lin Wanner walking toward him. Got everything ready? Zhou Yi nodded. Yeah. The materials weren't complicated and there weren't many of them. The hard part was getting the blueprints. That's good. Lin Wanner stood there with both hands twisted together behind her back. The tip of her foot lightly tapped the deck. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but then she swallowed the words. What's wrong? Zhou Yi noticed something was off with her and stepped forward until he was standing in front of her. Something you want to say? And no, it's nothing. Lin Wanner reached up and tucked the loose hair in front of her, behind her ear. Her voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Didn't we say we were going fishing together? Since you're done now, let us go. Before she could finish, Zhou Yi took her hand and led her toward the section of the deck covered with palm leaf mats. He turned his head and smiled at her. What's with you today? Why are you suddenly so shy? As if, Lin Wanner muttered, but the corners of her lips kept rising uncontrollably. Her gaze unintentionally flicked toward the wooden house. At the same time, dozens of meters away, Yang Hao was standing on his own little shabby raft, both hands still covered in dishwashing foam, staring blankly at the 5 girls lined up neatly in front of him. No, wait. Yang Hao raised both his dripping wet hands. Why did all of you run over to my place? To help you expand it. Didn't we agree on that just now? Qin Xiaoyu said without changing expression. But shouldn't that be during the day? The visibility would be better too. Yang Hao looked even more confused. And didn't you say it was only you helping me? Why did everyone come? No, wait, one person is missing. Where's Wanner? Wanner is fishing with Zhou Yi. Tang Guohua explained casually. We were just worried your little wooden raft is open to the wind on all sides, and you might catch a chill at night. So we rushed over specially to help you expand it. I see. Well, thanks then. Yang Hao didn't ask any more questions. Su Yu and Yi Wanqing exchanged a look, then smiled and shook their heads without saying anything. Zhao Linger glanced at the wooden house on the big boat, then withdrew her gaze. A smile she didn't even notice rested at the corner of her lips. How are your injuries recovering? Not bad. Pretty good. Zhou Yi lightly patted his bandaged shoulder and smiled. Still tough as ever. Lin Wanner looked at the wounds on his body with slightly furrowed brows. She reached out and gently stroked his solid arm, as if afraid of hurting him. Does it hurt? Not anymore. Zhou Yi gently held her hand. You've asked me that so many times today. Lin Wanner looked up at him. No matter how many times I ask, I still want to be at ease. After saying that, she took the initiative to lean into him and gently rested her head against his chest. You're not allowed to push yourself like that again in the future. Got it? Got it. Zhou Yi set down the fishing rod in his hand, wrapped both arms around her body, lowered his head to look at the smile at the corner of her lips, and said, You're really different today. Is there something you want to say? No. Lin Wanner slowly shook her head. Zhou Yi pursed his lips, but he didn't press further. A moment later, as if she had made up some kind of decision, Lin Wanner lifted her head from his arms and looked at him. Let me check your wound and see how well the medicinal powder worked against the inflammation. Okay. Zhou Yi smiled and didn't refuse. The next second, She suddenly changed positions, spreading her legs and straddling his waist, both hands cupping his face. "Don't move. I'll check it." Her voice was as light as the sea breeze, yet steady without the slightest tremor. She let go, lowered her head to unwrap the bandage on his shoulder, and gently pressed Zhou Ye's face against her chest. The bandage loosened circle by circle and fell between them. Zhou Ye only felt a suffocating softness, while his heartbeat pounded all the way from his chest to his eardrums. He could feel her fingers trembling faintly on his shoulder, feel the slight itch of her hair brushing across his forehead when she lowered her head, feel the warmth pressed to his cheek. She was so close, close enough that the whole world seemed to be left with only her breathing and his heartbeat. The soft sound of the bandage hitting the ground broke the silence. Lin Wanner lifted his face and looked down at him. The dying embers of the campfire reflected two tiny orange points in her eyes. Her lashes fluttered once, then she slowly closed her eyes. She kissed him, and this time it wasn't that fleeting brush from before. The instant her lips touched his, the fingers holding his face tightened slightly, and little by little, she went soft in his arms. Zhou Yi reached up, held the back of her head, and deepened the kiss. Lin Wanner's fingers slid from the side of his face into his hair, and a very soft hum escaped from the depths of her throat. Zhou Yi tightened his arms around her waist, picked her up sideways, and stood. She buried her face in the hollow of his neck and muttered, a little gentler. "You're injured." Zhou Yi smiled faintly, lowered his head and lightly kissed her forehead, then carried her and pushed open the wooden hut's door. The room was empty. Moonlight leaked through the gaps in the window boards, painting a few silver-gray stripes across the floor. He slowly set Lin Wanner down on the mat, one hand bracing himself so he wouldn't press on the wound, while the other reached for a collar. She lifted herself to cooperate, eyes lowered, her lashes brushing across his brow as they fluttered. At some point, a small blue box had appeared beside her hand. Zhou Ye's gaze swept over it, and he suddenly remembered the thing he had only caught a glimpse of in the life supplies chest he had fished up before. The corner of Zhou Ye's lips curved slightly. He reached out, gently pinched her chin, and raised her face, his voice low. "So you're the one who took it. Did you already imagine this would happen?" Smiling at the corners of her lips, Lin Wanner lifted her arms around his neck and pulled him down. She didn't deny it. Her lips only brushed against his earlobe as she spoke in a voice as soft as moonlight falling across the sea. "What I imagined before isn't the same as now." Her fingers slowly slid down from the back of his neck, her fingertips lightly tracing a circle over the uninjured skin near his collarbone. Then she gently pushed that little blue box farther away from the edge of the mat. "We won't need this tonight." Zhou Ye's eyes followed the small blue box for a moment after it was pushed away, then returned and fell into her eyes. She didn't avoid his gaze. She only looked back at him quietly, and in the depths of her pupils there was the starlight reflected on the sea, the last embers of the campfire, and him. "After checking the wound, there are other places that need checking too, my captain." The rest of her words were cut off before she could finish. The sheet wrinkled into a mess, and the palm leaves in the mat made a faint rustling sound. Outside the window, the sea was still calm. On Yang Hao's raft in the distance, Qin Xiaoyu was still scolding him for not using his brain, and Tang Guoguo was still giggling. No one noticed that the half-open door of the wooden hut had quietly closed. 1.5 hours later, the hut finally grew quiet, leaving only the overlapping sound of two people's breathing, gently rising and falling in the gaps between the waves. The moonlight leaking through the cracks in the window boards had shifted compared to before, changing from silver-gray stripes on the floor into pale white patches slanting across the corner of the wall. Zhou Yi lay on his back on the mat. The bandage had long since loosened in the chaos and now hung slack from his shoulder. Lin Wanner was curled on her side beside him, her head resting on the arm on his uninjured side. A few damp strands of hair, soaked with sweat, clung to her forehead, and her breathing had not fully calmed yet. Her fingers unconsciously traced circles over his chest, passing across the uninjured skin below his collarbone. So light it was as if she were sketching words she couldn't bear to finish writing. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice slightly hoarse after everything, with a lazy nasal tone. "The first time, you still knew how to hold back a little. The second time, you were like you didn't care if you lived or died." Zhou Yi let out a low chuckle, and the vibration in his chest traveled into the ear pressed against him. He turned his head, his lips brushing the top of her hair. "You didn't tell me to stop either." "I did." Lin Wanner lifted her head and glared at him. The corners of her eyes were still tinged with a thin layer of red, and with the watery shine not yet gone from her eyes. There wasn't a trace of intimidation in it. "I told you to be gentler. Did you listen?" "I did." Zhou Yi nodded with a straight face. "I listened the first time, and I listened the second time too. It's just that the degree of listening was different." Lin Wanner, annoyed, reached out to pinch the healthy skin at his waist. But the moment her fingertips touched him, she felt his abs tense, and she was the one who blushed first. She pulled her hand back and buried herself in the hollow of his shoulder again, muttering in a muffled voice, "Anyway, you can't be like that next time." Zhou didn't point out the hidden permission in those words next time. He only tightened the arm around her waist and drew her closer into his arms. Her body pressed against him, warm and soft, carrying the faint, lingering fragrance of body wash. It was something they had gotten from the purple supplies chest 2 days ago, and tonight she had deliberately used a little more. He didn't dare use force with the injured arm, so he could only use his uninjured hand to slowly and lightly trace circles on her back. From her shoulder blade all the way down to the dip of her waist, then back again. Under his touch, Lin Wanner's whole body went weak. With her eyes closed, she let out a soft hum, like a cat getting scratched under the chin. Her fingers started drawing circles on his chest again. She was tracing the outline of the edge of his bandage, following the path where the bruises had faded into yellow-green, moving downward past his ribs, and stopping at the shallow groove of his abs. Then she remembered how he had looked just now, braced above her. Wan Qing was right, she murmured. Your physical condition really isn't like a normal person's. I've been enhanced, after all. Otherwise, I would have died on the island a long time ago. Zhou Ye's hand slid up from her back, his fingers threading in her hair while the pads of his fingers gently pressed against the back of her neck. The body pressed to his chest softened a little more, and her breathing began to grow uneven again. She lifted her head as if she wanted to say something, only to meet his gaze just as he lowered his head to look at her. Their faces were too close, their noses almost touching. The look in Zhou Ye's eyes was different from before. What had been hidden in that quietness had surfaced again. His fingers moved from the back of her neck to her jaw, and his thumb lightly brushed over her lower lip. Both his movements and his expression carried an obvious intent. Under his gaze, a flush spread from Lin Wanner's face down to her chest. She reached out and pushed lightly against his chest. The force was so soft it didn't feel like she was pushing him, but like she was pressing some kind of switch. No, the second time already nearly made me fall apart. If we do it again, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk tomorrow. I'll carry you. The injury on your back isn't healed yet. She reacted quickly, the words coming out almost without thinking, and her eyes unconsciously tried to hide against his chest. Zhou Yi looked down at her, but didn't expose the way she was protecting him by pure reflex. He only pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her earlobe. Lin Wanner trembled all over, and everything she wanted to say after that turned into a soft, muffled whimper in her throat. She let his hand slide down along the curve of her waist, only turning her head away at the very last moment, her ears burning red as she whispered, "Last time." By the time the last time ended, the moonlight in the corner of the wall had already shifted from pale white to a faint blue-green. Lin Wanner lay face down on the mat, her whole face buried in the pillow, only a section of her burning red ear and half of her slender calf left uncovered by the sheet. Zhou Yi propped himself up with one hand and used the other to pull the sheet a little higher over her. "Are you okay?" "No." Her voice was muffled. "I don't even want to move a finger." She didn't lift her head, only reached out and fumbled around until she pushed at his knee. "Hurry and wrap the bandage again." It got rubbed loose. After the bandage was wrapped again, Zhou Yi lay back down beside her and didn't tease her anymore. He just held her quietly, listening as her breathing gradually slowed from hurried to steady. Just when he thought she had fallen asleep, a very light, very muffled sound came from his chest. "Sitinki Zouye." Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness at the end. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her hair without arguing back. It was at that moment that footsteps sounded on the deck. They were very light, but dense, at least several people walking, making faint creaking sounds on the wooden boards. Someone lowered her voice and called, "Don't crowd, don't crowd." Someone else seemed to get stepped on and hissed softly, only to be shushed by another person. There was the sound of tools being gently set down on the deck, the dull thud of a coil of hemp rope dropping to the floor, and the sound of an iron hammer bumping against the edge of a wooden crate before being quickly pressed still by someone. All these tiny sounds gathered together, unusually clear in the quiet dead of night. Then came Su Yu's voice, using a calm tone so deliberate it sounded unnatural. Raising her volume a little, "The stars are really bright tonight. Don't rush inside. Look outside for a while first." After a brief silence, Qin Xiaoyu chimed in too. Right? Guowa, help me put the nails away. Ah, how the nails spill everywhere. Hurry, pick them up, pick them up. As she spoke, she raised her voice again, as if announcing something, or as if giving someone time to get ready. Inside the cabin, Lin Wanner suddenly lifted her head from Zhou Ye's chest, all the sleepiness and laziness on her face instantly replaced by panic. She swept a glance around at top speed. The sheet was crumpled into a heap. The damp towel hung over the edge of the wash basin, and the air still held traces of a scent that hadn't yet faded. She fumbled for her clothes in a rush, her fingers trembling so much that she even fastened one button wrong. And while buttoning up, she urged him in a breathy whisper, "Get dressed, hurry." They're back. Zhou Yi put on his clothes at an unhurried pace. Watching her hurry around the room, shaking out the sheet and spreading it flat, straightening the rumpled mat, then smoothing her slightly messy hair. He couldn't help but laugh. She turned her head and happened to catch the look on Zhou Ye's face. She glared at him in a huff, her face even redder than when he had kissed her just now. In the middle of her fluster, one hand reached over and helped her straighten her collar, then redid the button she had fastened wrong. She lifted her head and met his eyes, and suddenly she wasn't flustered at all anymore. Zhou Ye lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Lin Wanner closed her eyes, stayed still for only 1 second, then took a deep breath and turned to open the window shutter. Moonlight poured in again, lighting the tiny wooden cabin bright and clear. Yi Wanqing's unhurried voice came from the deck at just the right moment, as if answering Suyu, and also as if wrapping things up for someone. That's about enough. Tidy up and go inside. When the cabin door was pushed open, Zhou Ye was leaning against the wall, flipping through the 2 torn sheepskin map fragments. He looked up at the doorway, then lowered his head and kept flipping through them. Lin Wanner sat beside him, holding half a cup of unfinished warm water, looking so natural that it was as if she had been sitting there all night watching him study the maps. I am exhausted. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to stumble in. She plopped down on her mat, kicked off her shoes, and rubbed her toes as she complained. The wooden stakes on Yang Hao's crappy boat were all crooked. No idea how he even managed that. He actually made them crooked. In the end, Sister Wanqing had to use her machete to chop them one by one until they were parallel. Tang Guogua came in behind her, set the toolbox in the corner by the wall, then sat on the mat and pounded her calves. My legs went numb from squatting. Zhao Ling came in leaning on a crutch, with Suyu lightly supporting her elbow. Her foot injury was almost healed already, and walking only needed a tiny bit of support now. But when she came in, she still subconsciously glanced toward Zhou Ye before withdrawing her gaze. Then she sat on her own mat and leaned the crutch against the wall. Yi Wanqing came in last and closed the door behind her. But at least we got it done. Qin Xiaoyu lay back flat on her back, limbs spread out, staring at a newly replaced crossbeam on the ceiling. Come to think of it, we really should expand this place. 36 square meters, and after subtracting the workbenches and furnace, the living space is getting kind of cramped. Hearing that, Zhou Ye raised his head, put the maps away, and said, let's hear it. What ideas do you have for the expansion? I think we need separate rooms. Tang Guogua was the first to speak up. Look, there are 6 of us crammed into one room right now, but our schedules and living habits are all different. It's pretty inconvenient. She paused, then counted on her fingers as she continued. Sister Wanqing gets up before dawn every day to do morning training and goes to bed early at night. Linger likes researching recipes in the middle of the night. Sister Suyu often stays up late drawing design drafts, and she also likes sleeping without clothes on. Guogua, so you cut her off. A rare trace of embarrassment appearing on her face. Everyone laughed for a while. Qin Xiaoyu wiped the corner of her eye and sat up, then changed the subject. So what I mean is, we might as well use tomorrow to upgrade the raft a few more levels and make it 1 room per person. It doesn't need to be big, just enough space for 1 mat and 1 wooden chest. When we have extra materials later, we can keep reinforcing it. After saying that, she looked at Zhou Ye. What do you think? I think it works. Zhou Ye nodded. Do we have enough materials? Enough. Yi Wanqing picked up the conversation. This time, with the iron pickaxe, collection efficiency was almost 3 times faster. It's enough to expand the cabin into 6 single rooms. 6 single rooms? Ling Venet hit confused. Aren't there 7 of us? Why 6? Because Zhou, right? 7 single rooms. Zhao Ling quickly cut off what Yi Wanqing was about to say and gave an awkward smile. She counted wrong. Then she winked at Yi Wanqing. Ye van mink posit. Then nodded with an expression like she had just misspoken. Zhou Ye and Lin Wanner exchanged a glance, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What were these people scheming now? Zhou Ye stood up and patted his pants. Then it settled. Tomorrow I'll go confirm the coordinates that person sent. If the intel is accurate, I'll go onto the island tomorrow. While I'm gone, you can work on the cabin. Tomorrow? Lin Wanner sounded a little surprised. That soon? The longer we wait, the more likely something changes. Better to get it in hand early and have peace of mind. Zhou Ye turned back and smiled at her. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. And by tomorrow, this injury of mine should recover a little more too. It'll be quick. Lin Wanner pressed her lips together. In the end, she swallowed back what she wanted to say and only nodded gently. All right. Qin Xiaoyu got up and pushed him toward his little partition room. Go to sleep already. Stop hanging around in us girls' room. Hey, no wait. Zhou Ye still wanted to say something, but Qin Xiaoyu glared him into silence. He scratched his head. Fine. Then I'll go sleep. The wooden door shut, and Qin Xiaoyu even slapped the door panel firmly closed before turning around, rubbing her hands together as she walked back into the room. Zhou Ye sat in his own little partition space, separated by 2 layers of wooden boards. The girl's whispers turned into a vague, buzzing sound. He could only faintly hear a burst of hushed laughter now and then, occasionally mixed with someone's startled cry after getting pinched. He smiled and shook his head, then lay down and closed his eyes. Early the next morning, when the sky had only just begun to lighten, a thin layer of mist still floated over the sea. Zhou Ye drove the raft southwest, following the coordinates sent by Jian AI Fei Gong. The propeller steadily pushed the raft through the calm sea, leaving a long white wake behind. After sailing for about 1 hour, he turned off the engine and let the raft slowly drift to a stop. On the distant horizon, the outline of an island appeared and disappeared within the morning fog. He raised the monocular telescope and aimed it in that direction. Above the center of the island, there really was an extremely faint 7-color glow. Unlike the golden airdrop shooting straight into the sky, this glow was more like a thin cloud stained with color, faintly hovering above the island. If you weren't deliberately looking for it, it would be easy to miss. He lowered the telescope and stared at that 7-color cloud glow for a long time. Jian ne fit gong identified. At least the part about the glow was real. How is it? So you took the monocular from him, aimed it at the island for a moment, then lowered it and confirmed in a calm tone, it really is a 7-color glow. Zoya nodded, then turned to look at the others gathered on the deck behind him. In a bit, I'll borrow Chen Hong's little wooden raft and head over. Keep the big ship farther away. Don't expose our position. You're going alone? Young Hao Frowened. We don't know what's going on that island. If something happens, there won't even be anyone to back you up. He's right. Qin Xiaoyu unusually didn't snap at Yang Hao. She stood by the railing with her arms crossed. Her brows knotted just as tightly as Zhou Ye's. Last time you fought that centipede by yourself, you almost ran yourself dry and died there. Going alone isn't an option. Zhou Yi looked at them and didn't argue right away. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, weighing several plans over and over in his mind. Chang'an had said only the two of them would be involved in this operation, but out at sea, that promise meant nothing. If he brought others ashore with him, and there really was an ambush, then everyone would be exposed. But if he didn't let a single person follow, Yang Hao wasn't wrong either. That would be too risky. How about this? He raised his head. I'll take the little wooden raft over first, and you wait at sea. After 1 hour, whether I send a message or not, bring the big ship over and meet me outside the beach. That way, even if something changes, you won't expose yourselves too early, and I won't be left with no way out at all. After hearing that, Suyu was the first to nod. Going in 2 batches really is safer. After you land, don't rush too deep in. If something feels off, the beach isn't timed. You can pull out any time. I know. Zhou Yi nodded and checked the machetes, grenades, and Molotov cocktails in his system backpack one more time. Then he opened the private chat interface and sent Jian AI Fei Gong a message. Feng Yun, I confirmed it. There really is a 7-colored glow on the island. When do we move? The reply came quickly. Jian AI Fei Gong. Big Shot really does keep his word. I'm on the beach of this island right now. If you trust me, just come straight over. By the time the little wooden raft touched the beach, the sun had fully risen. This beach was different from the islands they had landed on before. The sand was pale gold, warmed by the morning light. There was a person sitting on the beach, absent-mindedly drawing circles in the sand with a tree branch. Hearing the sound of oars cutting through water, he immediately looked up, patted the sand off his backside, and stood. Big Boss Feng Yin? Chang'an looked exactly like his tone in the World Channel. Young, talkative, carrying that eager energy of someone who hadn't yet been beaten up by society. He wasn't tall. He wore a gray cloth outfit produced by the system, with a small knife tucked at his waist. Other than that, he had no weapons in his hands. Seeing Zhou Yi row ashore alone on the little wooden raft, his expression visibly relaxed. He hurried over and helped pull the rope. You're Jian AI Fei Gong? Zhou Yi sized him up from top to bottom. What should I call you? Just call me Chang, and Chang'an smiled. Zhou Yi. He nodded. His gaze swept past the person in front of him, scanning the beach and the vegetation line behind it before returning to Chang'an's face. Chang'an also quickly sized him up while he had the chance. A refined iron machete was tucked at his waist, and another spare one was strapped to his back. The pouches on both sides of his waist bulged slightly. There was no outline of a rifle on him, and he wasn't holding one either. His expression paused for a brief moment, a little puzzled. Brother Zhou, didn't you bring a gun? A gun? Zhou Yi frowned. The thing can just stay in the system backpack. Why keep carrying it around? It's heavy. Oh, right. Look at my memory. Chang'an smiled and tapped his own head, then made a welcoming gesture. Then shall we head out? No ruse. Zhou Yi waved a hand, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the shoreline and the island interior twice. Chang'an was tactful enough not to urge him, and simply stood quietly to the side and waited. A moment later, Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze and nodded. It's fine. Rowing that long just made me a little tired. Let's go. Chang'an pressed his lips together and didn't ask further. He turned and led the way ahead. The two passed through the vegetation line and officially stepped onto the island proper. The jungle around them was completely different from the 2 islands they had landed on before. The trees here were much taller, their trunks so thick it would take 3 or 4 people to wrap around one. Their canopies overlapped layer upon layer, blotting out the sky and sun, with only a few fine golden shafts of light leaking through gaps in the leaves. The layer of rotting leaves underfoot was astonishingly thick. One step sank to the ankle, like stepping into a sponge that had been fermenting for hundreds or thousands of years. The air was thick with the rich, sweetly rank smell of decaying plants, mixed with the strange fragrance of some unknown flower. Smelling it too long made his head slightly dizzy. Zhou Yi frowned, adjusted his breathing, and followed Chung in ahead. From time to time, bird cries and the deep roars of distant beasts echoed through the forest. Occasionally, a flying creature with an extremely wide wingspan swept overhead, the flapping of its wings reverberating among the treetops. Chung'an walked in front, stumbling through the undergrowth and pushing aside the ferns blocking the path, occasionally turning back to tell Zhou Yi about the island. His tone was more relaxed than it had been on the beach, probably because he felt that since Zhou Yi was willing to follow him into the island, some basic trust had already been established. They hadn't walked more than a few minutes when the bushes beside them suddenly shook violently, and a gray-skinned wild boar charged out. It was much smaller than the one Zhou Yi had hacked down on the second island before. Its tusks were only about half an arm long, and its charge wasn't very fast either. Chang'an reacted quickly and drew his knife to meet it head-on, but when the blade struck the boar's shoulder, it left only a shallow cut, and the rebound knocked him back 2 steps. Zhou Yi swiftly drew his machete and cut in from the side. He deliberately held back some of his strength, and even slowed his strike by half a beat. He only used the back of the blade to knock aside the boar's tusks, then reversed his hand and slashed across its flank. The wound wasn't fatal, but it was enough to make the boar let out a miserable squeal before staggering off into the bushes. "Brother Zhou, nice blade work." Chung'an ran over, panting as he wiped sweat from his forehead. "The wild monsters on this island are way fiercer than the ones outside. I wouldn't dare go this deep alone. You're not bad either. You dared meet it head-on with your first strike." Zhou Yi replied blandly, shaking the blood off the blade. Out of the corner of his eye, he casually glanced toward the canopy of an extremely tall ancient tree somewhere behind them. Chung'an seemed to notice his wandering gaze. He gave a dry cough, then loudly urged, "Let's keep going. A little farther up, and we'll reach that high ground." Zhou Yi's gaze stayed on the treetop for 2 seconds before he turned away, sheathed his blade, and followed Chung'an's footsteps. The figures of the two soon disappeared into the dense forest once more. From that treetop, 3 heads slowly poked out. "That brat's pretty alert." Manhwa secretly wiped away some sweat. "From here on, don't get too close. Don't let him notice us." "Hey, boss." The lackey beside him rubbed his hands together. "Where's this kid's gun? How come I haven't seen him carrying it?" "A gun?" Manhwa frowned. Probably thought it was too heavy and inconvenient to carry, so he put it in the system backpack. Anyway, when he fights the boss, he'll have to take it out. Can he beat it? The lackey sounded a little uneasy. Manhwa shot him a glance. "What nonsense. No matter how strong that boss is, it's still a carbon-based life form. What kind of carbon-based life form can withstand rifle fire?" He paused, then stared deeply in the direction where Zhou Yi and Chung'an had disappeared. "I'm just worried he won't have enough bullets and won't be able to kill that boss. If that happens, we won't get to scoop up the leftovers." Out at sea, Yang Hao lowered the monocular and checked the timer on the system panel again. 1 hour was up. "Let's go. Bring the ship over." Suyu nodded and started the propeller. The Hyperion steadily sailed toward the island, with Yang Hao's little wooden raft and Su One-Fei's raft following at its rear flanks. The 3 vessels kept a neither too close nor too far distance as they slowly approached that pale golden beach. After coming ashore, Yang Hao crouched down to inspect the rope on the small wooden raft Zhou Yi had left behind. The rope was tied very tightly, and the bottom of the raft showed no damage. At the very least, there had been no accident when they landed. The girls split up to scout the area around them. There were fresh footprints on the beach. One set of sandal prints matched perfectly with the pair of hemp rope sandals Suyu had personally woven for Zhou Yi. Another set was smaller, with a shorter stride, and should belong to Chang'an. But aside from those, there was a third set of marks near the edge of the beach, messier and deeper, stretching from the direction of the island's interior to the shoreline before turning back. Clearly, it wasn't just one person, and judging by how fresh the footprints were, they had been left after Zhou Yi came ashore. Qin Xiaoyu walked more than 10 meters inland, brushed aside a curtain of hanging vines, then suddenly lowered her voice and waved the others over. Everyone gathered around and looked west through the gaps in the coconut grove. There, 3 wooden rafts were parked side by side on the rocky shallows. Each one was not much smaller than the Hyperion. Supply crates and weapon racks were piled on the decks, and the mooring ropes were tied up in neat order. "Looks like it really is a trap." Lin Wanner stared at the 3 boats, her voice very low, but her expression had already changed. They deliberately landed after him. No matter how careful Zhou Yi was, there was no way he could have noticed from that side of the beach. Yang Hao slowly stood up and took out the black composite bow from his backpack. Yuanqing also pulled out her rifle and loaded in the last dozen or so bullets. Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Wu each picked up a machete, while Lin Wanner and Zhao Linger took out their bows and slung them on their backs. "We can't just stand around waiting here." Yang Hao drew the bowstring tight, his gaze sweeping across the dense jungle ahead. "Let's go pick him up." Zhou Yi and the other 2 kept moving deeper into the island. the farther they went. The denser the jungle around them became. The buttress roots of ancient trees bulged up through the rotting leaves like natural low walls blocking the way. Vines hung down from the canopy to the ground, thick ones like pythons, thin ones like spiderwebs. Every few steps, they had to hack open a path with their machetes. The strange fragrance in the air grew even stronger, mixed with a damp, decaying smell that made their chests feel tight. Every now and then, sharp bird cries came from the canopy overhead. In the distance, deep and lingering beast roars rose and fell, as if something was patrolling nearby. Along the way, the two of them casually dealt with several more waves of small wild monsters. A few gray-skinned lizards, a swarm of fist-sized venomous bees, and a snake that shot out from the rotting leaves. Chung and S movements with the blade were more practiced than before, but whenever they were ambushed, he still instinctively retreated half a step behind Zhou Yi first. Only after Zhou Yi blocked the first strike would he come in from the side to finish it off. At a relatively open rocky slope, the two stopped for a short rest. Chung leaned against a fallen dead tree, panting, his forehead covered in sweat. As he unscrewed his water flask, he glanced at Zhou Yi from the corner of his eye. Big brother Zhou, your stamina is seriously amazing. We've been fighting this long, and I still haven't even seen you breathe hard. Zhou Yi took out his flask, drank a mouthful, looked at him once, then withdrew his gaze. If you train more, you can do it too. It's nothing special. Chung froze for a moment, then kept smiling as he asked, Hey, big brother Zhou, aside from making it easier to fish up supplies, does that SSS rank fishing rod of yours have any other functions? I'm kinda curious. No need to be curious. Zhou Yi took out a towel and wiped down the machete in his hand, his tone unreadable. The fishing rod is bound to its owner. Other people can't use it. Haha, big brother Zhou, the way you put that. Chung gave an awkward laugh, but a few beads of sweat seeped out on his forehead. A fishing rod like mine is only B rank. It can barely keep me fed. Is that so? Zhou Yi nodded and glanced at him, his tone calm. Then how did you end up reduced to begging for food? Huh, begging for food? Chung and S eyelids twitched, and even his speech started to stammer. Wasn't he it? Zhou Yi turned to look at him, his calm gaze enough to make someone S scalp tingle. Your trading post was asking for nothing but food. Chung and S lips twitched almost imperceptibly. He was caught off guard, and didn't he know how to answer for a moment. Zhou Yi let out a light chuckle and patted him on the shoulder. Let me guess, were you trying to get more food so you could deal with that great disaster? Yeah, exactly. Chung felt like he'd been granted amnesty and secretly wiped away his sweat, quickly picking up the thread. I really was trying to stockpile more food. After all, I'm a lone wolf. If I run short on food, I could starve to death and no one would even know. Being a lone wolf really is more dangerous. Zhou Yi nodded, then looked up at the leaves overhead, as if recalling something. I remember a lone wolf named Manhwa came to rob me over a little bit of food a couple days ago. How could Manhwa possibly be a lone wolf? Chung blurted out. Oh, Zhou Yi turned to look at him, the corner of his mouth carrying the faintest trace of a smile. How do you know he wasn't a lone wolf? Do you know each other? Huh? Oh, no. Chung waved his hands repeatedly. I heard it wrong. I have a friend named Manhwa. She is not a lone wolf. She has teammates. I see. Zoya no dittoth. It's fine. I already killed that guy. If he dared set his sights on me, then he should been prepared to die. Chung lowered his head and pretended to drink water, but inside he let out a breath of relief. That brat really thinks he killed Manhwa with a single arrow. He cursed inwardly, but his expression stayed perfectly controlled. By the time he looked up again, he had already returned to that flattering smile. Zhou Yi took in every change in his expression, but said nothing. He simply turned around and kept walking forward. How is it? Did Zhou Yi reply? Yang Hao gripped his composite bow and turned to look at Su Yu beside him. No. Su Yu shook her head, looking at the light screen in front of her. I've sent several messages already, but there's still no response. Could something have happened? Lin Wanner frowned tightly as she looked toward the island's interior. Probably not. Yi Wanqing looked up at the seven-colored glow in the sky. That glow is still there, which proves the supply chest hasn't been taken yet. Since they set up this trap, I'm guessing they want to use Zhou Yi's ability to get the supply chest first. So before that, he probably won't be in danger. But Zhao Linger looked at the seven-colored cloud in the sky. If he doesn't reply, it'll be hard for us to find the exact location within the time limit. You promised me you wouldn't push yourself. Lin Wanner pressed her lips together tightly, anxious inside, but with no idea how to find him faster. Just as they were still hesitating over which direction to head in, Yang Hao's private chat notification rang. Zhou Yi, something's wrong. Change of plan. Bring your weapons, and come provide support near the coordinates. The next message was the exact coordinate location. Great. Yang Hao looked at the message in front of him, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. Brother Zhou finally got a clue and realized he can't fight alone. Then let us move already. Qin Xiaoyu tugged on her bowstring, practically itching to start fighting. Let those little bastards see what we can do. Deep in the island's interior, Chung and continued, leading the way ahead as the two climbed upward along a gradually rising ridge. The closer they got to the glow, the sparser the trees became instead. Layers of rock emerged from beneath the rotten leaves, and the ground underfoot turned into shattered granite rubble. The strange fragrance in the air gradually faded, replaced by a dry mineral smell. That seven-colored glow overhead was already close at hand, its colors flowing in clearly defined layers, dyeing the surrounding rocks and treetops with a faint rainbow sheen. Chang'an stopped on a protruding boulder and turned back to wait for Zhou Yi to catch up. His gaze swept over Zhou Yi once again. The refined iron machete in his hand, the spare machete on his back, the waist pouch. But still no sign of that rifle. He couldn't hold back anymore. Big brother Zhou, how come I still haven't seen you pull out that M4 of yours? He asked more directly than before. Even the fake casualness in his tone had thinned out a little. Don't tell me you're planning to fight the boss with just a machete too. No matter how sharp that thing is, it's still not on the same level as a rifle. Zhou Yi didn't answer right away. He lowered his head, unscrewed his flask, drank a mouthful, screwed it shut, put it back in his backpack, then raised his head again, his gaze calm and direct. You seem especially concerned about my rifle. He paused, staring straight into Chung and S eyes, his tone cold and carrying a faint hint of danger. And also, I don't think I ever told you what kind of gun mine was. So how did you know it was an M4? Oh well. Chang'an's back was already soaked with sweat, and his eyelids wouldn't stop twitching. When I used to play Battle Royale games, I liked using the M4, so I subconsciously assumed a rifle would be that. I see. Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze and nodded absent-mindedly, not pressing any further. The seven-color glow is right up ahead. Why haven't we seen a monster guarding the chest yet? Seeing that Zhou Yi didn't dig deeper, Chang'an secretly let out a sigh of relief. But when he looked at Zhou Yi again, there was already a trace of wariness in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Had this guy noticed something? Why did every sentence feel like he was fishing for information? And yet Zhou Yi's expression was far too relaxed. So relaxed that it didn't look like an interrogation at all, more like casual small talk. Chang'an suppressed the unease in his heart and continued explaining. No one's ever seen what that monster looks like, but if nothing unexpected happens, it should be in that rocky valley up ahead. Zhou Yi responded, his gaze passing over Chang'an's shoulder toward the valley entrance, which was only a dozen or so meters wide. His hand unconsciously tightened around the knife hilt. You're sure no one else will come here? Absolutely. Chang'an patted his chest and guaranteed it. I found this place by pure accident. And last time I only made it out because I was lucky enough not to die. Who'd come running to a hellhole like this without firearms? Is that so? Zhou Yi raised a brow and lifted a hand to point at a large tree in the distance. Then who are they? Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. He spun around and looked in the direction Zhou Yi was pointing. Beneath an ancient tree with tangled roots a few dozen meters away stood three people. Two men and one woman, peeking toward the valley in a sneaky, furtive way. The three of them weren't especially well equipped, but they weren't bad off either. Each of them was carrying an iron weapon. No one knew whether they'd lucked out and opened a chest or whether their fishing rod level was pretty good. But one of the men even had a compound bow on his back. This time Chang'an was genuinely stunned. He stared at the three unfamiliar figures and opened his mouth several times before finally finding his voice. This. I really don't know these three. Zhou Yi's tone sounded as if he believed him, yet also as if he was merely accepting a statement that still needed verification. His eyes never left the three of them. Zhou Yi and Chang'an stood on the slope looking down from above, and the other three quickly noticed their line of sight. Separated by just over 20 meters and a few sparse ancient trees, the two sides ran straight into each other. After a brief standoff, the man with the compound bow on the other side spoke first. He walked forward 2 steps and took the bow off his back. But he didn't knock an arrow. He only held it in his hand and angled the bow outward in a gesture that wasn't especially threatening. Did you come because of that glow too? After speaking, he sized up Zhou Yi and Chang'an, his gaze switching quickly between the fine iron chopper at Zhou Yi's waist and the small knife in Chang'an's hand, still dripping with lizard slime. Then he nodded, and his tone gained a few degrees of tentative friendliness. My name's Zhao Qian. These two are my teammates, Chen Lu and Xiao Meng. He paused, then looked at Zhou Yi and Chang'an. How should we address you two? Chang'an. The one next to me is the big shot who drew the SSS fishing rod. Zhou Yi, Chang'an blurted out. The moment they heard that the only SSS fishing rod owner on the entire server was standing right in front of them, the expressions of Zhao Qian's group of 3 all changed, and they exchanged glances at lightning speed. Zhou Yi turned his head to look at Chang'an, and there was a faint trace of killing intent in his eyes. You really love introducing people, huh? Realizing that Zhou Yi's tone had turned hostile, Chang'an quickly lowered his head again and again in apology. Sorry, Brother Zhou, my mouth was too fast. But as he said that, the corners of his lips curled up ever so slightly, and by the time he raised his head, it had vanished at once. So you're that famous big shot. Zhao Qian greeted him very politely. With your fishing rod level being that high, Why are you still taking a risk and coming to a place like this for treasure? Just like us? Joey looked back at him, but didn't answer directly. A 7-colored supply, chest, naturally has a reason worth taking a risk for. He paused, then looked at the compound bow behind Zhao Qian with interest in his eyes. Though I'm pretty curious where Brother Zhao got that compound bow of yours. It looks pretty good. Oh, this? Zhao Qian shook the compound bow in his hand and said carelessly, I fished it up with my rod. It can't compare to your SSS one, of course, but it's not weak either. It's an S-rank fishing rod, and the drop rate's pretty decent. I see. Zhou Yi stroked his chin and nodded. Then your luck really is pretty good. So how are we doing this now? The woman beside Zhao Qian, Chun Lu, stepped forward. There's only one 7-colored chest. There are 5 people here now. How are we splitting it? The capable get it. Zhou Yi crossed his arms. Everyone fights on their own. Whoever has the skill gets the chest. Simple. What you mean is, you want to kill people and steal their loot. Chun Lu's tone turned hostile, and she stared directly at Zhou Yi. You're the owner of that sea god fishing rod, so your weapon's definitely stronger than ours. If you want to make a move, I bet it'd be easy, right? Zhou Yi gave a disdainful laugh and didn't answer her directly. Then what do you want? Simple. Chun Lu took a step forward. Her tone, so certain it sounded like she was announcing some rule no one was allowed to question. We go in first. Zhou Yi said nothing. He only narrowed his eyes at her. Chung, and standing off to the side, opened his mouth, then looked at Chun Lu and then at Zhou Yi. The expression on his face hovered somewhere between schadenfreude and guilt, and he stayed rooted to the spot without moving. Seeing that Zhou Yi didn't refute her, Chun Lu grew even more confident, and her speech sped up a little. You're the only owner of a SSS fishing rod on the whole server. You definitely have more supplies than you can even use. What about us? We're counting on this chest to turn things around. Aren't you embarrassed to compete with us for this chest? So? Zhou Yi's voice was flat. So you should let us go in first and take it. Chun Lu crossed her arms and slightly lifted her chin. You have so many good things already. Missing this one chest won't do anything to you. We're counting on this one chest to turn things around. She paused, then swept a contemptuous look over Zhou Yi. Besides, you're a man, aren't you? You should at least have that much grace. Letting a lady go first is the most basic courtesy, isn't it? Xiao Ming behind her lowered his head and let out an extremely soft snicker. Zhao Qian remained silent, the bow in his hand never rising, but never going back on his back either. And at last, Zhou Yi spoke. He didn't look at Chun Lu. Instead, his gaze passed over her shoulder and landed on Zhao Qian, who had yet to say a single word. Your girlfriend? Zhao Qian didn't answer. Chun Lu answered for him. What's it to you? Zhou Yi let out a light laugh and shook his head. His gaze finally fell on Chun Lu's face. His tone is calm, as if he were chatting about daily life. Yet not a single word carried any warmth. Do you want to die? The expressions of all 3 changed at the same time. Zhao Qian slightly raised the bow. Xiao Ming tightened his grip on the axe handle in his hand. Chun Lu instinctively took half a step back before remembering she had a weapon too, then forcibly planted her foot right back in place. Hey man, don't be impulsive. Chung and hurriedly stepped out to smooth things over, pressing both hands downward at the 2 sides. Brother Zhou talks a little directly, but that's not what he means. That is exactly what I mean. Zhou Yi didn't leave him any room to mediate at all. His fingertips slowly brushed across the blade. What does my fishing rod level have to do with you? Just because you're a woman, I have to give in to you? He lifted his eyelids to look at Chun Lu, and his voice turned cold. Pick your moments before trying that gender politics crap. I don't indulge that. If you want to die, I can grant it right now. The atmosphere instantly tightened into a single stretch string. Chun Lu hadn't expected Zhou Yi to be this overbearing, going from a few words straight to taking someone's life. The aggressive edge on her face seemed like it had just been doused with a bucket of cold water. Her lips moved, but she didn't dare say another word. Then what do you want? She kept her neck stiff, unwilling to back down, but her voice had clearly dropped by a whole notch. Idiot! Zhou Yi cursed without the slightest attempt to hide it. Too lazy to look at her again. He turned and walked toward the valley entrance. What did you say? Chun Lu suddenly raised the bow in her hand, but Zhao Qian reacted quickly and grabbed her arm, forcing it back down. Enough. He wasn't wrong either. This kind of thing is supposed to be every man for himself. Since when is there any such thing as letting someone have it? And you're siding with outsiders? Chun Lu turned and glared at him. What if we got the chest first? Zhao Qian pressed a hand down, signaling her not to get worked up. His gaze landed on Zhou Yi's back. Wouldn't he still have to deal with the monster guarding the chest first? He hasn't fought it yet. Who knows how it'll end? Zhou Yi didn't even look back. Chung glanced at the people on both sides, then in the end hurried after Zhou Yi. Zhao Qian's group of 3 stayed behind and argued in low voices for a few moments before following from a distance. The 2 groups kept neither too close nor too far apart as they walked down the rocky slope. The closer they got to the mouth of the valley, the more that 7-colored glow gathered within the narrow terrain of the canyon, becoming brighter and purer, coating every face with an unreal rainbow halo. At the bottom of the valley, on a huge circular stretch of flat ground, A seven-colored pillar of light erupted from a crack in the earth and shot straight into the sky. Right beneath that pillar, a massive black shadow slowly opened its eyes. It was a tiger. Its body was over 4 meters long, covered all over in short dark purple fur. A pair of enormous folded wings extended back along its spine from its ribs, the tips nearly dragging on the ground. When it rose from its crouched position, the ridges of muscle around its shoulder blades rolled layer by layer beneath the purple fur. Each of its front paws, just planted on the ground, was bigger than a human head by a full circle. It slowly paced to the front of the light pillar, blocking the seven-colored treasure chest behind it. The flowing lights of the pillar were reflected in its vertical pupils, and the aura coming off it was far more dangerous than that centipede, that black bear, or that wild boar from before. Zhou Yi stopped at the valley entrance, his body tensing. When Zhao Qian's group of 3 caught up from behind, they also fell silent. There was no point arguing over who would go in first anymore, because that giant purple-winged tiger was slowly sweeping its gaze across the 5 humans who had intruded into its territory. Its pupils lingered on each person for only half a second. No roar, no show of force. It was simply quietly weighing the worth of the intruders. Gulp. Chung and couldn't help swallowing as he stared at the system panel in front of him. This is the guardian beast of the 7-colored supply chest, the purple-winged demon tiger. Even Zhou Yi silently tightened his grip on the machete in his hand. Looks like the margin for error with one grenade was a little too low. Zhou Yi turned his head toward Chen Lu not far away and pointed at the purple-winged demon tiger. See? The thing's right there. What are you hesitating for? Chen Lu parted her lips and stared at the pair of vertical pupils glowing with shifting rainbow light. Her feet seemed rooted to the spot. The momentum she had at the valley entrance, when she had craned her neck and cursed Zhou Yi for refusing to give way, had now vanished without a trace. She was gripping her bow, yet she still hadn't knocked an arrow. Xiaoming stood beside her with an axe in hand. His Adam's apple bobbed several times, and he lowered his voice to a whisper. Brother Qian, this thing's way fiercer than anything we've seen before. Are we really going in? Zhao Qian didn't answer. He looked up at the bone spurs along the edges of the demon tiger's wings, glinting with a metallic chill under the sunlight. The palm gripping his compound bow was soaked in sweat. After a few seconds of silence, he let go of the bowstring and took a step back. It was only a small step, but under everyone's taut gaze, it was especially clear. Chung En's eyes darted back and forth between both sides. His lips moved, but he still said nothing. What's wrong? The voice drifted over lazily from the side, carrying a trace of undisguised mockery. Zhou Yi still had a hand resting on his blade's hilt, and his expression looked no different from usual. But the meaning in his tone was obvious. Weren't you talking big just now? He gave Chen Lu no face at all. Back at the valley entrance, weren't you shouting pretty loud? If you're a man, you should let us go in first. Well, now the thing's right there. No one's stopping you. Why aren't you going? Chen Lu whipped her head around and glared at him. At some point, her eyes had filled with tears. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she only bit her lip and turned her head back. The bow in her hand never rose. Zhao Qian grabbed her arm and pulled her back, while Xiao Ming swung his axe across in front of her. The 2 men shielded her behind them at the same time. Zhao Qian finally spoke, his voice much lower than before. We can't handle this monster. It's not worth dying for one chest. Retreat. After saying that, he pulled the other 2 away directly, without the slightest hesitation. Chen Lu was dragged backward toward the valley entrance by Zhao Qian. Loose stones clattered and rolled downhill under her feet. As she staggered back, she kept turning her head to look. The purple-winged demon tiger was slowly sweeping its vertical pupils across the people at the valley entrance. She still wanted to say something. Her mouth opened, but in the end, nothing came out. Zhao Qian dragged her all the way back behind a dead tree at the bend near the valley entrance before finally letting go. Xiao Ming hurried over and crouched beside them, his palms slick with sweat around the axe handle. Zhao Qian looked back at the demon tiger, still guarding the front of the pillar of light, then glanced toward the valley entrance again. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Brother Qian, are we retreating or not? Xiao Ming asked in a lowered voice. Retreat? Retreat my ass. Zhao Qian leaned the compound bow against the tree trunk, crouched down, and pointed toward the valley entrance. Isn't he trying to play hero? Let him fight it. A boss monster at this level, even if it doesn't kill him, it'll still peel off half his skin. Once he's done fighting, once he's injured, empty-handed, and just trying to catch his breath, that's when we make our move. By then he won't even be able to stand steady. Won't all the supplies be ours? Quick, keep up. The coordinates should be in that valley ahead. Yang Hao glanced at the system panel and urged the girls behind him to move faster. Wait, Yi Wanqing suddenly called out in a lowered voice. Tang Guogua jumped in fright and instantly pulled her bowstring tight. What is it, Sister Wanqing? Yi Wanqing frowned and raised a hand to point at an ancient tree not far away, its roots twisted and tangled. There's someone there. Yang Hao raised his binoculars and looked, but found nothing. Suyu also stepped forward and carefully looked a few times in the direction of the tree. I think I saw it too. Something moved behind the trunk just now. Wow, don't scare people like that in broad daylight. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her arms, feeling goosebumps rise. We have to confirm it. Yi Wanqing raised her rifle and moved lightly toward the ancient tree, signaling the people behind her to follow. We can't afford even a bit of carelessness here. If it really is someone and he sneaks up behind us, that'll be trouble. True enough. Yang Hao immediately nocked an arrow and drew his bow. The arrowhead aimed steadily at the ancient tree. Behind the tree, Jinhua pressed down on the shoulders of his two underlings. All three of them were plastered against the trunk, barely daring to breathe. He peeked through a gap between the buttress roots, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The woman in front was holding an M4. He recognized that gun immediately. The gunshots from that night on the sea, it was very likely this woman who had fired the shots. She and Zhou, you were in the same group. Brother Hua, what do we do now? One underling whispered. Jinhua quickly pulled back his gaze. The viciousness on his face flashed away, replaced by a smiling expression as he stepped out from behind the tree. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. We're not bad people. He spread his hands and took 2 steps forward, fully exposing himself within the other side's attack range. We were drawn here by that glow too. Just came over to take a look. No other intentions. Yang Hao's arrow was still aimed at his chest. Which side of the island did you land on? The southeast corner. Took a bit of a detour. That cliff was too high. It nearly crippled my leg from the fall. Jinhua pointed at his bandaged right leg. His tone as casual as if he were chatting about everyday matters. Yi Wanqing said nothing. She only shifted the muzzle from his chest to his face. Jinhua met those cold eyes. His smile didn't change, but his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Standing behind Yi Wanqing, Qin Xiaoyu kept staring at Jinhua's bandaged right leg. That night on the raft, Zhou had shot the sneak attacker in the right leg with an arrow. Zhou had said so himself. And now, the location of the leg wound on the man in front of her was almost exactly the same as that arrow wound from that night. The middle of the thigh. The bandage was wrapped tightly, and the blood seeping through it had already dried into a dark brown color. It clearly wasn't a fresh injury. She didn't expose him right away. She only quietly tugged at Yi Wanqing's sleeve and whispered in an extremely soft breath, "It's him. The one who attacked us that night." Yi Wanqing's gaze turned cold in an instant, and her index finger settled on the trigger too. She was just about to pull it when Jinhua suddenly grabbed the lackey beside him, who was still frozen in shock, and shoved him straight toward Yi Wanqing's gun. The gunshot exploded, and the bullet instantly pierced through the lackey's right chest. Jinhua had already used that little more than 1 second gap to twist sideways and roll into the bushes. 2 bullets chased after him from behind, punching through his left shoulder and arm and kicking up sprays of blood. He let out a muffled grunt, gritted his teeth, and didn't look back. Staggering, he plunged deeper into the dense forest, his figure swallowed by layers of tree canopies and vines, while all the arrows flying after him were blocked by the vines. After him, Yi Wanqing raised her rifle, and Yang Hao tightened his grip on the compound bough as he chased a few steps toward the bushes. But Jinhua knew this terrain far better than they did, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the depths of the forest. Damn, he runs faster than a rabbit. Yang Hao Gorset. What? Is he that familiar with this place, like it's his own home? The other lackey threw down his axe, raised both hands, and collapsed to his knees on the ground, trembling all over. Yi Wanqing turned back from the edge of the bushes, her gun muzzle pointing at him again. How many of you came in total? Talk. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out from deep within the forest, echoing back and forth off the valley's rock walls. The 3 people resting behind the deadwood all stood up at once, and the bow in Chun Lu's hand almost slipped free. Gunshots. Zhao Qian looked in the direction of the sound with a grave expression, his ears still buzzing from the echoes. From the sound of it, it's a rifle too. What the hell? It's only been a few days. How does someone already have a rifle? How are we supposed to play like this? Xiaoming punched the tree trunk angrily. Zhao Qian didn't answer. He looked once toward where the gunshots had come from, then turned back toward the 7-colored pillar of light in the valley. Zhou, you should be fighting that purple-winged demon tiger at the bottom of the valley right now. A thought rapidly took shape in his mind. Could the owner of those gunshots be with that Zhou Yi guy? He rubbed his chin, his brows drawing tighter and tighter. My S-rank fishing rod only got me a compound bow because I was lucky enough to hit the guarantee, but no matter how strong it is, it's still a cold weapon. To have a hot weapon like a rifle by the 5th day. Other than the owner of the only SSS fishing rod on the entire server, I can't think of anyone else. When Qianlu heard that, her face visibly paled a few shades. The confidence she'd had earlier when she stood at the valley entrance and argued with Zhou Yi was now completely gone. She unconsciously stepped half a pace behind Zhao Qian. That's a rifle. 1 shot, 1 kill, no logic involved. We just fought with him like that. And when his teammates get here, beside her, Xiao Ming lowered his head and kicked a piece of gravel by his foot. But if we just go back empty-handed like this, I really can't accept it. We circled more than half the island to get here. Zhao Qian also fell silent, his gaze sweeping back and forth several times between the valley and the forest where the gunshots had come from. He wasn't willing to give up either. Anything inside that 7-color treasure chest would be worth more than all the belongings the few of them had put together. But he wasn't stupid either. The other side had a rifle. In this kind of narrow terrain, charging them head-on was just suicide. We won't fight him head-on. Zhao Qian finally spoke. He took the compound bow off his back, turned around, and walked toward a rocky slope outside the valley entrance. We'll find a place to hide. Those gunshots were that loud, so they'll definitely draw nearby small monsters or other survivors. After he finishes fighting the monster and runs out of ammo, or before he meets up with his teammates, there'll always be a moment when he lets his guard down. That's when we'll make our move, right? Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up his axe and followed after him. Catch him off guard, and it'll only take one arrow. Chun Lu tightened her grip on the bow again, too, as if she had found some kind of mental support. Then we'll hide and wait for a chance. If he gets smacked by that tiger while he's fighting, and drops before we even have to do anything, that'd be even better. That's exactly it. Zhao Qian bent low and slipped into a weathered rock crevice on the backside of the slope. The spot was extremely tricky. Looking forward, he could overlook everything happening at the bottom of the valley. Looking back, he could aim through the crack at the edge of the forest they had come from. He crouched down and waved to the two behind him. Get in here, quick. Get your bows ready, and don't show your heads. He got halfway through the sentence before it stuck in his throat. The bushes at the edge of the forest suddenly shook violently. A man covered in blood, with blood still pouring out his left shoulder, staggered out. His right leg seemed to have an old injury, and he limped as he ran. His left hand clutched his shot shoulder, and his right hand held a blade. From far behind came the sounds of Yang Hao and several girls in pursuit. They were flanking this way along the edge of the forest. Jinhua burst out of the bushes and looked up, only to meet the eyes of the three crouching in the rock crevice. He stared at the compound bow in Zhao Qian's hand and the three unfamiliar faces in front of him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he assessed them from head to toe in an instant. They probably weren't Zhou Ye's people. His pale lips pulled into a smile that twitched slightly from pain, and his voice was hoarse yet unusually steady. The three of you, interested in discussing a deal? He forced down the intense pain from the gunshot wound in his shoulder, wiped away the blood running down his arm, and flashed Zhao Qian a grin. You three are squatting here because you want to wait until the guy in the valley and the boss wear each other down. Then go down and pick up the scraps, right? Not a bad idea, but you won't be able to pick up anything. He tilted his head toward the direction the shouts of pursuit were coming from behind him. That group that fired just now, an M4 rifle, compound bows, 7 people total, all teammates of the guy in the valley, and they're flanking this way right now. Even if you sneak up on him when he's at his weakest after the fight, once his teammates arrive, you'll still be screwed. Zhao Qian didn't answer. His gaze moved from the shoulder that was still bleeding to the mud-stained blade in Jinhua's hand, then back to his face. Chun Lu silently held down her bowstring, while Xiao Ming's grip on his axe quietly loosened and tightened again. Zhao Qian could tell that this man wasn't bluffing. At the very least, what he said about the rifle and the relationship to the person in the valley completely matched his own guess. Go on then. How do you want to make this deal? Zhao Qian's tone eased a little. Don't tell me you're expecting us to help you deal with that rifle. No need for that. Jinhua tugged at the corner of his mouth. I just need you to hold off the pursuers for me. To tell you the truth, the other person inside the valley was arranged by me. As he said that, a trace of smugness appeared on his face, as if everything was under his control. That Zhou guy still hasn't noticed. Once the boss is dealt with, my man will make his move and take his life. Then won't the treasure chest be ours for the taking? A flicker of hesitation passed through Zhao Qian's eyes, like he had seen a turning point. If that's the case, then maybe this is something we can talk about. The sounds of pursuit quickly closed in, and they could already vaguely make out Yang Hao and the others darting back and forth through the forest. There's no time. They can't see me, or they'll definitely blow my head off with one shot. Jinhua hurriedly tightened the bandage on his wound, then ran toward the back of the rock pile while enduring the pain. Help me hold them off. Once the chest is in hand, I only want Ocean Heart and their guns. Everything else is yours. Hey, wait. Chun Lu waved her hand, but Jinhua had already staggered out of sight behind the rock pile. We didn't even agree yet. Brother Qian, what do we do? Xiao Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly. If what he said is true, and the guy inside is a mole, then wouldn't it be easy to kill Zhou Yi while taking advantage of the situation? Are you stupid? Chun Lu smacked him on the head. You still want to go head-on against a rifle? For some promise from him that might not even be real? Enough. Zhao Qian cut the two of them off and turned to look at them. If we just go back empty-handed like this, can you accept that? Xiao Ming shook his head without hesitation. Chun Lu bit her lip and couldn't bring herself to say the words that she could accept it either. I can't accept it either. Zhao Qian nodded, since he said, we only need to hold them off and not fight them head-on for our lives. Then it isn't that hard. If what he said is true, then think about it. The chest plus Zhou Ye's backpack. How many supplies would that be? But Zhao Qian. Chun Lu pointed toward the valley. How can you be sure that, after Zhou Yi gets killed, we'll definitely be able to get away in one piece? Zhao Qian froze when she asked that. Before he could think it through, Yang Hao's figure was the first to rush out of the bushes. Where is he? Is he part rabbit or something, running that fast? He had just steadied himself when he saw the three of them, Zhao, Qian, and the others. His gaze swept quickly over their gear, pausing for a moment on the compound bow in Zhao Qian's hand. Yi Wanqing and the others also charged out of the bushes one after another. Qin Xiaoyu held up her bow and scanned the area, her eyes quickly locking onto the three unfamiliar people across from them, the bowstring tightening a little more in her hand. Where is he? How did he just disappear when he got here? And who are you people? Zhao Qian had no time to think about logic right now. He could only force himself to step up, then put on a friendly smile. Were you all drawn here by this seven-colored glow too? Qin Xiaoyu didn't answer. The bowstring in her hand stayed taut as she stared straight at him and asked, where did that guy just now run off to? She was certain these three had seen Jinhua. This area was only so big. There was no way they had completely missed him. Oh, are you talking about a man with an injured arm? Zhao Qian didn't deny it. Yes. Lin Vania stepped forward. His leg was hurt too. We clearly saw him run this way just now. Did you see where he went? He went that way. Over here. That way. The three of them, Zhao Qian and the others, spoke in unison, but each pointed in a completely different direction. The air went quiet for half a second. Qin Xiaoyu pulled the bowstring even tighter, and Yi Wanqing raised the rifle in her hand slightly, the muzzle slowly sweeping across their faces. Looks like you do know where he went. What? Yang Hao raised a brow, the arrowhead aimed at Zhao Qian. What did that guy promise you? What kind of benefit is worth helping him block bullets for him? Brother Qian, why are these people just like that Zhou Yi? Xiao Meng muttered in a low voice. A few words in, and they already want to kill people. You even know Zhou Yi? So you had sharp ears and instantly caught that name. The moment those words fell, everyone's weapons were raised at the three of them at the same time. Yi Wanqing leveled her gun and pressed forward a step. Talk. Are you with Jinhua? Did you help him set up Zhou Yi? Jie Jinhua? Who's that? Chen Lu looked at the pitch-black gun barrel aimed at her chest, and her voice cracked on the spot. The injured guy from just now. Qin Xiaoyu's tone turned hostile, her bow fully drawn. If you don't give me an answer I'm satisfied with, I'll turn you into loot boxes right now. Chen Lu was forced back a step by the gun barrel, her face deathly pale. Zhao Qian moved in front of her protectively. His Adam's apple bobbed as he was just about to speak. Whoosh! A cold arrow tore through the air from behind the pile of jagged rocks, grazing past Lin Wanner's ear and burying itself in the trunk of a dead tree behind her. The arrow shaft was still humming and trembling. Ambush! Yang Hao ro at it. Yi Wanqing spun her gun toward the direction the arrow had come from and pulled the trigger. The bullets shaved off pieces of rock at the edge of the pile, kicking up a cloud of dust. A short, muffled grunt came from that direction, followed by unsteady footsteps retreating into the distance. After firing that sneak shot, Jinhua had already changed positions. Zhao Qian's group still wanted to make one last desperate struggle. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Meng swung his axe and charged forward, while Chen Lu trembled as she knocked an arrow and drew her bow. Yi Wanqing tilted her muzzle and fired two precise shots. One bullet pierced Xiao Meng's arm, sending the axe straight to the ground. The second tore through Zhao Qian's right arm just as he was about to raise his compound bow. He let out a muffled grunt, and the bow slipped from his hand. Yang Hao's arrow followed immediately after, sinking into the ground half an inch in front of his feet. Tang Guohua and Lin Wanner fired at the same time. Their two arrows crossed and struck the dirt at Xiao Meng's and Chen Lu's feet, forcing the pair to stumble backward, trip over each other, and fall to the ground. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. The fight was already over. I'll talk. Chen Lu curled up on the ground with both hands over her head, her voice thick with tears. That man just now told us to help hold you back. He told us there was another accomplice of his in the valley, an undercover one, and once Zhou Yi finished fighting the boss, that person would make a move. We were only after money. We never wanted to hurt your people. Please, don't kill me. Beside the 7-colored pillar of light, Zhou Ye's machete slammed into the front paw of the violet-winged demon tiger, sending a spray of sparks flying. He used the recoil to spring backward, and when he landed, his feet carved 2 shallow grooves into the gravel. Before he could even steady himself, he rolled to the side. The spot where he had just been standing was ripped open by a steel whip-like tail, stones scattering everywhere. This thing was way too fast. It wasn't like that centipede from before, some clumsy brute that relied on tough armor to tank hits. It also wasn't like a boar, the kind of dumb beast that only knew how to charge in a straight line. Before every pounce, its right front paw would scrape the ground first. Before every tail swipe, its back would arch in the briefest curve. Zhou Yi was only able to dodge under its claws again and again because he was predicting its moves in advance through those tiny tails. But so far, he had only landed 3 hits total. The first slash was on its left front leg. The second was across its side. The third came during the brief stiffness after it missed a pounce, when he hacked hard at its right wing and cut open a gash. But that was it. The rest of the time, He had been dodging, weaving, and circling it by using the jagged rocks and fallen deadwood in the valley. He had no intention of taking even one hit from this violet-winged demon tiger. Chung and was currently lying in a pile of rubble at the edge of the valley, his back propped against a snapped-dead tree. A horrifying claw wound stretched diagonally across his chest from collarbone to ribs. His clothes had been shredded to pieces, and blood was still seeping from the wound. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't get back up anytime soon either. When they had entered the valley earlier, he had been walking in front of Zhou Yi, probably trying to look a little more proactive. Then that demon tiger had pounced without the slightest warning, and the first target it chose had been him. Just one swipe had sent him flying. He had dropped to the side on the spot, completely out of the fight. A low tiger's roar rippled through the valley. Zhou Yi tightened his grip on the machete and quickly adjusted his stance to face it. The prolonged, high-intensity dodging had already made his breathing a little ragged, and he had spent quite a bit of stamina. But after a few more exchanges, he should be able to figure out this thing's full combo pattern from pounce to tail swipe. That was when the real counterattack and kill shot would come. Good thing my body got stronger after the last fight. Zhou Yi wiped sweat away inwardly. If this thing lands one slap on me, I probably won't be doing too well either. Looking at the violet-winged demon tiger pacing before him, Zhou Yi had already started figuring out how to blow it up with a grenade. Luckily, while this tiger was a little faster and hit a little harder, its defense and size weren't outrageously over the top. As long as the grenade landed in the right spot, one would still be enough to kill it. But before that, let's warm you up first. The corners of Zhou Yi's lips curved slightly. Holding the machete in his left hand, he made a forceful throwing motion toward the violet-winged demon tiger, as if he were about to hurl the blade. The demon tiger across from him narrowed its eyes and instinctively dodged to the side. In the next moment, a red glass bottle flew out from Zhou Yi's right hand and struck the violet-winged demon tiger squarely on the head. The glass bottle exploded instantly. Flames rapidly crawled across the violet-winged demon tiger's body, and the stench of burning fur quickly filled the entire valley. Roar! Surrounded by flames, the violet-winged demon tiger let out a furious roar, its eyes full of killing intent. Ignoring the fire still burning on its body, it lunged at Zhou Yi like a blazing fireball. Holy crap, now it's pissed. Zhou Yi didn't dare be careless and immediately dodged, barely avoiding the attack. The demon tiger missed and slammed headfirst into the tree trunk behind him, and the flames on its body lit the tree on fire as well. Zhou Yi frowned slightly and glanced at the burning tree, then lowered his eyes to the demon tiger, whose flames had burned away a layer of fur and exposed the pink fat and muscle underneath. A faint smile curled at his lips. Breaking its defense with fire first really does make this a lot easier. The demon tiger across from him seemed to realize what Zhou Yi was planning. It immediately dropped and rolled on the spot twice in quick succession, snuffing out all the remaining fire. When it stood back up, it tightly covered the burned areas with its wings, the two wings shielding the body between them like a clamshell. Pretty smart. You know, I want to start playing tricks with my blade now. Zhou Yi froze for a moment, but the smile on his lips only deepened. But a beast is still a beast. If you want to compete with a human in brains, you're still far off. Then he raised a hand and pointed at the spot beneath the violet-winged demon tiger's feet. Why don't you take a look at what's under your feet? The demon tiger froze, then lowered its head to look at the ground beneath it. Aside from some scorched ground and a few blades of grass, there was nothing there. Zhou Yi's figure lunged over in an instant. Idiot! I'll let you look and you really looked? He brought his refined iron chopper down hard on the demonic tiger's neck. Slash! A gash opened across the demonic tiger's throat, blood spraying everywhere. Its massive body was forced back several steps before it finally steadied itself. TSK, why is this thing so damn tough? Zhou Yi glanced at the refined iron chopper in his hand and quietly used refined iron ingots to repair it a little. One strike actually hadn't been enough to chop its head off. Roar! The demonic tiger across from him realized it had been played. It instinctively wanted to pounce, but it was also wary that Zhou Yi might pull some trick again. In the end, it simply spread its huge wings and beat them, rising high off the ground and instantly rendering Zhou Yi's chopper useless. Zhou Yi stood there and looked up at the demonic tiger, hovering a full 3 or 4 stories in the air, the corner of his mouth lifting again. Not fighting me anymore, huh? As soon as he said that, he turned his back and walked straight toward the treasure chest behind the 7-colored pillar of light. If you're not fighting me, then I won't hold back. While speaking, Zhou Yi's right hand had already quietly gripped a grenade from the pouch at his waist. Seeing that he had truly given up the fight and was heading straight for the treasure chest, the little intelligence the demonic tiger had left was instantly replaced by instinct. It let out a furious roar at Zhou Yi, beat its wings, and its whole body smashed toward him like a cannonball. The moment Zhou Yi heard the roar, he immediately pulled the pin on the grenade. As he turned around, he leaped violently to the side. At the same time, the grenade left his hand and flew straight toward the gaping, blood-filled maw of the incoming purple-winged demonic tiger. Gulp! A perfect bullseye. Its mouth was wide enough to fit an entire calf, so swallowing a grenade the size of a fist was effortless. Zhou Yi rolled backward and quickly retreated several steps before steadying himself. Then he waved at the purple-winged demonic tiger, which was standing in front of the seven-colored pillar of light, still dazed and not yet reacting. Bye-bye then. Bang! A huge explosion rang out from inside the demonic tiger's belly. The grenade's massive shockwave instantly blew its stomach open, and blood and organs spilled all over the ground. Its enormous body crashed down with a boom, with only a last sliver of life hanging on. Zhou Yi flicked the blood off his blade and sheathed it. Good thing this guy had at least a little brain. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have fallen for it. World Channel. Titanic Raft defeated a giant bear and obtained 1 purple supply chest. Eat a peach. So Cool Raft defeated a wild boar pack on the island and obtained 1 purple supply chest. 3 Big Trader Brats Raft defeated a 2-headed shark and obtained 1 purple supply chest. Reincarnated as a terracotta warrior because guarding Ingzheng feels great. Damn. Are you people mowing monsters down like grass? Brother shares both fortune and misery with me. I turn into a brother who shares only misery. The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. These people probably paid a huge price to get those chests too. Wang's eye little fist. Looks like I still have to take a risk. I've never fished up a purple supply chest before. Is killing wild monsters really that easy for getting one? Hyperion Raft defeated the boss, purple-winged demonic tiger, and obtained 1 7-colored supply chest. Come here, let me suck one. Bite, let me taste how salty you are. Holy crap. A 7-colored supply chest. What the hell is that? 3 whips scatter soul. Yes, I am a normal person. 7-colored. Who? Who killed the boss? Water gun filled with pea spray, whoever deserves it. It's the Hyperion. My captain. I'm Sierra. Please take me with you. 5-star good citizen. Sierra? Which Sierra? The failed art student one? Tianba Dongba Tua. Can someone tell me what a 7-colored supply chest can have inside? Is it on the level of a super airdrop? At that moment, Zhou Yi was standing in front of the 7-colored supply chest, starting to count his loot. 1 RPG-7 rocket launcher, 6 rockets, 5 grenades, 1 Heart of the Ocean, 1 cryopod blueprint, 300 refined iron ingots, 800 iron ingots. My god, an RPG. Zhou Yi felt his hands shaking. With a weapon like this, wouldn't one shot blow both a person and his boat straight into the sky? The only problem was that there was too little ammo. He had no idea whether the intermediate workbench could make rockets, but it probably couldn't. After happily stashing the weapon and ammunition into the system backpack, Zhou Yi took out the cryopod blueprint and the Heart of the Ocean. Cryopod blueprint can temporarily store living creatures, regardless of size, inside the pod. The maximum one-time storage duration is 72 hours, and creatures can be taken out or put in at any time. Crafting requirements must be crafted beside an airdrop supply crate or by using a tech replicator. Cannot be completed on a normal workbench. Crafting materials, 20 polymer, 10 oil, 30 metal parts, 25 electronic components, 20 beast hide, 30 iron ingots, 30 crystal. Store living creatures. The first thing Zhou Yi thought of was that egg. He had no idea what kind of creature would hatch from it. A mermaid? A dragon king? It couldn't possibly be that giant turtle's egg, right? So this is the Heart of the Ocean? Zhou Yi picked up the 7-colored diamond in his hand and held it under the sunlight. It just felt like a colored diamond. Zouye. Lin Wanner's voice came from the mouth of the valley. She was the first to rush in front of him, both hands quickly checking over his shoulders, arms, and back. Only after confirming that he was neither missing any limbs nor even had any obvious wounds did she finally let out a long breath of relief. The others also gathered around one after another, with Zhao Qian's group of 3 tied up behind them. TSK. Qin Xiaoyu kept shaking her head as she looked at the corpse of the purple-winged demonic tiger on the ground. Good lord, this tiger was this huge and even had wings. How did you kill it? Well, Zhou Yi smiled and roughly retold what had just happened. Damn impressive. Yang Hao couldn't help muttering as he clapped his hands. You really thought of using a trick for that, stuffing a grenade straight into its mouth. Zhou Yi gently rubbed Lin Wanner's head. When you came in, did you run into that Jinhua? We did, Tang Guogua said angrily. That guy was way too slippery. He pushed his own people out to block bullets for him, and he ran crazy fast too. Even Sister Wanqing's marksmanship only managed to hit his arm. The key thing is he still fired a sneak shot before leaving, so he was still a little angry. Luckily his aim was off a bit, where that arrow could have directly taken Wanner's life. Oh right, Zhao Linger tugged on the rope in her hand. How should we deal with these 3? Judging from how they looked just now, it seemed like they wanted to wait until you finished fighting and then steal the leftovers. Zhao Linger gave the rope in her hand another tug, dragging the tied-up Zhao Qian trio to the front. All 3 of them were injured to varying degrees. Blood was still seeping from Zhao Qian's and Xiao Meng's arms, and their faces had already gone much paler. The moment Chun Lu saw Zhou Yi, she dropped to her knees with a thud, her forehead slamming against the rocky ground again and again. Please let us go. We know we were wrong. Zhou Yi looked down at her kowtowing with no expression on his face. He crouched down and used the back of his knife to lift Chun Lu's chin, making her raise her head and look at him. From the moment you found out I was the owner of the sea god's fishing rod, you were already planning how to kill me and take my supplies, weren't you? Chun Lu froze from the question, then hurriedly waved her hands. No, we wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Really? Then weren't you saying you were retreating? Why were you still waiting outside? Zhou Yi revealed a harmless smile. You wanted to wait until both the boss and I were badly hurt, so you could clean things up, right? Now that you see I'm completely unharmed, are you a little disappointed? No. Xiaomeng also shook his head repeatedly. His already pale face looked even worse. We were just resting outside. We weren't trying to steal the leftovers. Brother Zhou Yi. Zhao Qian covered his arm and forced out a smile. We really did offend you earlier. We'll give you all our supplies, so please spare our lives. Once we get off the island, we'll definitely repay you properly. Brother Zhao, what are you saying? Do I look like some murderer who kills without blinking? Zhou Yi suddenly showed a kindly smile. I don't kill women or children. Ecstatic joy from surviving the disaster instantly bloomed across Chun Lu's face. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for sparing my life. Once we get back, we'll definitely repay you properly. But Zhou Yi abruptly changed tone and looked at the pale-faced Zhao Qian and Xiaomeng beside her. Those two aren't women. Then his gaze fell back on Chun Lu's face, his tone flat, like he was stating the weather. You're not a kid either. Chun Lu's smile froze on her face, like she hadn't understood. Zhou Yi stood up and swept his eyes over the three of them. You don't seriously think I'm the kind of idiot who'd leave threats alive and lose sleep over it, do you? The moment he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, and he swung the blade sideways. At the same time, a line of blood split open across all three of their throats, and blood sprayed everywhere. The three faces that collapsed to the ground still held shocked expressions, as if they hadn't expected him to turn hostile the instant he said it. Or maybe he had only been toying with them from beginning to end. Zhou Yi flicked the blood off the blade and watched as the three corpses gradually blurred away, leaving behind three faintly glowing wooden treasure chests in their place. His voice didn't ripple in the slightest. Be more careful in your next life. Only after dealing with the three of them did Zhou Yi turn his attention toward Cheng and in the corner off in the distance. By now, Cheng had caught his breath, leaning against a big tree. He acted like nobody else existed and was wrapping his own wounds with a first aid kit. What rotten luck. I got grabbed the moment I showed up. I almost got sent off right there. Yo, still alive? Zhou Yi's voice drifted over lazily. Tough life you got. You took a slap from that guy and still didn't die, huh? Cheng En, who had been focusing on bandaging his wounds, looked up at the sound. The moment he saw that there were somehow 6 or 7 more people standing beside Zhou Yi, his pupils shrank and even his hands froze mid-bandage. Zhou Yi strolled over to him and looked down at him from above. That harmless smile never left the corner of his mouth. Are your injuries bad? Huh? Oh, and no. It's not too serious. Cheng En came back to himself and glanced down at the wounds on his body. I'll just be left with some pretty ugly scars. I see. That boss has already been killed by me. Zhou Yi slowly crouched down and looked at him. This time the chest really did have Heart of the Ocean in it. Well, it was a rainbow supply chest after all. Cheng En forced a smile. Big brother Zhou is really amazing. You took care of that boss without even getting hurt. You're flattering me. No matter how amazing I am, I'm still not as amazing as your brother Jinhua. Zhou Yi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Being able to escape from a rifle and a compound bow. You're really somebody. Cheng En's mouth twitched, and his eyelids wouldn't stop jumping. Big brother Zhou, are you talking about that Jinhua you already killed? Didn't he die a long time ago? Zhou Yi just smiled and didn't answer. But now that smile looked a little too chilling. Cheng En felt his heart go hollow under that gaze. How about this, big brother Zhou? I don't want any of the supplies this time. Look, I didn't help much anyway, so this. How can you not want them? Zhou Yi raised a brow, his tone still peaceful. If you hadn't led the way, how would I have gotten the heart of the ocean I've been dreaming about? No need. Cheng En struggled to stand, only to be pressed back down by Zhou Yi's hand on his shoulder. Hey, what's the rush? Zhou Yi lightly patted his shoulder. Let me think about what kind of supplies I should leave you. All right, I've got it. Zhou Yi casually pulled out a grenade from his backpack and held it out in front of him. How about this? Cheng En's face instantly went deathly pale. He shook his head and waved his hands again and again. Bro, big brother, don't mess around. I don't want it. I don't want the stuff. Just let me go back. Go back. Back where? Qin Xiaoyu's voice came over as the others finished cleaning up the loot and gathered around. Qin Xiaoyu crossed her arms and looked at him. Still waiting for that good big brother of yours to come save you? Who knows where he already ran off to? That good big brother of yours really runs fast. Tang Guowu couldn't help giving a thumbs up. He even remembered to fire cold arrows at us before leaving. I don't know what you're talking about. What good big brother? Cheng En didn't dare look at them directly, and his voice dropped by half. I'm on my own boat. I don't have any big brother. Really? Yi Wanqing raised a brow and tugged the hemp rope in her hand. Then how about we ask him? At the other end of the rope was one of the lackeys who had been moving together with Jinhua. The moment Cheng En saw him, his face changed drastically, and even his hands started trembling. What? Still not planning to tell the truth. Zhou Yi slowly drew his machete and rested it against his neck. My patience is limited, you know. Aren't you going to make one more effort? I'll talk. Chung En's defenses instantly collapsed. Not caring about his injuries anymore, he dropped to his knees and started kowtowing over and over. Jinhua told me to do it. That night, after his sneak attack failed, he said we had to get the rifle in your hands. So we used a rifle magazine as bait to lure you in, then used the excuse that the rainbow supply chest had Heart of the Ocean to lure you onto the island. The whole point was to kill you after your rifle ran out of bullets. Chung En spilled everything in one breath. Zhou Yi stroked his chin and nodded. Pretty much what I expected. Why, you already knew. Chung En's eyes went wide in an instant, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. He and I never contacted each other in front of you. How could you know? Huh? Zhou Yi smiled, and the smile was filled with contempt. A plan full of holes. You thought you could set me up with that? He paused, then looked back at the 3 pools of blood. The only thing that really surprised me was those 3 people showing up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called the others over. All right, tell me. Where's your base camp? Send me the coordinates. How many people are in your group? There wasn't the slightest room for negotiation in Zhou Ye's tone. This is your last chance. Make good use of it. The moment Chung En heard there was still a chance to live, he immediately nodded and agreed. Then he opened the light screen and started operating it. I'll send you the coordinates right now. Zhou Yi didn't answer. He just quietly watched him send the location coordinates of the base camp to his private chat interface. During the whole process, Chung En didn't try anything. Probably because he was already scared stupid and didn't dare pull any tricks at all. After sending the coordinates, Chung En continued, confessing honestly. Our team has a total of 21 people. Jinhua was only one of the squad leaders. Zhou Yi Fronit. Only a squad leader? Who's the one in charge? The one in charge is called Wan Shui. His ID is Bashu Jiaozuoren. Besu Diaolei. The moment Yang Hao heard that, he perked up. That guy is actually the leader? This Bashu Jiaozuoren. Isn't he the one who argued with you in the World Channel before? Tang Wu looked at Yang Hao and asked, do you know much about him? Not really. Yang Hao shook his head. That guy's probably a middle-aged man. He talks arrogantly as hell. Every time I see him, I end up flaming him back. After hearing them out, Zhou Yi turned back again. What else? What weapons does your group have right now? Do you have any firearms yet? No. Chung En waved his hands again and again, afraid of being suspected of lying. If we had firearms, we wouldn't have gone to all this trouble setting you up just to get one rifle. That makes sense. Zhou Yi no dittoif. Fine then. Doesn't seem like there's anything else worth asking. Then, can I go now? Chung En forced an awkward smile. Sure, go ahead. Zhou Yi shuruk. But I'm letting you off this time. If we meet again next time, that might not be the case. Understood. Chung En nodded repeatedly, struggling to his feet. Thank you, Big Brother Zhou. Thank you, Big Brother Zhou. Zhou Yi smiled and waved a hand. Hey, don't say that. After all, you really did help me out quite a bit. As he spoke, he turned to look at the girls, a curve lifting at the corner of his mouth. The girls didn't understand what he was smiling about, and then Zhou Yi turned back toward Chung En again. Yo, what a coincidence. Looks like we've met again. Huh? Didn't we just meet? Before Chung En could finish speaking, before the relief on his face from surviving disaster could even turn into shock, he had already collapsed into a pool of blood. Why are you so naive? Zhou Yi looked down at him coldly, wiped the blood from his blade, and said, if I hadn't wanted to use you to draw Jinhua out, did you really think you'd have lived until now? Too bad he still managed to run off. I couldn't cut the weeds and dig out the roots. Why you? Chung En clutched his throat tightly as blood kept pouring out through his fingers. His eyes were bloodshot, and his throat was already so choked with blood that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Zhou Yi slowly crouched down and looked at him. From the very beginning, when you used that rifle magazine to lure me, I'd already guessed it, and then you deliberately exposed my identity in front of those 3 people. Did you really think your little scheme could stay hidden from me? You should have been clear about the consequences of failing the moment you did this. As for your brothers, once the great disaster the day after tomorrow is over, I'll find time to send them to see you. It's just one rocket, quick and painless. He paused, remembering what Suyu had just said. A heavy killing intent flashed through his eyes. And that Jinhua who likes shooting sneak attacks. I'll send him on his way first. Chung En's face was full of disbelief. He used up the last of his strength. So, from the very beginning, you were using me. What a damn good scheme. You're too kind. Zhou Yi lightly patted his shoulder. If I'm not careful, how am I supposed to survive in this shitty place? Have a safe trip. The moment he finished speaking, Chung En breathed his last, his eyes still fixed dead on Zhou Yi. Without changing expression, Zhou Yi gently brushed a hand over his face and closed his eyelids. A few seconds later, Chung En's corpse gradually turned transparent and disappeared too, leaving only a wooden treasure chest on the spot. Zhou Yi skillfully swept up all the supplies from the chest, then stood and looked at the sky. Let's go. We've been on the island quite a while this time. There's probably not much time left. Let's go. Qin Xiaoyu stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and pulled him toward the mouth of the valley. We need to get out fast. Who knows where that Jin Hua is hiding? Don't worry. Zhou Yi smiled, then took her hand instead and looked toward the valley entrance. That guy's too sharp. Now that he knows the operation failed, he definitely won't stay on the island and fight us head on. Lin Wanna looked at his calm expression with some curiosity. You didn't leave a backup plan, did you? Zhou Yi froze for a moment, then looked at her and lightly tapped the tip of her nose. Wanna really is smart. Since I knew it was a trap and still walked into it, how could I not make 2 sets of preparations? Brother Wenfei, are we really not joining them? Standing on the deck of the Hyperion, Chen Hong held a bow and aimlessly pointed toward the beach. They have so many people. Wouldn't it be safer to survive together? No. Su Wenfei shook his head. I can tell Zhou Yi doesn't completely trust us. The only reason he can get along with us at all is because of Yang Hao's face. He paused and looked deeper into the island. But I can't really blame him for that. It's already merciful enough that he didn't kill us back then. So that's why you made this deal with him? Chen Hong turned and glanced at him. We help keep watch here until they come back. And then he'll give the 2 of us enough supplies to safely get through the great disaster. Yeah, Su Wenfei didn't deny it. He said if the others handled things smoothly, then there'd be nothing for us to do. Otherwise, a middle-aged man with an injured right leg would run out from the island. Most likely he'd come for their ship and try a sneak attack, just in case. He wanted us guarding here. If we see him, don't hold back. A middle-aged man with an injured right leg. Shen Ong mutoed. Damn, this Zhou Yi must have arranged everything from the moment he stepped onto the island. Exactly. Su Wenfei also pulled back his bowstring. This guy is insanely meticulous. Don't try any tricks with him. Since he said so, we'll do it. Take the supplies and leave, that's all. Sheesh, no wonder Zhou Yi has 6 campus bells. I really can't even be jealous. Shen Ong looked quietly. Just as he finished speaking, the bushes in the distance suddenly shook violently. The 2 of them instantly caught the anomaly, exchanged a look, nodded, and ducked behind the deck, leaving only their eyes exposed as they stared at the island. Pa pa, pa. Jin Hua came stumbling out of the bushes, rolling and crawling, his mouth full of leaves. Damn it, that brat actually handed the gun to his own teammate. What a fucking miscalculation. After getting his footing on the beach, Jin Hua quickly took out bandages and roughly wrapped his arm and shoulder. Then he looked at the seemingly empty Hyperion on the sea, and a crafty smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he sneaked toward the water. A middle-aged man with an injured right leg. Su Wenfei narrowed his eyes and confirmed it again. It's him, no mistake. Then what are we waiting for? Kill him. The moment Chen Hong heard that, he was about to draw. Su Wenfei quickly pushed him down and muttered in a low voice, Don't rush. Let him get a little closer. Our bows aren't that powerful and the range is limited. What if we miss and let him run? Not far away. Jin Hua suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes at the Hyperion. The 2 on deck immediately fell silent, not even daring to breathe. Something's off. Jin Hua looked at the Hyperion, then at the 2 small boats behind the big ship. If those women are his crew, and that man has his own boat, then we're the people on this extra one. Jin Hua immediately stopped where he was and no longer continued toward the shore. His gaze swept back and forth between the 3 vessels, and the atmosphere instantly turned strangely silent. Lying on the deck, Chen Hong and Su Wenfei quietly began drawing their bows too, arrowheads aimed straight at Jin Hua's chest. Suddenly, 2 flashes of light flickered across the deck and hit Jin Hua's eyes. It was sunlight reflecting off the arrowheads in their hands. Jin Hua's expression changed, and he immediately turned and ran. He found us. Move. Su Wenfei shouted, and both arrows flew out at the same time. Thunk. The arrow that had been aimed at his chest struck the left side of his waist instead because he had turned to run. Jin Hua let out a muffled groan and staggered, then gritted his teeth and scrambled toward the bushes. Another arrow came flying in, grazing his thigh and stabbing straight into the sand in front of him. Jin Hua ignored the blood pouring from the wounds all over his body and shot into the bushes in a flash, disappearing without a trace again in the blink of an eye. Fuck! Su Wenfei cursed and jumped off the deck, chasing toward the bushes for more than 10 steps. But he still couldn't spot even a shadow of the man. How the hell can that old bastard run so well? This guy's seriously too damn slippery. Chen Hong kicked at the sand in anger. If he'd come just a little closer, we would have taken him out. He got away again. After hearing Chen Hong and Su Wenfei's summary, everyone except Zhou Yi cried out. No way. Is this guy named Jean made of iron or something? Qin Xiaoyu looked completely stunned and started counting on her fingers. 2 days ago, he got hit in the right leg with an arrow. On the island. He took 2 shots to the arm and shoulder. Just now, he got another arrow in the stomach. A legendary king of staying alive. Zhao Ling couldn't help complaining. He still won't die after all that. Is he a cockroach or what? The main thing is that this guy is too sharp. Chen Hong angrily punched the wall. We were this close to taking him down. Sorry. I messed up. Su Wenfei lowered his head too. That guy got away. That's an endless future problem. It's not your fault. Zhou Yi lightly patted his shoulder. The guy really is slippery. He slipped out of my hands the first time too. I just didn't expect him to be this tough. Then what do we do now? Lin Vanna looked worried. If that guy isn't dead, He'll definitely come back for revenge. He definitely will come back. Yi Wanqi nodded and added, but probably not anytime soon. With injuries like that, he can't do anything without recovering for a while. Not everyone has a body enhanced by a fishing rod, like Zhou Yi. Yeah, it's fine. He doesn't know about Cheng and sending the coordinates. So finding him won't be hard. Zhou Yi glanced at the sky. The sun was already close to the horizon. Let's get away from this island first and find an open stretch of sea before we talk more. After speaking, he looked at Chun Hong and Su Wenfei. What are you two planning? Us. Chun Hong and Su Wenfei froze, then looked at each other. We won't get involved, but if you need something later, send us the coordinates. If we can help, we definitely will. Fine, do as you like. Zhou Yi didn't force the matter. The supplies I promised you are all ready. Enough for the two of you to live steadily for quite a while. Then thanks, Brother Zhou. The two thanked him, returned to their own little wooden raft, and waved goodbye to the group. We'll be going first. Stay safe and keep in touch. Yang Hao waved at them. Don't worry, just wait till I craft an AK. Su Wenfei waved back at him. When the time comes, I'll shoot down an airdrop for you to loot. Yang Hao smiled. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Everyone watched the two leave until they disappeared from sight. Come to think of it, I kind of feel like a third wheel here. Yang Hao snapped back to his senses and glanced at Zhou Yi and the 6 girls, feeling like his whole body was glowing. Maybe I should just go with them instead. Suit yourself. Zhou Yi walked past him with his arms folded. But now that you've stirred up those gangs with me, are you sure you want to leave before I wipe them out? Better to wait until I'm done with them before you go find those two. It'll be safer that way too. Your call. I'm fine either way. Hiss. When you put it like that, I guess that's true. Yang Hao stroked his chin and fell into thought. If I go with them now, won't I just drag those two into this too? After all, Jinwen never saw their faces. But if I stay here, it really feels like I'm being a third wheel. Yang Hao muttered to himself inwardly. Forget it. Forget it. A straight body casts no crooked shadow. I'm not even living with them. Other than that first night, I usually never even went into that house. I'm only here to mooch a meal now. I can't see or hear anything anyway, so I won't affect whatever shameless stuff they get up to. I'll just shamelessly stay a few more days. Staying alive matters more. What are you mumbling about? Zhou Yi nudged his arm. Nothing. Yang Hao scratched his head. I'll head back first. I still need to tidy up my room. Zhou Yi glanced at his back, didn't say anything else, then turned and walked toward the girls. Come here. Tangwa was stood at the door of the wooden house and waved at him, a smug smile on her face. In the 1 hour you were gone this morning, we rushed to expand the raft. We even made single rooms. Really? Nice. Let me see. Zhou Yi didn't hold back his praise and immediately pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The original layout had been completely redone. The raft was now almost the size of a basketball court, so the living area was plenty spacious. Right past the door was the living room. Beside it were 2 hallways separated by a wooden wall. There were 3 rooms on each side, and at the end of the hallways were the bathrooms. 2 bathrooms in total. It wasn't hard to tell how obsessed these girls were with bathing. Zhou Yi checked the rooms one by one. Not bad. That's some serious efficiency. You put a lot of thought into these 6 rooms, huh? Wait, 6? 6 rooms? Zhou Yi froze for a moment, then checked again. It really was 6 rooms. The girls exchanged glances with each other, and all stayed silent. Qin Xiaoyu turned her head and started tidying the wood shavings on the floor. Tang Guoguo looked up at the sky, even though all she could see was the ceiling. Suyu buried her face in the blueprints. Zhao Linger held a rag and wiped a table that was already spotless. Zhou Ye's gaze swept across their faces, and the corner of his mouth curved up. He didn't ask further. As if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a blueprint and waved it. This time, I got the materials for the warm water bathing setup during the operation. I can make it in a bit. Tonight, we can soak in a hot bath. Yay! Tang Guoguo was the first to jump up in excitement after hearing that. I haven't been able to take a proper bath for so long. I feel like I'm filthy all over. Seriously. Zhao Lingyan nodded too. Finally, I can give myself a good scrub, haha. A scrub bath? I'm good at that. Qin Xiaoyu clapped her hands, full of confidence. Who need my help? I'm good at it too. Mind if I join? Zhou Yi put on a show and draped a white towel over his shoulder, looking like an experienced veteran. Professional bath scrubber here. Ladies need service? In your dreams. Qin Xiaoyu reached out and poked his forehead. You think that's really all you're after? I'm too embarrassed to expose you. Zhou Yi got poked so hard he staggered back several steps, then naturally leaned his face against Lin Wanner's shoulder with an innocent look. I didn't say anything at all. Don't slander me. Lin Wanner tilted her head and glanced at him, the corners of her lips raised, but she didn't push him away. She only reached out and gently stroked his cheek. All right, enough joking around. Zhou Yi picked up the blueprint again and looked toward the bathroom. I'll make this first. It's been a long time since I've had a proper soak too. I've been fighting non-stop these past few days, and my body's basically marinated by now. Still, 1 tub feels a little too few. I'll check the trade channel later and see if I can trade for another one. Otherwise, we'll have to line up just to bathe. The moment he mentioned lining up for baths, a thought flashed through Zhou Ye's mind. He turned to look at Lin Wanner beside him and softly whispered something into her ear. Lin Wanner froze for a moment. The tips of her ears quickly turned red. She turned to look at him, the corners of her lips holding a curve that was neither agreement nor refusal, then gently pinched his cheek. Nice fantasy, but we'll see. It's not impossible. The heavy night pressed down over the sea, and several bonfires flickered behind a cluster of wind-sheltering reefs. 7 or 8 wooden rafts were tied side by side with thick hemp ropes. Simple wooden shacks and drying racks were built on them, and the air was mixed with the charred aroma of grilled fish and the sharp bite of cheap tobacco. Several men sat around the bonfire, chatting in low voices. Some were sharpening wooden spears, some were mending fishing nets. Their faces, lit red by the firelight, carried the lazy ease of men who had eaten and drunk their fill. A burst of hurried, rowing shattered the calm. Jinhua drove his raft straight into the outermost one. He practically crawled aboard. The old injury in his right leg and the fresh wounds in his left shoulder and abdomen tore his nerves together, and he tripped over a cable, nearly pitching headfirst into the sea. Brother Juan, Brother Juan, he shouted hoarsely toward the biggest raft, his voice especially harsh in the quiet night. A kerosene lamp was lit on the largest raft. A man around 40 was sitting on a wooden crate, shaving a wooden spear. Hearing the commotion, he looked up with a slight frown. He was one Shui, of medium build, with plain features. He looked like nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged man. But everyone there knew that this seemingly unremarkable man had around 20 men under him, among the small, plundering gangs in these waters. He was the hardest one to mess with. Wan Shui set the wooden spear aside and looked Jinhua up and down. An old injury in the right leg, one bleeding bullet hole each in the left shoulder and arm, and a broken arrow shaft still stuck in the left side of his waist. He raised a hand and pointed at one of the underlings beside him. Treat him. Then he picked up the spear again and kept shaving it, his tone flat. Talk. What happened? Jinhua slumped onto the wooden crate. While enduring the intense pain, as an underling disinfected and stitched him up, he squeezed out the whole story through clenched teeth. He started from how Chung and had used a magazine blueprint as bait to lure Zhou Yi in, then told how they had left 3 hidden attackers on the island. How Zhao Qian's group of 3 had barged in and nearly ruined the plan, and how Yi Wanqing had suddenly appeared holding a rifle. He kept going all the way to the very end. When those 3 hidden attackers were cut down by Zhou Yi, Chung had never made it out, and he himself took 2 bullets and an arrow before escaping the jungle. Chung didn't come out with you? Wan Shui's hand stopped moving. No, he still hasn't replied to my private chat. He's probably done for. Jinhua gritted his teeth. Wan Shui didn't speak right away. The wooden spear turned once in his hand. His fingertip pressed against the tip, as if weighing something. A moment later, he rested the spear back on his knee. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough. This Zhou Yi isn't easy to deal with. Before Chang'an died, do you know if he gave away our coordinates? That's why I came to you. Jinhua pushed himself halfway up from the crate, his lips pale and his eyes bloodshot. Brother Wan, we've got enough people. Before he gets fully settled, we should go all out and hit that big ship head on. Not yet. Wan Shui didn't even raise his head. Jinhua's eyes widened. Brother Wan. Wan Shui raised a hand to stop what he was about to say. His tone remained unhurried, but it carried a weight no one dared argue with. You fought him on the island several times yourself, so you should have a rough idea of his weapon setup. And now he's got a rainbow supply crate. If there's a heart of the ocean inside, then he won't have to worry about ammo at all. If we go after him now, it's no different from seeking death. Jinhua opened his mouth, but in the end, no rebuttal came out. Wan Shui stood up, walked to the rail, and looked out into the pitch-black night. His tone finally carried a vague hint of a smile. The great disaster will arrive the day after tomorrow. After it's over, we'll head out to sea and take a look. If we can beat them, we fight. If we can't, we switch to another stretch of ocean. If you want to survive on these seas, you can't just rely on being ruthless. You need brains. On the Hyperion, the warm water shower systems in both bathrooms had already been installed. Zhou Yi was bare-chested, with a towel draped over his shoulder, humming an out-of-tune song as he backed into the bathroom door. When Lin Wanner passed by him earlier, she had lowered her voice and said, I'm going to shower in the one on the left. After washing the dishes, he had lingered at the workbench for a while, and only came strolling over after figuring the timing should be about right. Hot steam poured out through the crack in the door, mixed with the scent of the system-produced body wash. He grinned at the room, full of mist, and drawled as he walked inside. I'm coming. His heel caught on the doorframe, and his whole body staggered into a turn. The moment he looked up, their eyes met. Zhao Linger was lying in the bathtub, the hot water covering her collarbones, with a layer of fine white foam floating on the surface. Her soaked, long hair clung to both sides of her slender neck, and a few droplets of water still hung on her cheeks, flushed red by the steam. Her whole body froze in the tub. Both hands clutched the edge of the bathtub as she stared wide-eyed at Zhou Yi, who had suddenly barged in. Holy crap, sorry, wrong room. Zhou Yi instinctively stepped back and turned around, only to slam his nose hard into the door behind him. The pain made him bare his teeth as he crouched down. Zhao Linger stared blankly for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing when she saw him squatting by the door with his hand over his nose. She reached out, and pulled the foam on the surface closer to herself. Her voice carried the damp, echoing softness unique to a bathroom, gentle and soft. "Are you okay? Did you hit your nose?" After a pause, she tilted her head as she watched him crouching there rubbing his face, then added, "It's not like you haven't seen it before. You don't have to be this embarrassed." Covering his nose, Zhou Yi stood up, not knowing where to put his eyes for a moment. "Wait, this is the bathroom on the left, isn't it? Don't tell me Warner can't tell left from right." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. From the corner of his eye, he caught the steam over the bathtub and the water surface covered in foam. He couldn't leave, but he couldn't just stand there either, so he could only awkwardly stay put and nail his gaze to the seam in the wooden wall at the corner. Zhao Linger was so amused by how flustered he looked that she laughed out loud. She shifted into another position, folded her arms on the edge of the tub, and rested her chin on the back of her hands. The foam just happened to cover every curve below her collarbones. Her soaked long hair clung to her slender neck, and a few droplets still hung on her cheeks, reddened by the steam. As she spoke, warm breath drifted onto the wood at the edge of the tub, her voice soft and lazy. "Didn't you just say you were a professional bath scrubber?" "Huh? Me?" Zhou Yi pointed at his own face, letting out a vague laugh from his throat. "Well, I was just joking with them." "Oh, I see." Zhao Linger tilted her head and looked at him. Her gaze slid from his evasive eyes to the tip of his still reddened nose, and the curve of her lips lifted a little more. "But I really can't reach my back right now. The foam's about to dry. Could you help me for a bit?" Zhou Yi stood at the door without moving. His reason told him he should find an excuse and leave through that door, but his feet seemed nailed to the damp wooden floor. The bathroom was full of the warm scent of body wash, mixed with that faint sweetness in the steam, making his head feel heavy. Zhao Linger didn't urge him. She just quietly lay against the edge of the tub and looked at him. The foam floating on the water rose and fell gently with her breathing, like a thin layer of clouds covering everything that should be covered. Her eyes were bright, the corners slightly red from the hot water. When she looked at him, she didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, there was a boldness and honesty there that made his heartbeat speed up. He allowed a soft sigh, pulled the towel off his shoulder, rolled it up, walked to the bathtub, and crouched behind her. From this angle, he could see a small section of her back above the water. Foam slid down along the curve of her shoulder blades, revealing two patches of fair, delicate skin. The steam condensed into tiny droplets on it, then ran down along the shallow line of her spine. When his fingers, separated by the towel, pressed against her, her shoulders trembled lightly. "Is the water cold?" "No, it's fine." Her voice was muffled, as if half her face was buried in her arms. Zhou Yi's hand, holding the towel, slid from the back of her neck down to the space between her shoulder blades. He kept his strength very light, each motion as gentle as if he were wiping down a fragile porcelain piece. Her skin was smooth and delicate. The towel met almost no resistance against it. Instead, that fine texture came through the thin fabric to his fingertips, forcing him to focus extra hard on the act of scrubbing her back itself. "You're really strong." Zhao Linger buried her face in her arms, her voice muffled as it drifted out. Zhou Yi immediately eased up a little. "Did I hurt you?" "No, it's just a little." She paused, then turned her head slightly and looked at him with one eye through the gap in her arms. "A little ticklish." The roots of her ears were completely red, and it was impossible to tell whether it was from the steam or something else. After saying that, she buried her face again, leaving only a few strands of wet hair stuck to her flushed ear. Zhou Yi kept scrubbing her back, the towel moving in circles between her shoulder blades. The bathroom was so quiet that only the soft sloshing of water and his own increasingly rapid heartbeat remained. Zhao Linger suddenly let out a soft hum, as if he had finally pressed on a sore spot. Her whole body leaned lower against the edge of the tub, exposing a section of soft down at the back of her neck. With her head lowered, she spoke so softly it sounded like she was talking to herself. "Actually, when you were fighting that big tiger on the island today, all of us were really worried about you. Especially Warner. After we got back, she kept talking about it." She paused, then turned her head slightly to look at him. "My heart was hanging in suspense too, seeing that you can still help someone scrub her back now. It feels really good." Zhou Yi was concentrating on scrubbing her back without letting his eyes wander. Hearing that, his hands paused for a moment. His voice was gentle. "Sorry for making you worry, but my body has been enhanced, so I don't get hurt easily. And for something like that, only I could do it. If it were anyone else, it'd be no different from sending them to their death." I know." Zhao Linger nodded lightly. "Zhou Yi, thank you." "Huh? Thank me?" Zhou Yi dipped the towel in water again and wrung it out. "It's nothing. We're just trying to survive. Paying some price is normal. You all work hard gathering resources too, so I can make equipment without worries." Zhao Linger didn't respond right away, as if thinking about something. A moment later, she murmured softly, almost like she was talking to herself, "I think Xiaoyu made a lot of sense. Maybe the others think that way too." "What?" Zhou Yi froze for a second, then dipped the towel in water again. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch it." Before he could finish speaking, the water in the bathtub suddenly splashed loudly. Zhao Linger braced both hands on the edge of the tub and straightened her upper body. Foam slid down from her collarbones, spreading rings of fine ripples across the water. She turned around to face him. Her soaked long hair clung to her neck and hollow of her shoulders, and droplets ran down along her delicate collarbones. Zhou hand holding the towel froze in midair. She lifted her arms and hooked them around his neck. The force was light, but it carried a certainty that allowed no retreat. Her eyelashes fluttered once, then her eyes slowly closed. The instant her lips pressed against his, they were warm and soft, carrying the faint sweet scent of body wash. Her fingers slid from the back of his neck into his hair, tightening slightly as her whole body gently pressed against him. Zhou Yi could feel the tiny tremble of her eyelashes brushing his cheek, her uneven breathing against his lips, and the fine, soft touch against his chest. His hands instinctively settled at her waist. Zhao Linger trembled lightly in his arms and pressed the kiss deeper by a few more degrees. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside the door, followed by Qin Xiaoyu's voice. Linger, are you done yet? I forgot my towel in there. Huh, why isn't the door shut all the way? As soon as those words fell, the two of them sprang apart like they'd been shocked. Zhao Linger laid back down in the bathtub, her face red as an apple. But there was a sweetness in her eyes that hadn't been there a moment ago. Zhou Yi was a little dazed too. He shook his head, still not fully processing what had just happened. Wait, what? How did a grown man like me get forcibly kissed again? He looked at Zhao Linger in the tub. Her face flushed bright red, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Still, this feeling wasn't bad at all. Linger, why didn't you close? Qin Xiaoyu's voice cut off his thoughts. The two of them froze like statues as they stared at Qin Xiaoyu in the doorway. Qin Xiaoyu blinked, her gaze sweeping quickly over the two of them before she immediately turned to look at the towel hanging on the wall. Oh, so it's here. I was looking for it forever, seriously. After grabbing the towel, Qin Xiaoyu acted as if she hadn't seen Zhou Yi at all. She turned and backed out again, casually closing the door behind her without saying one extra word. The two of them were left standing there in a daze. After the door shut, Qin Xiaoyu leaned against it with the towel in her arms, her heart pounding wildly, her face full of regret. I'm done for. How did I ruin their moment? Ugh. It's over, it's over. Linger is definitely going to kill me. She stood at the door, silently scratching at herself in frustration for a while. Then, as if she'd resigned herself to her fate, lowered her head and tiptoed away. In the bathroom, Zhou Yi and Zhao Linger looked at each other in silence. Zhou Yi scratched his head and coughed twice, taking the lead to break the awkward quiet. Ahem, so, are we still doing the back scrub? Yes. Zhao Linger seemed even more certain now. She looked at the still, slightly injured upper half of Zhou Ye's body, and her tone softened a little. But you were tired just now, too. Take your clothes off and get in. I'll do it for you instead. Are your injuries really okay? Zhao Linger lightly touched the wounds on Zhou Ye's back that had already healed over and formed scabs. The distress on her face was impossible to hide. Even if your body is strong and heals fast, you still can't keep pushing yourself like this. I'm fine. Zhou Yi lay over the edge of the tub, like a salted fish that had lost all dreams, letting Zhao Linger scrub him however she wanted. I only got hurt because I didn't have much combat experience before. Look, when I fought that tiger this time, wasn't I totally fine? Just be more careful in the future. Zhao Linger's movements were very light, afraid of hurting him. A moment later, Zhao Linger patted his shoulder. All right, turn over. Turn over? Zhou Yi paused and shot her a suspicious glance. Lingia, now I'm starting to think you're the real professional bath scrubber here. Zhao Linger smiled softly and squeezed the towel in her hand. Not professional at all. Not professional at all. I'm nowhere near as good as you. No, something's off. I feel like you're taking a jab at me. No such thing. Zhao Linger said that with her mouth, but the smile on her face wasn't hidden in the slightest. Ahem. A very light cough suddenly came from the hallway outside the door, but it carried an obvious trace of deliberate timing, interrupting the two of them. Qin Xiaoyu's extremely casual voice drifted in. Separated by the wooden wall and the door, it was a little unclear. Dinner's ready. Time to eat, time to eat. As soon as the words fell, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and the area outside the door returned to silence. Zhou Yi looked at Zhaoling, who was right in front of him with a smile on her face, then glanced toward the door. The time and place clearly weren't suitable right now. He forcibly suppressed that instinctive physical urge, swallowed, and said, how about we go eat first? Zhao Linger took in every change in his expression, and the smile at her lips deepened, but she still nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's eat first. But right after saying that, she suddenly reached out, cupped Zhou Ye's face, pressed herself against him, and gave him a deep kiss. Only after a moment did she pull away, leaving two soft words by his ear. Just wait. After saying that, she ignored the stunned look on Zhou Ye's face and stood up right in front of him to get dressed, completely open and natural. Her perfect curves were on full display in the misty bathroom. Zhou Yi appreciated the view just as openly, then suddenly thought of something. So that's what the 6 rooms meant. Looks like I'll need to do a lot more fishing with that rod. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived on deck one after the other. The other girls had already finished making dinner and were gathered around the wooden table, setting out bowls and chopsticks. Yang Hao scooped rice into bowls while praising them without the slightest restraint. Sisters-in-law really are the best. Pretty, and they can cook too. Obviously, I'm a genius. Qin Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips. A fishing genius. For once, she didn't correct him for calling her that. Yang Hao muttered quickly. This time she didn't kick me into the sea to feed the fish for calling her sister-in-law. Looks like things are progressing. He thought lowering his voice meant no one would hear him. But Qin Xiaoyu's movement stopped at once, and the tips of her ears turned red in an instant. She actually forgot to snap back at him. Smells amazing. Lin Wanner came out after a bath, wiping her hair, and happened to see Zhou Yi and Zhao Linger appearing on deck at the same time. Her steps paused for a moment, and her gaze flicked quickly back and forth between the two of them. She kept wiping her hair and said nothing. When the three of them drew close, Zhou Yi tilted his head and asked in a low voice that only the two of them could hear, Wanner, are you bad at telling left from right? Bad at telling left from right? Am I? Lin Wanner blinked and raised her head, thinking seriously for a moment. Wasn't I on the left? Oh no, wait. That seems like the right side. The corner of Zhou Ye's mouth twitched, and his hand gently landed on her head, rubbing it a little, without saying anything more. Lin Wanner narrowed her eyes slightly from the touch. A moment later, it was as if she suddenly understood something. She turned her head to glance at Qin Xiaoyu, who was helping set out the bowls and chopsticks. Then she remembered the expression on Qin Xiaoyu's face when she had suddenly said Lin Wanner couldn't tell left from right. That curve at the corner of her mouth. Something had obviously happened. Seeing that Zhou Yi and Zhao Linger had come out together, she tactfully chose not to ask, just like the unspoken understanding they had shared back then. There was no moon, no starlight. The entire sea looked like it had been covered by an enormous black pot. Only the lantern on the deck of the Hyperion and the dying glow of the campfire were still lit, carving out a small patch of warm light in the boundless darkness. The surface of the sea was so calm, it was almost frozen. Even the sound of waves lapping against the hull was so soft, it was like whispering. Every now and then, a fish would leap from the water in the distance, stirring a tiny ring of ripples before silence returned. On deck, the wooden table had been moved beside the campfire. Several wooden bowls were arranged in a circle, and the steaming fish soup bubbled in the pot. The charred fragrance of grilled fish mixed with the sweet-sour smell of berry jam drifted through the air, fading in and out with the sea breeze. Yang Hao carried the rice around, filling each bowl one by one, still muttering that tonight's meal had really been worth it. Qin Xiaoyu picked up a piece of fish belly meat and tossed it into her mouth. It was so hot that she kept blowing air, yet she was still giving a thumbs up. Tang Guogua sipped the soup in small mouthfuls, her eyes curving into crescents. Zhao Linger added a spoonful of berry jam into everyone's bowl, and when it was Zhou Ye's turn, she gave him an extra half-spoonful. Qin Xiaoyu caught it with her sharp eyes, but Zhao Linger only pressed her lips together in a smile and explained nothing. Suyu sat quietly to the side holding her bowl, occasionally lifting her head to look at everyone, a faint curve resting on her lips. Lin Wanner sat beside Zhou Yi, and her arm brushed against it from time to time. Neither of them moved away. Tomorrow will be the 6th day. After placing a piece of fish into Yi Wanqing's bowl, Zhou Yi looked out at the sea. What do you think? Should we fire the signal gun tomorrow? Huh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. We still have a signal gun. Tang Guogua started to look a little excited. What do you think will be inside the airdrop? Weapons or something else? Probably weapons, right? Qin Xiaoyu picked up a piece of fish and blew on it. Just like in PUBG. Aren't airdrops always stuff like big sniper rifles, level 3 gear, ghillie suits, and all that? Isn't there also that armored car? Zhao Lingya added. That's only if you fire the flare gun outside the blue zone, so it give you the armored car. We don't even have a designated safe zone here. Yi Wanqing added calmly, but honestly, the difference isn't that big anymore. We already have that rocket launcher, and the intermediate workbench can make rifle bullets. Even if the airdrop doesn't give us weapons, the gap won't be very big. Wanqing's right. Zhou Yi nodded. To be honest, I'm actually more curious whether this airdrop can give us some other rare and weird supplies. But if we call an airdrop, we still have to guard it. Just like in the game. Yang Hao shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth and muttered. And who knows if that crappy system will just announce that we called in an airdrop and even send out the coordinates while it's at it. What are you scared of? Don't we still have that rocket launcher? If anyone's dumb enough to come steal the airdrop, one shot and they'll all turn into boxes. But we only have 6 rockets. So you took a sip of fish soup. If possible, it's still more cost-effective to use rifles. Zouya nodded. That's true. I just checked. The intermediate workbench can't make rockets. You need an advanced workbench to craft them. So we still need to save them. He paused, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. That said, rifle ammo is definitely not a problem. I already prepared the materials for making ammunition in advance. I've just been waiting for the workbench to upgrade. So does that mean we can just gun them down directly? Tang Guogua made a finger gun gesture. Bang bang, just spray them down. Let's see who dares come near us. Obviously, Qin Xiaoyu started rubbing her hands together eagerly too. We may only have one rifle right now, but their boats are all made of wood. No way they can withstand rifle fire. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile when he saw how excited the two of them were. Since you two are this fired up, how about we find an open stretch of sea tomorrow and fire this flare gun? I think that works. Yuan Qing also gave her opinion. We were going to fire it sooner or later anyway. While our weapons and gear are still far ahead of everyone else's, doing it now is relatively safer. Su Yu nodded in agreement as well. Since we can get firearms, that means other people have a chance to get them too. It's better to use it now while we still have the advantage. Actually, we don't necessarily have to fire it, right? Zhao Linger looked a little worried. Our supplies aren't insanely abundant, but we have more than enough. Even if we don't use it, it won't really affect us. I think Linger has a point. Yang Hao agreed with her. If we don't fire the flare gun, we won't gain anything, but we won't lose anything either. But if we do fire it, there'll still be some risk. What you're all saying makes sense. Zhou Yi stroked his chin and fell into thought. Whether we fire it or not, both options have their merits. There are pros and cons either way. Lin Wanner, beside him, nodded and voiced her thoughts. Actually, the key issue is that none of us know the rules of this flare gun. If someone else in the World Channel has already used one, maybe we can use that as a reference. Right? How did I not think of that? Zhou Yi smacked his thigh. There definitely can't be just one flare gun. The world is so big, someone's bound to have gotten one and fired it already. After saying that, he turned to look at Yang Hao. Yang Hao froze for a moment, then immediately understood what he meant. I get you. After we finish eating, I'll go check out the World Channel and ask around. Zoya nodded. All right, then there's no rush with the flare gun for now. Right now, we've got one word to stick to, steady. We can't mess this up by getting careless. After dinner, Yang Hao volunteered to take over dishwashing. His reason was that the sisters-in-law had worked so hard cooking, so something as minor as washing dishes should naturally be left to a little brother like him. The girls scolded him a bit with their mouths, but the smiles at the corners of their lips were impossible to hide. They each went back into the wooden house to tidy things up. Zhou Yi came alone to the workbench and started messing around with the blueprints and equipment. This time, fighting the boss made it pretty obvious that the refined iron machete isn't quite enough. I couldn't even chop its head off by slashing its neck. Zhou Yi stroked his chin as he scrolled through the World Trading Channel. Is there any melee weapon stronger than the refined iron machete? After scrolling for a while, Zhou Yi's fingers stopped on the light screen. Langbao and I Hongyi is selling one dragon scale blade blueprint for 400 iron ingots, 20 refined iron ingots, and 1,000 wood. Dragon scale blade? Zhou Yi stroked his chin and tapped open the blueprint description. Dragon scale blade blueprint. Crafting materials. 30 refined iron ingots, 300 iron ingots, 500 wood, 15 blood bottles. Dragon scale blade effect. Each attack has a 5% chance to trigger dragon scale rend, causing a bleeding effect on the target for 3 seconds. Bleed damage scales with attack power. Bleed damage cannot stack, but duration can stack. A 5% chance to trigger bleed? Zhou Yi raised a brow, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. So in theory, if my attack speed is fast enough to slash 20 times in 3 seconds, then I could keep the target bleeding non-stop. But then again, her trade condition and the blueprint's crafting requirements are only short of blood bottles. Why not just trade for blood bottles and make it herself? And that asking price is way too outrageous. Why doesn't she just go rob someone? Zhou Yi stared at the ID Langbao and I Hongyi and fell into thought. Forget it. Whatever she's thinking has nothing to do with me. I really like this blade, though. Let me see if I can haggle first. After thinking it over, Zhou Yi opened that person's chat window. Feng Yun, this dragon scale blade blueprint is a little expensive. Big sis, can you make it cheaper? I'm sincerely buying. More than 10 seconds after the message was sent, the other side finally replied. Langbao and I Hongyi. Who are you calling big sis? I'm only in my early 20s, okay. Zhou Yi, that was careless. Feng Yun, all right, pretty miss. Back to the point. You're asking for way too many iron ingots for this blueprint. At a 10-to-1 ratio, that's 4,000 iron ore. Can you make it cheaper? Langbao and I Hongyi, buy it or don't. I didn't beg you to. That's the price, and it won't go any lower. Holy hell. Zhou Yi leaned back slightly, his eyes fixed on the light screen. Her temper, is that explosive? I can't even negotiate? How is this price any different from daylight robbery? 400 iron ingots. That's 4,000 iron ore. How long would Warner and the others have to mine to get that much? Even if I'm rich, I can't waste resources like that. After thinking it over again and again, Zhou Yi decided not to be such a sucker after all, but he still marked that trade listing in case this person changed her mind and lowered the price someday. Just as he was about to close the chat window, another message popped up from the other side. Langbao and I Hongyi. Wait, you're the owner of the Sea God fishing rod? The captain of the Hyperion? Feng Yun, that's me. What about it? Can we talk about the price now? Langbao and I Hongyi. I have no use for this blueprint. If you really want it, I can give it to you for free. When Zhou Yi saw that message, his eyelid twitched. This attitude shift was way too sudden. Something about it felt off. Feng Yun, give it to me for free? What's the condition? Langbao and I Hongyi. I want to ask you to help me kill someone. Once it's done, this blueprint is yours. I won't ask for a single bit of supplies. Fengyan, kill someone? Kill who? You need to give me a good enough reason, or I'm not going to kill someone over a blueprint. Langbao Nihonji, Guan Suigi. His ID is Bashu Jiaozwen. That guy's team is always robbing and killing people. It shouldn't be hard for someone like you, the owner of the sea god fishing rod, to kill him, right? Wan Shui, Bashu, Jiaozwen. Why is it him again? Zhou Ye's eyelid twitched and the corner of his mouth lifted. Even without this deal, I was already planning to take them out. Wouldn't getting this blueprint just be a bonus? Still, he wasn't in a hurry to agree right away. After what happened last time with Chung and using fishing enforcement tactics on him, he still needed to be cautious. Fengyan, I have heard of this Bashu Jiaozwen. He really does have a gang under him. But if you want me to provoke unrelated people over a single blueprint, that's not really worth it for me. The other side went silent for even longer than before. The other party is typing prompt on the light screen, flickered on and off, as if they were carefully weighing their words over and over. Zhou Yi didn't rush them. He leaned against the railing and waited quietly. Only after quite a while did the reply finally pop up. Langbao and I Hongi, big shot, you joke around. Of course, it wouldn't make sense to ask you to offend someone for no reason, but it's not like you and him are completely unrelated, right? Langbao and I Hongi. Those system kill announcements from before? The people you killed were all his men. That's no secret. Zhou Yi looked at those two messages, and his gaze gradually turned cold. That feeling was way too familiar. It was that same feeling of being watched again. This woman, ever since finding out he was the captain of the Hyperion, had been calm in a way that was a little too unusual. She had even openly brought up the fact that he had killed her people. There were so many kill announcements from the system every day. Even though he had stood out a bit because of the fishing rod, there had only been 3 announcements so far about wiping out an entire raft. If he excluded the 2 men on the island who had tried to threaten him with coordinates, then that left the bald man, the fat guy, and the skinny tall guy who had been fed to the sea monster, plus the 3 men who had put a knife to Yi Wanqing's neck, who were Wan Shui's people. If someone said this woman had never been paying attention to him beforehand, Zhou Yi wouldn't believe it. Fengyan, since you know I have a grudge with him, then you should understand that the condition tied to your blueprint is just a casual favor to me. What exactly are you after? Langbao and I Hongi, big shot, you're very cautious. I understand that. Langbao and I Hongi. As for what I'm after, my only friend. I watched with my own eyes as those men dragged her onto the boat, and there was nothing I could do. Back then, all I could do was run for my life. What am I after? I only want those people to die horrible deaths. I just hope someone can help me kill those bastards. As for the blueprint, just treat it as a bit of payment from me to you, big shot. Zhou Ye's gaze stopped on that message, his expression unchanged. Fengyan, whether what you're saying is true or false, I'll take this deal. Since you can't use the blueprint anyway, keep it for me first. I'll come get it from you after it's done. Langbao Nihonji, okay. I'll take the blueprint down right now and wait for your good news, big shot. After the chat ended, Zhou Yi closed the private message window and let out a long breath, but the corners of his mouth simply would not stay down. Didn't this basically mean he was getting a blueprint for free? Making them die horrible deaths wasn't hard at all. 1 rocket shell to the face, and even their own mothers probably wouldn't recognize them. After thinking about it, he opened the World Channel again to see if he could gather some information about the flare gun. World Channel. Liang Shamboy Yu Zhuing Lai. Brothers, good news. I found a girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Life on the sea finally isn't boring anymore. Ilu Zhou Lai Bu Roni. Then what are we waiting for? I'm gonna go tie a necktie to a beam. Dojiang Jia Tang, sure, Tienda. Ni Bai wa Shua sure Xianda. That's called hanging yourself, damn it. Huiji Wei Guoba. Kids, I saw a flare gun airdrop today too. It really does drop supplies by parachute. Jian Wang Jebulin. Idiot, what parachute? It's obviously a pillar of light, okay? Stop misleading people. Wuru Zimikin, Mei Qian Mai Dai Wen Liang, Rirangio, Bei Mjubao. The hell do you mean parachute? It's just like the randomly spawned airdrops, a beam of light coming down. And it has a protection timer too. Huiji Wei Guoba. Huh? Did I see it wrong? What? Have you guys actually fought over an airdrop to know this clearly? Beilia, even if I haven't eaten pork, I've still seen pigs run. I just saw a group fighting over one at sea today. It's exactly like the guy above said. It has a 1-hour protection timer, and after 1 hour its location gets announced to the whole server. What? AI Chi Liulian. 1 hour protection time? They'd have looted everything and run off long before then. Haha. Beilia, you think this is a game or something? The spot where the flare gun is fired doesn't necessarily mean that's where the airdrop actually lands. There's some deviation. Huiji Wei Guoba. What? Can it deviate that much? And does that 1 hour start counting from when the flare gun is fired or from when it lands? Hunjin Zimikin, Mei Qian, Mai Pibian Yong Gongwan, Bei M. Jubao. How would anyone know that? You think the people fighting over the airdrop are going to explain it to you that clearly? But it seems like the airdrop isn't necessarily weapons. It could also be a large amount of food or other supplies. Just as Zhou Yi was getting really into reading, a private message from Yang Hao popped up. Yang Hao, The flare gun calls down a pillar of light drop. There's a 1-hour protection timer. After that, the location gets announced to the whole server. But it's unclear exactly when that protection time starts being counted. Joey, yeah, I saw it already. Gotta admit, you've really got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Using the kind of bait to get people talking. Yang Hao, sitting on his own raft not far away, froze for a moment and looked over toward him. When their eyes met, the two of them lifted their chins at the same time in silent understanding. Yang Hao, I'm sleepy. Go to bed. If anything comes up, we'll talk tomorrow. After sending the message, Yang Hao shut off the light screen and turned to head back into the room on his boat. Zhou Yi closed the light screen too and stood on the deck for a while longer. The sea breeze was damp, carrying the coolness unique to the deep night, blowing the embers of the campfire into a flickering glow. He checked the bells on the railing and the fuel pit of the smelting furnace. And only after confirming everything was normal did he push open the door to the wooden cabin. The hallway was very quiet. A few small lanterns hung on the wooden walls on both sides, their flames turned down low, casting soft, warm halos along the corridor. He lightened his steps and walked inward, but suddenly stopped when he reached the doors of several rooms. Every door panel had crooked words and little drawings scribbled on it in charcoal. Some strokes were sharp and clean, while others were round and clumsy, like a grade school kid tracing characters. Qin Xiaoyu's door had a stick figure holding a bow. Tang Guoguo's door had the character for Guo written on it, along with a smiley face. Beside Zhao Linger's nameplate was a little star. Yi Wanqing's door had the character Wan written on it. Su Yu's was plain too. Just a neat, proper Su. Lin Wanner's door was even more abstract, with a drawing of an empty bowl on the panel. He walked while identifying each one, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled upward until he reached the end of the hallway. There were 6 rooms partitioned off by wooden boards, but his was the only one missing. He was standing there blankly, facing that empty bathroom door panel, when an extremely soft sound of a door opening suddenly came from behind him. Zhao Linger leaned half her body out from the room beside it. Her long hair hung loosely over her shoulders, and she had changed into a set of system-issued cotton pajamas. Her sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, revealing a stretch of fair forearm. Holding the doorframe, she saw the expression on his face as he stood there dumbly at the door. She pressed her lips together and didn't laugh out loud, only tilted her head. Her voice was so soft, it was like the lantern at the far end of the corridor slowly going out. What are you spacing out for? My room happens to be missing someone to warm the bed. Interested, Mr. Zhou? Lingye, you're still awake? Zhou Yi turned around and pointed at the door in front of him with an awkward smile. None of you left a room for me, so I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. Zhao Linger gave a light laugh, like she had known all along that he would say that. She pulled the door open a little wider and whispered, then come make do in my room? Zhou Yi froze for a moment, looking at the faint blush on her cheeks under the dim light. The corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. He didn't say much. He just nodded, followed her inside, and gently pulled the door shut behind him. The room wasn't big, around 6 or 7 square meters, but it was kept very clean and tidy. A clean bedsheet was spread over the mat. In the corner was a small wooden box serving as a bedside table, with half a cup of unfinished water and a well-worn charcoal pencil resting on top. A few rows of shelves were nailed to the wall, with several seashells and a few undergarments scattered across them. Zhao Linger had already slipped back under the blanket, with only half her face and her long hair spread over the pillow still visible. She looked at Zhou Yi, her voice coming muffled from under the blanket, carrying a trace of hard-to-notice pride. All the wooden walls in these rooms were reinforced. The soundproofing is really good. The room next door won't hear anything. After saying that, she tugged the blanket a little higher, leaving only a pair of bright, sparkling eyes peeking at him, the corners of them faintly reddened by the small lantern at the head of the bed. Zhou Yi paused, then looked at her with some surprise. Zhao Linger shifted farther inward, making room for him on half the mat. Her movements were light, and her voice was soft with a hint of playfulness. Hurry and lie down. I've already warmed the bed. Zhou Yi smiled, nodded, and started taking off his clothes. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Linger muttered when she saw that, the tips of her ears turning a little red. So fast. I'm not even ready yet. Huh? Zhou Yi's hand froze in midair. Once he realized what she meant, he explained, most guys like to sleep wearing only underwear. It's more comfortable that way. Oh, Zhao Linger mumbled, sounding a little embarrassed, and buried her face even deeper under the blanket. Zhou Yi folded the clothes he had taken off and set them on the wooden chest, then carefully lifted a corner of the blanket and slipped in. The mat was 4 feet wide, more than enough for one person, but for two, they could only lie close together. His shoulder brushed hers, and he could feel Zhao Linger lean lightly toward him, then pull back half an inch. Does her back really not hurt anymore? Zhao Linger broke the silence first, her voice still carrying that awkward stiffness of trying to make conversation. It doesn't hurt anymore. Zhou Yi turned his head to look at her. She was lying flat on her back, both hands folded outside the blanket. her fingers unconsciously twisting at the edge of it. The lamplight traced a soft outline along the side of her face. That's good. She paused, then asked again, what do you think of Xiaoyu and the others? They're all great. Zhou went along with her, his tone casual, like they were talking about how many fish they had caught today. Xiaoyu acts tough, but has a soft heart. Guoguo looks timid, but she's actually steady when it matters. Suyu calculates everything clearly. Wanqing doesn't talk much, but she understands more than anyone. As for Wan'er, Sister Wan'er is especially good. Zhao Linger picked up where he left off, sounding a little more natural now. She's the most careful out of all of us. Every time you get hurt, she's always the first to rush over. She's careful when she cooks too. Aren't you the same? Zhou Yi turned onto his side and propped his head up with his uninjured arm as he looked at her. You don't like saying much, but behind the scenes, you remember everyone's habits perfectly. Zhao Linger pressed her lips together and turned over to face him. All at once, their faces were very close. Close enough that in the dim glow of the lamp, they could see their own reflections in each other's eyes. She didn't avoid him. She only pulled the blanket higher over the two of them, as if using the motion to hide something. Zhou Yi didn't rush to say anything, nor did he make any further move. He just looked at her quietly. Her fingertips traced back and forth over the back of his hand, extremely light and slow. After a long silence, she finally spoke again. I didn't mean to. Her voice was soft and light. I didn't mean to talk to you about all this. It's just, with things like this now, I'm a little nervous. Zhou Yi looked at her, and the corner of his mouth slowly curved into the faintest smile. He reached out and tucked the loose strand from her forehead behind her ear. I know, you know. Zhao Lingya blinked, and the redness at the corners of her eyes deepened a little more. I know. Zoe Ginti Citroket Herchik. You've already been very brave. Braver than me. No way, Zhao Linger muttered as she lowered her head, but the corner of her mouth curled into a smile she didn't even notice herself. Looking at her lowered brows and eyes, Zhou Yi suddenly felt an indescribable impulse rise in his chest. Over these past few days, whether it had been Lin Wanner's tiptoe kiss under the moon or Zhao Linger's deep kiss in the bathroom while holding his face, both times, they had been the ones to take the first step. He had always been receiving, responding, being pushed forward by their courage. As a man, no matter what, it was his turn to take the initiative. Otherwise, that would be too spineless. He raised a hand and very lightly lifted her chin with his fingertips. Zhao Linger's eyelashes trembled, but she didn't pull away. She only lifted her eyes to look at him. The flame inside the lamp swayed softly, and the orange light brushed past the corners of her eyes, making the moisture in them look especially soft. You know, his thumb slowly brushed along her jawline, light and unhurried. Back in the bathroom, when you told me to wait, I already wanted to do this. Zhao Linger's lips parted slightly, like she wanted to say something, but he lowered his head and kissed her first. It wasn't a dragonfly skimming touch, nor was it rough plundering, but a cautious, probing deepening. He was afraid she might shrink back, afraid she might think it was too fast, and also afraid that he might have been too abrupt. But she didn't retreat. She only gently closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and accepted the kiss. Her fingers slipped into his hair, tightening softly at the tips, and her whole body pressed a little closer into his arms. Zhou Yi's palms slid slowly up along her back, through the thin, cotton sleepwear. He could feel her warmth and the soft curve of her body. She trembled lightly under his hand, like a leaf stirred by the wind. Yet her arms around his neck only tightened more. Zhou Yi. Her voice came muffled from against his chest, carrying a hint of nasality and an indescribable expectation. He released her lips and lowered his head to look in her eyes. Can I? Zhao Linger didn't answer. She only buried her face into the hollow of his shoulder, pressed her lips to his neck, and gave him a light kiss. Then she lifted her head and looked at him. Her hand moved from her chest to his cheek, cupping it, gently rubbing his face as she said in a soft, slow voice. I was worried you were only going along with me because you didn't want to reject me. I was afraid this was all just wishful thinking on my part. But when you really came closer, I was happy. She pulled the blanket up, covering both of them. Then she whispered 2 words into his ear, so light they were almost inaudible. Zhou Yi didn't say anything else. He only pulled the person in his arms a little tighter. Outside the window, the sound of the waves mingled with the crackling of the fire. The wooden walls blocked sound well, and nothing could be heard from next door. It was as if the whole world had been reduced to this room, this lamp, and the moment when he lowered his head to kiss her and they both closed their eyes at the same time. When the morning light leaked through the gaps in the window boards, Zhou Yi was still lying on his side. His arm was pinned beneath something soft and warm and had long since gone numb. Zhao Linger was curled up in his arms, her head resting in the hollow of his shoulder, her long hair spread over his arm and pillow, her breathing even and deep. At some point, one corner of the blanket had been kicked away, exposing half her shoulder and a short stretch of pale collarbone, where faint reddish marks could be seen. Zhou Yi lowered his head and looked at her, his mind still slowly booting up. Last night's scenes played back frame by frame, from the steam in the bathroom to the kiss beneath the lamp, and then to that sentence she had whispered so softly by his ear afterward. Almost unconsciously, he tightened the arm around her waist and pulled her a little closer into his chest. Zhao Ling'er stirred in his arms, her eyelashes trembling before she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. It took her 2 seconds for her pupils to go from dazed to focused. And then in those 2 seconds, everything that had happened came rushing back into her mind. A faint blush spread across her cheeks at a visible speed, but unlike before. She didn't bury her face in the blanket. She only blinked, and the corners of her lips slowly lifted into the faintest, sweetest smile. Morning. Her voice was still rough from sleep, carrying drowsiness that hadn't yet faded. Morning. Zhou Yi looked down at her, his voice equally soft. Zhao Ling'er pressed her face against his chest a little more and said in a muffled voice, "Is your arm numb?" "It is." "Then why didn't you pull it back?" "Couldn't bear to." Zhao Ling'er froze for a second, then let out a soft laugh. She reached a hand out from under the blanket and rubbed the arm she had numbed, very gently kneading the stiff muscles of his forearm with her fingertips, as if she were handling something terribly important. As she rubbed, her movements gradually grew lighter. A blush quietly spread to the tips of her ears, and in a muffled voice so soft it was almost impossible to hear, she said, "You were way too scary last night. Was it because I said the people next door wouldn't hear anything, so you got that bold? I feel like I'm falling apart." Zhou Yi looked down at her, and the corner of his mouth slowly curved up. He lowered his voice until only she could hear it. "Did I hurt you?" "Not exactly." She buried her face in his chest, her voice soft and muffled, her earlobes red enough to look ready to drip blood. "It's just that my waist and legs are still sore. It's all your fault." Zhou Yi laughed softly, and the vibration in his chest traveled into the ear pressed against him. He lowered his head and rubbed against the top of her hair, his lips almost brushing her ear. "Then next time, I'll be gentler." Zhao Ling'er gave a soft huff, raised her hand and smacked his chest once with about as much force as swatting a mosquito, then buried her face back in his arms without saying anything. The two of them stayed under the blanket a little longer until footsteps finally sounded in the hallway outside the door. Zhou Yi lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, then rolled over, sat up, and reached for the clothes at the foot of the bed. Zhao Ling'er also sat up from under the blanket and grabbed the clothes folded on the wooden chest. Her movements were a little slower than usual, as if she were deliberately dragging things out, or as if she were savoring something. When she turned her back to slip on her clothes, a small patch of fair skin on her back was exposed. There was a very faint little red mark at the back of her neck, half hidden by the long hair spilling down. The two of them left the room one after the other and happened to run into Qin Xiaoyu, who was yawning, and Tang Guogua, who still looked half asleep in the hallway. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes and mumbled a good morning to Zhao Ling'er. Tang Guogua was carrying a wash basin toward the bathroom. As she passed by Zhou Yi, she looked up at him, then looked at Zhao Ling'er behind him, who was gathering up her hair. The corner of her mouth lifted a little, but she said nothing. On the deck, Siyu was already sitting by the table, drinking her first cup of warm water. When she saw the two of them walking over from the same direction, one after the other, the hand holding her cup paused for a moment before she turned her head and continued looking out at the sea. Yi Wanqing was stretching by the railing. She glanced back once and said nothing, only the corners of her lips curving slightly when she bent down. Lin Wanner came out of the bathroom, combing her hair. When she saw the two of them, her steps paused for a moment. She walked over to Zhao Ling'er and handed her the comb. "Why haven't you even combed your hair? It's a total mess." Her tone was perfectly natural. It was only when she pulled her hand back that her fingertips lightly pinched Zhao Ling'er's wrist, as if she were saying something only the two of them could understand. Everything was as usual. When Qin Xiaoyu passed by Zhou Yi, she suddenly stopped, tilted her head to look at him, then looked at Zhao Ling'er in the distance, who was having her hair combed by Lin Wanner, and abruptly tossed out a question. "Did you sleep with a crick in your neck last night? It's stiff as hell." "Huh? Is it?" Zhou Yi tried twisting his neck. "It feels fine." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Xiaoyu gave him a casual glance, then turned and went off to wash up. Yang Hao stood on his own raft and waved at Zhou Yi. "Bro, come here a sec." Seeing that Yang Hao's expression was obviously off, Zhou Yi also felt a trace of unease rise in his chest. "What? Something happened?" "Yeah." Yang Hao nodded, his expression a little grim. "That guy surnamed Jean leaked our situation." He paused, then glanced at the 6 girls on the deck of the Hubrian. "I only found out this morning. That guy Jean probably got several people to stir things up together. In the World Channel, they said the captain of the Hubrian has more supplies than he can ever use, and 6 extremely beautiful school bells. But the one thing they didn't mention was that you have firearms." Zhou Yi's brows locked together as soon as he heard that. "So he's making everyone think I'm an easy target. Nice. Borrowing someone else's knife to kill." He lowered his head and thought for a moment. "But that still doesn't add up. This sea region is huge. Even if he told people about us, they still wouldn't be able to find our location." He posted coordinates. "Our coordinates?" Zhou Yi froze. Yang Hao shook his head. "Of course not. How could he possibly have our coordinates? What he posted were the coordinates Chung and sent you yesterday. Their base camp. Their base camp? Zhou, he felt like his CPU was starting to overload. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He posted the coordinates of his own base camp, then told everyone it was our location. Yang Hao nodded, just as confused. That's why I came to ask you right away. Your brain works way faster than mine. Can you figure out what kind of stunt that guy Jean is trying to pull? Zhou stroked his chin and fell into thought. He looked at the sea, then turned back to glance at the girls. He told people the Hubrian has lots of supplies and pretty women. That's obviously bait, trying to lure people over to rob us. But he hid the part about the firearms, so the people coming to see supplies probably won't have strong weapons. At most, just a bunch of drifters looking to get lucky. But there's no reason for him to do something so thankless. Right now, he should want nothing more than to kill me as soon as possible. So why would he kindly help draw aggro for me? A sudden spark flashed through Zhou Ye's mind, and he abruptly lifted his head. Wait, draw aggro. He turned to look at the horizon where sea and sky met, his expression becoming complicated. Holy shit, this bastard's probably planning to impersonate me, slaughter the teams that come to loot supplies, then pin the whole thing on me and turn me into a public enemy in this sea region. What a dirty move. But the corners of Zhou Ye's mouth suddenly curved up. Did he forget something? The survivors who had their heads clouded by supplies and women arrived even faster than expected. Just after noon, the sentry post Wan Shui had set up around the outer edge of the base camp sent back a report. 2 rafts were heading toward the coordinates. There were 7 or 8 people standing on the decks, holding iron spears and bows, craning their necks to peer toward the fleet hidden behind a reef cluster. Standing on the largest raft, Wan Shui watched the 2 rafts gradually approaching from afar, a faint smile rising at the corner of his mouth. He set down the wooden spear he had only whittled halfway, then turned and made a hand signal behind him. Several lackeys immediately got busy. Several women they had kidnapped were shoved onto the deck. They wore cloth clothes of different colors, their hair hanging loose. One of them was forced to squat by the railing and pretend to wash something, while another had a fishing net stuffed into her hands and was made to stand there. This little show had been Jean Hua's idea. Just having a few women walk around on deck once was enough to make those watching from afar believe that this ship was the legendary Hubrian, the one said to have 6 schoolbells aboard. The 2 rafts came closer and closer, and the people on them had obviously also seen the women on deck. A bald, burly man holding an iron spear raised a telescope and looked for a long while, but his brows slowly furrowed. This is what the World Channel called schoolbells? That's it? Their standards are trash. He lowered the telescope and snorted at the companion beside him. They're just so-so. Not even as pretty as the ones I caught on that island last time. His companion took the telescope, looked as well, and nodded along in agreement. The 2 rafts cautiously closed in to about 30 meters from the large fleet. The lead brute shouted toward Wan Shui's side, his tone somewhere between probing and swaggering. Is that the Hubrian up ahead? Heard you've got a lot of supplies here, and pretty women too. We're not here to cause trouble. Share a little stuff. Make some friends. How about it? Jean Hua said nothing. He stood by the railing and slightly raised his hand. The brute thought he was about to negotiate and took half a step forward. Then, from the hidden darkness of the forest, came the sound of a bowstring snapping loose. An arrow buried itself in the hollow between the brute's chest and throat. He didn't even make a sound before he fell backward into the water. Immediately after, several more arrows shot out at the same time from behind the reefs and shrubs. The dense volley of cold arrows turned the people on the 2 rafts into pincushions in an instant. The whole process took less than 20 seconds. Amid screams, the people on the 2 rafts all fell into the sea one after another. Blood spread through the shallow water, dyeing the seawater around the reefs a dark red. With his last breath, someone sent a message in the World Channel. We got ambushed by the Hubrian. This guy's completely unreasonable. Looking at the several corpses floating on the sea, Jean Hua wore a contemptuous sneer on his face. He spat into the water, then cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the 2 rafts that were sinking, his voice carrying far across the sea. That's all you've got, and you dared come rob the Hubrian? Let me tell you, I'm Zhou Yi, captain of the Hubrian. If you're not afraid of dying, then come ahead. I'll kill one if 1 comes, kill a pair if 2 come. This unbearably arrogant act of his was even more infuriating than killing people outright. At the same time, Zhou Yi was sitting on the deck of the Hubrian, discussing when to fire the signal flare. As for what was happening on Wan Shui's side, he didn't care in the slightest. After taking a sip of soda, he let out a burp and wiped his mouth. Did that dumbass Jean Hua forget there's still the system kill broadcast? That thing spills everything to the public. How's he supposed to successfully impersonate me with that? What a joke. Ha ha ha. Yang hao laugid without mercy. That was exactly what they meant by a clever person outsmarting himself. His move really was vicious enough, but he forgot what kind of place this was. Wait, let me look. Fa. Qin Xiaoyu had just been about to speak, but she accidentally laughed so hard she couldn't stop. She wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Let me see what those people in the World Channel are saying. After opening the World Channel, the messages immediately started scrolling. Qin Xiaoyu focused her eyes on it. and with a puff, she almost laughed so hard snot bubbles came out. World Channel. Haina Bai Chuan. I got ambushed by the Hyperion. This guy is completely unreasonable. And there's no school beauty at all. The Hannibal Raft killed the Woohoo, Si-Hai Raft. The Hannibal Raft killed the Arenzuan Raft. Zwa 0 pa tong. Zwa 1 pa lei. Zwa 3 pa bejois. If I didn't TC wrong, wasn't he that guy above killed by Hannibal? Ziaking Li Xing. Huh. What do you mean you got ambushed by the Hyperion, then got killed by Hannibal? Ebay Shui 60 Du, Sinbei, Shui 180 Tang CNI. Could be the two of them teamed up? Sure, bye to man. Are you stupid or what? ISNT this obviously is set up? Megwanbu Swan Kai no. How did you figure that out? What they really did team up. Lang Bao and I Hongi. It's obvious that Uncle Ba was trying to teach someone a lesson and deliberately draw aggro. Those two have had a grudge for a long time. He used this dirty trick on purpose. Konk Buchuan Neku. Jilongbu, Ingai, Bei Shufu. No wonder several people suddenly popped up this morning saying the Hyperion had lots of supplies and lots of beauties. If that big shot with the 3S fishing rod was really that easy to bully, why didn't they just go robbing themselves? Why even notify everyone else? So they were using us like a gun. Sure by demand. This Hannibal wanted to use this move to make all of us turn against the Hyperion, but he forgot that the system announcements can't be faked. Xiaoyu Xiao. The problem is there really were idiots who believed it and rushed over to deliver themselves up. Ha ha ha. Xing Xing Bu Lingling. If there were supplies and they were easy to grab, how would something this good ever be our turn? They would gone themselves long ago. Lauda. Agree with the guy above +1. Sanshur Nian Hedong. Sanshur Nian Hushi. Lushur Nian Huching Lao Dongshi. Seems like that really is the logic. Looks like the grudge between those two isn't small at all, if Hannibal was willing to use a trick this nasty. As those few people explained things, the matter quickly became clear. More and more people jumped out and started verbally tearing apart the gang, led by Bashu Jiaozwen. Some even wanted to settle it in person and had already started posting party invites in the World Channel. After closing the World Channel, Qin Xiaoyu and Zhao Ling exchanged a tacit glance, then both burst out laughing. Zhou Yi watched silently from the side. Chun Hong and Su Wenfei really are active in the World Channel every second of every day. Of course, Yang Hao smiled and closed the World Channel too. The three of us chat there all the time, so people basically already recognize us. With those two helping fan the flames, the effect is even better. Alright, who is this Lang Bao and I Hongi? Linwana was a little curious. How does she know we have a grudge with Wan Shui and his group? And she even came out to speak up for us. Zhou Yi scrolled upward through the chat log on the light screen and briefly explained Lang Bao and I Hongi's situation. From a dragon scale blade blueprint she had priced at 400 iron ingots last night, to her taking the initiative to offer the blade for free on the condition that he kill Wan Shui for her. Lin Wanner raised her brows slightly after hearing it. There's even something like that? Then if she already knows we were going after Wan Shui sooner or later, why give you a blueprint for free? Who knows? Maybe it made her feel more at ease. Zouya Shuruk. Anyway, the dragon scale blade was free loot. No reason not to take it. Qin Xiaoyu laughed mercilessly. What kind of expression do you think that Jinhua has right now? Is it like he swallowed a whole fly alive? Tang Guoguo covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking. He is probably scrambling to pack up and run right now. Serves him right for trying to be clever. Now, the crap bucket got dumped on his own head. In the same sea region. Inside a raft base camp beside a small island, total chaos had broken out. The curses flooding the World Channel came surging in like a tide. Some people had already formed temporary teams and were heading straight for the coordinates Jinhua had personally sent out. Wan Shui smashed the cup in his hand onto the ground. So furious his voice went shrill. Look at the stupid idea you came up with. He raised his hand and was about to slap Jinhua across the face. Jinhua staggered half a step backward, pulling at the wounds on his body and making his face go pale with pain. He stared at the kill announcements, still refreshing nonstop on the light screen. His lips trembled several times before he finally forced out the words, I forgot that Broken System would directly broadcast the names of both the Killer S and Victim S rafts. Forgot? Wan Shui almost laughed from sheer anger at those two words. And that's it? You patting your chest and saying you'd make that brat a public enemy of the whole sea. And now what? Nothing happened to him. And all the crap got dumped onto our own heads. Jinhua opened his mouth, wanting to argue, only to find he couldn't say a single word. His old injuries and fresh wounds were all tearing at his nerves together. His complexion had long passed the point of merely looking ugly. Wan Shui gave a cold snort, then turned and shouted toward the deck, get everyone to pack up immediately, untie all the ropes, and withdraw right now. If we keep dragging our feet until that swarm of flies surrounds us, even if we don't die, we'll lose a layer of skin. At the same time, the Hyperion had sailed into an even broader stretch of sea. Looking in every direction, there wasn't even a shadow of land in sight, only boundless ocean. Holding a monocular telescope, Zhou Yi stood on the deck and scanned the surroundings before nodding. Here's fine. It's all sea around us. So it'll be easier to spot other rafts. The flare gun has 1 hour of protection time. Even though we don't know the exact timing rules, it should probably be enough. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Zhao Ling rubbed her hands together as she looked at the red flare gun in his hand. What do you think this airdrop will be? Qin Xiaoyu mimed aiming with a sniper rifle. Give us a magnum. Suyus Strukit Hachin. I actually think some supplies besides firearms would be nice too. Like, how about another 2 hearts of the ocean? Another 2 hearts of the ocean? Tang Guo froze for a moment, then laughed. At that point, they might as well just declare us the winners. Nobody else would even get a play. Then let us have a no-prize guessing game. Zoe Simidet gripped the flare gun tightly and without hesitation pulled the trigger at the sky. Beep. A bright red flare shot out of the muzzle, trailing a bit of smoke, accompanied by a sharp, siren-like screech as it soared straight into the clouds. Everyone raised their hands to shield their foreheads and looked up. Damn, it flew that high? Yang Hao subconsciously swallowed. Are you sure this flare gun, ISNT, some civilian surface-to-air missile? A system notification light screen suddenly lit up in front of everyone. Flare gun airdrop supply protection time, countdown. 00:59:57. 00:59:56. It started counting down the moment it was fired. Lin Wan looked surprised, then raised her head to look at the red flare still shining in the sky. Then how long is the flare going to stay lit? Until we finish opening the crate? Before she even finished speaking, a dazzling golden beam of light dropped from the sky and stabbed straight into the distant sea surface. Just like they had learned before, the airdrop S landing position was offset somewhat from the flare gun S, but fortunately not by much. Probably only 200 or 300 meters away. That kind of distance was practically negligible out on the open sea. Look over there. Zhao Ling suddenly raised her hand and pointed toward the top of the golden beam. Everyone lifted their heads again and shifted their gazes above the light pillar. At the top of the golden beam, they could vaguely see a tiny black dot slowly descending while spinning. Zhou Yi raised the monocular telescope and aimed it at the black dot. A moment later, he nodded. That's the supply crate. Looks like the crate descends along the beam. In that case, 1 hour of protection time really is kind of short, but it's still in the sky. Linwana looked up at the beam. During the protection time, the whole server might not get a system broadcast, but anyone who sees the beam and the flare can come find us on their own. The crate is still floating up there, which means we have to stay here and guard this spot until it comes down. Wouldn't that mean we'd just be left staring as it drifted down? Qin Xiaoyu looked up. The airdrop crate was still high in the sky, descending slowly along the pillar of light at about the same speed as a falling feather. How long was this thing supposed to drift? No idea how long, but definitely not more than 1 hour, Siyu added. No matter what, let's head over there first. Yi Wanqing said as she started the propeller. The propeller kicked in, and the raft split the calm sea as it moved toward where the beam of light would land. The closer they got, the more dazzling that pillar became, like a golden spear melted by fire and stabbed straight into the sea. Even the surrounding seawater had been dyed into a flowing sheet of gold by its glow. The airdrop crate was slowly descending along that golden pillar, so slowly it made people anxious. The protection timer was ticking down second by second. The crate was dropping inch by inch, and the flare still burning overhead together with that golden pillar connecting sea and sky was just far too conspicuous on the open ocean. At this point, it looked like the only real difficulty with a flare gun airdrop was this short stretch of time. Zhou Yi pulled out his M4 rifle and gripped it in his hands. But since the flare had already been fired, then we'll guard it. It's not like we don't have the strength for it. Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. Yang Hao pointed toward the line where sea and sky met. At some point, a tiny black dot had appeared there. The dot wasn't big, but on this vast ocean it stood out sharply. It wasn't hard to tell it was a human raft. Zhou Yi froze for a moment, quickly turned his wounded side toward the black dot, then looked up at the supply crate still descending in midair. They caught the scent and came this fast. Looks like this sea is a lot livelier than I thought. Brother Wenfei, that looks like another airdrop, and it's golden too. Chun Hong held up his telescope, lens fixed tightly on the pillar of light shooting into the sky, and subconsciously swallowed. Damn, it landed on the sea. That's way easier than going onto an island. Su Wenfei didn't reply. His eyes stayed locked on the big ship beneath the light pillar, his brows slightly furrowed. Doesn't that ship look familiar to you? Familiar? Chun Hong froze for a second and lowered the telescope toward the sea. Once he saw the outline of that large ship clearly, the excitement on his face instantly stiffened. Isn't that the Hyperion? Did Big Brother Zhou fire this airdrop? Su Wenfei nodded, sounding a little surprised too. Talk about a coincidence. We just parted ways yesterday, and today we ran into each other again. Since it's Big Brother Zhou's airdrop, let's stay out of it and leave. Chun Hong spoke as he turned the ship around. But the moment his hand touched the rudder, his movement stopped midair. Not far behind them, 2 rafts were heading this way one after the other. Several people stood on the rafts. Supply crates and weapon racks were piled on the decks. and the leading man was holding a monocular up while craning his neck toward the pillar of light, shouting, hurry up, don't let anyone beat us to it. Chen Hong turned to look at Su Wenfei, his eyelid twitching. This airdrop is way too flashy. More people will probably come before it lands. Since we're already here, how about? Su Wenfei withdrew his gaze, and a meaningful curve slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. He lifted a hand and pointed at Chen Hong. You brat, you were thinking the exact same thing as me. Chen Hong grinned, picked up the paddle, and started changing direction, rowing toward the flank of those two rafts. This is called giving them a taste of their own medicine. A few minutes later, the two rafts came closer, keeping a safe distance of over 10 meters from Chen Hong and Su Wenfei. The middle-aged man on deck, Kai Ming, spoke first in a stiff tone. You two were drawn here by this airdrop too? Obviously. That light pillar is so bright anyone who isn't blind can see it. Chen Hong curled his lip, then shifted the tone and put on a troubled expression. But big brother, this airdrop probably won't be easy to grab. How so? Could there really be some tough bastard on that ship? Zheng Qing behind Kai Ming cut in dismissively. I checked with a telescope just now. The ship's not small, sure, but there are only 2 men on deck. Just 2 people. What's there to be afraid of? It's true, there are only 2. Su Wenfei lowered his voice in a serious manner and jerked his chin toward the Hyperion. But they're Hannibal's people. Big brother, take a closer look. That red knife and fork mark on the wall of their boathouse. There's no mistake. Half believing and half doubting, Zheng Qing raised his telescope and swept it across the Hyperion's boathouse. His pupils suddenly shrank. It really is Hannibal. All the ships in their group have that mark. Kai Ming's expression changed drastically, and a suppressed fury instantly flared in his eyes. He forced a few words through clenched teeth. You mean that scum with the ID, Uncle Butcher, teaches you how to behave? Big brother, you've heard of him too? Chen Hong immediately played along. Of course I have. Kai Ming's voice suddenly rose. Who the hell in these waters doesn't know that bastard? My younger brother died at their hands. He suddenly turned and strode toward the rudder, moving so roughly it was like he wanted to stomp through the deck. Hey, big brother, don't act rashly. Su Wenfei quickly reached out with a placating gesture, his tone earnest. The airdrop hasn't landed yet. Wait until the crate comes down, then we'll all rush them together and catch them off guard. We'll take both the people and the airdrop in one go. Isn't that better than charging in now? Taking them all in one go works. Kai Ming stopped and swept them with a cold look. But there's only one airdrop. How do we split it? Su Wenfei and Chen Hong exchanged a glance, as if they had made some heavy decision. Chen Hong gritted his teeth and put on a pained expression like he was giving up something precious. The airdrop goes to you, big brother. We don't have many people, so we'll take the loss. We just want the supplies on those 2 people. Seeing that they knew how to read the situation, Kai Ming's expression softened a little, and he nodded. Fine. The airdrop is ours. The supplies on their ship are yours. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the rudder. Get closer. Don't let them finish looting the airdrop and run off. The 2 groups reached a surface-level agreement, and the 3 rafts advanced toward the pillar of light at the same time, stopping a little over 20 meters from Hyperion. At this distance, they could clearly see the entire deck of the large ship, as well as the 2 middle-aged men standing by the rail. Zhou Yi and Yang Hao had already changed outfits. Coarse cloth clothes, skin smeared dark and rough, scruffy beards pasted onto their chins, and hair messed up like seaweed. Yang Hao rested a hand on the machete at his waist, while Zhou Yi folded his arms across his chest, standing side by side at the ship's rail. The 2 looked exactly like desperate sea wolves who drifted on the ocean for half their lives. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes and jerked his chin toward Kai Ming's group, his voice rough like it was full of gravel. Where did you blind idiots come from, thinking you can covet my airdrop? Looking to die. After saying that, he flicked a hand toward Yang Hao beside him. The corner of Yang Hao's mouth lifted slightly. He grabbed the black composite bow, drew the string full, and with a whoosh, an arrow ripped through the air. The arrow brushed past Kai Ming's arm and nailed itself into the deck behind him, its fletching still buzzing. Startled by that ruthless move without a word of warning, Kai Ming stepped back half a pace, the fury in his eyes almost spilling over. Before he could even speak, Su Wenfei at the side had already raised his bow in righteous indignation and shouted back at the top of his lungs, "Damn it. These Hannibal people are way too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think we're all pushovers." That shout was like a ladle of water thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Several of Kai Ming's underlings immediately drew their bowstrings, and Zheng Qing also raised his iron spear. At the same time, a timely rustling sound came from the wooden cabin on the Hyperion. Following the script they had agreed on beforehand, the girls behind the window boards deliberately shoved the planks a few times, forcing out several short cries of alarm and sobs. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to drift across to the opposite deck. Qin Xiaoyu even pinched her throat and shouted, "Let me out." The second she finished shouting, she covered her mouth first, trying not to laugh, so hard her shoulders shook. Kai Ming's face turned completely black. As he looked at that ship, There were arrogant desperados on the deck and women tied up in the cabin. Every detail matched the Hannibal gang he knew. Fury and a certain sense of justice rushed to his head at the same time. He snatched the bow from one of his underlings, drew the string toward the Hyperion, and was just about to shout for them to attack. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught several new black dots on the sea. Everyone's movements froze at the same time. On the distant horizon, 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. There were people standing on every deck. A full 10 or so on each one, weapons in hand, all their eyes locked on that golden airdrop crate that was still slowly descending. Someone had already drawn a bow. Someone was holding a homemade harpoon, and at the bow of the frontmost ship, a flag sewn from torn cloth stood upright, snapping hard in the sea wind. Zhou Yi turned his head to look at the 3 new black dots. His mind was already ready to pull the M4 rifle from the system backpack at any moment. Good. The more people came, the more convincing it would be. He rubbed the bearded chin he had stuck on, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. You want to play dirty with me? Then let's see who's dirtier. The airdrop crate slowly descended along the golden pillar of light. When it was only dozens of meters above the sea, everyone on the ships could already see it clearly. It was a diamond-shaped metal box, a little smaller than the previous golden legendary chest. Liquid-like golden light flowed across its surface, and the small diamond-shaped parts floating around it were slowly rotating around the main body. Zhou Yi leaned against the rail, his right hand hidden behind his back. Yang Hao stood beside him, the string of his compound bow already pulled to its fullest. Inside the wooden cabin, the girls had already stopped acting. Lin Wanner glanced out through the crack in the window board, lowered her voice, and made a hand signal behind her. All 6 of them prepared to make a move at any moment. Su Wenfei stood on the raft at the flank and exchanged an extremely brief look with Chen Hong. He lowered the bow in his hand and helplessly spread his hands toward Kai Ming, as if Zhou Ye's arrogance had left him with no way to deal with it. Kai Ming turned back to look behind him. The 3 newly arrived rafts were already very close, and shouting from them could be heard clearly. That's Hannibal's ship. No mistake. See that red knife and fork mark? On one of the newly arrived rafts, a bald, burly man raised a harpoon and roared in Zhou Ye's direction. His voice was shockingly loud. One sentence from him lit up everyone on the ships behind him. Damn it, it really is Hannibal's people. My sister was taken by them. Don't let them escape today. Zheng Qing stood beside Kai Ming, the tip of the iron spear in his hand pointed at the Hyperion. Kai Ming raised a hand to stop the restless underlings behind him and shouted toward the 3 new rafts. This bunch fired a flare gun for an airdrop. And they've got women tied up on the ship too. Let's hit them together, take them down first. We can talk about the airdrop later. No one objected to that proposal. Several rafts spread out in a fan shape and slowly closed in on the Hyperion. Arrows were already knocked on bowstrings, and the iron tips of the harpoons glinted coldly in the sunlight. Kai Ming and the bald brute gave the order almost at the same time. Get ready. The airdrop crate hit the water. The golden pillar of light suddenly exploded, turning into countless fine points of light that scattered down through the air. A circle of white spray burst up on the sea surface. The diamond-shaped metal box lightly bounced once on the water, then floated steadily. Zhou Yi moved at that exact moment. With a kick from his enhanced legs, his whole body shot out from the side of the ship. Before anyone had even recovered from the exploding pillar of light, his figure had already swept in front of the airdrop box, his right hand pressing onto the crate. The system interface popped open before his eyes and closed again. His looting speed was absurdly fast. He didn't even look at the item list before sweeping everything clean in one go, and while he was at it, he pulled out the M416 from his backpack. Turn around, raise the gun, aim. He got the airdrop. The bald brute was the first to roar. He was just about to throw the harpoon when he saw that Hannibal desperado suddenly turn around, now holding something in his hands. It was an M416 rifle. The pitch-black muzzle was aimed straight at him without the slightest deviation. The brute's harpoon hung in midair, not thrown. Zheng Qing was the first to snap back to himself. Standing behind Kai Ming, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "What are you scared of? He just got it from the airdrop. There's no way he's loaded bullets into it yet." Before he could finish, Zhou Yi tilted the muzzle slightly, and a precise burst grazed the outside of his right arm. Blood splashed out. Zheng Qing screamed and clutched his arm, and the iron spear slipped from his hand and fell into the sea. "Who else want to try?" Zhou Yi held the gun as the muzzle slowly swept across the people on the 4 rafts in front of him. His tone didn't carry a trace of emotion. "Come on, keep pushing. Weren't you yelling pretty fiercely just now? Saying you'd kill every last Hannibal member, saying you'd tear us to pieces. What now? Why'd you all go quiet?" He paused, his expression arrogant to the extreme. "The airdrop's in my hands. Anyone scared of dying can turn around right now. I'm in a good mood, so I'll leave you a way out. If you're not scared of dying, come over. What do you think we rely on to survive out here on the sea? We rely on the guts to kill anyone who dares come steal from us." He tilted his head slightly and pointed with his chin toward the ship cabin behind him. "The women on this ship were tied up by us. I had a damn good time with them. The supplies we stole before are in the hold too. If any of you want to play hero, come up and take them yourself. Not one person on the 4 rafts stepped forward again. The harpoon in the brute's hand lowered. Kai Ming looked at the pale-faced Zheng Qing clutching his arm, his Adam's apple bobbing, his lips moving a few times. He wanted to say retreat, but before the word could leave his mouth, people in the back row had already quietly turned their rafts around. They have a gun. We can't fight them head-on. Su Wenfei gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Damn it, those trash got a gun. This sea area is not going to be peaceful anymore. Shen Hong beside him also chimed in to support him. Looks like if we want to deal with Hannibal, it'll have to be someone with firearms. Later, let's go call people in world chat. I refuse to believe he's the only one with guns. Kai Ming looked at Zhou Yi standing there with the gun, acting like he ruled everything. His face was red with anger, but he could do nothing. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he finally shouted, "Retreat first. Once I find someone with firearms, I'll make sure these bastards die horribly." As soon as the words fell, several of them immediately turned their rafts around and left. A few minutes later, the world channel exploded. Lauta, Hannibal's gang has firearms now. Brothers with average gear, don't act rashly. You absolutely need to bring firearms before going after them. Why doesn't Satan call himself an emperor? What? Those human scum have firearms now? That's bad. Make a damn wish. Yeah, that's right. They fired a flare gun and looted the airdrop. There was an M416 rifle inside. Heaven sent chance. They even have women tied up on their ship. That's fucking outrageous. Fucking inhuman. Damn. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Anyone going after them, make sure you bring firearms. Remember that. Only into the wild ones. 666, if this gang isn't wiped out. Everyone's gonna have to sleep with one eye open. Roach Tyrant. That coordinate posted this morning is their base camp. Any well-equipped brothers want to come with me and hit them? While the world channel was blowing up, Zhou Yi's Hyperion had already sailed away from that sea area. The airdrop countdown had also completely hit 0 after he swept all the supplies clean. It would no longer broadcast coordinates to the world. And even the supply crate itself vanished after he finished taking everything. He set the wiped clean M416 on his knees and lowered his head to check the item list he had pulled from the airdrop crate. On the deck, the girls sat around nearby, talking over each other as they reviewed that little performance for just now. Qin Xiaoyu was still imitating Zheng Qing, clutching his arm and screaming, making Tang Guo laugh so hard she pounded the deck. On the other side of the same sea area, though, the atmosphere was completely different. Wan Shui was standing at the bow directing his underlings to remove ropes and move supply crates. The entire fleet was so busy with the emergency evacuation that everyone was in chaos. One lackey responsible for watching the World Channel came scrambling over, pale as paper, his voice shaking. "Bossa, I think we're in trouble." Wan Shui was holding a bundle of hemp rope. Hearing that, he didn't even lift his head. "What do you mean in trouble? Aren't we already in trouble? What could be more messed up than the situation right now?" The lackey pointed at the light screen in front of him and didn't dare say more. "Just look at World Chat and you'll know." Half believing, half doubting, Wan Shui opened the light screen. Messages were rolling upward at a speed he had never seen before. Every single one was tied to his name. Every single one said he called in an airdrop, looted a golden crate, and gotten firearms. Some people were calling for teams to band together and hunt them down. Some dug up the base camp coordinates Jinhua had sent out that morning to remind everyone not to search the wrong place. There were even self-proclaimed witnesses swearing up and down that they had personally seen women tied up on Hannibal's ship. Wan Shui's finger froze above the light screen, and his eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. He read those messages from start to finish twice before his lips finally moved and squeezed out a few words. "What do you mean I just fired a signal flare for an airdrop, and even got a rifle firearm?" He suddenly whipped his head toward Jinhua, who was lying on a wooden crate, recovering from his injuries. Jinhua was also staring at his own light screen, looking like he had swallowed a whole live fish. The two exchanged a look from a distance. Jinhua's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but Wan Shui had already said it for him. "We took the blame for him." Wan Shui's voice was calm, so calm was more dangerous than if he were raging. "He called in the airdrop and got the gun, but the entire sea region thinks the gun is in our hands. Great. He doesn't even need to make a move now. Everyone on the server will be scrambling to come wipe us out. Brother Wan, this. What do we do?" Jinhua's head was spinning too. He had not expected Zhou Yi to hold a grudge this hard, and to retaliate on the spot like this. That morning, they had just tried to frame him with a setup. By the afternoon, he had slapped them right back, and so completely at that. "What do we do? What else can we do?" Wan Shui shot him an annoyed look. "Right now, everyone thinks we did it. You still expect to explain it away? We can only hide for now and wait for the heat to die down. This Zhou Yi is a lot harder to deal with than I thought. This move of his isn't just pulling aggro onto us. Because of that rifle, the people this brings in are all ruthless types. This is way nastier than just making people hate us." He paused, then turned to look at Jinhua. A rare trace of scrutiny appeared in his tone. "The fact that you managed to run away from him really does mean your life is tough. Jinhua gave an awkward laugh and did not hide anything. He briefly explained how Zhou Yi had turned the tables on him back on the island. After listening, Wan Shui fell silent for a moment. His finger lightly tapped the ship's rail, as if calculating something. That brat really is meticulous. He sees 3 steps ahead with every move, and basically everything gets calculated to the last detail by him. He lifted his eyes toward the distant sea, a cold gleam flashing through them. Don't provoke him for now. The top priority is changing locations and settling down somewhere without exposing our position. Tomorrow is the once-a-week major disaster. Even if the first wave shouldn't be too hard to survive, we still can't let our guard down. Boss, this is bad. One of the lackeys on lookout came running over in a panic, practically tumbling as he ran. His face was pale as he pointed in one direction. A lot of people are coming from over there. They're heading straight for us. Wan Shui's expression stiffened, and his fists clenched so hard they crackled. Someone found us already? Just what the hell did that Zhou Yi do, and what kind of vicious words did he spread to make them this desperate to kill me? On the other side, on the deck of the Hyperion, everyone was sitting in a circle. Let me see what good stuff came out of this airdrop. Zhou Yi rubbed his hands together and, full of anticipation, started taking out the supplies he had swept out of the airdrop crate one by one, neatly laying them out in front of him. Rifle suppressor 1, crossbow 1, arrows 20, floor heating pipe blueprint 10, padded military coat 10, thermal sleeping bag 10, military bulletproof vest 10. The deck went quiet for quite a while. The sea breeze blew over the neatly stacked military coats, lightly flipping up the corner of the one on top. Lin Wana reached out and touched the thick cotton fabric, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. I don't play many games, but military codes coming out in airdrop, is that normal? Zoiese mo taichit. And for a moment, he did not even know how to respond. Suyu rested her right cheek on her hand and counted the supplies on the ground one by one. Floor heating pipe blueprints, padded military coats, and thermal sleeping bags. Isn't that a little too much of a coincidence? You mean it's way too targeted, right? Zhao Ling erased an eyebrow. Tomorrow is the 7th day. The disaster the system mentioned is tomorrow. Do you think the supplies in this airdrop might be directly connected to tomorrow's disaster? Floor heating, coats, thermal sleeping bags. Tang Guobo muttered as she counted them again, then suddenly looked up. Could tomorrow's major disaster be a drop in temperature? Very likely. Yi Wanqing agreed with that guess and started analyzing it. The system said there would be a major disaster once every 7 days. That's actually a very high frequency. Logically, the first disaster shouldn't be too hard, or a huge number of people would be eliminated right away because they don't have enough supplies. If the first disaster is a sudden temperature drop, that does make sense. It's hard, but not impossible to get through. The key is whether people have been slacking off during this time, and whether they've gathered enough supplies. Exactly. Qin Xiaoyu curled her lips. There's no way the very first disaster would be so hard it kills everyone. How would the others even survive then? This system may be bullshit, but it probably wouldn't go that far. Zhou Yi picked up one of the military coats and weighed it in his hand. It felt heavy the moment he took it. The cotton stuffing was packed extremely tight, and the windproof fabric felt rough and sturdy. Just by eye. Its warmth retention was far more than 1 tier above the normal cloth made by the system. He put the coat back onto the pile, patted the cotton fluff off his hands, and stood up. Since the system already gave us a hint, don't waste it. We're working overtime tonight. Lay down the floor heating pipes and give everyone 1 coat. I'll go make a few more weapons at the workbench too. Whether tomorrow brings a blizzard or something else, we'll be prepared in advance and won't be afraid of it. After night fell, the Hyperion was brightly lit. Zhou Yi came to the workbench and started working on the floor heating pipe blueprints. Floor heating pipe blueprint can be used to make floor heating and install it into the ship structure, keeping the temperature at 26. Each blueprint can be used for 10 square meters of flooring. Once crafted, it can be placed directly into the raft status panel and will function normally without any energy supply. Holy shit, looking at the description on the blueprint, Zhou Yi could not suppress the grin pulling at the corners of his mouth. No wonder this thing showed up in the airdrop. This is way too overpowered. Floor heating pipe blueprint. Required materials. Wood 600, iron ingots 80, refined iron ingots 10, electronic components 50, metal parts 50, flint 50, springs 30, plastic 35, rubber 25. Crafting requirement. Intermediate workbench. That is a pretty long material list. Zhou Yi stroked his chin and roughly calculated the total amount needed. A moment later, he nodded. Not bad. It's all basic materials. My stockpile is completely enough. After placing the corresponding materials into the workbench, 10 floor heating pipe sets were successfully crafted. Zhou Yi took out 7 of them and put them into the Hyperion's status panel, where they were automatically installed at once. Of the remaining 3, he gave one to Yang Hao so he could install it on his own ship. The other 2 were given to Chun Hong and Su Wenfei. This airdrop had gone so smoothly largely because those 2 had cooperated perfectly, making it possible to pin both the airdrop and the gun on Wan Shui. After finishing all that, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and walked toward the wooden house. The moment he pushed the door open, he heard several girls in the hall chattering all at once about something. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her arms and looked down at the floor beneath her feet in amazement. Do you guys feel like the house suddenly got warmer? Tang Guogua crouched down and pressed her palm against the floor to test it. When she looked up again, her eyes were shining. It's true. The floor is warm. Zhao Linger also bent down and touched it. The temperature at her fingertips was pleasantly warm, not hot, just enough to drive away the chill of the night. She straightened up and looked toward the doorway, only to meet Zhou Ye's eyes. Zhou Yi waved the already used floor heating pipe blueprint in his hand and leaned against the doorframe, sounding a little smug as he claimed credit. A constant 26 degrees. No electricity, no stove, and it works the moment it's installed. You won't even catch a cold sleeping at night without a blanket. This is way too comfortable. Lin Wanner reached out and felt around in the air. The whole room was warm, but not the dry, face-scorching heat of a bonfire. It was a steady warmth rising from the soles of her feet, like stepping on stone slabs basked in the spring afternoon sun. But now she crouched down and studied the floor for a long while, only to find nothing at all. If the temperature hadn't changed, there was no way to notice anything unusual just from the surface. When she looked up, she let out a sincere sigh of admiration. Looks like there's a reason this thing shows up in airdrops. Right then, the system's icy notification rang out in every survivor's mind at the same time. The first great disaster has been triggered. Winter has arrived. From this moment on, the temperature across the entire sea region will continue to drop. By noon tomorrow, it will reach minus 30 degrees and remain there for 48 hours. All survivors, please take cold weather precautions in advance. Good luck to all survivors. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to cry out, how much? Minus 30 degrees. And this counts as a great disaster? Don't they know in our northeast, 40 below is normal? Zhou Yi flicked her forehead with a finger, not very hard. Then you should look at where we are. In this godforsaken place, where you supposed to find that many ways to stay warm. Plenty of people still don't have enough to eat or enough clothes to wear. Minus 30 degrees. For 48 hours. Lin Wanner crouched down and pressed her palm to the floor, feeling that warm layer spread upward from her hand. There was a trace of relief in her voice. Good thing it's only 2 days. If it were any longer, a lot of people really might freeze to death. Suyu nodded and analyzed it calmly. As the first disaster, this is reasonable. The difficulty is moderate. It won't eliminate too many people. But anyone who didn't prepare enough for the cold will definitely get screened out. The system is telling us in the gentlest way possible that this isn't a joke. Not bad. Tang Guogua sat to the side, leisurely holding a cup of hot water. She blew at the steam drifting from the rim and muttered slowly. At least the first one wasn't a tsunami, a tornado, or a beast tide or something. If they started with that, probably not many people would survive. The floor heating pipes had already been working silently for quite a while. The entire wooden cabin had been baked into a cozy warmth, completely unlike the sea wind outside. Zhou Yi took off his coat and leaned against the wall in nothing but a thin undershirt. Watching the girls walking back and forth around the room in their clothes-fitting light clothes, one after another, he suddenly felt that the biggest gain from this airdrop wasn't the rifle suppressor or the crossbow. It was these plain-looking floor heating pipes. Qin Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the mat. Her military coat had been rolled into a bundle and tossed into the corner, and she wore only a thin cotton top, with both sleeves rolled up to her elbows. She was wildly gesturing at Tang Guogua about something, moving so much she nearly knocked over Zhao Linger's cup beside her. Tang Guogua held her hot tea in both hands and huddled on the mat, both calves tucked beneath her. She looked like a cat curled up beside a heater. Zhao Linger had just dug out a clean, thin shirt from the wardrobe and changed into it. When she walked into the main room, Qin Xiaoyu grabbed her and pulled her right into their conversation. The girls gathered their heads together and chirped away, discussing what kind of hot soup they should cook after daybreak. Suyu sat cross-legged on a wooden crate in the corner. Spread out before her was that wooden board filled with sketches. She held a charcoal pencil in her hand, occasionally looking up to join the discussion with a sentence or two, then lowering her head to add a few more strokes to the drawing. Yi Wanqing leaned against the wall beside her, quietly watching the group in front of her, the corners of her lips curved in the faintest smile. Zhou Yi stood by the door and watched for a while. Then he walked over, pushed the door open, and glanced outside. The moment the door opened just a crack, the cold wind poured in like knives. He quickly shut it again and shrank back into the room, seeing him hunch his neck and rub his arms. Qin Xiaoyu laughed so hard she slapped the mat and told him to hurry over and sit down. He walked over and sat beside the girls, his back against the warm floor, listening to them discuss what soup to make tomorrow, what fish to roast, and whether they should call Yang Hao over to eat hot pot with them. Hold on, let me ask him. As Zhou Yi spoke, he opened his private chat with Yang Hao. Zhou Yi, your sisters-in-law are asking if you want to come eat hot pot with us tomorrow. Yang Hao, nah. I'll just cook for myself these 2 days. Your little cabin is your private space, so I won't go in. Wouldn't be good. Yang Hao, that said, this floor heating is seriously insane. No energy supply needed, and it turns on whenever you want. It even keeps heat this well. It's way too comfortable. He paused. Before Zhou Yi could reply, a voice message popped up, his tone full of shameless teasing. Yang Hao, for these 2 days, just relax and get all lovey-dovey with your sisters-in-law. I won't be a third wheel. I'll also help keep watch for you guys, so some blind idiot doesn't try a sneak attack at a time like this. Zhou Yi, good brother. And what else is there to say? If I find a suitable girl later, I'll definitely introduce you to someone. Yang Hao, deal. Then I'll be waiting. That's it, I'm off to cook. Zhou Yi played Yang Hao's voice message out loud. As soon as it finished, Qin Xiaoyu was the first to speak. At least that brat knows what's good for him. When she said that, the corners of her mouth were tilted up, after hearing a few particular words in the voice message. Even the motion of her drinking tea had noticeably slowed a little. Lin Wanner smiled but said nothing, only quietly folding clothes off to the side. Zhao Linger held her bowl of soup and blew on the steam. Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she said, his little raft has floor heating too, but staying there alone is kind of lonely. How about we bring him some food tomorrow? Tang Wuwa immediately raised her hand. My jam is super sweet. I'll pack some up and bring it to him tomorrow. Without even raising her head, Suyu drew a few more lines on the plans and said flatly, the roof structure on his little raft isn't very reasonable. After the disaster's over, let's help him fix it a bit. That poor unlucky kid. Listening to them talk one after another, Zhou Yi really felt like they were sisters-in-law taking care of a younger brother. Already arranging Yang Hao's meals for tomorrow nice and clearly. Leaning against the warm floor, he suddenly felt like this snowstorm might not be so hard to endure after all. Outside, the temperature was still dropping. The cold wind slammed into the wooden walls with low, mournful whines. But the floor heating pipes kept the whole room toasty, while the scorched aroma of roasted fish and the sweet-sour scent of berry jam drifted through the air. Qin Xiaoyu dragged the topic from Yang Hao back to what soup to make tomorrow. Tang Guagua and Zhao Linger started arguing again over whether the roasted fish should have more chili on it, while Su Yu and Yi Wanqing listened quietly from the side. On the other end of the same sea region, Wan Shui's fleet was crowded along the beach of a strange island. The bonfire flickered in the cold wind, bright one moment and dim the next. Several underlings huddled beside it, shivering from the cold. There was only one old padded coat. All the fabric they had found in supply crates had been wrapped outside the bandages of the wounded. Jinhua leaned against the ship's rail, his lips frozen dark purple. The old wound in his waist, where he had once been shot by an arrow, was tearing at his nerves in the low temperature. The pain was so bad that every breath he took came with a low groan. Wan Shui stood at the bow, wrapped in that only old padded coat, staring at the dark sea in the distance without a word. He had just seen someone offering a bounty in the World Channel for Hannibal's coordinates. Lone wolves and small teams scattered across different sea regions had gathered like sharks smelling blood. Some were saying Hannibal had guns. Some were saying Hannibal had kidnapped women. Others were saying Hannibal had killed another batch of people. He couldn't defend himself at all and could only flee everywhere like a rat in the streets. He had finally managed to break out of the encirclement, losing 2 ships and several men in the process. He himself was injured too, and now this sudden plunge in temperature had hit them as well. He withdrew his gaze, kicked the damaged deckboard, and cursed in a low voice. Damn that Zhou Yi. Just you wait. Achoo. Who's cursing me? Zhou Yi had only just pulled his shirt halfway off when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Lin Wanner had already changed in her sleepwear and curled up under the blanket, only half her face and a pair of sparkling eyes showing. Seeing him standing by the bed, rubbing his nose, she covered her mouth and laughed. Let me take a bold guess. Could it be that Wan Shui is cursing you? Yeah, possible. Zhou Yi nodded like it was the obvious truth. Even if that guy wasn't dead, he'd probably be peeled down a layer. And now, this extreme temperature drop had hit. If he hadn't frozen to death yet, that just meant his life was tough as nails. He folded the clothes he'd taken off and set them on the wooden chest, then lifted one corner of the blanket and slipped inside. The floor heating had warmed the bedding until it was nice and toasty. Lin Wanner shifted a little to the side to make room for him, moving lightly, exactly the same way Zhao Linger had made half a spot for him last night. He turned onto his side, his hand naturally coming to rest at her waist. Through the thin, cotton pajamas, he could feel the soft warmth of her slender waist. Lin Wanner lowered her eyes and glanced at his hand. She didn't push it away. She only tugged the blanket higher, her voice gentle but carrying a hint that allowed no argument. We're sleeping clean tonight. My legs are still sore. Zhou Yi's hand paused at her waist. He didn't move any further, but he didn't take it back either. Then clean it is. He moved his hand from her waist to the back of her head, his fingers lightly slipping into her long hair that still carried the scent of shampoo, gently kneading the back of her neck. Works out. I'm sleepy too. Fighting tigers, grabbing airdrops, putting on a show. These past 2 days have been exhausting. Lin Wanner narrowed her eyes from the way he rubbed her, like a cat getting scratched under the chin, and gave a muffled little response. She pressed her face closer against his chest, her voice low and stuffy. When you were acting today, in front of that group, saying there were women tied up on the boat and all that, you were having fun, weren't you? You kind of enjoyed saying it, right? The corner of Zhou Ye's mouth twitched. He looked down at her and found her looking up at him, the curve of her lips carrying a mischievous little smile. Vanya, you've gone bad. Learned it from you. She pulled the blanket up a little more, then took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist. The two of them lay quietly in the warm bedding. The cold wind outside was still raging, but separated by the wooden wall and floor heating. The sound only made the room feel even warmer. Go to sleep. Good night. She shifted under the blanket, found the most comfortable position, and curled into his arms. The top of her head brushed against his chin, and her breathing gradually turned even and long. Zhou Yi lightly pressed a kiss to the top of her head and closed his eyes. He tightened the arm around her waist and soon fell into a deep sleep as well. When morning came, Zhou Yi was woken by Qin Xiaoyu's scream. It's snowing. No. Wait, it's frozen. Everything's frozen solid. Zhou Yi pulled on his military coat and shoved the door open. The cold wind, wrapped with tiny ice crystals, rushed straight at his face and made him squint. When he finally saw the scene in front of him clearly, he froze in the doorway. The sea was gone. The water that had still been sparkling yesterday had turned overnight into a vast white ice field. The snow had stopped at some point without anyone noticing. The sheet of ice stretched from the ship's side all the way to the horizon, blending seamlessly into the gray-white sky, so completely it was impossible to tell where heaven ended and earth began. Several logs that had still been floating on the sea last night were now frozen into the ice, with half of their charred trunks sticking out. There was no sun overhead, but the whole ice field reflected a blinding silver white onto the scattered daylight. Qin Xiaoyu had already rushed onto the ice, wrapped in that padded military coat, with the anti-slip boots produced by the system on her feet. She slid several meters across the surface and nearly crashed into a piece of wood frozen in the ice. Tang Guogua followed behind her, carefully stepping onto the ice. She tested it a few times with the tips of her feet first, and only after confirming she could stand steady did she inch forward in tiny steps. Zhao Linger stood hesitating by the ship's side, muttering whether the ice was thick enough and whether it might crack, only for Qin Xiaoyu to turn back and shout, "Come down already, it's super fun." Zhao Linger then took a deep breath and jumped down. Su Yu and Yi Wanqing stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the ice, crouched down, and knocked at the surface with a wooden stick. Looks fine. Frozen solid. Zhou Yi jumped down from the side of the ship in one leap, the hem of his military coat snapping loudly in the cold wind. His anti-slip boots made faint cracking sounds as they stepped onto the ice. He walked 2 steps forward, then turned back and extended a hand toward Lin Wanner on the ship. Want to come try? Wrapped in her coat, Lin Wanner stood by the railing and looked at the endless white world in front of her. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then smiled. She placed her hand in Zhou Ye's palm, and with him half pulling and half supporting her, she stepped onto the ice. The moment the sole of her foot touched the frozen surface, her whole body slipped, and she crashed straight into his arms. Zhou Yi caught her by the shoulders. Lin Wanner lifted her head. The tip of her nose reddened slightly from the cold, and the white breath leaving her lips drifted into a small cloud between them. Over the next little more than an hour, this frozen sea turned into the most unrestrained playground they had had in all these days drifting at sea. Qin Xiaoyu dragged Tang Guogua into a contest to see who could slide farther. The two of them fell into a heap on the ice and still laughed out loud. Zhao Linger crouched at the edge of the ice, using her gloved hands to pick at shells and starfish embedded in the surface, stuffing them into her pockets like she was collecting treasure. Su Yu somehow found a hemp rope from who knew where, tied one end around her own waist and threw the other to Yi Wanqing. The two of them pulled each other in circles across the ice until even their hair was flying. Lin Wanner held onto Zhou Ye's arm while learning to skate. Every time she let go, she would slide forward about 2 meters, then fall backward with a startled cry, and every single time Zhou Yi caught her steadily. Standing on the ice field and watching them play around in their thick military coats, Zhou Yi felt his mood ease up quite a bit too. He tilted his head and looked at the sky. The gloomy cloud cover was slowly breaking apart, revealing a small patch of pale golden daylight. Something glittered in the distance on the ice, reflecting the light like crushed diamonds embedded in the frozen surface. He narrowed his eyes. Beyond that glittering patch, at the far end of the ice field, several blurry black dots had appeared. HM? No, that's not right. Zhou Yi raised a brow, took out his binoculars, and looked through them. After watching for a moment, he lowered them again. Looks like Yang Hao was right after all. Some people really can't sit still. Lanya, are we really safe doing this? Su Ran rubbed her stiff, frozen hands, and the white breath from her mouth drifted in front of her face like a cloud. She lowered her head and stamped on the ice under her feet, then turned back to look in the direction of their own raft. By now it had become part of a vast white world, and worry showed in her voice. We're so far from the boat. Once 48 hours pass, and the ice melts, if we don't freeze to death first, we'll end up drowning instead. No choice. We have to gamble on this. Yulan stood beside her, pulling tighter around herself the ordinary cotton coat she wore. She stamped on the ice beneath her feet too. as if checking how much longer it could still hold. She lifted her head and looked toward the distant ship, now only a black speck, her expression a little complicated. The temperature hasn't even fully dropped to the system's stated -30 degrees yet, and plenty of people have already frozen to death. If we don't take the supplies from the ships of those frozen dead, someone else will. And we're out of food too. If we don't take this risk, we won't even survive the next 2 days. Su Ran let out a sigh and shrank both hands back in her sleeves, her voice growing quieter and quieter. But Lanjia, from when we left this morning until now, among all the ships we've come across, were there even any supplies left on the ones with frozen corpses? Anyone who could freeze to death already used up everything burnable and edible a long time ago. I know. Yulan didn't argue. She only drew her gaze back from the distant ship and let it settle on Su Ran's cheeks, red from the cold. Her tone carried a trace of heartache that was hard to detect, and even more unwillingness to give in. One last one. If we still can't scavenge anything this time, then we'll go back and put everything useful we still have on us onto the trading market and exchange it for some food and thick clothes. But our supplies. Su Ran lowered her head, her voice catching. Our stuff was all stolen. What extra things do we still have left to trade? Yulan froze for a moment. Then she smiled, though the smile was a little bitter. If it really comes down to it, I do still have one last method. I just don't know whether that person would be willing to do me this favor. She lowered her head and thought for a while. But in the end, she still shook it. Forget it. In this world, you can't count on others to show kindness. In the end, everything still has to depend on yourself. The two of them fell silent and kept walking for a long stretch. Fine cracking sounds came continuously from the ice beneath their feet. All around them was nothing but a white expanse. And only that black dot in the distance was growing clearer and clearer. That ship was much bigger than it had looked from far away. The railings along the side were neat and orderly. The cabin had 2 levels, and there were several supply crates piled on the deck. It didn't look like an empty ship with no one around. It looked more like someone was living on it. Lanjia, it looks like someone lives on that ship. Saran slowed her steps, unconsciously lowering her voice. Her gaze landed on the tightly shut doors and windows of the cabin, and she looked a little hesitant. We probably shouldn't get too close. What if they think we're here to steal something? That could cause trouble. Let's watch first. Yulan crouched down and used a few pieces of wood frozen into the ice as cover, tugging on Saran's sleeve to signal for her to crouch lower too. The two of them stayed behind the wood and watched for nearly 5 minutes. No one came out onto the deck, and there was no movement from inside the cabin either. Just as Yulan decided to wait a little longer, a burst of footsteps came from the other side of the ship. Hey, who are you? You've been squatting there all sneaky for half the day. Do you think I'm blind? Yang Hao came walking out from a small wooden raft beside the ship, wrapped in a thick military coat and carrying a wooden bucket. His voice was loud and sharp, like he'd just gotten up and was still carrying morning grumpiness. He dropped the bucket onto the deck with a thud, then grabbed a black compound bow with his other hand. The arrow was already knocked, the bowstring pulled tight, the arrowhead aimed straight at where Yulan and Saran were hiding. Leave now, or don't blame me for not holding back. Saran was so scared she practically sprang to her feet. Both hands shot high into the air, and her voice shook badly. Saw thee. We're not here to steal anything. We just saw this ship was big and wanted to ask if you had any extra supplies. If not, we'll leave right away. Right away. Yulan stood up too and wisely raised her hands, her tone sincere but not submissive. Handsome guy, we don't mean any harm. The two of us really had no choice, so we came out to try our luck. Try your luck? Yang Hao quickly swept his gaze over what they were wearing, seeming to understand something. His tone eased a little. You came to see if anyone had frozen to death, so you could pick up the leftovers, right? All right. Right. Saran nodded repeatedly. We don't mean any harm. We were just so hungry we couldn't take it anymore, so we thought we'd try our luck. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, and she couldn't help choking up again. Who is it? Why all the yelling? Zhou Yi came out from behind the wooden cabin of the Hyperion, stretching lazily. Seeing him arrive, Yang Hao loosened the bowstring a little and jerked his chin at the two women. These two said they're so hungry they can't stand it anymore. So they came out looking for food. Looking for food? Zhou Yi raised a brow slightly and glanced over the two of them. Thin cotton coats, somewhat messy hair. Cheeks already tinged bluish from hunger. They really didn't look like they were lying. But because Jinhua had used the same kind of trick on him before, he didn't immediately tell Yang how to lower the bow. Zhou Yi walked to the railing and looked down at them from above. I have food, but I'm not running a charity. Same rule as always. Bring out something valuable on you and trade for it. Of course. Yulan picked up the conversation at once. Her eyes steady and unflinching. Everyone's food here is hard-earned. Naturally, there's no reason to give it away for free. Zhou Yi folded his arms and nodded, apparently fairly satisfied with that answer. Yulan stepped out from behind the wood and patted the ice crystals off her clothes. To be honest, we also ran into a pirate gang. Hey, wait. Zhou Yi cut her off. Next, you're not about to say your supplies and food were all taken. So now you're starving, are you? As soon as the words fell, Yulan froze in place. She opened her mouth, but for a moment, nothing came out. Come on, miss, can't you come up with a fresher excuse for lying? Zhou dug at his ear impatiently. Is your system backpack just for decoration? Could robbers pull stuff out of your backpack? And if they really did, would you still be standing here? Who are you calling miss? Yulan's face changed at once. I'm only in my early 20s, same as you, okay? So rude. Hey, is that really the important part? Zhou leaned back slightly. Then his expression suddenly stiffened and he froze. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? Feels like I've heard that somewhere before. Zhou looked at the woman in front of him. She was definitely a stranger. He had never seen her before. So where was that sense of familiarity coming from? Wait, what's your ID? My ID? Yulan glanced at him instinctively, then seemed oddly embarrassed when she remembered it. Langbao Nihongi. Damn, it really is you. Zhou showed an expression of so that was. Same bad temper as ever. Jep, no mistake. What bad temper? Lanjia is super gentle, okay? Saran jumped out from the side. You were the rude one first, calling her miss. Zhou smiled and ignored her, turning to Yulan instead. Come to think of it, I should thank you. Back then, you spoke up for me in World Chat. That made Wan Shui's plan fall apart even faster. Spoke up for you? Wan Shui? Yulan looked at him in confusion, then glanced at the big ship behind him. A name surfaced in her mind. You were the captain of the Hyperion? Fengyan? Not bad. Pretty quick. Zhou nodded. But since the two sides didn't really have much interaction before, he didn't immediately let down his guard. He still asked, but can you explain something to me? How can your stuff get stolen when it's still on you? Yulan paused, as if she were still processing the fact that the man in front of her was that SSS fishing rod big shot. Only after a moment did she start explaining. Our fishing rod ranks aren't high, only C rank and D rank. The food we catch isn't much to begin with. When Yulan got to this point, her tone actually calmed down. But what really made it impossible for us to survive wasn't the low fishing rod ranks. It was those people constantly coming to steal from us. They've had their eyes on us for 2 days. Every time we caught food, they surrounded us. They wouldn't board the ship, and they wouldn't slash at you with knives. They just used bows and arrows and their numbers to pressure us, forcing us to hand over all the supplies in our backpacks. If you refused, they'd shoot your sail to pieces, cut apart your fishing net, then send another batch of people over. They'd keep doing it until you personally delivered your supplies onto their ship. A fishing ranch? They're treating you like laborers. Zhou lightly tapped the railing twice with his fingers. I'm guessing they're not Wan Shui's people? Yulan nodded. There's more than one pirate gang in these waters. I just got unlucky. In only a few days, I ran into 2 gangs back to back. The first time it was Wan Shui's gang, my friend, and later it was us too. Behind her, Saran buried her face in her sleeve, and her shoulders trembled lightly. With a C rank and a D rank fishing rod, the amount of food you can steadily produce each day is only that much. Just enough to keep 2 people from starving to death. That group figured this out. They don't kill us, but they don't let us go either. Every so often, they come by to collect rent. Yulan's voice held no sobbing, no trembling. We tried to resist, but we're just 2 women. We can't beat them, we can't run, and we can't outlast them either. Zhou didn't respond right away. Yang Hao, standing beside him, had already completely loosened the string on his compound bow. Yulan looked at Zhou without urging him, without begging. She just stood there quietly, her fingers hanging at her sides, pale from the cold, waiting for an answer. Then how did you get away now? Zhou asked. Now, it's because the sea has frozen over, so they've let us off for the time being. But we're out of food too. Yulan sighed, then lifted her head to look at Zhou. If you don't mind, I still have 2 blueprints I can't use. Can I trade them to you for some food? She does have principles, Zhou thought to himself. Even knowing who I am, she didn't try to use that little favor to get food. She wants to trade blueprints instead. But since that was how she wanted to do it, then clearly she didn't want to owe him a favor. There was no need for him to play some overkind nice guy and make himself annoying. What blueprints? Take them out and let me see. Yulan nodded and took 2 blueprints out of her system backpack. These 2. One is a sniper rifle cheek rest blueprint, and the other is a rifle magazine blueprint. I got them for my daily guaranteed fishing rewards. I don't have a gun, and I don't have an intermediate workbench either, so I can't use them. A cheek rest blueprint? His AWM sniper rifle was just 1 cheek pad and 1 extended sniper magazine away from being fully complete. As for rifle magazines, the more the better. There was never anything wrong with preparing ahead of time. These 2 items had hit Zhou's urgent needs with tailor-made precision. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Sure, I happen to need both of these, so it's a deal. While the 2 of them were talking, a few more figures appeared by the ship's rail. Lin Wan was wrapped in a military coat, leaning against the doorframe. Zhao Ling poked half her head out from behind Lin Wan's shoulder. And Qin Xiaoyu came last, yawning and rubbing her eyes. They had heard the commotion from inside. When they came out, they didn't make a sound, only stood quietly not far behind Zhou and watched. Yulan's gaze swept over their faces extremely quickly. She said nothing and asked nothing, only lowered her lashes ever so slightly before lifting her head again to look at Zhou Yi. The trade was completed very quickly. Zhou Yi took out the agreed-upon food from his backpack, several buckets of instant noodles, several self-heating rice meals, some bread, and a few liters of fresh water. He also gave her 2 extra thick cotton coats that he had no use for. Yulan accepted the supplies, looked at the cotton coats in her hands, and looked at Zhou Yi with some surprise. This seems like a bit too much. Those 2 blueprints of mine aren't worth this much, are they? Zhou Yi smiled and explained, you don't like owing favors, and neither do I. Consider the extra as repayment for you speaking up for me in the World Channel. That way, we're even. He paused, then added, you'd better stay alive. One Shui isn't dead yet. And I still haven't gotten the dragon scale blade blueprint from your hands. Yulan pressed her lips together. Whatever she wanted to say, she swallowed it in the end. I understand. Thanks. After saying that, she tugged on Su Ran's sleeve, signaling her to head back. The 2 of them had only taken a few steps after turning around when Zhou Yi's voice drifted over from behind. Send me their coordinates after you get back. Yulan stopped and glanced at him sideways. If it's not too hard to deal with, I can wipe that bunch out while I'm at it. Zhou Yi's tone was casual, like he was talking about some trivial little matter. With a group like that hanging around these nearby waters, I won't feel at ease staying here either. I'll just treat it as removing a hidden threat while I'm at it. Yulan was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. After the 2 of them had gone far away, Qin Xiaoyu finally walked up from behind, stood on tiptoe with her arms on the railing, and looked at the 2 shrinking figures. And she suddenly blurted out, so she's the one who wanted to give you the dragon scale blade blueprint for free? Being able to keep a little girl alive in a place like this until now really isn't easy. So you had somehow walked over too. Zhou Yi didn't respond. He watched those 2 figures disappear at the end of the ice field, then turned and headed toward the ship cabin. Back inside. It's too cold out here. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Zhou Yi suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing as he looked in another direction. In that direction, another 5 or 6 little black dots were slowly moving. TSK. Why is it that in weather this damn cold, nobody stays indoors? Are they all that resistant to freezing? Yang Hao held up his binoculars and muttered under his breath. His voice got lower and lower, until it finally turned into a curse squeezed out through gritted teeth. The few black dots at the end of the ice field had already come close enough for their outlines to be seen clearly. There were 5 of them in total. All men, and not a single one looked like he was out searching for supplies. The man in front was wrapped in an old cotton jacket, so filthy it almost looked shiny. His collar hung open, exposing the thick neck underneath, red from the cold. Resting on his right shoulder was an iron spear, and the spearhead was stained with something dark brown that looked especially glaring under the reflection of the snow. The equipment of the 4 people behind him was even more mixed. One was carrying a rusty machete with several chips in the blade. One had a bow on his back, the bowstring twisted from the sinew of some unknown animal. The other 2 had empty hands, but the handles of daggers could vaguely be seen inside their sleeves. None of their clothes fit properly. One piece here, one piece there, like they had all been stripped off different people. They walked in a loose, swaggering way, completely lacking the kind of careful caution Yulan and Su Ran had when stepping on the ice. It was like they were certain there was nothing on this ice field that could threaten them. The man carrying the spear let out a loud yawn as he walked. Even across that stretch of ice, it was possible to see the white vapor from his breath mixed with the shape of him cursing. The people behind him also started laughing noisily. One kicked a piece of driftwood frozen in the ice, another shoved the others around. They looked nothing like people facing an unknown environment should. Yang Hao lowered the binoculars, his brows knotting tightly together. These guys don't look like anything good. They reek of hooligan trash. You can tell at a glance they're repeat offenders. Zhou Yi held the monocular and watched for a while too, then nodded. 80% chance they're part of some gang. They probably came hoping to scavenge during the temperature drop too. He lowered the monocular, turned to look at the girls behind him, and said, stay inside and don't come out. I'll be back after I deal with this. Linwana looked at the black dots on the distant ice surface as they got closer and closer. She looked worried, but still nodded. Be careful. If they're here with bad intentions, don't hold back. Naturally, Zhou Yi rubbed his hands together and breathed out a puff of warm air, then took out his M416 rifle from his backpack and began loading the magazine, screwing the suppressor onto the muzzle. We don't go looking for trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If they're willing to leave, fine. If they're blind enough to start something, I want to indulge them. He braced the stock against his shoulder to test the feel, then nodded at Yang Hao. Yang Hao gave him an okay hand sign and took all the composite bow and arrows out of his system backpack and slung them across his back. With a light pluck, the bowstring gave off a low hum. Go without worry. I'll guard home. Whoever dares come close, I'll turn him into a sieve. Zhou Yi did not walk over with the rifle in plain sight. He put the M416 back into his system backpack, went with empty hands, and stepped across the ice toward those 5 men. Before deciding whether to kill them or not, there There was no need to let them know too much. The hem of his military coat snapped loudly in the cold wind. His anti-slip boots made a series of crisp cracking sounds on the ice, colliding with that group's careless footsteps. The man carrying the spear noticed him first. He looked Zhou Yi up and down. This young man who had come over alone was empty-handed, with no weapon, though that military coat did look pretty thick. The corners of his mouth slowly spread, revealing a row of nicotine-yellow teeth. Zhou, there really are living people in this shithole. Zhou Yi stopped a few steps away from them, his hands in his coat pockets. His tone is casual, as if he were asking for directions. Gentlemen, this stretch of ice field is where my ship is parked. Where did you come from? The spear-carrying man exchanged a look with the few companions behind him, then let out a scornful laugh and slammed the iron spear onto the ice. What is it to you where we came from? Your ship's not small. There are other people on board too, right? Us brothers froze all night. We're borrowing your place to warm up a bit, and while we're at it, we'll see what food you've got. His gaze went past Zhou Yi's shoulder and landed on the large ship in the distance, his eyes narrowing. Better if there are women too. 2 days ago, 2 bitches got away, and I've been worrying about where to replenish. Zhou Yi raised a brow and didn't answer. Instead, he asked back, You're not one Shuei's people? One Shuei doesn't mean shit. The man spat on the ground. Just that little team of around 20 people? He thinks he's fit to compare with me? He took a step forward, the spear tip pointing at Zhou Yi's chest. Hand over all the supplies and women on your ship, and we'll treat it as making friends. Otherwise, the spear tip lightly tapped the military coat over Zhou Yi's chest. He did not finish the sentence. Zhou Yi pulled his hand out of his pocket, and an M416 rifle suddenly appeared in it. Good, then I'm not killing the wrong people. The suppressor let out its first muffled shot. A hole appeared in the spear-carrying man's forehead, and his whole body toppled backward. The iron spear rolled from his loosened hand onto the ice. The second shot, the third shot, the skinny tall guy and the archer didn't even have time to turn around. The last two finally reacted. One, empty-handed, instinctively raised both hands. The other reached for the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Zhou Yi didn't give him the time to pull it out. After another dull thud, the man with the dagger dropped beside the knife he hadn't even had time to pull out. In the span of a few breaths, Zhou Yi gave them no extra time to talk. 1 shot each, and he put them down, leaving only the last man alive. The last man raised both hands high. His legs shook like sieves as he knelt on the ground, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but only a few stuttering words came out. Zhou Yi swept his gaze expressionlessly over the bodies on the ground. His gun barrel stayed pressed against the last man's forehead without moving. Tell me about your group. If your answers are good enough, maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. I'll talk. The man was scared out of his mind and nodded again and again. We're from a southeastern sea region. Our organization has 53 people. Our boss is called Daixingza. And then? What weapons do you have right now? Any firearms? How big are your ships? Which sea regions are your people spread across? Also, send me the coordinates of your base. Zhou Yi nudged the man's head with the gun barrel. The man hurriedly waved his hands in terror. No fide armies. I heard the boss only got the rifle blueprint, but because we really couldn't find a heart of the ocean to upgrade the workbench, we couldn't make a finished one at all. As for our ships, the biggest one is only about the same size as yours. I don't really know how our people are distributed, and I don't have the base coordinates on hand either. That's all I know, big brother. Please, have mercy and spare me. Zhou Yi remained unmoved. He lowered his head, thinking about something, then nodded a moment later. Looks like a lackey like you probably doesn't know much anyway. Hearing that, the man beamed with relief. Big brother then? Can I go now? Zhou Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. You answered pretty well. I said if I was in a good mood, I'd let you off once. But today, my mood isn't very good, so, bang, with a muffled gunshot. The man still had the joy of surviving disaster on his face when he fell straight to the ground. Zhou Yi blew at the smoke from the gun barrel and glanced at the few crates on the ground. Naive. You think I'd let you run back and call people over to come after me? Don't you understand what cutting the weeds and digging out the roots means? Zhou Yi pushed open the wooden cabin door, and the girls immediately gathered around him. Lin Wanna reached out and brushed the ice crystals off his shoulder. Zhao Linger took the military coat he had taken off and gave it a hard shake. Qin Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe with a towel and rubbed at the parts of his hair that had been dampened by snowflakes. Tang Guowa handed over a cup of hot water from his side. Surrounded by them, Zhou Yi rubbed his hands together and breathed warm air into them before finally feeling sensation return to his frozen fingers. Looks like the more time passes, the more groups like this there are. He sat down on the mat and took the warm towel Su Yu handed him to wipe his face. Can't be helped. Zhao Linger hung his military coat on the hook in the corner of the wall. Everyone of age came here, and that includes some scum too. There aren't any laws here to control them, so of course those people will do whatever they want. It's not just people like them. Yi Wanqing leaned against the wall and sighed softly. The world is so big. There are too many capable and unusual people. We have to admit that some people will be stronger than us. Zhou Yi nodded and set the towel on the wooden crate. We need to push equipment production faster. You can never have too many weapons. The amount of firearms we have now is still far from enough to deal with a truly large-scale situation. He paused, then changed the subject. Right? Yang Hao said that after dealing with Wan Shui, he won't be moving with us for the time being. Zhou Yi smiled and repeated Yang Hao's exact words. That kid said staying on the ship as a single guy feels too miserable, and he'll come back after he finds a girlfriend. Su Yu raised a brow, her tone as calm as ever. He probably wanted to leave a long time ago. He just didn't have the right chance. Zhou Yi did not deny it. Not leaving was also partly for safety reasons. After all, he clashed head-on with Jin Hua before. But when we ambushed Jin Hua back then, Chen Hong and Su Wenfei didn't meet him face-to-face, so Jin Hua doesn't recognize them. Yang Hao didn't want to drag them into it, so he could only wait until Wan Shui's group was eliminated before joining up with them. Then he shifted the topic again. But because of what happened yesterday, Wan Shui's base definitely isn't in the original location anymore. With this vast ocean, there's no way I can search everywhere for where he's hiding his nest. Then we can stay here a bit longer. Lin Wanner flipped the towel to the other side and kept drying the patch of hair at the back of his head that had been dampened by snowflakes. Little brother Yang Hao is pretty reliable. None of us want him to run into danger after leaving. I'm kind of not used to the idea of that guy leaving. Qin Xiaoyu muttered. Without him, the ship will feel a little less lively. But he has to be willing. Zhao Ling'er covered her mouth and laughed softly. Didn't you notice he's been deliberately keeping his distance the whole time? Other than coming up to the deck to eat, he usually stays in his own room. Come to think of it, being alone all the time does feel pretty rough. So I agree with him leaving too, but only if he leaves safely. I don't want anything to happen to him. Zhou Yi reached out and rubbed Zhao Ling'er's head. Tang Guoguo waved a hand from the side. It's fine. Little brother Yang Hao may seem careless most of the time, but when it comes to serious business, he's actually very dependable, and he's quick-witted too. Yi Wanqing added. The other two are the same. We were going to take that airdrop yesterday sooner or later anyway, but after working with them to put on that act, we directly made Wan Shui take the blame. Their acting was actually pretty convincing. The moment Qin Xiaoyu heard that, she perked up. Copying the way Chen Hong had raised his bow and shouted at Kai Ming yesterday, she threw the towel over her shoulder and imitated him in a rough voice, making Tang Guoguo and Zhao Ling'er laugh so hard they doubled over. After they laughed enough, Lin Wanner folded the towel and set it aside, then sat down next to him and asked softly, after this harsh winter passes, what do we do first? Zhou Yi leaned against the warm floor, feeling the heat from the floor heating seep up through the mat. The cold wind still howled outside the window, but the body heat and laughter of the girls in the room kept the chill out well enough. The workbench has already been upgraded to intermediate level now, so we can mass-produce ammunition. Then we still need to keep upgrading and enlarging the raft, because none of us knows what the next disaster will be. He raised a hand and drew a vague circle in the air, as if he were circling an entire future blueprint within this patch of warm lamplight. And Zhou Yi took out that low-temperature pod blueprint from the system backpack. I feel like this world isn't as simple as we imagined. Since a blueprint for something like this exists, that proves it'll be useful. The cold wind sliced across the ice like knives. Wan Shui's fleet was huddled on the leeward side of a small island, and several wooden rafts were so frozen that even the ropes had iced over. The bonfire would not burn properly. The thick smoke rising from the damp firewood was so choking people could barely keep their eyes open. A few lackeys crowded around the fire, their lips frozen purple, occasionally tossing in a few broken planks torn from the ships. Wrapped in a tattered blanket, Jin Hua leaned against the ship's side. The old injury at his waist ached so badly in the low temperature that he kept sucking in cold breaths. Wan Shui stood at the bow, wrapping that one old cotton coat tighter around himself as he stared at the gray ice horizon in the distance without saying a word. Yesterday, in order to break out, he had lost 2 rafts and several men. The supplies they had left were not even enough to last through this cold snap. He had just lowered himself in private chat and asked several lone wolves he had dealt with before for help. But not one of them was willing to risk coming out to support him at a time like this. Some directly replied with 2 words, serve you right. Some did not even open the message. When I was doing well, a whole crowd came flocking over. Now that the tiger has fallen to the plains, every last one of them is kicking me while I'm down. Wan Shui rubbed his somewhat frozen hands and looked at the dozen or so lackeys behind him, not knowing what to do for a moment. Right then, a private message popped up. Wan Shui opened it on instinct. The other side was a stranger, and the first thing he did was introduce himself. You're Hannibal Wan Shui, right? I'm Dai Xingza from the Southeastern Sea region. I heard these last 2 days that the Hyperion has really done a number on you. Huh? Wan Shui froze for a moment, confused, and did not reply. After a few seconds, Dai Xingza sent another message. I'm not here to laugh at you. I came to find you to give you a chance to join us. Wan Shui's eyelid twitched, and he refused on the spot. No need. I'm not used to working under someone else. Dai Xingza said. Don't be so quick to turn me down. Take a look at how much firewood you've got left that can still burn on your ship. Then ask your men whether they can make it through tonight. I'm not recruiting you. I'm giving you a way out. If you agree, bring your people over. I'll provide the supplies and equipment. If you don't, then pretend I never sent this message. But think it through. Your current location ISNT exactly hard to find. Daixing's added, of course, that's assuming you can make it to me alive. Your reputation ISNT exactly good right now, and whether you can break through the encirclement depends on your own ability. Wan Shui's finger stopped over the light screen. He turned back to glance at the few lackeys in the cabin, all of them huddled together from the cold. One had wrapped the last torn blanket around his knees. Another was tossing dismantled planks from the ship into the campfire, and every plank thrown in felt like carving flesh off his own body. The manpower and supplies they had lost yesterday, while trying to break out, had already pushed this team to the brink of collapse. Even if they barely made it through tonight, what about tomorrow? Another message from Dai Xingza popped up. There are several small forces like mine in this sea region. We usually mind our own business, but lately we've all been getting swallowed up by bigger fleets. I'll be blunt. Your name, Wan Shui. Doesn't sound good to anyone, but since you dared go up against that Hyperion with a 3S fishing rod, you've at least got some skill. I happen to be short on someone who can lead a team, so think about it carefully. And you need to understand one thing. If you want revenge, you have to stay alive first. After sending that, Dai Xingza's name stopped flashing, as if he were giving him time to think. He's right. Wan Shui muttered to himself. If I want revenge, I have to stay alive first. If I'm dead, what else is there to talk about? He looked again at the lackeys following him, men who were already close to freezing over, and the last trace of struggle in his eyes vanished. Survive first. Everything else can wait. He immediately opened the chat page with Dai Xingza. I can agree to join you, but right now you need to guarantee that my brothers and I have enough supplies and food to survive this disaster. Dai Xingza seemed to have expected that. He agreed without hesitation. There's one more thing, Wan Shui added. Zhou, head has to be taken by me personally. Your people are not allowed to interfere. That's my only condition. That condition clearly surprised Dai Xingza a little. Are you sure? If I'm not mistaken, that Hyperion should already have hot weapons, right? Of course I know he has hot weapons. Wan Shui ground his teeth in hatred. He got the airdrop, he got the gun, and I took the blame for him. I know better than anyone. But in the end, he only has that one rifle. There'll always be a chance. If I don't kill him with my own hands, I won't be able to swallow this anger. After hesitating for a moment, Dai Xingza replied, Fine, I agree. That's between you and him anyway. It's none of my business. The chat ended. As promised, Dai Xingza sent him the corresponding amount of supplies. Not too much. Not too little, just enough for all of them to survive these 2 days of falling temperatures. Watching the lackeys behind him scramble for food and start eating, Wan Shui let out a deep sigh, and then his gaze turned firm again. Heh, Zhou, just you wait. On the second day of the severe winter, the ice layer was still frozen solid. Inside the wooden house on the Hyperion, it was warm and cozy. The floor heating pipes had baked the whole room until it felt like a spring afternoon, making the white frozen wasteland outside the window seem like a completely different world. Several girls sat around the low wooden table in the middle of the living room. Spread across the table was a pile of playing cards cut out from stiff cardboard. So you had made the cards by cutting up packaging boxes produced by the system. The numbers and suits were drawn with charcoal, and the backs were all colored black. Pairs of 5s, 6s, and 7s. Consecutive pairs. Qin Xiaoyu slapped down her cards with complete confidence. She was the landlord this round. While the farmer sitting across from her were Zhou Yi and Lin Wan Er. Zhou Yi glanced at his hand, and the corners of his mouth kept lifting. You sure you want to play it like that? I'll give you a chance to take it back. Don't say I bullied you later. Qin Xiaoyu froze for a moment, then looked at the one card still left in his hand and gave a scornful laugh. You think you can instantly kill me with 17 cards? You think you can one-shot me? If you can, I, Qin Xiaoyu, will eat these cards right here. Fine. You said it. Zhou Yi flicked his hand. Queen, king, ace. Consecutive pairs. You don't have any, right? Qin Xiaoyu's expression stiffened. Joker bomb. You don't have any, right? Her face darkened. Joker bomb? You lit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 jack. Exactly 17 cards. Finished. Zhou Yi clapped his hands. Eat them then. Want some water to go with it? Otherwise you might choke. As he spoke, he picked up the playing cards and held them out toward her mouth. Qin Xiaoyu tried to slip away after losing the round, but Zhou Yi grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Eat the cards. No cheating. With his other hand, Zhou Yi grabbed the 2 3s on the table and pushed them toward her mouth. While leaning back, Qin Xiaoyu used her hand to shove his face away. Are you a child or what? You really wanted to eat them? But she was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. The paper cards fell to the floor as the two shoved each other around. Qin Xiaoyu took the chance to reach back and tickle his waist. Zhou Yi instinctively shrank back, but the hand gripping her arm didn't control its strength in time. Her balance tilted, and her whole body fell toward him. She instinctively braced herself against his shoulder. He instinctively caught her by the waist. The two of them froze just like that. Qin Xiaoyu's upper body was draped across his chest, one hand pressing against his shoulder, while Zhou Yi's hand naturally rested at her waist. The noisy laughter stopped all at once. When Qin Xiaoyu lifted her head, she realized the tip of her nose had almost brushed against Zhou Yi's chin. The moment she processed it, she sprang off him so fast she nearly knocked over the low wooden table beside them. She dropped back in her seat, hugged her knees, curled herself into a ball, and buried her face in them. Her voice came out muffled. "I'm not eating them. I'm backing out. I'll definitely beat you next round." Zhou Yi withdrew the hand still hanging awkwardly in the air and rubbed his nose. The curve at the corner of his mouth just would not go away. He gathered up the scattered cards again and cleared his throat. "I'll go easy on you next round, then. You're really bad. I want you to go easy on me." Qin Xiaoyu glared at him with one eye peeking out from between her knees, the corners of that eye still a little red. Across from them, Zhao Ling and Yi Wanqing exchanged a glance at incredible speed. Then both lowered their heads and continued playing chess. Tang Guo buried her face behind her teacup, her shoulders shaking. Lin Wan sat nearby, twirling a lock of hair around her finger, the corners of her lips raised, saying nothing. In the end, Sui was the one who broke the silence. "After the severe winter ends tomorrow, what are we doing first? Do we have a plan?" Zhou Yi snapped back to himself and straightened his expression. Tomorrow, let us first go deal with the group that's been harassing you on. They're a little too close to us. If we don't get rid of them, they'll always be a hidden danger. We want to even be able to sleep easy. What about Daixing's S group?" Lin Wan turned to look at him. "He has more than 50 people, more than twice as many as when Xue did." Daixing's. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "What happened yesterday was handled cleanly. Right now he's keeping to his side, and I'm keeping to mine, so there's no need to bother with him for the time being." He paused, then lowered his head and thought, "I'm just wondering, do you think these people might be connected in private? Now that you mention it, you really do have a point." Qin Xiaoyu straightened the cards in her hand and put on a serious, analyzing expression. The only reason these gangs can grow to scale is because it's easy for them to stay in contact, and supplies circulate fast too. The Wan Shui group we ran into before was like that, and this group is the same. If that's the case, then we really do need to guard against the possibility of Wan Shui going to rely on another group. Yi Wanqing put down a chess piece and picked up the thread of the conversation. Even if he's not dead right now, he's badly weakened. If he wants to stay alive, the first thing he has to do is find supplies. But with the situation he's in, it's definitely unrealistic for him to go out collecting them himself. Zhao Ling nodded. The world channel was in an uproar over him the last 2 days. He is probably hiding in some corner right now, too scared to show his face. There's no way he'd de-risk going out for supplies. So, Tang Guo idly spun the teacup in his hand. The fastest and easiest way for him to survive this bitter winter was to go join another pirate gang. Birds of a feather, after all. Other people might not take him in, but pirate gangs wouldn't care about his reputation. Zhou Yi didn't respond and just lowered his head to look at the cards in his hand. Lin Wanner pulled out 3 cards and placed them on the table, then stacked 2 of them together as she gestured. Hypothetically, if he really joined some gang, do you think he'd team up with them to come after us? No. Zhou Yi shook his head. No. Qin Xiaoyu blinked in surprise. Why not? He probably wants to kill you right this second. Zhou Yi smiled and set down the cards in his hand. Precisely because he wants to kill me right this second. He won't let anyone else interfere. Seeing the girls looking at him in confusion, he asked in return if he wanted to get rid of someone. What do you think would be the most satisfying way to do it? Isn't that obvious? You'd have to kill him with your own hands. Qin Xiaoyu blurted out, nearly slapping her cards onto the table. If you don't personally kill your enemy, how are you supposed to swallow that anger? Exactly. Zhou Yi picked up a card and waved it lightly. Anyone who can become the boss of a pirate gang has some pride. He keeps taking losses against me over and over. With a personality like that, do you think he'd let someone else do the job for him? Zhao Ling'er spread her hands. But where does he get the confidence to deal with us? Besides rifles, we've got rocket launchers and grenades now. One shot and his whole fleet is gone. But he doesn't know we have rocket launchers. Yi Wanqing gently set the game piece in her hand onto the board, her tone as calm as ever. The only thing he can be sure of right now is that M4 rifle we pinned on someone else. Only our own people know about the rocket launchers. Zhou Yi nodded, right? So unless Wan Shui is an idiot, he'll definitely choose to put his pride aside for now and take shelter with some gang first. He paused, then looked toward outside the house, his tone flat. After all, if he wants revenge on me, he has to stay alive first. As for when he'll come after me, that depends on how strong the gang he joins is. Seeing that Zhou Yi had grown a little serious, Lin Wanner reached out and smoothed the crease between his brows. Come on, why think so much? If soldiers come, we'll block them. If water comes, we'll dam it. Exactly. What the hell is there to be scared of? Qin Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves. If he dares come, 1 rocket, and I'll send him to meet his great-grandma. BZZZ. The moment she finished speaking, a private message from Yang Hao came through. Yang Hao, well, bro, can you ask the sisters-in-law for some food? My cooking sucks. I've been eating self-heating rice and instant noodles for 2 days. Lin Wanner leaned over and glanced at the screen, covering her mouth as she laughed softly. We said we'd make him something and bring it over the night before last. Then we forgot during the day yesterday. This poor kid, why is he so honest? He didn't even remind us. This guy, seriously. Zhou Yi shook his head helplessly, put down his cards, and stood up. Zhao Linger had already ladled the fish soup simmering on the stove into a wooden bowl, while Qin Xiaoyu dug out a few pieces of dried fish roasted that morning and some compressed biscuits from the cabinet. Tangwa was stuffed a little berry jam into the bag too. Tell him if he wants food in the future, he just needs to say so. No need to be embarrassed. Zhao Linger handed the heavy wooden bowl to Zhou Yi, her tone carrying a bit of concern, like she was feeding her own little brother. Carrying the hot soup and food, Zhou Yi pushed open the door. A cold wind, wrapped in fine bits of snow, rushed straight at his face. At that moment, Yang Hao was sitting inside the hut on his little wooden raft, holding a bucket of instant noodles that had already gone cold. When he saw Zhou Yi push the door open, his eyes lit up. He still didn't forget to give himself an out. I was just asking casually, and you guys actually brought it? This soup smells way too good. Zhou Yi set the food on his table. Only after watching him gulp down half a bowl of hot soup like a starving man did he speak unhurriedly. If you want something to eat later, just say it. We're all on the same side, and your sisters-in-law don't want you starving either. Yang Hao lifted his eyes from the rim of the bowl, the corners of his mouth twitching. He looked like he wanted to say something cheeky, but in the end he just lowered his head and kept drinking the soup, mumbling vaguely, "Thank the sisters-in-law for me." Zhou Yi smiled but didn't say anything. He sat down beside him. Yang Hao drank soup while still watching the world chat, which showed just how bored he really was from staying alone all the time. So, what are they saying in world chat? Zhou Yi leaned over to look. Yang Hao wiped his mouth and grinned. Nothing much. This disaster really isn't that hard. Seeing them freezing their asses off and still bragging in there. You can tell it's not a big problem. World channel. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. But if you have rice, this clever housewife can cook for you. Another successful day survived. This crappy weather should be ending soon, right? People are fickle, but wives are good. The system said 48 hours. It's almost over. Should end at 12 tonight. Can't be wrong, it's all my fault. When this winter is coming event ends, does the temperature go back to normal immediately? Or does it slowly warm up? Cola is addictive. Probably warms up gradually. The temperature didn't drop all at once either. Running red lights with old grannies. Brothers, this is supposed to be a major disaster? I think hiding under the blankets with my baby feels great. No difficulty at all, okay? Loud, talking like that is just asking to get beaten up. A failed man. Where the hell are all of you finding girlfriends to warm your bed? Seriously, the dry die of drought and the wet die of flood. Huh? Seeing that, Yang Hao's mouth twitched and he casually slapped the light screen shut. They're so damn good at enjoying themselves. Why don't they just freeze to death? You're the lucky one, bro. You got people warming your bed. Yang Hao started sounding sour again. All right, enough. Zhou Yi patted his shoulder. Let's talk business. The moment he heard it was business, Yang Hao also put away his emotions. He drained the rest of the soup in one gulp, then stood up to wash the bowl. When it gets light tomorrow and the ice melts, we'll go wipe out that group nearby that's collecting some kind of rent. Yang Hao's hands paused mid-wash, and he turned to look at him. What weapon are you planning to use? Depends. Zhou Yi shook his head, not entirely sure. Our rockets are limited. As long as they don't have too many people, we can just mow them down with rifles. Yang Hao shook the suds off his hands, looking a little excited. Just thinking about it feels good. And that Yulan said, those people only steal supplies, not people. So if we fight them, we won't have to worry about hurting innocents. That's true. Zhou Yi nodded. But we have to do it clean and fast. There definitely isn't just one group like them. With our current equipment, we can't afford to make too many enemies. Obviously, Yang Hao rinsed the bowl and looked back at him. When we do things, we do them properly. Cut the grass by the roots, leave no future trouble. It's just that Jinhua's life is too damn tough. He's escaped again and again. As for Jinhua and Wan Shui, Zhou Yi lightly tapped the table with his fingers. I think he might join another gang. If they link up, it'll be a lot harder for us to take him out, so... Zhou Yi paused, then revealed a rather malicious smile. Yang Hao glanced at him and grinned too. So while they're still in the process of meeting up, that's our chance. Zhou Yi nodded. Yeah. So over the next 2 days, keep an eye on World Chat. See if anyone spots them. The moment we find them, we'll strike first and blow them away in one shot. Because information and supplies can be passed around through the system, but people can't. That's what you mean, right? Yang Hao turned to look at him. The two exchanged a smile. Then that's the plan. The sooner we deal with Wan Shui, the sooner you can go look for Chun Hong and the other guy with peace of mind. Zhou Yi patted down his clothes and stood up, ready to leave. Yang Hao remained standing there, still holding the freshly washed bowl in his hand. He looked at Zhou Yi's back as he turned away, then suddenly called out again, bro. Zhou Yi stopped and turned his head slightly to look at him. After I'm gone, you and the sisters-in-law need to be careful. Yang Hao set the bowl on the wooden crate beside him, unusually not grinning or acting flippant. The Hyperion's reputation is way too big now. It's not like drifters like me who can stay unnoticed. You're out in the open, while people with bad intentions are in the dark. It's impossible to guard against everything. He paused, then added, if you run into any trouble later, make sure you tell me. No matter how far away I am, I'll come. Zhou Yi turned around and looked at him. At that moment, he suddenly realized that ever since that day, ever since he met this young man in a hooded trench coat with a long blade strapped to his back, striking a pose like he thought he looked cool, they had gone through so much together. This guy might have a sharp tongue sometimes and drop the ball now and then, but he had never once backed down. You too, on a raft by yourself. You can't let your guard down. Don't go getting tied up again. If that happens, I want to be there to save you. Zhou Yi patted the pocket of his military coat and smiled. Once one Shui's matter is settled, before you leave, I'll have Ling make you more food to take with you. Don't go eating instant noodles for 2 days again and then come crying to me that you're starving. Yang Hao smiled and didn't argue. Deal. When the time comes, I'll let those 2 little brats have a taste of the sisters-in-law's cooking too. Zhou Yi smiled and nodded, then turned and pushed open the cabin door. Warm air wrapped in the charred fragrance of grilled dried fish, and the steam of hot tea rushed toward him. The girls were still gathered around the low wooden table. Su Yu had put away the chessboard, and Qin Xiaoyu was gathering up the scattered cards one by one. He leaned against the doorframe and watched for a while, then stepped into that warm pool of light and casually pulled the door shut behind him. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window boards and spilled across the mat, dyeing the whole cabin a faint golden color. Zhou Yi pushed open the cabin door, and the sea breeze carrying that long-lost salty scent hit him head-on. It was no longer the knife-like, icy wind of deep winter that cut at the face, but a gentle, damp wind carrying the sea's original smell. At some point, the ice had vanished without a trace, and the sea had turned back into that glittering stretch of blue. A system notification rang out in everyone's mind. The first great disaster, bitter winter, has ended. Current number of survivors in Huaxia Zone 9,637. 83,429,100,000. Though the disaster has passed, the real challenge has only just begun. All survivors, please continue working hard and do not let down your guard. The next disaster will arrive on time in 7 days. Good luck to you all. Zhou Yi leaned against the railing and watched the last chunk of floating ice drift slowly into the distance, a faint smile rising at the corner of his mouth. Still more than 80,000 left. The first hurdle alone wiped out more than 10,000 people. Looks like they're all pretty resistant to the cold. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Xiaoyu came over from behind him, yawning and stretching. She folded her hands on the railing and looked out at the sea in front of her. The ocean really is easier on the eyes. That endless white ice field from the last 2 days was enough to make you go blind if you stared too long. Tang Guo sat nearby, flicking her fishing rod. The only good thing was probably that once the sea froze over, the boat stopped rocking. Speaking of fishing, these past few days have been so busy that after using up the daily guaranteed attempts, I didn't even have time to fish for anything else. As Zhou Yi spoke, he pulled out the sea god fishing rod. Perfect timing now that the ice has melted. I'll cast a few lines first. Before he even finished speaking, Lin Wan came out of the cabin rubbing her waist, still sleepy-eyed. She turned and saw Zhou Yi energetically casting his line, then pursed her lips and stared at his back with a faintly aggrieved look in her eyes. Zhou Yi was fully focused on fishing when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He instinctively turned around and met her eyes, carrying equal parts grievance and coyness. He immediately grinned, set down the rod, and went over to her. Wonder, you're awake. Come here, come here. Let me borrow your luck. What do you mean? Borrow my luck? Lin Wan rubbed her waist, pouting as if she wasn't in a very good mood. Zhou Yi froze for a second, then instantly understood why her waist was sore. He hurried over to support her and whispered softly by her ear, sorry. I'll give you a proper massage tonight and help you relax. Seeing how sincere he was, Lin Wan let out a soft huff, but the corners of her lips still lifted. I'll forgive you for now. So what do you want me to do? Zhou Yi gently rubbed her lower back, then pointed with his other hand at the sea god fishing rod resting on the deck. Because you're my lucky star. Last time, you helped me fish up that rifle. How about helping me fish up a 7-colored supply chest this time? Fish up what kind of chest? Lin Van blinked, thinking she must have misheard. What do you think I am, a wishing bottle? Ha ha, just give it a try. Zhou Yi lightly wrapped an arm around her waist and walked her to the edge of the deck. Then, naturally enclosing her in his arms, he skillfully cast the line. The first cast came up with a flash of purple light. It was a food chest. The second cast was also purple light. Inside were several blueprints and materials. They were rare, but not very useful to him. The third cast went down, the float dipped, and when he reeled it in, it was still purple light. Zhou Yi curled his lip, a little unconvinced, and opened the chest. His eyes swept over the contents, and they instantly widened. He turned and grabbed Lin Wan's head, planting a hard kiss on her cheek. I told you, Wonder, you really are my lucky star. This is amazing. Lin Wan tilted her head in confusion. But there's no firearm in the box? Zhou Yi smiled mysteriously and pulled a blueprint from the chest. waving it in front of her. There really isn't a firearm inside, but there is this. Sniper Rifle Extended Magazine Blueprint. Sniper Rifle Extended Magazine? Qin Xiaoyu, standing nearby, froze for a moment. Isn't that exactly the attachment our AWM sniper rifle was missing? Exactly. Zhou Yi excitedly kissed Lin Wan on the other cheek too. You can't just kiss one side of the face. Lin Wan pressed her lips together. Her cheeks slightly red as she lightly punched his chest. Smart mouth. Zhou Yi smiled, put everything except the blueprint into the system backpack, released Lin Wan's waist, and walked over to the workbench by himself. All the materials are ready. Time to craft the big sniper now. When he reached the workbench, he placed all the required materials into it. Intermediate workbench. Consumed. AWM sniper rifle blueprint. Consumed materials. Iron ingots 650. Refined iron ingots 40. Springs 220. Metal parts 370. Tactical scope 1. Sniper rifle extended magazine 1. Sniper rifle suppressor 1. Cheek rest 1. Obtained. AWM sniper rifle 1. A flash of white light passed, and an olive green AWM sniper rifle equipped with a tactical scope appeared on the workbench. Zhou Yi picked up the gun from the bench, handed it to Qin Xiaoyu beside him. They made a little over 20 magnum rounds at the workbench to keep in reserve. Holding the rifle, Qin Xiaoyu looked it over from left to right. Excitement impossible to hide on her face. Damn, with this thing, we can kill enemies from kilometer away. Without even turning his head, Zhou Yi replied, right? The rocket launchers and rifles we have now all have an effective range of less than 500 meters. On the open sea, 500 meters really isn't enough. He turned to look at the AWM in Qin Xiaoyu's hands, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. This sniper rifle has an effective range of at least 1,100 meters. That's with the strong sea wind factored in. If it were on an island, that distance could be even greater. And it's out of suppressor too. Tanghua, who had just finished her 5 guaranteed fishing attempts, also came over. You kill the enemy from a kilometer away, and they still don't even know where we are. Haha. Zhou Yi was in a great mood as well. He took the rifle from Qin Xiaoyu, removed the magazine, and began loading bullets into it. With this gun, a lot of things will get much easier. After loading it, Zhou Yi weighed the feel of it in his hand, then put it back into the system backpack. Let us eat first. After that, we head out and find those people to practice shooting. Out on the sea, several battered rafts were moving cautiously toward the southeast. Wan Shui stood at the bow, raising a monocular from time to scan the surroundings. Jinhua was huddled by the rail behind him. The wounds on his body had improved somewhat compared to before, but his complexion was still awful. The cracks in his frostbitten lips had not healed yet, and every time he spoke, the corners of his mouth tore painfully. Ship at the 2 o'clock direction ahead. One of the lackeys on lookout called out in a low voice. Wan Shui immediately raised a hand to signal a stop. Several rafts shut off their propellers at the same time and drifted silently on the glittering sea. He lifted the monocular and stared in that direction for a full half-minute. Only after confirming that it was just a lone raft passing by did he lower his hand and signal them to continue forward. Along the way, this kind of temporary detour had already happened several times. Every time, they spotted the shadow of any ship from far away. Wan Shui would order the boat to stop and go around without the slightest hesitation. In the past, he might have taken people over to see if there was any profit to squeeze out of it. But now he was dragging along a battered remnant of a team. And any ship appearing in these waters could be the Hyperion. He absolutely could not let that brat find him before he met up with Dai Xingze. He could not afford to lose a second time. This is so damn suffocating. Jinhua spat viciously onto the ground beside him. Once we meet up with Dai Xingze, we have to find a chance to kill that bastard surnamed Zhou. Wan Shui glanced back at him. Right now, the top priority is meeting up with Dai Xingze safely. We also have to watch out for other people. Who knows if that brat is asking all over the world for our coordinates. No matter how we deal with him later, now is not the time to clash head-on with him. A real man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Avoiding his edge for now isn't shameful. Jinhua curled his lip after hearing that, but said nothing. HM, who's that? In Wan Shui's field of vision, a black dot suddenly appeared on the line where sea and sky met in the distance. He immediately picked up his binoculars by reflex. After watching for a moment, he frowned slightly. Why do those two women look so familiar? Familiar? Let me see. Jinhua took the binoculars from him, looked for a moment, and his brows furrowed too. That woman looks like the one who ran off a few days ago. The one who ran off? Wan Shui stroked his chin and thought for a moment. No wonder she looked familiar. Wait, Brother Wan, take a look at who the other group is. They look pretty unfamiliar. Jinhua handed the binoculars back to him. Wan Shui looked in the direction he pointed and sure enough saw another batch of people. 2 wooden rafts, around 7 or 8 people total, and at a glance their outfits didn't look like anything decent. HM, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like the mark of Dai Xingze's team. Wan Shui's tone carried a trace of excitement. He looked more carefully, then nodded. That's right. It's the black flag he mentioned, with half a white skull on it. After confirming it, Wan Shui lowered the binoculars and waved at the lackeys behind him. Move the boat over. Those two rafts really were Dai Xing's people, but the people on them were not the batch sent to meet Wan Shui. They had been sent out to collect rent, the group Yulan had mentioned. At this moment, Yulan and Su Ran were sitting on the deck fishing for their daily 5 guaranteed pulls, completely unaware that 2 rafts were approaching not far behind them. After Su Ran reeled up a blue-quality supply chest, she started stuffing it into her backpack. Sister Lan, the day before yesterday you sent Zhou Yi the coordinates. Will he really come help us? Yulan kept her eyes on the float, on the water, and did not even turn her head. I don't know either. But no matter how you look at it, I think he should make a move. If he helps us, then those people are worth shit. Su Ran muttered as she packed things up and got ready to continue. But when she looked up, her expression froze on her face. Sister Lan, those people are here again. The moment Yulan heard that, she immediately pulled back her fishing rod and stood up, instinctively shielding Su Ran behind her. Long time no see, beauties. How's today's harvest? The brawny man in the lead grinned as he spun the fish spear in his hand. Yulan stood in front of Su Ran without changing expression. You asked that when you already know the answer. The ice only finished melting this morning. How much could we possibly catch? The brawny man raised a brow and looked straight into her eyes. We're all smart people, so let's not play dumb. The daily 5 guaranteed pulls are real, aren't they? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. But your fishing rod levels really are too low. The speed of gathering supplies is way too slow. Might as well. What do you want to do? Yulan's expression finally cracked. Predicting Suran. She backed up 2 steps. If you come up here, we'll jump immediately. We'd rather die than let you take advantage of us. Hey now, don't get so excited. I haven't said anything yet. The brawny man rubbed his hands together. I just feel like we've really wronged you these past few days, so I was thinking of paying you back properly. As he spoke, he waved for his men to move the raft closer. Take one more step, and I'll jump right now. Yulan had already retreated to the edge of the raft. Then jump. The brawny man smiled with disdain. Let's see whether the sea monsters are faster, or we are. With a muffled sound, a cloud of blood suddenly burst from the brawny man's chest. Under everyone's shocked and confused gazes, he collapsed. Yulan looked at the hole in his body, her pupils shrinking. This was a gunshot wound. She instinctively looked up at the surrounding sea. At some unknown point, 1 large ship and 1 small boat had appeared in sight. And on the large ship's deck stood 1 man and 6 women. Zhou Yi blew the smoke from the muzzle of his gun. Sorry, I don't have a habit of showing up at the last second to save people. Wan Shui, who had been watching the situation from afar the whole time, froze when he saw the brawny man suddenly go down. Then he turned his head and discovered the Hyperion even farther away, already at the very limit of what his binoculars could make out. His face stiffened, and like he'd seen a ghost, he shouted out, "It's the Hyperion! Turn around! Full power! Hurry!" At the same time, Zhou Yi, far away on the horizon, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his binoculars in Wan Shui's direction. After looking for a few seconds, he bared his teeth in a grin. Found you. Wan Shui, who was in the middle of turning the boat around, suddenly felt a chill down his back. He raised the binoculars again toward the Hyperion. In the lens, the man standing by the railing was looking straight at his side without the slightest deviation. Across more than 1 kilometer of sea, he could not see Zhou Ye's face clearly, but that direction meant he was looking at him. Hurry, he found us. Move. Wan Shui practically roared it out. Several shabby rafts immediately turned around and sped off in the opposite direction. Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze in the distance, tossed the rifle, grenades, and loaded magazines together to Qin Xiaoyu and Yuan Qing, then flipped himself onto Yang Hao's small boat. He shoved the RPG launcher into Yang Hao's arms and shouted back to the girls, Yang Hao and I are going after Wan Shui. These people are yours. There are plenty of bullets, so don't hold back. Yuan Qing pulled the bolt, and Qin Xiaoyu handed grenades to Zhao Linger and Su Yu. Go without worry. Just these few trash fish? We'll flip both them and their boats over. Zhou Yi nodded and said no more. Yang Hao pushed the small boat's power to the maximum. The bow split the waves as it chased fiercely toward Wan Shui's fleet. Faster, get a little closer. Zhou Yi raised the AWM and aimed, but the small boat was bouncing violently on the waves, and the crosshair in the scope kept jumping up and down, making it impossible to lock onto any target at all. Gritting his teeth, he put the gun back in his backpack. Yang Hao had already handed the rocket launcher over to him. Use this. The blast radius is bigger. Zhou Yi took the launcher and braced it on his shoulder, while raising the binoculars with his other hand to judge the distance. His brows tightened. No good. It's over 1 kilometer away, too far. The rocket can't reach that far. We need to get within at least 500 meters before I'm confident. Yang had to not respond and shoved the throttle all the way down. The small boat cut across the sea like a blade, leaving a long white trail behind its stern. Up ahead, Wan Shui looked back and saw Zhou Yi had actually taken out a rocket launcher. His face instantly went paper white and even his voice trembled. Where the hell did that brat get a rocket launcher? Jinhua was so scared he nearly lost his soul. Maybe it came out of that 7-colored supply chest. Faster, hurry up. Don't let him catch us. Brother Juan, the lackey steering the boat, shouted back at him. This boat's fuel won't last much longer. And this direction isn't southeast anymore. Juan Shui's legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees. He stared fixedly at the small boat growing closer and closer on the sea, his mind in chaos. He couldn't outrun them. He couldn't beat them. If this kept up, they would be caught in just a few minutes. He slowly turned his head toward the other 3 rafts in the fleet, and the last trace of hesitation in his eyes was swallowed by something colder. There was no other way. Zhou Yi was staring hard at the 4 rafts gathered together ahead when suddenly his brow twitched. The 4 boats turned at the same time, as if they had planned it, splitting up and fleeing in 4 completely different directions. He lowered the rocket launcher and couldn't help cursing. Pretty smart. At least he knew to split up and run. This situation really was tricky. He had only 1 rocket launcher and 6 rounds of ammo. There was no way he could chase 4 directions at once. He had to figure out which boat Wan Shui was on, but he had never even seen what Wan Shui looked like. He didn't even have an image to compare against. Just now, he had only identified him through the boat itself. What now? Which one should he chase? Even Yang Hao was stumped, but the boat didn't slow down in the slightest. Anyone who could make a name for himself out on the sea really wasn't some pushover. Zhou Yi didn't respond. He forced himself to calm down and raised his binoculars, sweeping across the 4 rafts one by one. Very quickly, his gaze locked onto the edge of the deck on the second raft. A figure wrapped all over in bandages, covered in blood, was standing motionless by the railing. He had seen that face before. Jinhua, the second one from the left. Wan Shui should be on the same boat as him. Zhou Yi lowered the binoculars. Yang Hao immediately yanked the wheel hard, and the small boat carved an arc across the water as it chased after that raft. But what Zhou Yi didn't know was that the Jinhua he saw had long since been tied to the railing by Wan Shui. Jinhua's hands and feet were bound tightly with hemp rope, and all the old wounds on his body had split open again from struggling. Blood had dyed the bandages bright red. The driving pedal had been pinned down by Wan Shui with a rock, and the raft was sailing straight into the distance along a fixed direction. He was the only person left on the whole boat. Jinhua's face was red from holding it in. Using the last breath he had, he roared toward the direction of the 4th boat, where Wan Shui was really hiding. Wan, you used me as bait. Even if I turn into a ghost, I still won't let you go. A streak of fire rose from the distant sea, dragging a white smoke trail behind it. The rocket flew straight over and slammed into the wooden boat beneath Jinhua's feet without missing by even a bit. The deafening blast flipped the entire boat over, and flames and thick smoke rolled upward into the sky, completely swallowing Jinhua's figure. Zhou Yi held up the binoculars and stared at the cloud of gunpowder smoke as it spread. On the sea, there was only a lone supply crate left, bobbing gently with the waves. Wait, why is there only 1 crate? Just now it looked like he was facing. His pupils shrank, and he abruptly swung the binoculars toward the raft on the far right. A blurry figure was standing by the railing, completely unharmed, facing off against him across the entire stretch of sea. Damn it, that bastard Wan played me. Wan Shui stood on the deck of the 4th raft, looking at the towering firelight in the distance as his throat bobbed, tying up his own right-hand man on a decoy boat and throwing him out to die. If word of something like that got out, everyone making a living on this sea would stab him in the back with their words. But so what? If Jinhua didn't die, then he would. Now he had survived, and he had also shaken off Zhou Yi's pursuit. The lackey steering the boat beside him had a deathly pale face. The hand gripping the wheel was shaking like a sieve. He didn't dare look back and didn't dare make a sound, only silently speeding up to leave these waters behind. Zhou Yi set the rocket launcher on the deck, pulled out the AWM from his backpack, and sprawled along the side of the boat. You dare play me? You think you can leave without bleeding for it? Yang Hao understood immediately. He shut off the engine and gripped the wheel with both hands, keeping the boat as steady as possible. Zhou Yi held his breath. In the scope, the crosshairs tracked that distant figure standing on the deck and rising and falling with the waves. When Wan Shui in the distance saw that Zhou Yi had actually stopped the boat, he felt puzzled and raised his binoculars, wanting to see what he was doing. The next second, in the lens, he saw the black muzzle of a gun pointed straight at him, and before he could react, bang, splurt. The binoculars fell onto the deck, and along with them dropped half of Wan Shui's left arm. Ah, my hand. He staggered backward, screaming as blood gushed from the severed arm, then immediately turned and rushed toward the wooden cabin behind him. Bang! The second bullet grazed over his head, punched through the cabin doorframe above him, and he exploded with chips sprayed all over his face. A wood splinter as thick as a steel nail pierced straight into his left eye without the slightest deviation, and blood instantly dyed half his face red. Wan Shui let out a shriek and no longer cared about anything else. Covering his severed arm, he scrambled and crawled into the cabin, then dropped flat to the floor. Zhou Yi worked the bolt and ejected the shell, then raised the gun to aim again. But the other boat had already gone beyond the weapon's extreme range. He couldn't even see the figure clearly anymore. Grinding his teeth, he put the gun back in his backpack and stared at the raft, which had already become a tiny black dot. These people's lives really were ridiculously tough, but taking one of his arms this time was enough to make him suffer badly. If it wasn't treated in time, he could still end up dead. Yang Hao restarted the engine, but the other boat had already disappeared from sight. The small boat drifted quietly on the sea. The other 3 rafts had long since scattered in all directions, leaving only a few fading wake trails behind on the water. Zhao Linger's private chat message popped up. The battle on that side had already been easily dealt with by the girls. Zhou Yi closed the light screen and turned to look in the direction where Wan Shui had disappeared. The sea was empty, with nothing left but the sound of waves slapping against the hull. He was silent for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. Let's head back first. Judging from the direction he went, he's headed for the Southeast Sea region. Most likely, he's going to seek refuge with Dai Xingzi. If we follow Dai Xingzi's coordinates, sooner or later we'll find him. He paused, his voice dropping very low. He won't be able to run for long. Worst case, when the time comes, we'll wipe both groups out together. By Yulan's boat, the scene was a complete mess. The 2 wooden boats from before had already been riddled with bullet holes. There was blood spattered everywhere on the deck and wooden walls, but there wasn't a trace of any explosion. Qin Xiaoyu stood on the deck of the Hyperion, looking at those 2 wrecked boats while weighing the grenade in her hand, the corner of her lips lifting slightly. It's just 7 or 8 people. Why use grenades? That's way too wasteful. We didn't even need the spare magazine. Yi Wanqing shook the somewhat hot rifle in her hand and smiled. At this stage, rifles and firearms are absolute overkill. There's no need for anything else at all. Tang Guogua and Lin Wanner had already stepped onto Yulan's raft. Miss Yulan, are you okay? Lin Wanner reached out and helped the still shaken Yulan up from the ground. Looking at the wooden boat that had already been shot into a sieve, Yulan let out a deep breath of relief and, rarely, smiled. Thank you. Just now, I was already mentally prepared to be fed to the sea monster. How could that be? Tang Guogua helped Su ran up and patted the wood splinters off her body. Lin Wanner smiled and gently patted her back, softly comforting her. It's fine now. While they were talking, Zhou Yi and Yang Hao drove the small boat back over. Zhou Yi didn't say anything and simply returned to the Hyperion on his own. Seeing that Zhou Yi's expression didn't look too good, Su Yu more or less guessed what had happened. She stepped forward and held his arm. Didn't kill him? Zhou Yi shook his head and sighed lightly. That old fox is too sly. He knew I hadn't seen what he looked like, so he used Jinhua, the one I'd met before, as bait, and ran off on another boat himself. He paused and looked in that direction, the corner of his lips curving slightly. But even if he didn't die now, losing one arm is enough to make him suffer. If he doesn't deal with it in time, he can still end up done for. Su Yu gently patted his back and comforted him. It's fine. That's normal too. For someone like him, it'd be strange if he wasn't quick-witted. I just didn't expect him to sell out Jinhua that decisively. Zhou Yi nodded. Yeah, and judging from the direction he went, he should be going to seek refuge with Dai Xingzi. If that's the case, sooner or later we're going to clash with Dai Xingzi too. After saying that, he looked at the 2 wrecked boats nearby. All taken care of? Totally. Qin Xiaoyu handed the grenade back to him. No need for this thing. It needs a blueprint, so don't waste it casually. Zhou Yi smiled and took the grenade without arguing. Just then, Yang Hao suddenly waved at them. Bro, sisters-in-law, this is as far as I go with you. Zhou Yi's expression stalled, and he turned, walking to the edge of the railing with some confusion. We're still not sure if Wan Shui is dead or not. You're leaving now? Yang Hao smiled and pointed at the light screen in front of him. Those 2 guys are in the Northwest Sea area. They said they found a small island with pretty good resources and asked me to go mine with them. It just so happens the direction is the opposite of where Dai Xingzi's base camp is. Isn't Wan Shui going to join him? Then he definitely won't be able to find me. Hearing that, Zhou Yi took a deep breath. He wanted to say something, but in the end swallowed it back down. Fine, then take this with you. As he spoke, he tossed the 2 grenades in his hand to Yang Hao one after the other. I don't have many weapons on me right now, but it's enough for now. Keep 2 for self-defense. If it's not enough, tell me and I'll send you more directly. Yang Hao looked at the 2 fist-sized grenades in his hand, pressed his lips together, and still put them into his system backpack. All right, bro, then I'll take them. Still, hopefully I won't need to use them. Huh. Qin Xiaoyu popped out from beside Zhou Yi. You brat, fix that smart mouth of yours. Try to show up next time with a girlfriend. Yang Hao es mode tweet jet. I'm not that much of a straight guy anymore, okay? And take this too. No one knew when Zhao Linger had gone into the house and brought out a pile of food. She hung it on a pole and handed it to Yang Hao. These are dried fish, dried fruit, dried meat, jam, and stuff like that made by us. If you run out, tell us and we'll send you more. Yang Hao looked at all the bags of food in his hands. Well, he raised his head and looked at them again. The corners of his eyes were already a little wet. Thanks, bro. Thanks, sisters-in-law. Hey, hold it back. Zhou Yi pointed at him. It's not like we're being separated by life and death. Why make it so sad? If you want to meet, just send a coordinate, right? Exactly. Qin Xiaoyu waved her hand. Stay safe. If nothing's wrong, keep in touch. If something's wrong, don't contact us. Huh? Yang Hao froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. Zhou Yi smiled and rubbed Qin Xiaoyu's head, then looked at Yang Hao. All right, just remember to stay in contact. If you run into trouble you can't handle, tell me. Your bro will take care of it for you. Yang Hao smiled and nodded, then controlled the small boat to turn around while waving at them in farewell. Bro, sisters-in-law, see you later. The others also waved at him one after another. See you later. Bye-bye. Stay safe. Keep in touch. Yang Hao's little boat gradually shrank into a tiny black dot on the sea, then finally disappeared into that golden band of light where the sea met the sky. Zhou Yi leaned against the railing and stared in that direction for quite a while before finally looking away. Half jokingly, he let out a sigh. Now that this brat's gone, I really do feel a little reluctant. From now on, no one's going to do the hard labor anymore. Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. Before she could fire back, Tang Guoguo and Lin Wanner had already come back across the plank from Yulan's battered raft full of holes. Tang Guoguo jumped onto the deck first and patted the wood chips off her hands. She pointed at the wrecked raft behind her, its hull riddled with several bullet holes. Its side split with several cracks, and its sail torn open in several big gashes, then asked carefully, Sister Yulan's boat was accidentally hit by us just now. The damage is too serious, and it can't be sailed anymore. Can they stay on our ship for a few days first? They can leave after the boat is repaired. Zhou Yi froze for a moment, then turned to look at that raft. The corner of his mouth twitched. Holy crap, it's wrecked that badly? Are you sure that's still a boat, and not floating garbage? Even so, he was still a little uneasy, so he pulled Lin Wanner's hand over and whispered by her ear, How is it? Can it be trusted? Lin Wanner pressed her lips together and nodded. Yeah, I tested them just now. These two girls don't have any bad intentions. They've just been hit too hard these past few days. Letting them stay for a few days won't be a problem. Zhou Yi glanced at Yulan and Su Ran, who were standing on the deck looking somewhat nervous and uneasy, then withdrew his gaze. All right, I trust your judgment. As he spoke, he gently patted her head, then turned and walked toward Yulan and Su Ran. Zhou Yi had just stopped in front of Yulan and had not even opened his mouth when Yulan pulled out a blueprint and held it out to him. This is the dragon scale blade blueprint? Zhou Yi looked at the blueprint in front of him, a little surprised. Wan Shui only lost an arm. He's not dead yet. Yulan pressed her lips tightly together, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. She lowered her head and stared at the cloth shoes on her feet. The edges already worn through, her voice a little tight. We can't just eat and drink for free while the ship's being repaired these next few days. But the most valuable thing I have on me right now is this. Take it first. She grabbed Zhou Ye's hand and stuffed the blueprint into it, then quickly withdrew her hand and continued twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice dropping a little lower. Just treat it like Wan Shui is already dead. Zhou Yi lowered his head and looked at the blueprint in his hand, then raised his eyes to look at the girl in front of him, whose ears had turned red, but who was still forcing herself not to avoid his gaze. He suddenly smiled and put the blueprint into his backpack. All right, then I'll take this blueprint, but I'll deal with Wan Shui too. Since I said it, I'll definitely do it. He paused, then added, Linger will make 2 extra dishes for dinner tonight. If your knife skills are decent, you can go help out in the kitchen. Yulan froze for a moment, then nodded. Su Ran poked half her head out from behind her. Her eyes were red, but the corners of her mouth had already lifted. Thank you, Captain. Zhou Yi had already turned and started walking toward the ship's rail. Without looking back, he waved his hand. Lin Wanner hooked Yulan's arm from the side and led her toward the wooden house, introducing the room layout and daily routine on the ship as they walked. Her tone as natural as if she were showing a new roommate around a dorm. Zhao Linger was already busy in the kitchen, while Tang Guoguo followed beside her passing seasonings. Qin Xiaoyu was squatting by the railing, sorting through the supply crates those people had left behind. Yuan Qing and Su Yu stood side by side, leaning against the rail, quietly talking about something. Starting today, the Hyperion had 2 new members. Far away in the ragged fleet, Wan Shui was sprawled on the cabin floor of his own raft. The intense pain coming from where his left arm had been severed was almost enough to tear his consciousness into pieces. His entire left arm only had the upper half remaining. The flesh around the break had been ripped unevenly by bullets, and blood was gushing out from the torn blood vessels in wave after wave. He had already pulled the wooden splinter out of his left eye. Half his face was covered in blood beyond recognition, and even the vision in his only remaining right eye had blurred by more than half. With his still functional right hand, he dumped out all the emergency medical supplies from his system backpack in one go. Bandages, disinfecting alcohol, hemostatic powder. There were no surgical tools and no painkillers. He lowered his head and looked at his ruined, severed arm, the jagged remnants of bone at the edge exposed to the air. He was breathing in huge, ragged gasps. Cold sweat and blood mixed together on his forehead. His whole body was trembling from the pain, but that instinct to survive was still supporting him, keeping him from collapsing. He twisted open the cap of the alcohol bottle and poured it directly over the wound. The searing pain that followed almost made him bite through his teeth. Then came the hemostatic powder, bottle after bottle dumped over it. He wrapped the bandages around and around, tight and thick, until the whole severed arm was bundled into a swollen ball. Right after that, he bit down on the end of the bandage with his teeth and yanked hard, tying the final dead knot. As for his face, he only wrapped bandages around the back of his head, covering that still bleeding eye together with half his face. By the time he finished all this, his vision had already started going black. The scene in his one remaining eye flickered between bright and dim, like someone kept turning down the lights in his field of view. He knew he couldn't fall. He couldn't just wait here to die. He used his still functional right hand to brace against the ground and pushed himself up little by little. In the end, he held onto the wall and slowly stood up, filled the fuel tank. His voice was hoarse, and his lips were so pale from blood loss that it was frightening. The lackey responsible for steering the boat tremblingly added fuel, not daring to look at his face even once. The fleet accelerated toward the southeast, carving out a crooked path across the sea. For the entire journey afterward, Wan Shui leaned against the rail and used that one remaining eye to watch for any movement that appeared on the sea. Twice, he spotted the shadows of other rafts in the distance, and both times he ordered the lackeys steering the boat to turn around and detour, unwilling to risk it even if it meant burning through half again as much fuel. He made a huge detour, steering around every reef that could be hiding people and every stretch of water that might drag him into another fight. Only after sailing for several hours did he finally spot that black flag floating over the distant sea in the dimming dusk. Half of a white skull was painted on the flag, snapping loudly in the sea wind. Two fully equipped wooden rafts were heading straight toward him. At the bow stood a tall, skinny man wearing a cold-resistant leather coat made by the system, with an iron hatchet tucked at his waist. When he saw Wan Shui, covered in blood, one hand and one eye wrapped in bandages, his brows lifted slightly. There was no pity in his gaze, only scrutiny. Wan Shui? Brother Dai told me to come pick you up. Didn't he expect you to actually make it here alive? Wan Shui said nothing. With his one remaining eye, he stared fixedly past the tall man, in the direction of Dai Xingze's base. That was the lifeline he had traded one hand and one eye for. And also the only leverage he had left for the next time he settled accounts with Zhou Yi. His hand clenched hard around the edge of the boat, and he forced a few words out through gritted teeth. Take me to him. After dinner, Yulan volunteered to wash the dishes. Zhao Linger tried to stop her twice and failed, so she could only untie her apron and hand it over, standing to the side and telling her which wooden bucket was for the first wash and which one was for rinsing clean. Su Ran followed behind Yulan, drying the wash bowls one by one and placing them into the wooden cabinet in the corner. It took the two of them quite a while to finish cleaning up, and by the time they came out, the lights on deck were already lit. Several lanterns hung by the railings, their firelight swaying gently behind the glass covers, wrapping the whole deck in a warm orange glow. Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Wuwa had set up another card game, this time pulling Su Yu in two. Lin Wanner sat nearby watching, holding a wooden cup in her arms, steam from the hot water drifting softly in front of her. Yi Wanqing sat to the side, wiping down her rifle with a clean cloth. Every now and then, she looked up at the card game before lowering her head and continuing. After Zhao Linger finished in the kitchen, she carried a small wooden stool over and sat beside Qin Xiaoyu, occasionally leaning over to peek at her cards, only to be pushed back when Qin Xiaoyu covered them. Zhou Yi came out of the wooden cabin, holding a cup of hot tea as he walked to the railing. The starry sky above was denser than before the harsh winter. The Milky Way stretched across the very center of the heavens like a glowing river. Looking at the few girls on deck getting along so happily, he suddenly thought of Yang Hao again. He wondered whether the three of them had met up yet. It had been so long, and there still hadn't been any news. Just as he was thinking about asking, a message from Yang Hao popped up first. Bro, eaten yet? Zhou Yi smiled. Yeah, already ate. How about you? Found the other two yet? Yang Hao replied, found them. We found each other this afternoon. The second those two brats saw me, they dragged me onto the island to mine and farm monsters, so I never had time to tell you I was safe. Zhou Yi replied, it's fine, as long as you met up safely. Be careful on the island too, the three of you. Don't let your guard down. Yang Hao replied, relax, I value my life. All right, that's enough for now. I'm gonna let these two try the food made by my sisters-in-law. Zhou Yi repeated. Go ahead. After closing the chat window, Zhou Yi took a deep breath and turned to walk toward the girls. Come on, add me in. Let us see who has eating cards today. Late at night, the card game finally broke up and the lanterns on deck were extinguished one by one. The room expansion would have to wait until morning before they could start work. By the time, Su Yu put away the sketch. She had already calculated the material requirements for adding 2 more rooms and casually left a list on top of a wooden chest. The room arrangement was adjusted for the time being. Yulan and Lin Wanner would share one room, while Su Ran and Tang Wuwa would share another. Yulan stood at the door to Lin Wanner's room, unconsciously clutching the corner of her clothes, not stepping inside for a long time. Seeing that, Lin Wanner walked up, took her hand, and smilingly let her in. No need to be so polite. It's just for one night. We can squeeze in. Once it's light out tomorrow, we'll expand a room for you. There's really no need to go through so much trouble. Yulon pressed her lips together, her voice a little tight. We're only staying a few days. Once the ship is fixed, we'll leave. You don't need to add rooms just for us. We can sleep in the living room. How could that work? Lin Wanner gently pulled her into the room and casually shut the door behind them. We were going to expand sooner or later anyway, so this just gives us a good chance to do it now. Yulon opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't refuse again, only nodding obediently. A moment later, she spoke softly, her tone carrying the kind of softness that only came after being worn down for so long and finally able to relax. Thank you. Since coming here, today was the happiest and most relaxing day I've had. Lin Wanner smiled and lightly patted the back of her hand. It's fine. It's all over now. With us here these next few days, you don't have to stay so tense. She turned to spread out the bedding, moving naturally, as if she were taking care of the most ordinary little thing. Yulon answered softly, then suddenly remembered something and looked up at Lin Wanner. By the way, I took a look earlier. There are only 6 rooms on this ship total, but aren't there 7 of you? Lin Wanner's hand paused at the edge of the blanket. She didn't turn around, but the corner of her lips slowly curved into a very faint smile. Only after a moment did she speak, her voice carrying a trace of gentle fondness even she didn't notice. Because someone can only fall asleep if she squeezes in a bed with someone else. At the same time, in the room at the other end of the corridor, Zhou Yi had already taken off his clothes and was lying under the covers, patting the empty spot beside him. Linger, come on. I warmed up the bed. Zhao Linger was sitting quietly at the edge of the bed, combing her hair. When she heard that, the comb in her hand paused. The corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. You really are something. You act so proper during the day, but the moment it gets to this time, you lose all seriousness. She set the comb on the wooden chest, moved to the bedside, and leaned down to look him in the eye. Her freshly combed, long hair fell naturally, the ends brushing across his cheek, carrying a faint shampoo scent. Tilting her head, she spoke with a helpless little smile. Do you think your body has been strengthened, so you don't have to worry at all about overdoing it? Linger, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Zhou Yi tugged at the blanket, looking completely righteous. Tonight, we're sleeping clean. I'm tired today too, anyway. Zhao Linger blinked, as if she hadn't expected him to be this honest. But she still lifted the blanket and lay down, turning to look at him suspiciously. You said it, okay? No lying. Huh, what did I say? Zhou Yi smiled, wearing a completely innocent expression like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Zhao Linger froze for half a second, then reacted. You jerk, Zhou Yi, you're messing with me again. Before she could finish, everything suddenly went dark before her eyes. Zhou Yi had already pulled the blanket over them. From beneath the covers came her muffled laughter and a very light, very short cry of surprise. After that, all that remained was the faint lantern light swaying softly in the corner of the wall, and the scattered sound of waves hitting the hull outside the window. In Tang Guogua's room, Su Ran was sitting at the edge of the bed, both feet dangling off the side and swaying lightly. She had already changed into the clean pajamas Zhao Linger lent her. The sleeves were rolled up twice, and her hair had been combed again. Her whole appearance had returned to its original fair and delicate look. Tang Guogua sat cross-legged on the mat, quietly folding clothes. Sister Guogua. Su Ran hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, her voice still carrying a bit of restraint that hadn't fully faded. What kind of person is Captain Zhou Yi? I don't mean anything else by it. It's just that all of you seem really relaxed when you're around him. Tang Guogua's hands paused in the middle of folding clothes. She looked up, her eyes curving into crescents. Him? He is a very reliable man, and a very responsible one. She lifted her head and thought for a moment, as if choosing what words to use. He is not like those people who rely on their own strength to bully the weak. And he wants to think we're easy to control or easy to push around just because we're women. Whenever anything happened, he was always the first to charge forward. He never let us stand in front of him. And she put her clothes into the cabinet, lifted her eyes to look at Su Ran. He would never use his captain's authority to do anything excessive. Look at how many people are on this ship. He has never forced any of us to do anything, and he has never even said a single harsh word. Even back when we had just met and still weren't that familiar, he was like this, and he even saved my life twice. Su Ran blinked and tucked her chin deeper into her knees, her voice softening a little. Then, Guoguijia, do you kind of like him? Tang Guogua's fingers paused on the cabinet for 2 seconds before she sat cross-legged again and looked up at Su Ran. She neither denied it nor blushed and avoided her gaze. The corners of her lips curled up, and her voice was light and open. I do like him. I'm not going to be like some tsundere, obviously caring like crazy, yet still saying every day, who would care about him? Su Ran froze for a moment, then let out a muffled laugh and quickly covered her mouth, afraid the sound would carry next door. Tang Guogua laughed too. The 2 girls' laughter was trapped under the blanket, drowned out by the sound of the waves. Achoo! In the room next to them, Qin Xiaoyu was lying on the bed in utter boredom, propping up her head with both hands and swinging her cross legs when she suddenly sneezed. Who's talking crap about me behind my back? Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her nose and instinctively looked toward the next room. It has to be Guogua saying bad stuff about me. To Su ran again, in an unnoticed corner. By the window, inside the round little nest made from a padded coat, that egg glowing with a flowing cyan light gave an almost imperceptible wobble. The next morning, the ship was already lively. Zhao Linger was busy making breakfast in the kitchen, while Yulan stood beside her helping slice fish. Her knife skills were genuinely good. Each slice cut evenly. Zhao Linger praised her, and she lowered her head with a smile, never stopping the motion of her hands. Su Ran came out of the kitchen carrying a stack of wash bowls. After her late-night talk with Tang Guo, the stiffness on her face had mostly faded, replaced by much more natural ease. Yi Wanqing and Su Yu were already walking around the ship with the finished blueprints in hand, preparing to start planning the room expansion. Qin Xiaoyu sat off to the side with a cookie in her mouth, flicking a fishing rod and mumbling through the bite, "Gold. Give me gold." While all the girls were busy with their own things, Zhou Yu was standing in front of that egg, stroking his chin in thought. Hiss! Why do the patterns on this egg look like they've gotten more numerous? Zhou Yu bent down and looked left and right. The size hasn't changed, but the patterns really do seem deeper and more plentiful. He reached out to pick it up for a closer look, but halfway there, his hand stopped and pulled back. Forget it. Better not accidentally break it. No idea what kind of egg this is. Zhou Yi gently tidied up the little nest, afraid to touch the eggshell surface. Could it be a legendary mermaid? Haha, what are you grinning about like an idiot for? Lin Warner stuck half her head out from beside him and immediately noticed the change in the egg. Huh, don't the patterns on the shell look like they've increased? Zhou Yi nodded. Yeah, I noticed too. No idea what kind of sign this is. Lin Warner stared at the shell patterns for a moment, then shook her head. No clue. Let it develop on its own. We can't interfere with it anyway. Yeah, true. After straightening the nest, Zhou Yi took Lin Warner's hand and turned to walk out of the wooden cabin. On the deck, several girls had at some point crowded by the railing, chirping as they pointed into the distance. Is that an island? It should be, but why is the color so light? Look at that beach. Doesn't it look kind of pink? Pink my foot, it's obviously pale gold. Are you still half asleep? Zhou Yi and Lin Warner came out of the cabin and looked in the direction they were pointing, on the line where sea met sky in the distance. There really was the outline of an island, but that island was unlike any they had landed on before. There was no pillar of light shooting up from the island's center, no dense dark green primeval jungle, and none of that oppressive feeling that made your nerves tighten the moment you got close. From afar, the island's vegetation was layered distinctly. Pale green low shrubs spread along the coastline, and farther up was a sparse broadleaf forest. Between the canopies, several white ribbons of waterfalls could vaguely be seen hanging from broken cliffs, glittering with fine droplets under the sunlight. The beach really was different from any they had seen before. It was an extremely light beige gold, gently washed by the waves, soft as if covered in a layer of fine powder. What's that? Su Ran stood on tiptoe and pointed at several white shapes circling above the island. Those figures slowly wheeled around the island's cliffs. They didn't look like seagulls. They were bigger, with broader wings, and flew with a calm, elegant posture. Every now and then, one would dive down across the water's surface, then rise again with something extra in its claws, flashing once in the sun. This doesn't look like one of those dangerous islands from before. Leaning on the railing, Lin Warner narrowed her eyes as she studied the island drawing closer and closer. The Hubrians slowly sailed toward the small island. The nearer they got, the clearer the island's gentle atmosphere became. There were no deep beast roars coming from the jungle. No dark shadows suddenly bursting out of the shrubs. There was only the rustling of sea wine through the trees and the crisp sound of waterfall water striking rock. There even seemed to be little animals moving around on the beach. From far away, they looked like a few fluffy shadows, hopping along the tide line and chasing the waves. The moment the bow touched the edge of the beach, a system notification sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. Special Encounter Island detected, Huanchuan Island. This island is a special island and will not spawn actively aggressive wild monsters. Many rare beasts and exotic creatures live on this island. Among them, an extremely small number of individuals may form bonds with survivors and be tamed as pets. Random encounter events will appear on the island, with a chance of obtaining abundant supplies. Treasure chests are distributed across the island. Each treasure chest has a corresponding unlocking condition, and only by meeting that condition can it be obtained. Survivors, please explore the island freely. This island's time limit is 24 hours. Treasure this rare period of rest and leisure. An encounter island? And as he looked at this unusual island in front of him, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Finally, we can catch our breath. Several girls had already rolled up their pant legs and jumped from the deck into the shallows. The seawater had just passed their ankles, warmed slightly by the sun. It felt soft underfoot, with fine sand slipping up between their toes. This is way too cute. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to cry out. She was squatting on the beach, and in front of her was a long-eared rabbit the size of a palm. Its whole body was snow-white, its two ears standing straight up as it tilted its head and studied her with glossy black eyes. Qin Xiaoyu reached out a hand. The rabbit hopped one step forward, sniffed at her fingertip with its nose, then sneezed, and Qin Xiaoyu was almost overwhelmed by how adorable it was. Tang Guogua was kneeling on the sand not far away, with 3 fluffy little sand mice gathered by her knees. They sat in a neat row with their front paws held to their chests, like they were lining up to receive breakfast. Tang Guogua took out a few leftover berries from that morning from her pocket and opened her palm. All 3 sand mice lunged forward at once. One of them was too fat and rolled once across the sand before managing to stop, then climbed back up and kept chewing its berry, its cheeks puffed out like it had 2 ping-pong balls stuffed inside. Tang Guogua laughed so hard tears nearly came out. Zhao Linger was slowly walking along the tide line, followed by a long string of newly hatched baby sea turtles. They had just crawled out from a nest deep in the beach and instinctively headed toward the sea. But one of them had somehow mistaken the direction and was pumping its tiny legs as it tried hard to climb onto the top of Zhao Linger's foot. Zhao Linger crouched down and carefully lifted the little turtle with 2 fingers, placing it by the water's edge. So he was crouching by the shrubs beside the beach, staring wide-eyed at a little squirrel. Zhou Yi stood at the edge of the shallows, his pant legs still dry. But the scene in front of him had the corners of his mouth lifting nonstop. Girls really had zero resistance to small animals. Yulan walked up to him with 2 fluffy, long-eared rabbits in her arms, then held one out to him. The smile on her face wasn't hidden in the slightest. Here, it's really cute. Touch it. Zhou Yi lowered his head and looked at the little rabbit curled up in Yulan's palm. Using its glossy black eyes to look up at him, smiling, he reached out and gently rubbed the base of its ear with his fingertip. The little rabbit twitched its ears, kicked its short little legs twice, and climbed into his palm. Zhou Yi carefully held the little rabbit as if he were holding something fragile, gently stroking its fur with his fingers. Seeing him like that, Yulan let out a soft laugh. You're actually pretty gentle and careful. Zhou Yi froze for a moment, then looked up at her. Am I that fierce in your impression? Not really. Yulan lowered her head and gently stroked the little rabbit in her arms, a faint smile at the corners of her lips. I just didn't expect the famous Triple S fishing rod Big Shot to be this kind of man. Zhou Yi simulated, carrying the little rabbit as he walked toward the island without even turning his head. I didn't expect it either. That An Hong who never lets people bargain when selling stuff and has such a bad temper is this gentle and considerate in real life. Yulan paused, then turned to look at his departing back. The tips of her ears reddened a little without her noticing, and a curve lifted at the corners of her lips before she realized it herself. That depends on who it is. Past the vegetation line above the beach was a sparse woodland. Scattered across the grass were flowers none of them had ever seen before. The buds were only thumb-sized, and the petals were half-transparent, shining with an extremely faint pearly glow under the sunlight. The broadleaf trees overhead weren't like the primeval jungles on the previous islands that blocked out the sky. Instead, they were spaced out and scattered. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves and condensed into visible pillars of light within the drifting mist in the woods. Tiny spores floated inside the beams, glittering as they slowly rose and fell. Not far away, a creek wound over from the direction of the cliff. The water was so clear you could see the bottom, and the pebbles in the creek bed had been polished smooth and round by the current. At a bend in the stream, a shallow pool had formed. Beside it, several clusters of blue-purple aquatic plants were in bloom. Petals had fallen onto the water and were being pushed by the breeze, slowly spinning in circles. Wow, it's so pretty. Zhao Linger held a little squirrel in her arms, her eyes lighting up at the sight before her. Tang Guogua and Su Ran had already walked off to the side and crouched halfway down to look at the flowers on the ground. But they couldn't bear to pick them, only lightly touched the buds with their fingers before pulling away. Zhou Yi walked behind them, still carrying that long-eared rabbit in his arms. The little guy was clearly enjoying this moving seat. Curled in the crook of his arm with its eyes half-closed in a nap, its long ears swaying with each of his steps. His gaze swept back and forth through the woods. The system said treasure chests would spawn on this island. So where were they? Qin Xiaoyu walked over and stopped beside him, glancing up at him. This place really does feel a lot like some of the games I've played. The system said there aren't any aggressive wild monsters here, so the chests are probably hidden in some concealed corners. Definitely won't be easy to find. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, this island has a 24-hour limit, so no rush. Zhou Yi kept walking forward. What? You're not actually planning to spend the night on the island, are you? Qin Xiaoyu looked around, then turned back to glance in the direction of the beach. It's not impossible, but our boat probably wouldn't be safe outside. Spend the night? What are you thinking? Zhou Yi glanced back at her. This place might not spawn monsters, but that doesn't mean no one else can come up here. Running into people here is way more dangerous than running into monsters. Just as he said that, a flash of light suddenly swept across his eyes. He instinctively narrowed them and turned toward the source. It was a protrusion on the cliff wall. Under the sunlight, something there was reflecting the light. With one hand, Zhou pulled out his binoculars and raised them to his eyes. A treasure chest with a faint golden glow on its surface was resting quietly on a ledge jutting out from the cliff wall. That flash just now had come from sunlight, reflecting off a metal plate on the surface of the chest. So he found the chest. He lowered the binoculars, tilted his head up to estimate the height, and the corner of his mouth twitched. But isn't that a little too high? At least more than 10 meters. That's like 4 or 5 stories. Qin Xiaoyu also looked up, her mouth opening slightly. That high? How are we supposed to get it? Don't tell me we really have to climb up there. That wall is so smooth, even a fly couldn't stand on it. Okay? The commotion between the two of them drew the other girls over as well. Tang Guigua was the first to walk to the bottom of the cliff. She looked up at the treasure chest, then lowered her head to look at the little sand mouse by her feet that had been following her the whole time. The little thing was squatting on the top of her shoe, also looking up at the cliff. If only there was something that could help. She muttered, then looked down at the little sand mouse. The little sand mouse looked back at her. Half a berry was still stuffed in its cheeks, and its face looked innocent. Zhou was still looking up, estimating the most promising climbing route on the cliff wall, when a cloud of pale golden light suddenly exploded out of nowhere beside the chest. When the light mist dispersed, a little tiger was crouching next to the treasure chest, lowering its head and using its front paw to fiddle with the metal plate on the lid. Its whole body was snow white, with several pale golden stripes across its back. It was only the size of an adult cat, round and chubby, with a little tuft of golden fur at the tip of its tail that sparkled in the sunlight. Several white birds flew over its head. One of them lowered its head to glance at it and let out a clear cry. The little tiger lifted its head and gave that bird a small roar. Then its gaze swept downward and landed on the group of people below the cliff who were all staring up at it. It pulled its front paw back from the chest, flicked its tail, and leaped. Its 4 paws stepped on the small, protruding rocks and vines on the cliff wall. And like a streak of white lightning, it darted down to the bottom in just a few moves. It landed without a sound, only the tip of its tail lightly flicking behind it. It sat crouched in front of Zhou Yi, looking up at him. Its amber eyes blinked, and it opened its mouth, but what came out was the voice of a child with a pure northeastern accent. Ah, geez, finally someone came. I'm about to suffocate being stuck here. The corner of Zhou Ye's mouth twitched. Qin Xiaoyu stood there with her mouth open, her expression somewhere between so cute and what the hell is this? A tiger can talk to? The little tiger tilted its head and glanced at her. What are you looking at? Oh, so it's a northeastern tiger. Qin Xiaoyu muttered. The instant the little tiger heard that, the corner of its mouth twitched and its fur bristled on the spot. It looked like it was about to pounce. Who says speaking northeastern means I'm a northeastern tiger? Seeing that, Zhou Yi quickly stepped in front of Qin Xiaoyu, pressing both hands downward with a placating smile. Don't get worked up. Don't get worked up, okay? The little sand mouse in Tang Guogua's arms poked its head out from her palm, took one look at the little tiger, then shrank back in. The little tiger snorted and turned its head aside. It stood up and walked a circle around Zhou Yi, as if evaluating some kind of merchandise, then plopped back down where it had been and pointed at the treasure chest on the cliff with its front paw. You guys want that chest, don't you? Zhou Yi crouched down until he was at level with it. What should I call you? Xuanyu. The little tiger straightened its chest, and the golden stripes on its body flashed in the sunlight. Qin Xiaoyu poked half her head out from the side to look at it. This little tiger is pretty cute. Its accent is just way too thick. Zhou Yi held back a laugh and pointed at the treasure chest on the cliff. How do we get that chest? The moment Xuanyu heard that, its eyes lit up, its ears shot upright, and its tail swept back and forth across the ground. Isn't that simple? Help me do one thing, and if you get it done, I'll help you grab the chest. No funny business. I've been stuck on this island for a real long time, and this is the first time I've run into people as pleasing to the eye as you guys. I'll make sure it's handled crystal clear for you. It turned its head and jerked its chin toward the deeper part of the island. There was a dense forest over there blooming with pale pink flowers. Inside that forest, there's a crooked neck tree. Under that tree is a stone slab, and there's some stuff carved on it. Help me take a look at what it says. I can't read. Zhou Yi followed its gaze, then turned back to look at this little white tiger speaking full-on northeastern dialect, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Just that simple? Of course it is. You think I'd lie to you? I can't use this box anyway. Xianyu flicked his tail, got up, and walked a few steps toward that dense forest. When he looked back and saw Zhou Yi still hadn't moved, he squatted down again and urged him on. Hurry up. What are you staring at? The group followed Xianyu through that dense forest full of pale pink blossoms. The grass under their feet grew softer and softer, and the air was filled with an indescribably sweet floral fragrance mixed with the scent of damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, condensing into beams of golden light within the drifting mist in the woods. Tiny sparkling spores floated inside the light pillars, slowly rising and falling. A few small blue long-tailed beasts poked their heads out from the bushes, curiously sizing up these passing strangers before darting back inside with a whoosh. That crooked neck tree was not hard to find. It grew at a slant in a small clearing. Its trunk so thick that it would take 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around it. Its crown blocked out the sky and the sun, and countless slender vines hung between its branches and leaves, all covered in small, pale gold flowers. Its roots bulged up from the soil, tangled and interwoven like a giant hand tightly clutching the earth. And sure enough, a stone slab was embedded in the gap between the roots. The edges of the stone slab were covered in moss, but its surface was unnaturally clean. It was as if some kind of power was protecting it, keeping dust and weeds from encroaching on it. The slab was carved all over with dense lines of text. The strokes were ancient and fluid, unlike any language they recognized. Yi Wanqing crouched down and tilted her head as she studied it for a while, then shook her head to show she couldn't understand a single word. Su Yu lightly traced the grooves on the slab with her fingers, her brows faintly furrowed. This isn't pictographic writing, and it's not the Latin alphabet either. The structure is too complicated. It looks like some kind of ideographic script. Zhou Yi stood before the slab, looking at those unfamiliar strokes, when an indescribable sense of familiarity suddenly welled up in his heart. It felt exactly the same as when he had first gripped the sea god fishing rod on the wooden raft. He took out the sea god fishing rod from the system backpack. The dark gold patterns on the rod were faintly glowing. It really was the same script. Zhou Yi crouched down and brought the fishing rod close to the stone slab. The dark gold patterns on the rod and the carved marks on the slab both shone brighter and brighter. The two halos met in midair, fused together, and then slowly flowed into his pupils. He stared at the words on the slab for a long while. Those strokes that had originally been completely incomprehensible suddenly no longer seemed so unfamiliar in his eyes. There wasn't much he could understand, only broken fragments. Like watching someone else's dream through a layer of fog. The rough meaning was that this Huanchuan island was connected to that giant turtle. And there were 3 more sea islands like this one, but they would not appear at the same time. Zhou Yi pointed at a few especially obvious carvings on the slab. It says Huanchuan here. That's the name of this island. These 2 words are Xuanwu. Xuanwu turtle. It's the one we saw in the sea before. It also says there's something on this island that can establish a connection with the Xuanwu turtle. But it doesn't say what it is or where it is. Xuanwu turtle? Tang Wubo froze for a moment. You mean that giant turtle as big as an island? The one that specifically swam over just to look at us once and then left? Zhou Yi nodded. Yeah, with a size like that. Calling it Xuanwu is still a bit of a stretch, but it should be pretty close. He paused, then turned to look at Xianyu at the side. So, does this count as finished? Xianyu had been squatting nearby, listening with great interest. Hearing that, he snapped back to himself and nodded his little head in satisfaction. Yep, I keep my word. Let S go. I'll take you back and get the box for you. After saying that, he really did turn and head back, leaving the others staring at one another. What was this little northeastern tiger cub up to? Lin Wanner tilted her head as she looked at Xianyu's back, just to decipher the writing on it, but it doesn't seem like it helped him at all. Yi Wanqing let out a soft laugh. I don't understand it, but I respect it. Zhou Yi said nothing as he watched Xianyu's back, but something kept feeling off to him. This little guy was probably testing him. His real purpose was likely not to find out the meaning of the words on the slab at all. Suyu's mind worked fast, and she immediately reacted as she looked at him. Are you saying he was actually trying to verify something? Like your identity? It should have something to do with that sea god fishing rod. Zhou Yi shook his head, just as puzzled. No idea. But as long as he doesn't mean us any harm, that's enough. We're just taking what we need from each other. Xianyu, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and turned back to look at the group still standing where they were, sounding a little confused. What's wrong? Don't want the box anymore? Yes. Of course we do. That's a golden box. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to shout. As soon as she finished, she grabbed Zhou Yi by the arm and chased after him. The others exchanged glances, said nothing, and followed along. The group returned to the bottom of the cliff, all of them raising their heads to look at the box more than 10 meters high. He said he'd help us get it. How is he going to do that? Carry it down? Zhaoling and Mutat. Beside her, Su Ran also looked full of confusion. With that little body of his, there's no way he can carry it, right? While they were talking, Xianyu had already bounced back and forth up the cliff wall again until he reached the treasure chest. Under everyone's puzzled and curious gazes, he stretched out one hind leg and kicked hard. The entire box was kicked off the ground, dropped in free fall through the air, and smashed into the ground, forcefully knocking out a small pit and sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Wanner froze, then gave a dry laugh. That really is a simple and unadorned method. He is tiny, but his strength sure isn't. Tang Wu chimed in. Zhou Yi waved away the dust in front of him and stepped forward. Xianyu had already returned from the cliff platform to the ground and was now squatting beside the treasure chest, looking at him, standing beside the chest. Zhou Yi lowered his head to look at it, his brows faintly furrowed, yet he did not step forward to open it for a long while. Seeing him like this, Xianyu tilted his head. The northeastern accent from before had completely disappeared, replaced by a standard child-s voice in Mandarin. What s wrong? Didn't I already help you get the box down? Zhouyi did not answer. He slowly crouched down and looked at the treasure chest in front of him. The system said every treasure chest has specific conditions that have to be met before you can obtain and open it. So the condition for getting this chest was helping you read the writing on the slab? Xianyu nodded carelessly. Yeah, I said if you completed my condition, I'd help you get the box. Zhouyi smiled but did not respond. He only looked at him calmly. Xianyu's gaze unconsciously shifted away for a moment, but his tone remained steady. What? You think I lied to you? The corners of Zhouyi's mouth lifted slightly as he shook his head. Not exactly. After all, the box is right here. That part can't be faked. You did help me get it down. After saying that, Zhouyi quietly looked above the box in front of him. A blue system notification window that only he could see floated there. Golden Legend Quality Encounter Supply Chest. Unlock condition. Obtain 5 colors of fur from the island to unlock the treasure chest. Zhouyi took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Getting the box and opening the box. This guy was actually playing word games with him here? Lying at such a young age, isn't a good habit. He patted the grass scraps off his knees, his tone casual. The tip of Xianyu's tail went still. He looked up at Zhouyi, and a nearly imperceptible ripple flashed through his amber pupils. A moment later, he looked away, raised one front paw to lick it, then slowly stood up and shook the bits of grass off his body. When he spoke again, the child's voice carried a kind of open honesty that came from being caught red-handed and simply giving up. What did you figure it out? Your attitude was a little too proactive. It was like you already expected me to come. Xianyu's ears twitched, but he said nothing. Zouyi. What you wanted wasn't the writing on the slab. What you wanted was to verify whether I was the person who could read those words. Xianyu narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved into an arc that belonged to a feline. He looked up at Zhouyi, his tail lightly flicking behind him. You're pretty sharp. That's right. I just wanted to see if you could read those words. Only someone chosen by the sea god fishing rod can understand what's written on the stone slab. It paused, and the childish tone in its voice grew a little steadier than before. Aren't you looking for something that can establish a connection with the Xuanwu turtle? Then this treasure chest is your key clue. It walked over to the chest and pressed one front paw against the lid. A very faint halo suddenly spread across the surface of the chest. I can give you a little hint. These 5 colors of fur are the condition to open the chest. It has to be fur in 5 different colors. Once you get them, I can help you open it. My word is my bond. Zhouyi looked at it without replying, weighing every single word this guy had said over and over in his mind. After pondering for a moment, Zhouyi suddenly thought of something, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. All right, I get it. With that, he turned and headed straight toward the outside of the island. When Xuanyu saw that he was actually walking away from the island, it froze on the spot, its face full of confusion. The girls looked at each other too, having no idea what kind of riddle those two had just been speaking in, but they still obediently followed behind Zhouyi and left with him. After Xuanyu's figure completely disappeared from sight, Qin Xiaoyu finally couldn't help asking in a low voice. That little northeastern tiger said he wanted fur in 5 different colors. Shouldn't that mean we need to head deeper into the island? There are more exotic beasts there. He definitely got to be plenty with different colors, right? Zhouyi smiled and rubbed her head. Did you hear him say it had to be exotic beast fur? Yeah. Huh. No, wait. Seems like he really didn't say that. The moment he said that, all the girls realized it too. Zhouyi, his gaze sweeping over them. 5 colors of fur. First, he never said it had to come from exotic beasts. Second, he never specified what kind of fur. If we use your hair, that still counts as 5 colors, doesn't it? The girls froze for a moment and looked at one another's hair colors. Zhouyi raised a finger and tapped the tip of Qin Xiaoyu's hair, then pointed at Tang Guo's braid, and finally at the long hair draped over Lin Wanna's shoulder. Take a look yourselves. Xiaoyu's is dark brown, Guo's is light brown, Wanna's is black, Ling Er's is chestnut, Suyu's tips have a tea-brown shade, and Wanqing's deep black together with Yulan's flaxen color already make up 2 more. Every one of you has slightly different hair color. Just our group alone can gather 5 or 6 shades. Doesn't that count as 5 colors of fur? Qin Xiaoyu blanked for a second, then subconsciously grabbed a strand of her own hair and looked at it, before leaning over to look at Tang Guo's braid. Tang Guo lowered her head to look at her own hair too, then glanced at Zhao Ling's chestnut long hair beside her, glowing with a warm sheen under the sunlight. Lin Wan was the first to react. She took a comb out of her pocket and gently ran it through her hair a few times, leaving several black strands caught between the teeth. Zhao Ling took the comb and combed her hair a few times too. Chestnut strands wound around the teeth, fluttering lightly in the breeze. Tang Guo had already taken the comb and started brushing her light brown ponytail, while Suyu deftly pulled out the wooden comb she always carried and gave her hair a few neat strokes. carefully picking out the tea-brown strands caught from the ends and placing them in her palm. That works too. Qin Xiaoyu finally snapped back to herself. Zhou Yi reached out and took the dark brown strands tangled on the comb from her hand. His eyes met hers, still wavering, and he lightly scraped her nose with his finger as he chuckled. Of course it works. This is called winning with brains, baby. Qin Xiaoyu froze. She wanted to snap back at him, but though her lips moved, no sound came out her throat. The tips of her ears had already turned red, as if a patch of sunset had lit them up. In the end, she only turned her head away and muttered, "Who is your baby?" Zhou Yi smiled and rubbed her head again, deliberately putting on a troubled look. "Then if you don't like that nickname, I won't call you that anymore." The moment Qin Xiaoyu heard that, she became unhappy again. She reached out, grabbed the hand he was using to rub her head, interlaced her fingers with his, looked up at him, and mumbled, "That only counts if I say it does. You don't get to decide." Zhou Yi was taken aback for a second, then tightened his hold on her little hand, his tone indulgent. All right, my young miss. You call shots." Qin Xiaoyu lowered her head and glanced at the hand he was holding tightly. She couldn't suppress the curve of her lips, no matter how hard she tried. But her mouth still refused to go easy on him. That is more like it. Call me that a couple more times, so I can hear it." The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth twitched. He bent down and whispered something in her ear, and Qin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned even redder. She immediately turned her head away and stopped arguing. Seeing that she had finally settled down, Zhou Yi didn't tease her any further. Holding her hand, he walked back the way they had come. The other girls looked at each other and smiled, silently following behind the two of them. Then they glanced at one another's freshly combed, slightly fluffy hair ends. No one knew who laughed first, but soon they were all laughing together. At the same time, in another distant stretch of sea, Wan Shui was lying in a cabin at Dai Xingza's main camp. The stump of his left arm had already been disinfected and bandaged again, and the empty socket of his blind left had also been cleaned and disinfected, covered with a layer of gauze soaked in disinfectant alcohol. He was still running a low fever, his lips dry, cracked, and pale, but the only eye he had left, his right one, had already regained that familiar cold sharpness. Dai Xingza sat on a wooden chair beside him, spinning a small knife in his hand as he listened to Wan Shui describe the weapons in Zhou Yi's possession: an AWM sniper rifle, a rocket launcher, and an M4 rifle. After hearing him out, Dai Xingza's brows twisted into a hard frown. A rocket launcher? A sniper rifle? Of all people to provoke. Why did you have to pick a fight with the Hyperion? He paused, lowered his head to look at Wan Shui's pale face, and there was no warmth in his eyes. At this point, I even need to reconsider whether bringing you into our team was the right call. Wan Shui's expression stiffened at those words, and his mind immediately began racing for a countermeasure. He doesn't know I joined you. Dai Xingza paused slightly when he heard that, then looked at him without replying. Wan Shui secretly let out a sigh of relief and continued, "When he was chasing me, I was heading northwest, while this place is in the southeastern sea region." He paused, then added, "Besides, there are quite a few forces in the northwestern sea too. No matter how smart he is, there's no way he'd guess I'd come all the way to the opposite southeastern direction. And I deliberately made a huge detour on the way here. No one saw me come this way either. Besides, he might not even know you exist at all." Dai Xingza kept spinning the knife in his hand without speaking, as though weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he took a deep breath. "Come to think of it, he and I really don't seem to have any conflict. The only reason I know about him is because the name of that 3S fishing rod is too famous." He slid the knife back into its sheath and let out a light sigh. With the level of equipment he has now, probably no one in this entire sea region can stand against him, myself included. Wan Shui understood what he meant. In the end, Dai Xingza simply had no intention of wading into this mess. "It's fine. I'll avenge my own grudge myself. Naturally, there's no reason to drag your team into danger too. I said that from the start. You don't need to interfere." Wan Shui forced himself upright. "But the squad your people sent out to collect rent was killed by him. If word of that gets out, I'm afraid it won't do your reputation any favors." Dai Xingza was stunned for a second, then laughed. "Won't he do me any favors if it gets out? Other than you, who else knows about it?" His gaze fixed directly on Wan Shui. "I want to interfere in your grudge with that Zhou Yi. At least for now. I'm not at the point where I'm willing to risk my life against him. And you'd better make yourself useful. My team doesn't keep useless people around, and you'd better not try to play tricks on me either. I'm not as easy to fool as your former subordinate." After saying that, he turned and left the cabin, leaving Wan Shui alone. Watching Dai Xingza's departing back, the look in Wan Shui's eye gradually turned cold. Huanzhuan Island, beside the golden treasure chest, Xuan Yu was sprawled on the ground, absent-mindedly playing with a little patch of grass. When it saw Zhou Yu return not long after leaving, it immediately got up from the ground. "You found 5 colors of fur that fast?" Zhou Yu walked over Xuan Yu and crouched down in front of it, spreading open his palm. 5 small tufts of hair in different colors lay quietly in his hand. Black, dark brown, light brown, chestnut, tea brown. Under the sunlight, Every tuft shone with a natural luster. 5 colors. Not a single one missing. Check the goods. Xianyu lowered his head and looked at the 5 strands of hair in Zhou Ye's hand. His ears twitched. He leaned in to sniff them, then suddenly snapped his head up, his amber eyes going wide and round. Who are you trying to fool here? These are obviously hair from you guys. What I wanted was fur from exotic beasts. But what you said back then was fur in 5 different colors. Zhou Yi pushed his palm a little farther forward. You never said whether it had to be from exotic beasts or from people. Fur in 5 colors. How does that not meet your requirement? Xianyu opened his mouth, his ears flattening back, his tail sweeping across the ground faster and faster. He really had only said 5 colors back then. He hadn't specified the species. But if he admitted this counted, then wouldn't that mean this person had found a massive loophole in the trial he had guarded for so long? He smacked one front paw against the ground and stubbornly lifted his neck. Doesn't count. What I wanted was fur from the island's exotic beasts, not hair that grew on your own bodies. Hey, Guoba. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned sideways, rested a hand on Tang Guogua's shoulder, and spoke in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, just enough for Xianyu to hear. You think this little northeastern tiger is trying to skip out on the deal? Tang Guogua blinked, then immediately picked up the line. No way, right? I think he looks pretty cute. He shouldn't be the kind who goes back on his word. And on top of the cliff, just now, he said it himself. What I say, I do. I remember that, right, didn't I? Right, he did say that. Qin Xiaoyu deliberately dragged out the last word. The corner of her eye flicking toward Xianyu. Then he probably isn't trying to Welsh, right? Lin Wanner let out a soft sigh, her voice gentle enough to drip water. Come on, don't say that about him. He's guarded this place for so long, so he must have his own rules. But speaking of which, he never said you couldn't use your own hair. Zhao Linger leaned over from the side and added, exactly. And he only said 5 colors just now. I even made a point of remembering it. If he changes his story now and says it has to be from exotic beasts, then wouldn't that mean he's overturning his own rules? Who'd dare trust him after that? So you joined in and stabbed in another hit. If you wanted exotic beast fur, you should have said so earlier. Going back on it now is just wasting our time. Yuan Qing also nodded. This little northeastern tiger is probably still young. His memory's bad, so he already forgot the condition he just said. Xianyu's tail swept slower and slower. His ears went from standing straight up to flattened, then from flattened to drooping slightly backward. He lowered his head to look at the 5 clumps of hair, then raised it again to look at the girls in front of him, who were working together so smoothly it was like they had rehearsed it. He scraped the ground twice with his front paw, then finally turned his face away and forced a few words out through clenched teeth. Fine, we'll count it as you passed. He raised one front paw and smacked the lid of the chest hard, still muttering, you people really corner me into this. If you try pulling this kind of loophole nonsense again next time, you won't be so lucky. The treasure chest popped open at once. Golden Legend quality encounter supply chest. Refined iron machete blueprint times 2, vertical grip blueprint times 1, blood bottles times 5, advanced feed times 5, unknown fragment map times 1. Black tortoise scale times 1, special. Black tortoise scale? Zhou Yi stared at the palm-sized black turtle shell in his hand and fell into thought. What does this thing have to do with the black tortoise? And what does this advanced feed mean? Can you really tame pets with it? Seeing the look of dislike on Zhou Ye's face toward the turtle shell, Xianyu smiled and walked to his side. Of course you can't tell anything from it right now. You'll only understand how useful it is when a black tortoise shows up. It's just a turtle shell. Zhou Yi picked it up and looked it over from left to right, but he still couldn't find anything special about it. Then he looked at Xianyu suspiciously. Does this come with after-sales service? Xianyu froze from the look. Hey, I already helped you get the chest. And I even let you exploit a loophole and help you open it. You got the stuff too. I'm not saying anything else. Fine. Zhou Yi curled his lip and put everything into the system backpack, then stood up and brushed the grass bits off his pants. There got to be plenty more chests on this island. We won't keep you company any longer. Yeah, you're in such a hurry to leave? Xianyu stepped forward and looked at him. I'm idle anyway, so how about I help guide you around? Guide us. Zhou Yi lowered his head to look at him. What? You know where the other treasure chests are too? Obviously. Xianyu lifted his chin slightly, looking smug as hell. I've been on this island for so long. I know it like the back of my paw. Zhou Yi didn't agree right away. Instead, he turned to look at the girls behind him, as if asking for their opinion. The girls all tacitly showed that he could decide. They were fine with anything. Then sure, with you as a guide, finding treasure chests should be twice the result for half the effort. As he spoke, Zhou Yi made a gesture for him to go ahead and lead the way. The corners of Xianyu's mouth lifted. He held his head high and chest out as he walked to the front. Everyone smiled knowingly and followed after him. Xianyu, walking in the lead, slowed his steps slightly and shot Zhou Yi a sideways glance. The curve of his mouth grew a little wider. This kid, he really suits my taste. Following Xianyu, the group crossed a low slope covered in pale purple flowers. The grass under their feet gradually became damp and soft, and the floral fragrance in the air was replaced by a cleaner, cooler scent of water vapor. After turning past the last wall of trees draped in hanging vines, The view suddenly opened up. A quiet little lake sat embedded right in the middle of the forest clearing. The lake wasn't big. Standing on the shore, they could see the opposite bank. The water was so clear it was almost transparent. And with one glance, they could see the smooth pebbles and swaying water plants at the bottom. Sunlight poured straight in, casting mottled golden patches of light beneath the surface. In the center of the lake was a tiny island, and on the island stood a lone ancient tree with a canopy like a great cover. Several little deer, glowing with a faint blue light all over their bodies, were standing at the lakeside with their heads lowered, drinking water. When they heard footsteps, they raised their heads and glanced at the intruders, then slowly walked into the deeper part of the woods without any hurry. A few water lilies floated on the lake, and several white swans swam back and forth across the surface. Qin Xiaoyu grabbed Zhou Ye's arm and dragged him toward the lakeside. Look those big geese. Zhou Yi pinched her cheek like he was looking at a child. Did it ever occur to you that they're called swans? Well, the chest is on the island in the middle of the lake. Xianyu raised a front paw and pointed toward the center. As for how to get the chest, you'll have to use your own brain and think of a way. Zhou Yi, who was still being pulled toward the lakeside by Qin Xiaoyu holding his arm, paused slightly at those words and turned to look toward the island in the center. The island wasn't far, only about 20 or 30 meters from shore. With the naked eye alone, they could clearly see a chest sitting quietly beneath the big tree on the island. Judging by the color, it looks like it's only purple quality. Yi Wanqing muttered from the side, but Zhou Ye's gaze never left the island in the middle of the lake. That purple treasure chest really wasn't rare, but Xianyu's earlier words kept repeating in his mind. You'll have to use your own brain and think of a way. For a chest that could be reached just by swimming 20 or 30 meters, why specifically emphasize using his brain? Unless there was something wrong with the act of swimming over itself. Or maybe the chest was only bait, and the real test wasn't even on the island at all. He crouched down, picked up a small stone by his foot, and weighed it in his hand, seeing him suddenly fall silent and stare at the lake in thought. The girls exchanged glances and tacitly chose not to make a sound and disturb him. This island can't be understood with common sense. Since it's an encounter island, then what if I think about it in reverse? Instead of me swimming over, what if the chest comes over? He tilted his head toward Xianyu, his tone casual. Would something different happen? Xianyu narrowed his amber eyes, his tail flicking lightly behind him. He said nothing, but the curve at the corner of his mouth was clearly lifted a little more than before. Zhou Yi turned his gaze back to the island in the middle of the lake and muttered to himself while rummaging through his backpack. It's just a purple chest anyway. Even if I can't get it, it won't hurt. If I don't try, how would I know? Using several iron ingots and refined iron ingots, he quickly crafted a grappling claw in his backpack, tied hemp rope to it, swung it around in his hand a few times, and threw it toward the island in the middle of the lake. With the sea god's fishing rod enhancement, his strength was now several times greater than an ordinary person's. A distance of 20 or 30 meters was nothing to him, and he easily hurled the grappling hook to the other side. The hook caught firmly on the edge of the treasure chest. He yanked it back, and the chest traced an arc through the air before splashing into the lake with a loud plop, sending up a huge spray. All the girls stared at him with blank expressions. Then the surface of the lake suddenly changed. Before the splash where the chest had fallen could even settle, a soft pale golden glow spread out from the center of the water. The halo grew brighter and brighter, and the lake's surface seemed to be gently parted by an invisible hand as a figure slowly rose up from below. The man was tall and slender, dressed in a snow-white ancient Greek-style robe, barefoot as he stepped on the water. With every step, small ripples spread out around his feet. His hair was the clear blue of lake water, hanging by his shoulders and still dripping. On his face was the exaggerated smile unique to a cartoon character. In his hand he held a trident, and a strand of waterweed was still dangling from its tip. A system notification suddenly sounded before everyone. Triggered random event, trial of the river god. Pass the trial to receive abundant material rewards. Qin Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. River god? Why does this look more like Manhwa? Tang Guowa couldn't hold back her shocked cry. Holy crap, the title trickster. Su Ran rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have seen it wrong. Even Yulan's lips twitched slightly. This island really can't be understood with common sense. At this moment, Zhou Yi was also standing there in a daze, staring at the kind and affable river god in front of him. No way, this actually works too? The river god raised his head and gave Zhou Yi a standard cartoon smile. Young survivor, which one did you drop? This golden chest, this silver chest, or this broken wooden chest? The scene fell completely silent. Only a faint breeze passed by. What are you standing there for? Answer him. Xianyu urged from his side. Zhou Yi looked at the three chests floating side by side above the lake, then at the standard cartoon smile on the river god's face. His mind spun rapidly for a moment. Back when he had watched that movie, after the river god in the animation asked that multiple choice question, the person who answered honestly got to take all three, while the greedy ones who chose gold or silver ended up with nothing. The trial itself wasn't hard. The hard part was whether you could still tell the truth with such a dazzling golden chest right in front of you. Besides, Xianyu had repeatedly hinted that he should use his brain just now. If all he had to do was swim over and take a purple chest, there was no need to design such a complicated trigger condition. The river god's appearance itself was the trial, and honesty was the only key to passing it. He pointed at the shabby wooden chest that was still dripping water, with a small patch of paint chipped off at the corner. The one I dropped was that wooden chest. The cartoon smile on the river god's face brightened even more. He planted the trident into the lake water, and a ring of golden ripples spread across the surface. An honest child deserves a reward. This golden chest, this silver chest, and this broken wooden chest are all yours. The 3 chests were gently pushed to the shore by the water and lined up on the grass. After saying that, the river god's figure sank back into the lake and vanished again. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to snap out of it. Lowering her voice, she muttered into Tang Guogua's ear, "This works too?" Tang Guogua hugged the little sand mouse and stared unblinkingly at the glittering golden chest. Looking at Zhou Ye's back, Xianyu's lips curled up slightly. I really didn't misjudge him. Just as Zhou Ye was about to step forward and open the chests, he suddenly paused and turned back to look at him. If I just swum over there directly, what would have happened? Xianyu lightly swept his tail and glanced toward the island in the middle of the lake. If you'd swum over directly just now, the moment you set foot on the island, the chest would have disappeared too. You would have gotten nothing. Zhou Ye froze slightly, then cupped his hands toward him and spoke sincerely. Then I really do have to thank you for the hint. My hint? Xianyu smiled, turned, and walked off in another direction. Without even looking back, he replied, that doesn't really count as a hint. That was just your own understanding. He glanced back at Zhou Ye. But I have to say, you really are smart. At dusk, Wan Shui was jolted awake by the sting of his wounds being redressed. The underling treating his injuries wasn't exactly gentle, but at least he followed the rules. The old bandages that had been removed were piled to the side, stained with dark brown blood and yellow tissue fluid. Leaning against the side of the boat, Wan Shui watched that underling use disinfecting alcohol to clean the wound on his severed wrist again, then replaced the gauze over his left eye, the one that would never open again. He didn't make a single sound through the whole process. Dai Xingze lifted the cloth curtain to the cabin and walked in. He glanced at the pile of removed bandages on the floor, then at Wan Shui's pale face. Can you walk? Wan Shui pushed himself up with the railing and stood, looking at him with his only remaining right eye. My legs aren't injured, so of course I can. Dai Xingze nodded, turned, and walked out of the cabin. Come out. I'll show you the fleet. A thin layer of golden light floated over the sea. Dai Xingze's fleet was anchored in a deep water area behind a cluster of reefs. A little over 10 rafts of various sizes were linked together with thick hemp ropes and iron chains. Simple wooden shacks and lookout towers had been built on the rafts. Stacks of sorted supply crates were piled along the rails. A few underlings were crouched by the edge of one raft, repairing a small boat whose rudder had been damaged by the waves. There weren't many people, but everything was orderly. Wan Shui followed Dai Xingze from one end of the fleet to the other, his gaze sweeping over the equipment and personnel on every boat one by one. From his experience, this fleet wasn't particularly strong, but it had enough manpower, a fairly decent stockpile of supplies, and everyone knew what they were supposed to be doing. This is all of it. Dai Xingze stopped by the railing, one hand resting on it as he looked out at the open sea in the distance. Now you've seen why I didn't send anyone after that guy, surnamed Zhou. I've only got a little over 10 boats and a few dozen people. In this southeastern sea, that barely counts as having a foothold. But if I really go head-on against his firearms, we'll just be cut down like grass. Wan Shui didn't argue. Dai Xingze turned around, one hand still on the rail, and continued in a tone like he was giving a mandatory lesson to a new recruit. Let me give you a rough rundown of the power distribution in this sea. We're in the southeastern region right now. To the west is Zhang Mazi's fleet. He doesn't have many men, but every one of them is willing to risk his life. They're not easy to deal with. To the north is territory controlled by a guy named Wang Tiancheng. He has about twice as many men as I do. And farther out on the outer edge, there are several major forces whose details even I still haven't figured out. But in one regard, we're all the same. Wan Shui turned to look him in the eyes. His voice hoarse. Firearms? Dai Xingze nodded, took a deep breath, and looked out at the sea. Yeah, no matter which fleet it is. At this stage, none of them have firearms. As far as I know, they all probably have 1 or 2 firearm blueprints more or less. But without a heart of the ocean to upgrade the workbench, having blueprints alone means they can't produce finished weapons at all. The heart of the ocean. Even from a golden quality supply chest, the chance of getting one is vanishingly small. He turned to look at Wan Shui. What kind of monster did you provoke exactly? After a pause, he let out a sigh. I haven't seen that Zhou Ye before, so tell me about the crew set up on Hyperion. If they could beat you into this state, then besides having strong firearms, the crew probably isn't easy to deal with either, right? At those words, Wan Shui's mouth twitched. It was hard for him to even say it out loud, but he still answered. Other than the Captain Zhou Ye being a man, every other crew member on the Hyperion is female. 6 young girls. Oh, Daishingze was genuinely surprised. You're saying the captain of the Hyperion, one man, led 6 young girls and broke apart your fleet of 20 or 30 people. The mockery in his tone couldn't have been more obvious. I was set up by him. Wan Shuwei snapped through gritted teeth. If he hadn't impersonated me and provoked so many people, how could I have ended up like this? I wasn't crushed by him. I was besieged by everyone else. So in the end, you still got outplayed by a brat, didn't you? Daishingze patted his shoulder and smiled. Sometimes admitting your failure isn't embarrassing. Besides, the one you provoked was someone whose combat power is far beyond yours. After saying that, he ignored how ugly the man's expression was and turned to leave. Phantom Mist Island, with Xianyu leading the way. Zhou Yi found 2 more purple quality supply chests and 1 gold quality supply chest. During that time, Xianyu gave him plenty of intentional and unintentional hints. Zhou Yi always caught on quickly to the hidden meaning behind them, and because of that, he became even more polite to Xianyu, thanking him again and again. Zhou Yi looked up at the sky. The setting sun had already sunk to the edge of the treetops. The light in the forest dimmed fast, and the patches of light filtering through the canopy turned from gold to gray-white. He put the last purple supply chest in his backpack and brushed the bits of bark off his hands. It's getting dark. Let us go back to the boat. Qin Xiaoyu stretched lazily. Tang Guogua stood up from the grass and patted the grass seeds off her pants. The girls all started packing up, getting ready to head back. But Xianyu stayed crouched under that crooked-necked tree, not moving, his tail sweeping lightly behind him. Hey, don't rush off. Your boat is parked by the shore, and we're basically near the center of the island now. By the time you get back, it'll be completely dark. Not safe. Zhou Yi paused and turned to look at him. Xianyu stood up and shook the grass bits off his body, then raised his head and looked at him with those amber eyes. I know a place to spend the night. Better than hurrying back right now. Follow me. The group exchanged glances. After spending the whole day together, this little northeastern tiger might have had a sharp tongue and its thunder attitude, but he really had been helping them the entire time. Zhou Yi nodded. Then we'll trouble you. After saying that, he led the girls after him. Xianyu did not keep going deeper into the island. Instead, he circled halfway along the lakeshore and slipped into an ancient forest draped with hanging vines. The trees here were clearly taller and thicker than the broadleaf forest outside. Their trunks were so wide it would take several people linking arms to wrap around one, and their crowns blocked out the sky. He stopped in front of the thickest ancient tree, tilted his head up, and let out a howl toward the branches. Zhou Yi followed his gaze upward and then froze. Hanging from the branches of this ancient tree were many enormous leaves and flower buds. The leaves were bigger than a person, their edges curling into natural arched canopies. The flower buds were even more absurdly huge. Every single one was big enough for 2 people to lie side by side. Their petals were layered tightly together, leaving only a narrow slit at the very top. These buds were not drooping limply. They were firmly supported between the branches by thick vines, swaying only slightly and slowly in the breeze, like cradles hanging from the tree. This is the night bloom lodging flower unique to Phantom Mist Island. Xianyu sat down and raised a forepaw, pointing at the nearest flower bud. The petals stay closed during the day. At night, when the temperature drops, they slowly open up. The inner walls of the petals give off a faint glow. Not glaring, just enough to light up their own little area. You won't feel cold lying inside either. The flower regulates its own temperature. He paused, then sighed softly. Sometimes when I get tired of guarding the island, I sleep up there for a night. Way more comfortable than the ground. He turned to look at Zhou Yi and the others. Pick for yourselves. Choose one closer to the ground if you want it easier. One flower bud can sleep 2 people. They ate dinner beneath the ancient tree. No one knew where Xianyu had gone to fetch several fist-sized wild fruits. He dropped them on the ground and pushed them toward the girls with a forepaw. The fruits had pale purple skin. Once split open, the flesh inside was crystal clear. One bite filled the mouth with sweetness. Qin Xiaoyu ate 3 in a row and only stopped when Tang Guogwa smacked the back of her hand. Zhao Ling took out an iron pot from the system backpack, poured in fresh water, and set on stones to boil. She tossed in several kinds of edible mushrooms and wild vegetables they had gathered during the day to make a pot of soup, then added a few slices of dried fish for extra flavor. Soup alone would not fill them up, so everyone also took out the various foods they carried with them in their system backpacks. The firelight shone across the lake, where the evening breeze broke it into dancing golden specks. As they ate, the conversation somehow drifted toward their old lives. Yulan let out a soft sigh. Right before I came here, I had just quit my job. There was still half a month left on my rental. Thinking about it now, I'm definitely not getting that deposit back. Su Ran quietly chimed in. I'd only just started my internship before I got dragged in here. I didn't even memorize my roommate's name yet. Tang Guogwa propped her cheek in her hand and muttered, I had a hamster. Super fat. Every time it ran on its wheel, it'd de-roll itself right off. Now that I'm here, no one could take care of it anymore. Sigh. Zhao Ling smiled. My old dream was to open a dessert shop. Now that I'm out here at sea, I guess there's no chance for that. Zhou Yi sat nearby and listened quietly, occasionally tossing a few dry branches into the fire. Xianyu crouched by the fire, licking his forepaw. Your world really is pretty interesting. As the fire gradually dimmed, night completely covered the forest. Xianyu sat on a tree root, the tip of his tail lazily swaying behind him, watching the group tilt their heads up and choose flower buds. There was a hint of easy amusement in his amber eyes, like he was enjoying the show. The girls had already started dividing up the buds. Lin Wan grabbed Zhao Ling's hand, and the two of them picked the same bud at the same time. One tucked near the inside of the trunk and tightly shielded by several giant leaves. Su Yu and Yi Wanqing picked two neighboring ones. Yulan and Su Ran naturally took one together. Qin Xiaoyu stood under the tree, looking up at the few remaining flower buds hanging lower to the ground. Then turned to glance at Tang Guogua. Tang Guogua was hugging her pillow, a small cotton cloth cushion she had brought down from the boat, and was just about to walk toward the empty flower bud next to Su Ran's. Qin Xiaoyu reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Tang Guogua turned back to look at her and blinked. Qin Xiaoyu's gaze drifted away, moving from Tang Guogua's face to the unclaimed flower bud beside them, then back again. Her voice was much lower than usual. Guogul. Who do you want to sleep with tonight? Tang Guogua hugged her pillow and tilted her head, looking at her for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Qin Xiaoyu's expression went from awkward to forced calm, and then from forced calm to ears gradually turning red. Tang Guogua suddenly pressed her lips together and smiled. Then she turned and called to Su Ran, Ran, I'll squeeze in with you tonight. Help me carry my pillow up first. Without waiting for Qin Xiaoyu to react, she stuffed the little cushion into Su Ran's arms and pushed at her back, steering her toward another flower bud. After taking a few steps, she looked back again and blinked at Qin Xiaoyu, clearly meaning, go on. Qin Xiaoyu stood there, opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed the words back down. She took a deep breath, turned around, and walked toward Zhou Yi, every step landing a little heavier than usual, like she was trying to work up her courage. When she stopped in front of him, she cleared her throat. Hey, Guogua's going to squeeze in with Su Ran, and it feels kind of wasteful for me to sleep alone in such a big flower bud. Do you want to come over? Anyway, all the ones closer to the ground have already been taken. Zhou Yi lowered his head and looked at her. Her eyes were fixed stubbornly on the middle of his chest, refusing to lift any higher. If you're scared of the dark, just say you're scared of the dark. You don't need to make up so many excuses. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head and glared at him, her ears red, like someone had brushed rouge over them. Who is scared of the dark? I just think it's wasteful. Waste is shameful. Don't you know that? Zhou Yi smiled and reached out to rub her hair. He did not expose the complete lack of logic in her words and instead went along with her. Fine. Then tonight we'll call it energy, saving, and emissions reduction. When he climbed into that flower bud with Qin Xiaoyu, he heard Tang Guogua whisper something to Su Ran behind him. The two girls' laughter was muffled inside the petals, then gently scattered by the night wind. Qin Xiaoyu had obviously heard it too. The tips of her ears were red enough to glow, but this time she did not turn back. She only tugged the vines along the edge of the petals upward, covering most of the entrance. The faint glow on the inner walls of the flower bud was like a thin layer of warm mist. Qin Xiaoyu lay on her side with her back to him, legs curled slightly, both hands folded beneath her cheek like a pillow. Her shoulders rose and fell evenly with her breathing, but the rhythm was half a beat faster than usual. She clearly wasn't asleep. Zhou Yi lay behind her without making a sound. The flower bud swayed ever so lightly in the night wind, and a thread of starlight slipped in through the crack between the petals above them. It stayed quiet for a long time, so long that Zhou Yi thought she had actually fallen asleep, so long that even the vines outside the petals had stopped rustling. Then Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned over. It wasn't the kind of unconscious movement someone made in their sleep. Her motion was light but deliberate, changing from having her back to him to facing him. Less than a palm's width separated them. She didn't open her eyes, but her lashes trembled softly. The faint light inside the bud fell on her face, clearly illuminating her tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brows. Zhou Yi didn't move. He wanted to see what this girl, who was always sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, was trying to do. Qin Xiaoyu's lashes trembled a few times, and then she edged forward a little, then a little more. Each time, she moved only half an inch, as if afraid of disturbing something, yet also as if she were repeatedly testing some invisible boundary, until her forehead gently touched his collarbone. She stopped there, neither moving forward nor retreating. Her breathing landed against his collar, warm and hurried. Her hands were still folded beneath her cheek, not reaching out, only curling herself into a tiny little ball and squeezing into that narrow bit of space between him and the inner wall of the flower bud. Zhou Yi felt her forehead rub ever so lightly and slowly against his collarbone. It wasn't accidental. She did on purpose. It was the kind of tiny, clumsy closeness that took an enormous amount of courage to work up to. She buried her face in his chest, and her voice came through the fabric, muffled and vague. almost like she was talking to herself. Zhou Yi reached out slowly, so slowly that she had more than enough time to dodge. She didn't. His fingers slid through the hair at the back of her head, his fingertips resting against the back of her neck as he gently drew her a little closer. His other arm circled her waist and tightened, pulling her whole body into his embrace. You don't have to be so careful from now on. His voice was low, his lips resting against the top of her hair. I understand. I've always been here. Qin Xiaoyu kept her face buried in his chest, her fingers slowly tightening around the fabric at his back. Several seconds of silence passed. Just one word, muffled, slipping out through the gap in the cloth. Zhou Yi lowered his head and lightly pressed a kiss to the top of her hair. Then he tightened the arm around her waist and held her fully in his arms. The petals swayed slowly. Her breathing gradually became long and even, and her shoulders finally relaxed completely. Nestled in his embrace, she looked like a cat that had finally agreed to be held. At dawn, a ray of sunlight shone in through the crack in the window. Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes a little, then froze. Familiar guden was, a familiar vez, a familiar ceiling. This was a room aboard the Hyperion. He stared at the newly replaced ceiling beam for a few seconds, then came back to himself and looked down. Qin Xiaoyu was clinging to him like an octopus. Last night, they had still been inside the flower bud, but now they were back on the ship. There was no memory of waking up, no memory of boarding the ship. It was as if someone had gently pushed them, sending them from Huanshuan Island straight back into their little room. Qin Xiaoyu's lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. The tips of her ears turned red at a visible speed, yet instead of springing away like usual, she only blinked. And the corners of her lips slowly lifted into a very faint, very sweet curve. Morning. Zhou Yi gently rubbed her head. Morning. Qin Xiaoyu pressed her face more firmly against his chest, glanced at the surroundings, and her eyes instantly widened. Isn't this my room? How do we get back? Zhou Yi shook his head. Before he could answer, the door was suddenly knocked on. Qin Xiaoyu reflexively sprang away. Moving so hard, she almost rolled off the edge of the bed. Tang Guoguo's voice came from outside, unable to hide the laughter in her tone. Are you two awake? Everyone's on the deck. Come out quick, we got something to show you. On the deck, several girls had already gathered in a circle. Lin Wanner held a small basket of berries, each one as big as a fist, with pale purple skin. Exactly the same as the one Xuanyu had brought in its mouth last night. Zhao Linger held a small bundle of dried, pale, golden flowers. Suyu had a thin stone slab in her hand, polished smooth, with a very faint layer of fluorescent light on its surface. Yi Wanqing leaned against the ship's rail with a silver-white feather in her hand. Yulan and Su Ran had each gotten a few fruits and a small cluster of herbs. Everyone was there, and everyone had a share. These things were all sitting beside our pillows when we woke up, Lin Wanner said as she set the basket of berries on the table, her tone a little reluctant. That little tiger didn't even say goodbye in person. There was also a stone tablet about the size of a palm, lying on the table. Its edges were covered in moss, and its surface was carved with ancient strokes. The same kind of script as the dark golden patterns Zhou Yi had seen on the sea god's fishing rod. Zhou Yi crouched down and gently traced those carvings with his fingers. The words slowly became clear in his eyes, broken and incomplete, but enough to understand the general meaning. A little gift for your girls. If you want to know about the Xuanwu turtle, you might want to take a look at those map fragments in your hand. With your brain, I'm sure you'll know what to do. Oh, right, that egg on your ship is quite the background, so make sure to keep it safe. Maybe it'll come in handy one day. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. Looking at those words on the stone tablet, Zhou Yi once again pictured that Sundra little tiger in his mind, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Thanks. See you again, if fate allows. Then he raised his head and looked toward the line where sky and sea met. There was nothing there. The sea was so calm it looked like a massive blue mirror, empty and still. Yesterday's Huanshuan Island had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Qin Xiaoyu picked up a berry from the basket in Lin Wanner's hands and turned it over and over. That little northeast tiger's pretty decent. It left something for everyone. Zhao Linger carefully placed the bundle of pale, golden flowers into the wooden cup on the table, looked at it from left and right, then nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Yi gently wiped the stone tablet with a towel, then stored it in the system backpack like a treasure and preserved it carefully. After that, he took out 3 yellowed sheets of paper from the system backpack. They were the map fragments he had obtained one after another. He placed the 3 fragments together on the table and was surprised to find that the edges matched perfectly. It looked like with just one last piece, the full map would be complete. Look here. Suyu reached out and pointed at one of the islands on the map, where several symbols were drawn. Don't these symbols look familiar? Feels like I've seen them somewhere before. Yi Wanqing, standing beside her, leaned in for a closer look. The moment she made out the characters on it, she suddenly lifted her head. Isn't this the name of Huanshuan Island? Hey, it really is. Tang Guoguo leaned over too. I remember seeing this symbol on that stone tablet yesterday. Look, there's another island here. Qin Xiaoyu spotted another marked island at a glance. And this one too. Yulan pointed out another one. Zhou took a deep breath, then slowly stood up and looked at the 3 map fragments on the table. That stone tablet said it yesterday. There are 3 more small islands like Huanshuan Island. 2 of them are on this map, and the last one should be on the other fragment. Then what are these 2 islands called right now? Zhao Linger asked curiously. Floating Light Island, Star Moon Island. Zhou pointed at the corresponding spots. Lin Wanner stroked her chin as she studied the map. But, judging from the scale of this map, the distance between these islands isn't just far, it's ridiculously far. They're basically in the east, west, south, and north seas. Yeah, exactly. Zhou pointed at the other places on the map. And these aren't the only islands on this map. The route probably passes through all kinds of strange and rare places. Zhao Linger cupped her cheeks with both hands, looking a little expectant. Could be another island with lots of little animals too? Maybe. Zhou smiled and rubbed her head. There's still too many things in this vast ocean that we don't know about. But for now, he put away the 3 torn scroll pieces and pointed at the wooden house behind him. Let's expand Yulan and Su Rant's rooms first. That way we won't have to squeeze together again tonight. The moment Yulan thought about making such a big fuss, she still felt a little embarrassed. Actually, there's really no need to go this far. Hey, enough. Zhou made a quieting gesture. Your ship was damaged by us by accident, so you had no choice but to stay on my ship. He paused, looking straight into Yulan's eyes, his tone gentle but carrying unquestionable weight. If you keep saying more, it'll just get awkward. Yulan pressed her lips together. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed it back and could only softly murmur, "Thank you." Beside them, Lin Wanner and Tang Guogua exchanged a tacit nod. Lin Wanner stepped forward, hooked Yulan's arm, and headed toward the wooden house. Come on, let's go see where your room should be set up. Tangua, meanwhile, threw an arm around Su Rant's shoulders and walked off the other way. Ran, come take a look at the berry pots your big sis planted. Seeing this, Zhou let out a long breath and turned to head for the railing, ready to cast his line and fish for supplies. A private message suddenly popped up. Yang Hao. Bro, a fleet is heading into the sea area near you. Zhang Mozi's fleet came racing in from the northwest. 4 modified wooden rafts were linked one after another. People stood along the sides of every raft, holding all kinds of weapons. Some carried iron harpoons. Some had homemade bows and arrows slung on their backs. Some wore 2 chipped machetes at their waists. Every one of them had a vicious look in their eyes. They were all desperate men with plenty of blood on their hands. Zhang Mozi stood at the bow of the first raft, one hand braced on the rail, the other holding up a monocular telescope. He lowered the telescope, turned his head, and spat behind him, then cursed in a rough voice, "Hurry up, move faster. If you keep dawdling, the signal flare airdrop will be completely looted." A tall, skinny man came over beside him, his face full of a fawning grin that exposed a mouth of rotten teeth. Mozi Ji, don't worry. It's only been a little over 10 minutes since the time that little brother mentioned. The airdrop is definitely still floating in the air. Zhang Mozi didn't answer. He just raised the telescope again and kept staring at the distant sea. Mozi Ji, looks like there's a big ship up ahead. The tall, skinny man lowered his telescope and pointed southwest. Zhang Mozi raised his telescope and looked over. A ship obviously larger than the other rafts by a whole size sat quietly on the sea. The railing along the side was neat. The ship house had 2 floors, and light cooking smoke drifted from the chimney. There even seemed to be people moving around on deck. He narrowed his eyes. The scar on his face twitched slightly with the curve of his mouth, and his smile carried naked excitement. Nice ship. Mark the coordinates. After we grab the airdrop, we'll come back and take a look. A ship this big should have plenty of valuable stuff on it. The tall, skinny man beside him nodded and immediately recorded the coordinate point nearby. Just like that, Zhang Mozi's fleet brazenly swept past the Hyperion at a distance of only a few hundred meters. On deck, Zhou acted as if he hadn't seen their fleet at all and just kept fishing for supplies on his own. Suyu was sitting beside him. Suyu rested the fishing rod across her thighs and carefully peeled the berries Xian Yu had left behind. After peeling one, she held it to Zhou Ye's mouth. Zhou Yi bit into it without being polite, nodding repeatedly as he did. Really sweet. Suyu took a bite of a berry herself, glanced at the fleet speeding past in the distance, and casually asked, "Aren't we leaving this place? Leaving? Why will we leave?" The corners of Zhou Ye's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes fixed on the float on the sea. If they rob the airdrop and don't know their place enough to set their sights on us, I'll just wipe them out while I'm at it. I can't be bothered to hide and run around just because of every little disturbance. True enough. As Suyu spoke, she picked up another berry. But looking at those people, they're probably the same sort as Wan Shui. If we don't leave, they'll definitely come looking for us. Zhou Yi smiled, set down the fishing rod, took the berry from Suyu's hand, and started peeling it carefully. Wouldn't that be perfect if they come looking for us? I don't like stealing other people's things, but if they deliver themselves to my door, then all I can do is gladly accept. As he spoke, he held the peeled berry to Suyu's mouth. Let's just do what we should be doing. No need to let other people affect us. Suyu smiled, took a bite of the berry, and nodded. You're the captain. I'll listen to you. Zhou Yi raised a brow. You're only listening to me because I'm captain? Sui was slightly stunned when she heard that. She glanced at him, then looked away again, a smile still at the corner of her lips. Of course not. Then what is it? You guess. Suyu smiled as she took the berry from his hand, stored the fishing rod in the system backpack, then stood up and left. Zhou Yi stared blankly at her departing figure. A moment later, he let out a light laugh, turned around, and went back to fishing for supplies. By the time Zhang Mozi's fleet arrived at the signal flare coordinates, the airdrop crate was still descending slowly above the sea along the golden pillar of light, only a few dozen meters from the surface. The one who fired the signal flare had clearly prepared in advance. 3 small wooden rafts were guarding beneath the airdrop in a triangular formation. Every person on the rafts carried a bow and arrows, around 10 or so people in total. At the front was a man in his early 30s with a fresh scar across his face that hadn't fully healed yet. Standing at the bow, Zhang Mozi saw the setup clearly through the telescope, and the old scar at the corner of his mouth twitched along with the grin spreading across his face. He lowered the telescope and shouted toward the cabin behind him, "Get ready, all of you." The desperate men on the 4 ships let out a burst of crude laughter. Some raised their harpoons, some drew their bowstrings, and some banged their chipped machetes against the rails with loud clangs. To them, this was nothing more than another game of cat and mouse. Except this time, the mice looked a little braver than usual. The fleet stopped when it was still 20 to 30 meters from the airdrop. The people on board all raised their bows, nocked arrows, and without another word fired at the 3 wooden rafts beside the pillar of light. The people by the pillar immediately hid behind their own wooden huts, successfully dodging the first wave of arrows. Stay hidden and don't come out. Their arrows can't pierce wood. Hold on until the airdrop crate comes down, the leading man shouted, then raised his bow and fired an arrow toward Zhang Mozi. The arrow grazed Zhang Mozi's arm and embedded itself in the deck behind him. Zhang Mozi frowned slightly and lowered his head to glance at his torn clothes. The corners of his mouth curled into a small smile. Interesting. You know our weapons can't break wood, so you want to stall until the airdrop lands and gamble on whether there's a firearm inside, huh? Then he turned and shouted behind him, "Untie every rope and iron chain on the ships. Surround them from all 4 directions. If he wants to stall for time, then don't give him a chance." As soon as the words fell, the others on the ships moved at once. Zhang Mozi turned to look at the pillar of light over the airdrop. The crate was already only about 20 to 30 meters high. They had to take down the other side within that time, or force them away from the pillar of light, making sure they couldn't touch the airdrop crate first. The leading man opposite immediately realized Zhang Mozi's intention. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Now fire." The others instantly loosed the arrows they had long since drawn to the full at the people untying the ropes. Those men couldn't react in time. Several were struck by arrows and fell into the sea, their blood staining the nearby water red. Zhang Mozi's eyelids twitched. He raised his own bow and shot at the leading man. Pucci! The arrow struck the man's shoulder dead on, making him stagger back 2 steps and slam against the wooden wall. "Archers, cover us. Everyone else, charge with me." Zhang Mozi drew his machete. The 4 ships had already broken free of their restraints and were closing in at the same time from 4 directions. Everyone hid their bodies behind wooden boards. Arrows shot out from both sides of the wooden walls, trading fire as wood chips flew everywhere. The leading man on the other side stood back up, clutching his still bleeding shoulder. He pulled the chipped machete from his waist and looked back at the airdrop crate. There were only about 10 meters left before it dropped into the sea. He cursed, raised his hand, and charged at the nearest boat, bringing his blade down and knocking over a lackey who had just poked his head out from behind a plank. The 2 groups were tangled together beneath the airdrop crate. The dull thuds of blades chopping into wood and the harsh screech of metal clashing mixed with the sound of the waves. People kept falling into the sea, and blood ran down the sides of the boats. Zhang Mozi stepped on the gunwale and leaped onto the enemy's raft. He drove his blade into the stomach of a man who was raising a bow, kicked him and the bow straight into the sea, then slashed backhanded to force back another man, charging him from the side. The leading man was already covered in blood. His machete was chipped, and an arrow was still stuck in his shoulder. Even so, he dragged his injured leg and picked up a dropped harpoon from the ground, then thrust it at Zhang Mozi. Zhang Mozi turned sideways to avoid the tip, grabbed the shaft with one hand, and swung his machete at the man's neck with the other. The man let go of the harpoon and leaned back. The blade tip scraped past his Adam's apple and cut open a strip of flesh. Drops of blood splashed onto the planks between them. The airdrop is down. Nobody knew who shouted it. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. The airdrop crate had already fallen into the sea, and a golden pillar of light suddenly exploded outward. Countless tiny specks of golden dust drifted down through the air. The leading man's pupils shrank. He was the closest to the crate. He practically threw himself at it. His hand had already touched the edge of the crate, and the pop-up prompt from the system interface reflected on his face, just as he was about to open the supply list. Zhang Mozi stabbed him through the back with one strike. The man looked down at the blade tip sticking out of his chest. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only coughed up a mouthful of blood. His whole body slumped crookedly over the crate, his fingers still resting on the edge without letting go. Zhang Matsi kicked the corpse into the sea, bent down, and swept the airdrop crate clean. He glanced at the supplies inside, spat into the water, and said, "What trash airdrop is this? There's not even a single gun." Then he looked at the others, who had already finished the fight, and shouted, "Hurry up and clean this up. There's nothing good in this airdrop. Let's go back and check that big ship from earlier." The sunlight on the deck was just right, and the sea breeze blew at an easy pace. The sails were full, curved into broad arcs. By the time Qin Xiaoyu came out of the wooden cabin, she had already changed into a clean set of clothes, and her hair had been tied up again. Her high ponytail swayed back and forth in the morning wind. She walked over to Zhou Yi, sat down in the empty spot beside him, and moved as naturally as if she were already used to sitting there. Zhou Yi turned his head and glanced at her. She was looking down, sorting out the fishing line in her hands, the curve at the corner of her mouth impossible to hide. "What made you suddenly have time to fish today?" Qin Xiaoyu tugged on the fishing line and looked at him, the corners of her mouth rising uncontrollably. "Feeling like your body ought to be strengthened a little more?" Zhou Yi froze for a second. The way she said it felt a little off somehow, but he did not think too much about it, and just answered, "More supplies never hurt. This sea god fishing rod should be used more often. Otherwise, it'd be wasted on me. So you do know what wasting something means?" Yi Wanqing walked over from behind and sat down beside him. If this fishing rod didn't bind to its owner, it should have gone to Xiaoyu. She's the one who's the most diligent about fishing. Exactly. Qin Xiaoyu picked up the fishing rod and cast out the line. "Tonight, no matter what, you have to let me experience what it feels like to fish up a high-tier supply crate." "Tonight? Why tonight?" Zhou Yi raised a brow and looked at her in confusion. "If you want to try it, you can do it right now." At that, the corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly. She turned and shot him a look. "How are you smart sometimes and dumb other times?" "Huh, am I?" Zhou Yi looked at her with a completely baffled expression. "I think I'm pretty smart." But when he said that, there was a faint curve hanging on his lips that even he himself had not noticed. Qin Xiaoyu was just about to snap back when she saw the half-smiling expression on his face and immediately understood. She reached out and pinched the flesh on his stomach. "You damn Zhou Yi, you were messing with me on purpose." Zhou Yi sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. "Ow, ow, ow. My dear lady, with a pinch like that, even if my body gets stronger, it'd still break my defense. Serves you right for teasing me." Qin Xiaoyu punched him once in the chest, but there was not much force behind it. "I wasn't teasing." Zhou Yi stopped halfway through his sentence. In the next second, his face changed slightly. He wrapped an arm around Qin Xiaoyu's waist and fell backward fast. Whoosh! An arrow brushed past the clothes on Qin Xiaoyu's back and stabbed into the deck. By the time Qin Xiaoyu came back to her senses, she realized she was already sprawled on top of Zhou Yi, and her lips were pressed right beside his. Zhou Yi froze for a second, reached out to gently support her up, then stood and looked in the direction the arrow had come from. At some point, Zhang Matsi's fleet had silently closed in from both flanks. They were keeping a distance of a little over 10 meters from the hull of the Hyperion. Zhang Matsi stood at the bow of the frontmost boat, one hand braced against the railing, the other holding a blood-dripping machete. The scar on his face looked even more vicious under his grin. "Kid, your reaction's pretty fast. You actually dodged that." Zhou Yi ignored him. He reached out and pulled Qin Xiaoyu up from the ground, then looked over her back. "You're not hurt anywhere, right?" Qin Xiaoyu shook her head. "I'm fine." Only then did Zhou Yi let out a breath of relief. He turned to look at the 4 boats on either side, and his gaze went cold. "Wanqing, give me the gun." Yi Wanqing nodded, took out the M4 rifle from the system backpack with the magazine already loaded, and tossed it to Zhou Yi. Not far away. Zhang Matsi's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He reacted on the spot and shouted, "Holy shit, this kid has a gun. Run." Almost at the exact same time, all 4 boats turned their bows and tried to flee in different directions. "Run? You almost hurt my woman, and you still think you can run?" Zhou Yi raised the muzzle, braced the stock against his shoulder, took aim, and pulled the trigger. 3 short bursts exploded across the sea. The bullets accurately tore apart the stern rudder plank on Zhang Matsi's boat. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the helmsman gave a muffled grunt as he fell into the sea. Immediately after that came another burst of automatic fire. Bullets ripped through the middle of the entire boat, embedding into wooden walls, punching through the deck, and blasting through supply crates. Zhang Matsi did not even have time to dodge before the bullets riddled him like a sieve and dropped him to the ground. Several crossbowmen had only just stuck half their heads out from behind cover before bullets struck their bodies, sending them screaming into the sea. A patch of the water surface was stained red with blood, and pleas for mercy mixed together with screams. The 4 boats spun around on the sea like headless flies. Some people threw down their weapons, knelt, and raised their hands. Others simply flipped over the side and jumped into the sea, trying to swim away. Zhou Yi ejected the empty magazine and tossed it to Yi Wanqing. He took out another magazine he had already prepared, loaded it again, and kept spraying the 4 boats, as if venting his rage. After emptying another magazine, all 4 enemy boats have been blasted into wrecks. More than a dozen, maybe close to 20, wooden treasure chests floated on the sea. Only then did Zhou Yi release the trigger and blow on the already overheated barrel. Oomph. At this range, if I use a rifle like this and still let you run, then that'd be a joke. Ungrateful trash. After saying that, he handed the gun back to Yi Wanqing. After taking it, she removed the empty magazine and loaded fresh bullets, making sure it would be ready to use the next time she took it out. What Zhou Yi did not know was that this wave of attacks had once again blown up the World Channel. World Channel. Hyperion Raft has defeated the Who Else Raft. Hyperion Raft has defeated the Great Tolerance Raft. Hyperion Raft has defeated the Big Mouth Raft. Hyperion Raft has defeated the Always Come Home and Visit Raft. The other side is typing. Is this a full-on family extermination? Nangong when you touch anyone, and they turn dumb. Holy crap, did the captain wipe out an entire fleet? Go to the dock and get some fries. Hey, this Big Mouth Raft looks kind of familiar. Put some glycerin on your head. Intelligence can't be stopped. Isn't that Zhang Matzi from the Northwest Sea region? Wind blowing through the crotch makes my butt cold. Zhang Matzi? Holy crap, it really is. Captain, well done. That bastard Zhang Matzi really deserved to die. I'm allergic to food. So the captain really wiped out Zhang Matzi's whole fleet? Damn, that's awesome. May's my wife. Captain's awesome. Captain 666. First time, gave it to my right hand. Looking at this kill rate, does the captain already have firearms? Lauda. Bro above, firearms aren't that easy to get. Turkey-flavored guoba. Exactly. If the boss really had firearms, he would have flattened those trash already. Failed man. Agree with the guy above. I looted 2 airdrops and went to 3 islands, and I still haven't even seen a trace of firearms. First time gave it to my right hand. True enough. Maybe only that guy Hannibal got lucky enough to pull a rifle from an airdrop. Far away on the horizon, Yang Hao, Chun Hong, and Su Wenfei, sitting on a raft beside a small island, all let out a sigh of relief when they saw that no one in the World Channel kept dwelling on it. They absolutely couldn't let those fleets know that Brother Zhou had firearms. If they could help hide it for one more day, then one more day it was. Chun Hong turned off the light screen and sighed. Yang Hao no do. It wasn't the thief stealing that was scary. It was the thief thinking about it. Big Brother might have firearms, but not many. If news of this got out and those fleets set their sights on him, that would be trouble. Beside them, Su Wenfei rolled his shoulders and pointed at the island in front of them, his face full of excitement. Let's go. Let's try to get ourselves a rifle or something too. That way, if Brother Zhou really gets exposed, we can help out, right? In the Northern Sea region, a fleet was quietly anchored on the inner side of a cluster of sheltering reefs. There were 12 rafts, each one a size larger than the usual lone drifter's raft. The hulls were covered with reinforced dark wooden planks, and 2 iron ballistas were mounted on each side of every vessel. Their drawn bowstrings gleamed coldly in the morning light. The rafts were linked together with iron chains and thick hemp ropes. Supply crates were sorted across the decks, with freshwater barrels, fishing nets, and spare sails all in their proper places. Everyone was doing his own job. No one shouted loudly. The only sounds were oars cutting through the water and the occasional metallic click from tuning the ballistas. The command raft was a large 2-level reinforced vessel. The outer wall of its cabin was covered with a layer of iron sheeting, marked by several deep slash scars and arrow holes, all old wounds. Inside, the cabin had been turned into a crude but fully functional command room. A hand-drawn map of the surrounding seas hung on the wooden wall, with more than 10 known spheres of influence and resource island locations marked out in charcoal. A middle-aged man in a dark brown leather coat sat in a wooden chair with one leg crossed, scrolling through the light screen in front of him. He looked a little over 40, with short hair, some gray at the temples, and a worn leather cord wrapped around his wrist until it shone smooth. Messages rolled by on the World Channel. After reading every line of discussion about the Hyperion, his gaze lingered for a few seconds on those IDs that were eager to clear the Hyperion of any connection to firearms. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Those 3 brats are probably with the Hyperion. If it didn't have firearms, how could it have wiped out Zhang Matzi's whole fleet so cleanly in such a short time? He shut off the light screen and stood, walking over to the rail. On the deck, his crew was carrying out routine maintenance on the ballistas and propulsion units. When they saw him come out, they all called out in unison, Brother Wang. He nodded and looked past the rail toward the open sea in the distance. Zhang Matzi's fleet wasn't that strong, but they made up for it by being ruthless and unafraid of death. For ships, and around 20 desperados had run wild across this northwestern sea region for quite a while. Even Wang Tianqing himself had once considered whether he should step in and remove that hidden danger. But now the Hyperion had slaughtered them all in less than half a quarter hour. That was absolutely not something cold weapons could accomplish. He thought of the private message Dai Xingza had sent him yesterday. That old fox had been hinting over and over that the Hyperion had firearms, trying to pull him into an alliance to save his own life. At the time, Wang Tianqing hadn't agreed, but he hadn't refused either. He'd only replied with, "Let's wait and see." Now, it seemed like it was time to reconsider that matter. After packing up all the crates from Zhang Mozi's fleet, Zhou Yi steered the Hyperion away from that stretch of sea. The surface was covered with broken wood and blood that hadn't washed away completely. Just looking at it was irritating. By the time they reached another patch of clean seawater, the sun had already sunk to the horizon. Only then did Zhou Yi sit down on the deck and start counting this haul spoils. That airdrop they had fought so hard over turned out to be just a compound bow and a few accessory blueprints, but it was still better than nothing. Looking at the pile of supplies all over the ground, even Zhou Yi couldn't help taking a deep breath. The things this fleet had done were probably far filthier than Wan Xue's. Among the spoils, the more normal items were common resources like iron or iron ingots, machetes, and food, but there were even some women's intimate clothes mixed in there, making Zhou Yi's brow knot so hard it nearly formed the character for River. Did this bunch have some kind of weird fetish or something? Sitting on the deck, Zhou Yi lifted a red women's bra missing half of it and looked it over from side to side, his face full of disgust. Why collect this crap? Are they sick in the head? What are you holding? Lin Wanner suddenly spoke from behind him. Zhou Yi's heart tightened. He casually tossed the clothing into the sea, patted his hands, and stood up as if nothing had happened. In nothing. Lin Wanner looked at him suspiciously. What did you just throw into the sea? Just something useless. Keeping it would only take up space. Zhou Yi forced a smile, but inwardly he broke out in a cold sweat. Please don't let Wanner think I'm some kind of pervert. Lin Wanner tilted her head and stared at him for 2 seconds, then stepped forward, hooked his arm, and led him toward the wooden house. Come on, hurry up and look at what we managed to build today. Oh, okay. Zhou Yi let out a breath of relief. After storing the supplies on deck back into the system backpack, he obediently followed her into the wooden house. The moment he stepped through the door, Zhou Yi froze in place, staring at the room in front of him in disbelief. You finished a project like this in just one day? Lin Vanyan nodded, looking adorably blank. Yeah, did you forget? The building logic here is just like in a game. It's not like you really have to hold a hammer and build it one strike at a time. As long as the blueprints are planned out, it's not hard. Beside her, Su Yu waved the drawing she had been making these past days. This is the result of me staying up late for so many nights. Amazing. Zhou Yi didn't hold back on the praise. Then he reached out and gently touched Su Yu's cheek, his tone softening a little. But don't stay up all night so often. It's bad for your health. Su Yu smiled and didn't push his hand away. Got it. Come take a look at the little home we built together. Zhou Yi smiled, nodded, and withdrew his hand, then started looking over their new home. The space in front of him was already completely different from what it had been when he left this morning. The raft had leveled up again, and the total deck area of the ship was now even larger than a standard basketball court by another full circle. The wooden house had also been remodeled by the girls into a duplex structure, making full use of the height across 2 floors. Right inside the entrance was the main hall, more than 40 square meters. The floor was laid with pale wooden planks produced by the system, and stepping on them didn't hurt his feet. To the left was the kitchen, fully equipped with a stove and storage racks. Zhao Lingye, Tang Gvul, and Yulan were all inside busy making dinner. To the right were 2 side-by-side bathrooms and toilets, each with a little wooden sign hanging on the door. In the center of the hall stood a long wooden table big enough for 10 people to sit around, its legs reinforced with iron nails. On the tabletop was a room allocation chart Suyu had marked out in charcoal. On the inner side of the first floor were 3 rooms in a row. On the second floor, a circular railing wrapped around the open space above the hall, with 5 rooms lined up one after another along it. Each door had its own crooked little name or drawing on it. What surprised Zhou Yi the most was the side facing the bow deck. The girls had directly built a viewing balcony there. The balcony extended out from the master bedroom on the second floor, large enough for everyone to sit there together and watch the sea. Several potted berry plants that Tang Guogua had just transplanted hung from the railing. When the sea breeze blew over, the leaves swayed gently. I insisted on adding this balcony. Standing beside him, Lin Wanner's tone carried a bit of smug pride, as if asking for credit. Sitting here at night, feeling the sea breeze and watching the stars, is way better than being shut up inside the cabin. Hearing that, Zhou Yi lightly kissed her on the cheek. You're amazing. He stood in the middle of the hall and slowly turned in a circle, his gaze sweeping from the kitchen to the bathrooms, from the first floor rooms to the second floor railing, and finally landing on the wooden door leading to the viewing balcony. He still remembered that this raft had originally been no more than 5 square meters. With 7 people crammed onto it, even turning over was difficult. Now, there was a kitchen, a bathroom, separate rooms, a balcony where they could look out at the sea, and more importantly, the people living in this house. So the saying that a home can't do without women really did make too much sense. Zhou Yi gently rubbed Lin Wanner on the head. It really had to be you girls, so careful and full of ideas. Family, food's ready. Tang Guogua called out as she carried a basin of freshly boiled hot soup out of the kitchen. Hot, 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 so hot, so hot. Seeing that, Zhou Yi quickly stepped forward and took the hot soup from her. Careful, don't burn yourself. Tang Guogua pinched her ears with both hands and smiled, not replying. When Qin Xiaoyu heard that it was time to eat, she ran in from the doorway before she had even finished dealing with the fishing line on her rod. Time to eat? Zhou Yu was helping carry dishes out from the kitchen, and when he saw the way she looked, he couldn't help laughing. Qin Xiaoyu froze for a moment, straightened her clothes and hair, glared at him, then went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Zhao Ling'er's cooking really was getting better and better. The long wooden table was completely filled. There was a huge basin of fish head tofu soup, the broth milky white, with tender green vegetable leaves and several slices of ginger floating in it. The fish head came from the sea bass Zhou Yi had just caught that afternoon, and the tofu was produced by the system. The main dishes also included braised pork, minced meat, eggplant, fish fragrant shredded pork, and other homestyle dishes. It was a good thing supply crates could yield all kinds of vegetables and fresh meat. Otherwise, if they could only eat fish every day, their nutrition would end up unbalanced sooner or later. Besides the hot dishes, there was also a large bowl of berry salad, made with the purple-skinned berries Xianyu had left behind and several kinds of wild fruit gathered from the island, cut into pieces and mixed together. The sweet and sour fruit fragrance blended with the salty smell of the sea breeze, becoming a flavor unique to this ship. The staple food was steamed rice, system-produced rice. Every grain crystal clear. Tang Guogua came out of the kitchen carrying a stack of clean bowls and chopsticks, humming an off-key tune as she set them down one by one in front of everyone. Su Ran was helping stir the rice nearby. Zhao Ling'er came out of the kitchen with a plate of cold shredded kelp, set it on the table, and casually smacked Qin Xiaoyu's hand, which was still flinging off water. If you keep shaking it, it'll splash into the food. Qin Xiaoyu gave an awkward smile, pulled her hand back, and extremely naturally grabbed the apron Zhao Ling'er was wearing to wipe her hands. Zhao Ling'er lowered her head and glanced at the 2 extra wet marks on her apron, then let out a speechless sigh. Everyone took their seats one after another and raised the fat otaku happy water in their hands for a toast. To our new home. Cheers. Night dyed the surface of the sea into one solid stretch of pitch-black ink. Daixing's fleet was anchored in the deep water area inside the reef cluster. 2 windproof lanterns hung from the side of every ship, and the firelight was blown crooked by the sea wind, making the shadows of the sentries pacing back and forth beneath them stretch long and then short. Daixing's was sitting inside the cabin of the command raft, staring at the light screen in front of him without a word. Wang Tianqing, so, can you accept the conditions I mentioned? Daixing's old Wang. It's not that I need to say this, but what's the point of calculating all this with me? Shouldn't we be on guard against that kid surnamed Zhou right now? Wang Tianqing, old Dai, stop playing dumb with me. Isn't that one Shui in your fleet? If I remember right, he's got a grudge against the Hyperion, doesn't he? Daixing's how do you know about that? Wang Tianqing, don't worry about how I know. Just answer this. With a person like that in your fleet, who do you think Zhou Yi will deal with first? Paper can't wrap fire forever. Once the day comes when he finds out Wan Shui is with you, do you think he won't come over with a rifle and sweep all of you down? Wang Tianqing paused for a moment on the other side, then continued sending messages. Wang Tianqing. And this Zhou Yi probably isn't as simple as just having one rifle, right? No matter how strong a rifle is, just one of them couldn't possibly make this big of a scene. Daixing's eyelid twitched, and he cursed inwardly. This old fox. But since the other side could already guess it, there was no need for him to keep hiding it. Daixing's that's right. Besides a rifle, that Zhou Yi also has a rocket launcher and a sniper rifle, but the number of rockets he has should be limited. Wang Tianqing on the other side stayed silent for a full half-minute. Wang Tianqing. So Zhou Yi doesn't just have firearms. He's already gotten the Ocean Heart and upgraded his workbench, right? Before Daixing's could reply, Wang Tianqing started analyzing on his own again. Wang Tianqing, I should have thought of it earlier. Without an intermediate workbench, at most he'd only have the original 40 rifle bullets. How could 40 bullets possibly wipe out 2 fleets that easily? Wang Tianqing. But as things stand right now, I, Wang Tianqing, have no grievance or grudge with him. As long as I don't provoke him, he won't waste the effort dealing with me either. But as for you, think it over carefully yourself. After saying that, Wang Tianqing's name stopped flashing, as if giving him time to think. Daixing's turned off the light screen, took a deep breath, and looked out toward the pitch-black sea beyond the door. Wan Shui was a scalding hot potato. If he had known Zhou Yi was this strong, he never should have taken him in back then. Even if he killed him now, Zhou Yi wouldn't know. And he definitely couldn't go and tell him on his own that Wan Shui was with me, and I killed him for you. If word that got out, who would ever dare join his team again? He stood up and walked outside, tilting his head up to look at the starry sky overhead, saying nothing.